England, Wiltshire. An ancient castle rises in solemn silence. Fujiwara Kyosuke sits beneath a garden parasol reading a first edition of Murder on the Orient Express. He wears a black gold-embroidered medieval long robe. His medium-length black hair frames a face with sword-like brows and a tall, elegant figure. His blue eyes are clear, yet unfathomably deep. At that moment, a woman in her early 30s walks over. "Young master," she says, bowing with a graceful, noble curtsy. "Sir and madam are waiting for you in the drawing room." "I understand. I will go at once." Fujiwara Kyosuke lifts his brows slightly, sets down the book, rises to his feet, and walks toward the interior of the castle. He is remarkably tall. Though only 17, he already stands at 1 meter 83. After he leaves, the book on the table suddenly vanishes. The maid appears entirely unsurprised and simply continues cleaning the garden. Upon entering the drawing room, Fujiwara Kyosuke immediately sees two youthful smiling faces. They look barely past their 20s, yet he knows they are well over 40 with time, leaving no trace upon them. Kyosuke. The man is named Fujiwara Yuta. His appearance seems carefree and unruly, yet the occasional gleam in his eyes makes it clear he is not to be underestimated. Smiling, he says, "You are now a 4th-rank swordmaster and also a 4th-rank magician. You are strong enough to protect yourself. With that and the small amount of influence your mother and I possess, we are finally at ease sending you to Neon." To Neon. Fujiwara Kyosuke's eyes light up. He glances at his mother and asks, "And what do you think, mother?" His mother was originally named Lyona Merlin. After marrying his father, she took the name Fujiwara Lyona. Lyona's hair is a pale yellow, finer and softer than silk, shimmering like gold beneath the sunlight. Her eyes are a clear, pure blue that frequently flashes with a glint of keen intelligence. She answers with effortless calm, "Go, my son. This journey will be to your benefit. You know I am a 9th-rank Grand Magus and my primary discipline is spatial magic. Seeing you would be nothing more than a single thought for me." Fujiwara Yuta's smile fades, his expression turning solemn. "Your mother has divined that your trip to Neon will bring you immense opportunity. Before long you will stand on equal footing with us, and perhaps eventually surpass us, becoming the second person in 1,000 years to rival Merlin. So for the sake of your future, I can only ask my precious son to endure a little for now," Lyona adds. There is a fleeting reluctance in her gaze, but it is quickly replaced by firm resolve. "Very well, I agree." Fujiwara Kyosuke nods with a gentle smile. Even if they had not mentioned it, he would have returned. After all, this is a world where Conan and Kendaichi coexist. Indeed, Fujiwara Kyosuke is a transmigrator. More precisely, a transmigrator born into a family of the inner. To those of the inner world, the international criminal syndicate, known as the organization, is hardly worth mentioning at all. This is the main reason his father feels at ease letting him travel alone. Even though Fujiwara Kyosuke is only at 4th rank, a dozen Jin-level operatives would not be enough for him to toy with single-handedly. He has inherited his parents' cultivation talent, and his mastery of swordsmanship and spatial magic is far from weak. More importantly, he arrived in this world with a golden cheat, a system called the shock system. As its name suggests, it collects shock points from the astonishment of all beings, which can then be spent to acquire cultivation arts, resources, and various items. For instance, the Dizong True Sutra and the merit refining method that he is currently cultivating were both obtained by exchanging shock points. The Dizong True Sutra redeems the wandering dead, earning the merits of heaven and earth. The merit refining method refines those merits for cultivation. To practice these two arts, however, one requires the dead. The dead? What could offer more contact with the dead than staying close to Conan? "Where will I live in Neon?" he asks. 223 Block 2, Baika Town, Tokyo Metropolis, comes the reply. "In my school. Titan High School Year 2, Class B. At Titan High School Year 2, Class B, the chatter has already begun. Have you heard?" "Of course I've heard. There's a transfer student coming. And from England, no less." "Do you think the new classmate will be a boy?" "I'm hoping for a cute girl," one student says. "Then our class will have another great beauty. And most importantly, an unattached great beauty. A handsome guy." "I'm hoping for a handsome guy," another declares. "Of course you girls want a handsome guy," someone retorts. The boys and girls in the classroom chatter away enthusiastically. Suzuki Sonoko is whispering even more conspiratorially with her close friend Muri ran off to the side. "Ran, do you want the transfer student to be a boy or a girl?" "It's not as if my opinion matters," Ran replies with a smile. "Honestly, boy or girl doesn't matter. I just hope there's someone easy to get along with." In her view, gender is unimportant. Being easygoing is enough. "I knew you'd say that." Sonoko sighs helplessly. She slumps over her desk, eyes fixed expectantly on the classroom door, muttering, "Please let it be a super handsome guy." Behind them, Kudo Shinichi curls his lip. Sonoko is such a hopeless romantic. Yet from England. He thinks to himself the transfer student must like Sherlock Holmes. As long as he likes Holmes, he's a good classmate. He has no idea why he believes that anyone returning from England must be a Holmes enthusiast. In any case, Fujiwara Kyosuke himself prefers Hercule Poirot, the meticulous master of order. The bell rings, signaling the start of class. Homeroom teacher Hayakawa enters the classroom wearing a pleasant smile and taps lightly on the podium to call the students to order. "I imagine you've all heard the rumors, so I won't keep you in suspense," Hayakawa says. "Before we begin today's lesson, I'd like to introduce a new classmate." Hayakawa turns her gaze toward the hallway outside. "Fujiwara-san, please come in." No sooner do her words fall than a boy in a Titan High School uniform steps calmly into the classroom. It is Fujiwara Kyosuke. He's so tall. A total hottie. and he has this noble air about him. Suzuki Sonoko springs to her feet, and is the first to cry out only to be met with Hayakawa's sharp glare. Sonoko, sit down, the teacher snaps. Hi. Sonoko replies with a silly grin as she drops back into her seat. Not only is he handsome, he's so striking. Mom, I'm in love. I've already thought of names for our children. Tuya for a boy, Sakura for a girl. You're such a hopeless romantic. And you're not, she counters. At least I haven't started planning my future children's names. One has to admit the atmosphere in a neon high school is rather open. Even with the teacher right there, the students freely discuss early romance without restraint. Listening to the chorus of comments, Fujiwara Kyosuke stands beside Hayakawa with an air of complete composure. Hello everyone. My name is Fujiwara Kyosuke. My hobbies are kendo and magic. My specialty is performing magic tricks. My dream is to become a great magician. As he speaks, he extends his thumb and middle finger and snaps. Whoa! Gasps ripple through the room. To their eyes, the blackboard seems to transform into a dark river, ripples spreading across its surface. Soon the ripples subside, and on the blackboard a self-portrait has appeared. Fujiwara Kyosuke's own likeness. It resembles a chibi-style kaiju kid, an adorable caricature that inspires instant fondness. Even Kudo Shinichi, who had been indifferent, is utterly stunned by Fujiwara Kyosuke's display. Unlike his classmates, he knows that in the world of magic, the simpler the trick appears, the more difficult it truly is. How did he do that? Kudo Shinichi begins to ponder, replaying every detail in his mind. Fujiwara Kyosuke stood beside Hayakawa, merely snapping his fingers without touching the blackboard at all. How then did that drawing appear? Strange, he mutters. Kudo Shinichi fixes his gaze on Fujiwara Kyosuke for a long moment, his brows faintly furrowing. From now on, please take care of me, Fujiwara Kyosuke says to the class. With a confident smile, Fujiwara Kyosuke sweeps his gaze around the classroom. Clap, clap, clap. Hayakawa is the first to applaud. She is thoroughly impressed. Fujiwara's magic is truly superb and dazzling. Standing right beside him, Hayakawa has not detected a single flaw in the trick. Fujiwara-san, you'll sit in the seat next to Kyuta-san, she says. Pointing to the empty spot near the back, she continues, from today onward, Fujiwara-san will be studying here with all of you. I hope you will get along well. Clap, clap, clap. The students applaud again, welcoming Fujiwara Kyosuke. Kyuta-san, hello, Fujiwara says as he reaches his desk, taking a longer look at the Haizura homes seated beside him and offering a greeting. Kudo Shinichi is not difficult to get along with. He replies politely, Fujiwara-san, hello. An entire class period passed in the blink of an eye. As soon as teacher Hayakawa announced the end of the lesson, Kyosuke Fujiwara was instantly surrounded by a crowd of enthusiastic students. Fujiwara-san, your magic is amazing. Could you show us another trick? Fearless before any request, Kyosuke Fujiwara performed several small tricks that nearly made Shinichi Kudo doubt his own understanding of reality, then politely chatted with the students for a while. Fujiwara-san, do you have a girlfriend? I don't. Then what kind of girl do you like? Sonoko Suzuki leaned in, her face full of eager curiosity. What kind of girl, huh? Kyosuke Fujiwara casually tossed the ballpoint pen in his hand and let it float freely in the air. Resting his chin on his palm, he said, a girl with long hair, upbeat and composed when faced with trouble. You're not just brushing us off, are you? Your standards are way too low. Sonoko Suzuki fixed her gaze on the floating pen, waving both hands above, below, left, and right around it for a while before exclaiming in astonishment, how strange, there's no string at all. Kyosuke Fujiwara merely smiled, thinking to himself, the premise is that you can live for 300 years, otherwise, even if you meet the conditions of long hair, cheerfulness, and calmness, it would still be a fated bond that can never truly be fulfilled. As someone belonging to the inner world, Kyosuke Fujiwara's lifespan was destined to far surpass that of ordinary people. If he were to choose an ordinary girl as his wife, then 100 years later, he would be condemned to solitude. They might have children, but children are ever children, never able to truly replace the beloved in one's heart. Just how are you doing this? Off to the side, Shinichi Kudo stared at the ballpoint pen, floating rootless in midair on the verge of mental collapse. Well, Kyuta-san. Kyosuke Fujiwara glanced at Shinichi Kudo with a smile and said, although I only just returned to the country, I've already heard of your renown as the Heisei era's Holmes. As a genius detective, do you have any critiques of my magic? None at all. Fujiwara-san's magic is impressive, and I'm hardly well-versed in stage magic. But as far as I know, your techniques are far more sophisticated than those of most magicians. Being addressed as the Heisei Holmes by Kyosuke Fujiwara pleased Shinichi Kudo immensely. Returning courtesy for courtesy, he felt obliged to praise the other in turn, especially since in truth Fujiwara's methods were entirely beyond his ability to decipher. Kyosuke Fujiwara chuckled carelessly at his words. Hearing Kyuta-san say that puts my mind at ease. To receive commendation from a famous detective like you must mean my magic has truly improved significantly. In truth, what Kyosuke Fujiwara was performing was not ordinary stage magic at all, but a supernatural ability he had possessed since birth. This ability allowed him to display all manner of unfathomable magic, like a magician, yet unlike true magicians, his acts were no mere sleight of hand. They were absolutely real. He had given this power a name, practicing falsehood into reality. Through powerful spiritual tendrils that could touch all things, anything his ability made contact with would undergo transformations as staggering as magic itself. For instance, in a hat trick, the dove could be sculpted out of spiritual energy and become truly existent, then be dispelled at any moment, as if he were a creator of all things. He could also use this ability to perform what in Kyosuke Fujiwara's eyes were merely minor tricks. For example, that drawing on the blackboard had formed in an instant within his mind, and was then projected onto the board as a tangible artwork through the spiritual energy in his body. That pen as well was floating under the control of his spiritual power. Thus the conditions for activating practicing falsehood into reality were simply powerful spiritual strength and spiritual energy. Conveniently, he possessed both in abundance, allowing him to flawlessly perform magic that to Shinichi Kudo's eyes was utterly incomprehensible. Before long, Kyosuke Fujiwara became famous throughout Titan High School. The reputation of the genius magician spread like wildfire. Many students from other classes gathered at the back door of Class 2B, hoping for a glimpse of this god-tier figure. After all, he was someone even Shinichi Kudo had praised. The day's lessons came to an end quickly. "How you live at 2 Chome, 23, in Baika Town?" Sonoko Suzuki exclaimed in surprise. "Isn't that right next door to Kudo's place?" "It's across the street," Shinichi Kudo corrected. "Next door to my house is Dr. Agasa's place. Across from us is number 23. That house has been empty for ages. No one's lived there since before I can remember. Because my old man went abroad 20 years ago and never returned, the house has simply lain and used for 2 decades, Kyosuke Fujiwara explained. Shinichi Kudo nodded in sudden understanding. So that's how it is. Since they lived so close to one another, the four naturally decided to walk home together. "Ran, aren't you and your hubby going to the amusement park this weekend?" Sonoko Suzuki said with a laugh as she packed her bag. "I'm inviting Fujiwara-san to join us. What do you think?" What hubby?" "Sonoko, don't say such nonsense." Mori Rant's face flushed bright red, and she discreetly glanced toward the back, where Shinichi Kudo was chatting with Kyosuke Fujiwara. Forcing herself to remain composed, she said, "Sonoko, if you and Fujiwara-san want to come along, of course that's fine. I just don't know if Fujiwara-san will agree." "You'll never know unless you ask," Sonoko Suzuki said with a mischievous blink, then turned to invite him. "Fujiwara-san, we're going to the amusement park this weekend. Are you interested?" "Amusement park?" Kyosuke Fujiwara's expression flickered for a moment. Was the plot about to begin already? All the better to witness it firsthand. Tropical Land. Remembering that Kyosuke Fujiwara was new to the area, Sonoko Suzuki gave the full name of the park, then rattled off with practiced familiarity. "They've got a roller coaster, the Devil's Laboratory, Ice Fog, Maze Tatsu Island, Main Zone Fountains, and a lookout tower, and more." "I know Tropical Land. As it happens, I'll be performing magic there this weekend." Kyosuke Fujiwara produced 3 tickets from thin air and handed them one by one to Sonoko Suzuki, Mori Ran, and Shinichi Kudo, smiling, as he said, "I hope the 3 of you will come and support me." Every week, Kyosuke Fujiwara went to amusement parks to perform magic for children in order to harvest their shock value. He had always done this abroad. This was his first time performing at a park in Japan. Sonoko Suzuki looked left and right, confirming that the 3 tickets had truly appeared from nowhere. Under her breath, she murmured, "Is this really magic and not actual sorcery?" "We must put our faith in science," Kyosuke Fujiwara said with a squinting smile. "This doesn't seem quite right, Fujiwara-san. How can we let you pay for us?" Mori Ran spoke as she reached for her wallet. "We're classmates, there's no need to be so formal," Kyosuke Fujiwara said with a smile. "Besides, I still need you all to come cheer me on, especially Kudo-san. If there's anything wrong with my techniques, he can give me some pointers. Don't flatter me. I can't see through your tricks at all. No matter how many times I watch, your methods remain utterly breathtaking." Shinichi Kudo sighed. After an entire day, he was genuinely convinced by Kyosuke Fujiwara's magic. Those techniques, like true sorcery relying on no hidden mechanisms or props whatsoever, had left him entirely at a loss for comment. Why nitpick? Why not simply enjoy a feast for the eyes? Once the 4 had agreed on a time, they parted ways. Kyosuke Fujiwara was delighted at the prospect of witnessing the birth of the Grim Reaper's godson, along with his entangled love-hate story with the Black Organization. Though that organization seemed rather unimpressive in his eyes, being a spectator to the drama was its own pleasure. Moreover, he intended to rely on the powerful aura of the Grim Reaper Conan to accumulate merit. That so-called distillery was laughably fragile when viewed from the perspective of the inner world. Even if they truly managed to develop such a drug, it was unlikely they could keep it safe. Who does not yearn for immortality, especially those who wield great power? Even Merlin from 1,000 years ago had lived for only a few centuries. In the surface world, there was a red faction led by the Grim Reaper in grade school that constantly hounded the distillery, and with moles and traitors all around them, the organization could scarcely keep its own footing. From any angle, the distillery's ultimate fate could hardly be optimistic. The weekend arrived. The 4 reunited. Seeing Kyosuke Fujiwara standing there empty-handed, Mori Ran asked in puzzlement, "Kyosuke, don't you need to bring any magic props?" After several days of getting acquainted, they had already begun calling one another by name. "No need at all," Shinichi Kudo said leisurely. "I still don't know what methods Fujiwara uses, but from what I've observed these past few days, he always improvises on the spot, never needing preparation. His performances are wildly imaginative, conjured as easily as breathing. So in other words, he doesn't need any props at all." "Oh," Sonoko Suzuki laughed. "For someone like you, a conceited deduction maniac, to speak in such praise, our Prince of Magic really must be something special." Prince of Magic was the nickname Titan High students had privately bestowed upon Kyosuke Fujiwara. He could only think to himself, how very typically Japanese. The Prince of Magic. To be honest, when Fujiwara Kyosuke first heard this title, he felt quite uncomfortable. It's because your magic performances are so astonishing combined with your gentle temperament resembling a noble young master. That's why everyone calls you Prince. Unlike Kudo, we secretly refer to him as the deductive maniac, Suzuki Sonoko said openly, completely ignoring the feelings of Kudo Shinichi beside her. Hey, Kudo Shinichi protested. It's not nice to say that in front of me. Calling me a maniac is quite rude. Besides, how can a detective be associated with a deductive maniac? He thought to himself, in that light, I could accept being called the Prince of Magic. Fujiwara Kyosuke ignored Kudo Shinichi's complaints, lightly tapping his chin. People are often compared relative to the deductive maniac Prince of Magic, seemed like a more affectionate nickname from his classmates. Suzuki Sonoko glanced at the displeased Kudo Shinichi, seemingly recalling something suddenly, and said with a grimace, I think I let something slip. All right, Sonoko Shinichi won't mind. Mao Lilan intervened to ease the tension. The three of them chatted as they approached the stage. This was prepared for him by the staff of the amusement park. As a major shareholder of Doraland, when the employees heard Fujiwara Kyosuke's request, they hurriedly constructed the stage, finishing it in just 2 hours. You two don't mess around, I'll perform magic for half an hour, and then we'll enjoy all the rides. What do you think? Fujiwara Kyosuke suggested, not forgetting the purpose of his visit. Sounds great. Suzuki Sonoko immediately forgot about the previous matter, her full attention on Fujiwara Kyosuke. Swish. Suddenly Fujiwara Kyosuke's clothes transformed, a black tailcoat appearing on him, drawing a round of gasps from the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Fujiwara Kyosuke, a novice magician. If you enjoy this magical feast, please allow me to take over the next period. He spoke casually, yet his hands moved swiftly, and in a very short time, nearly 100 people gathered below the stage, most of them children. Everyone was stunned watching Fujiwara Kyosuke on stage. First a rabbit appeared in his hands, then transformed into a pure white lazy kitten, then into a small husky, and finally into a dove. Fujiwara Kyosuke casually tossed the dove, which spread its wings and soared into the sky. Apart from the Kudo trio, who had already become immune, everyone else was left speechless, momentarily forgetting to speak. How is this possible? The crowd thought wildly. After all, even the world's top magicians need to use a hat or a red cloth as a cover to perform transformations. Magic is inherently a deception, and deception has methods which can be seen through. No matter how brilliant the technique is, it cannot hide from a high-definition camera. Thus, covering is only natural, and the audience accepts it. However, Fujiwara Kyosuke's sudden emergence broke this convention, allowing everyone to experience what a true visual delight is. After completing all this, Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled at the crowd. So amazing. Someone suddenly shouted. It's really incredible, and he's so handsome. Your Excellency the Magic King, please accept my admiration. In an instant, the area in front of the stage was bustling with voices. Fujiwara Kyosuke raised his hand slightly, and everyone cooperatively quieted down. For the next half hour, everyone seemed to be immersed in a magical world with dancing billboards and floating playing cards, suddenly transforming into 54 fireworks, as Fujiwara Kyosuke and the stage seemed to vanish in front of their eyes, only to later reappear behind them. Even the top magicians would find it hard to match this. Thank you for your support, may we meet again. Swish. Fujiwara Kyosuke suddenly disappeared and reappeared 100 meters away, his outfit having changed back from the tailcoat to casual wear. Look, Fujiwara is over there. Kudo Shinichi pointed to the distance where Fujiwara Kyosuke was waving at the three of them, and Mao Lilan and Suzuki Sonoko quickly looked over. Fujiwara Kyosuke was very satisfied with this performance, not to mention anything else. That 30,000 points of shock value made his efforts worthwhile. According to the system settings, the shock value a person can provide ranges from 1 to 20. The more he subverts people's imaginations, the higher the shock value he can generate. This time, he, like a magical magician, caused each audience member to give him nearly 20 points of maximum shock value. The shock value for purchasing the gourmet tablecloth is sufficient. Fujiwara Kyosuke rejoiced internally. The gourmet tablecloth is a tool from Doraemon worth 40,000 shock value. When spread on a table, it instantly brings forth the food you desire with great taste comparable to that of a Michelin 3-star chef. He himself couldn't cook, and the food's taste depicted through images had always been mediocre. Now with the gourmet tablecloth, he finally resolved the essential procedure of eating. Next, I'll exchange for the anywhere door. It'll be more convenient to come and go. The anywhere door is priced at 100,000 shock value. It seems a lot, but for Fujiwara Kyosuke, it's merely 3 weeks of effort. This is still due to his excessive laziness. Otherwise, as long as he performed for half an hour, daily shock value would never be lacking. After all, he had nothing that required resources to purchase. As for cultivation, Conan's Grim Reaper is about to be born. Would he still lack merit in the future? So spectacular. Yes, the magic I've seen before cannot compare at all. Suzuki Sonoko and Mao Lilan exclaimed in admiration, not holding back their praise. All right, let's go have some fun. Where do you think we should go first? Fujiwara Kyosuke stopped the two's flattery. While they were sincere and it felt good to hear, didn't they see that East Asian Vinegar King beside them? That envious and jealous expression was clearly evident. Of course, the Ferris wheel. Suzuki Sonoko clenched her hands, her face full of admiration. On the Ferris wheel, enjoy the nourishment of love. Ahem. Kudo Shinichi rolled his eyes at her and said, sorry to interrupt, but it seems you don't have a boyfriend. Where does this love nourishment come from? You're really annoying. Suzuki Sonoko glared at him, looking displeased. How about we ride the roller coaster? Fujiwara Kyosuke suggested recalling this was the second case in the Conan series. The deceased seemed to be named Kishida, a scumbag, while the murderer seemed to be named Akako, a pathological woman. Although it sounded like he was just talking, Fujiwara Kyosuke wanted to say that those who ruin their future for scumbags are not worth. As for helping, Buddha doesn't save fools. Fujiwara Kyosuke is not Buddha, but Akako is a true fool. Moreover, with merit to gain, watching coldly became his first choice. The four walked towards the roller coaster surrounded by various tourists passing by. There are still seats available. Oh, let's go, Mao Lilan said happily, pulling on Suzuki Sanoko's arm as they made their way towards the roller coaster. You two heard. Suzuki Sanoko waved to Fujiwara Kyosuke and Kudo Shinichi. Why are there 3 kids there? Kudo Shinichi looked around and unexpectedly found 3 daring children crawling into a large vent in the wall. Seeing this scene, Kudo Shinichi rolled his eyes in disbelief. What these kids are doing is very dangerous. I have some extra tickets, so I'll give them to them. Fujiwara Kyosuke recognized the little troublemakers. Although he felt nothing would happen, they were still children, and this was a real world. If something went wrong, it wouldn't be good. You really are a good person, Kudo Shinichi sighed, following Fujiwara Kyosuke towards the 3 children. Hey little friends, do you know that what you're doing is very dangerous? Big brother, we are sorry. We know we were wrong, the 3 replied politely, led by Ayumi. Since you've recognized your mistake and are brave enough to admit it, then I'll give you these 3 tickets. I hope you have fun. As he spoke, his magical technique was demonstrated again, and 3 tickets suddenly appeared in the hands of the 3 children. Alright, we need to go now. Amid the astonishment of the 3 children, Fujiwara Kyosuke left with Kudo Shinichi. Thank you, big brother, Ayumi shouted as she regained her composure. Fujiwara Kyosuke merely smiled slightly, waving his hand without looking back. At the queue for the roller coaster, as long as Kudo Shinichi is around, topics are never lacking. At the very least, he will educate you about Sherlock Holmes, albeit in a somewhat mandatory manner. Speaking of Sherlock Holmes' greatest ability, it lies in the fact that when he first met his assistant Watson, just by shaking hands he could tell that Watson had been a military doctor in Afghanistan, just like this. Kudo Shinichi rambled on about various tales of Sherlock Holmes to Fujiwara Kyosuke and the others, and it was unclear what had gone wrong in his head that he suddenly grabbed the hand of the girl in front of him. Bro, isn't this sexual harassment? Fujiwara Kyosuke secretly complained, feeling it wouldn't be unjust to beat him up. Miss, you must have practiced gymnastics, right? Upon hearing this, the people nearby were indeed taken aback. Muri Ran and Suzuki Sanoko were also stunned, looking back and forth between Kudo Shinichi and the girl. How do you know? The girl beside him asked in confusion. Is he your friend Akiko? Not noticing the awkward atmosphere, Kudo Shinichi earnestly explained. It's because of the blisters on her hands. A woman gets so many blisters because she practices on the uneven bars all day. That's why this happens. Really? Muri Ran expressed disbelief. Kudo Shinichi paused for a moment. If it weren't for Fujiwara Kyosuke and Suzuki Sanoko being there, he would have just spoken the truth, but now, of course, Kudo Shinichi looked quite confident. Hey, a man scolded. How long are you going to keep holding on? Sorry. Kudo Shinichi, unable to maintain his cool after being scolded, quickly apologized. He might have low emotional intelligence, but that doesn't mean he doesn't understand. After all, the title of Conan XSB is well known. TCH. The man snorted and said no more. Just then a loud, rough voice suddenly came from behind the crowd. Get out of the way, we were here first. This voice. Is it vodka? Fujiwara Kyosuke speculated, turning his gaze toward the source of the sound. Sure enough, when he turned his head, he saw a burly man in black carrying a suitcase charging toward the roller coaster, pushing anyone in his way aside. Following him was a long-haired man in black, exuding a strong aura. Along the way, people hurriedly dodged, not wanting to provoke someone who clearly seemed to be up to no good. The long-haired man in black inadvertently glanced at Fujiwara Kyosuke, and his pupils suddenly constricted. His footsteps slowed for a moment, his fingers trembled slightly as he adjusted his hat and quickened his pace. Fujiwara Kyosuke naturally noticed this small action of Jin, but he didn't pay it any mind. Years ago, the organization aimed to develop an immortal potion and set their sights on the underworld, believing that facing modern weapons was no big deal, especially since the Fujiwara family, which could achieve immortality in every generation, was the first to be targeted. Unfortunately, they hit a brick wall that time. Enraged, Fujiwara Yuta stormed into the headquarters of the organization with just a sword. Their tanks, armored vehicles, mortars, and even missiles were utterly ineffective against him. In an instant, 10 key members of the organization were killed, and ordinary staff suffered heavy casualties. Only that gentleman was spared, as he was not present due to other matters. Otherwise, it would be uncertain whether the organization still existed today. With all the capable personnel being wiped out, the current organization has become riddled with undercover agents. One must know that the former glory of the organization was something the entire world feared. Yet a single person from the underworld crushed the entire organization, allowing the world to witness once more the power of those from the underworld. So the roller coaster incident is about to happen soon. Fujiwara Kyosuke thought quickly and suggested, let's go buy some drinks. We still have one round before it's our turn on the roller coaster. Agreed. Suzuki Sanoko was the first to respond, and Muri Ran and Kudo Shinichi naturally had no objections. The 4 of them headed toward the cold drink stand. On the other side, sitting on the roller coaster, Jin let out a long breath. Big brother, has something happened? Vodka asked beside him, as he was very familiar with his boss Jin. That man's son is here. Jin didn't even dare to mention the name Fujiwara Yuta, only referring to him as that guy. Vodka was equally shocked and found himself at a loss for words. Just like that, this roller coaster ride started. Subsequently, a man named Kishida unexpectedly lost his life here. All the passengers on this ride could potentially be the murderer. When Kudo Shinichi heard that a murder case had occurred nearby, it was as if a shark had sensed the scent of blood. After giving a brief explanation to Muri Ran and the others, he rushed to the scene. 10 minutes later, the police sirens blared. Officer Magyar led numerous police officers surrounding the crime scene. Officer Magyar was a middle-aged man wearing a hat, his wide trench coat concealed his bulging abdomen, and he wore a serious expression upon seeing the corpse. Following Kudo Shinichi, Fujiwara Kyosuke felt he was gaining merit, and he even thought he might soon break through to become a level 5 swordsman and a level 5 mage. The swordsmanship is divided into 3 ranks and 9 tiers. The 1st to 3rd tiers are swordsmen, the 4th to 6th tiers are sword masters, the 7th to 9th tiers are sword spirits. As for mages, the 4th and 5th tiers are a significant dividing line. A 4th tier mage is still an intermediate mage, while a 5th tier mage is a high tier mage, with the difference in strength being tens of times. The next divide occurs at the 7th tier mage, where chi liquefies, increasing power by more than 100 times. After accumulating merit, Fujiwara Kyosuke handed the stage over to Kudo Shinichi. After all, both are friends, and he wouldn't engage in the behavior of overshadowing the host. Not long after, Kudo Shinichi began his investigation. Hey, can you hurry up? We don't have time to play any guessing games here. Vodka coldly interjected, knowing that not far away there was a second-generation demon king. How could he remain at ease? Kudo Shinichi, crouching on the ground, lifted his head, his gaze growing increasingly vigilant. He had always felt that these 2 men in black were off, and although he knew they weren't the murderers, they definitely weren't good people. Because Kudo Shinichi sensed a chill from the tall, skinny man in black. Having encountered countless murderers, he was certain that this aura was not something a normal person should possess. These 2 guys definitely have issues. Just then a commotion arose around them. Officer Magyar, this lattice handbag has a knife. No, I had no idea such a thing was in there. Aiko, I thought you had a good relationship with Mr. Kishida. No, I didn't. Officer Magyar stood up, turned, and looked at the helpless woman, saying, all right, take this young lady back. Seeing this, Kudo Shinichi sighed softly. He knew it was time for him to step in. Please wait a moment, Officer Magyar. The culprit is not that young lady. Kudo Shinichi confidently extended his left arm, his index finger accurately pointing at the true culprit. With Kudo Shinichi's involvement, the case was quickly resolved, and the young lady Akiko, who was the culprit, was arrested by Officer Magyar. 5 hours had passed since the case was concluded in the afternoon. As the lights began to come on, there were still quite a few visitors who enjoyed playing at night. The number of visitors did not seem to be less than during the day. Since Muri Ran and Suzuki Sonoko had not witnessed the headless corpse or experienced the scene, they were in quite a good mood, while Fujiwara Kyosuke and Kudo Shinichi were indifferent. They played another round, took plenty of photos, and prepared to end their day at the amusement park. It was really nice. Let's come back. Suzuki Sonoko's suggestion was supported by everyone. Even Kudo Shinichi felt that today's trip was worthwhile, having solved a case, which brought him great satisfaction. Fujiwara Kyosuke was also very content, as the merit he gained transformed into spiritual energy, allowing him to touch the threshold of the 5th tier, estimating that in a few days he would break through to become a level 5 swordsman and high tier mage. At that moment, Kudo Shinichi's peripheral vision caught sight of a fleeting shadow. It was one of the 2 men in black he encountered in the afternoon. Kudo Shinichi's brow furrowed, and he immediately made a decision. Sorry, ran Fujiwara Sonoko. Oh, I suddenly remembered something important. Fujiwara, you take them back first. After saying this, he quickly ran out, chasing after the figure of the man in black. Hey, wait a moment. Oh. Muri Ran instinctively wanted to stop him, but her shoelace suddenly broke, leaving her standing there in a daze. I will catch up with you soon. Kudo Shinichi called back as he ran, but Muri Ran felt an ominous premonition in her heart. What the heck? Suzuki Sonoko looked at the departing back of Kudo Shinichi, feeling extremely dissatisfied. How could he abandon Ran? Maybe there was some unexpected incident. Fujiwara Kyosuke attempted to console her, though his words felt somewhat hollow. He's gone. Muri Ran murmured. For some reason, she suddenly felt that she might never see Shinichi again. All right, I'll take you back first, Fujiwara Kyosuke said with a smile. It was truly a simple matter for Kudo Shinichi to, especially after he exchanged for the time wrapper. Whether Conan could return to being Kudo Shinichi was no longer a troublesome. Don't worry, Kudo. Once I break through to the 9th level and become a sword saint, I will help you revert back. Fujiwara Kyosuke secretly thought. After all, there's only a year in between. Even if 20 years past the timeline of this world remains just a year. He mused. By then I should have broken through to the 9th level. Until then, I can only trouble you, Conan. It's decided. To celebrate the birth of the Conan brand merit detector, I'll exchange a set of solar system kit as a keepsake. Fujiwara Kyosuke's inner thoughts were rich and scheming enough to create a little scene. As for the solar system kit originating from Doraemon, it was an extended version of the Earth kit. Although it was a model, it represented a real solar system where true life forms could emerge, allowing him to observe the world and destroy or create it at will. For instance, he could move Mars into a suitable orbit to nurture life. It was a toy for future children. Thinking of this, Fujiwara Kyosuke genuinely envied the future children of the Doraemon world. 23. Tuchome, Mifune Town. Back home, Fujiwara Kyosuke contemplated the plot of the night. There shouldn't be any murder cases occurring, just a minor kidnapping case involving a little girl. In the end, the dog knight Conan would emerge and save the poor, yet willful little girl. The layout of Fujiwara Kyosuke's house was quite similar to Kudo's. According to his father Fujiwara Yuta, he and Kudo Yusaku were classmates and friends in their youth, even hiring the same team for renovations. Upon reaching the second floor, Fujiwara Kyosuke lightly tapped with his finger, and a door of nothingness suddenly flashed out from the wall. He pushed the door open and entered a new world. This door led to the entrance of another villa which did not exist in the real world, but was situated at the boundary between reality and illusion. Fujiwara Kyosuke walked into this villa, found an empty room, and took out the solar system model he had just exchanged for preparing to assemble it. It's actually a 3D instruction manual. I must say it truly lives up to being a tool from the Doraemon world. Fujiwara Kyosuke opened the manual and saw Doraemon suddenly appear before him. Although it was just a 3D image, it was enough to bring him joy. Ahem. Doraemon coughed lightly and said, "Kyosuke, it's nice to meet you. I'm very happy to." System, how much shock value is needed to exchange for Doraemon? Fujiwara Kyosuke inquired, unable to contain. 100 million. 100 million. Fujiwara Kyosuke was taken aback and demanded, so expensive. The Doraemon exchanged by the system is not the same as the original Doraemon, but rather an upgraded version. More importantly, besides a few tools like the time machine and the phone booth that cannot be used, there are no other restrictions. I see, thinking about it that way, it's actually not expensive at all. So long as he exchanged for Doraemon, he could save a significant amount on tool expenses. It was a win-win situation. With this in mind, Fujiwara Kyosuke thoughtfully remarked, "It seems that the plan to become a world-class magician needs to be put on the agenda sooner. Only fame can bring him exposure, and with exposure, he could obtain a continuous stream of shock value." Unfortunately, current technology only matched the level of the 1990s from the original world. Otherwise, becoming a content creator to earn shock value would have been a good choice. Ahem. Doraemon timely said, "Kyosuke, I'm going to teach you how to construct a galaxy model." "Thank you, Doraemon." Fujiwara Kyosuke thanked him regardless of whether this Doraemon was real or not. Doraemon smiled and said, "The first step is to spread out the cosmic paper." Though called paper, its material was exceptionally sturdy, leaving no traces even when attacked by laser weapons. Fujiwara Kyosuke nodded and followed the instructions. Next, place the molecular cloud on top and wait for it to collapse. When most of the collapsing mass concentrates at the center, a sun will form, while the remaining part flattens into a protoplanetary disk, subsequently forming planets, satellites, asteroids, and other minor celestial bodies of the solar system. Then spray 2 types of dust, A and B, as cosmic dust. With that, the preparatory work is complete. As Doraemon's voice fell, Fujiwara Kyosuke finished the basic setup. Attach the cosmic clock's pointer. After Fujiwara Kyosuke completed this, Doraemon explained intermittently, the formation and evolution of the solar system began 4.6 billion years ago with the gravitational collapse of a small part of a massive molecular cloud. As he spoke, the sun began to form, and the intense heat made Fujiwara Kyosuke somewhat uncomfortable, as the surface temperature of the sun is 6,000 degrees, far beyond what a mortal body like his could endure. "Kyosuke, when you press the switch on the cosmic paper, a cosmic membrane will form around it. This cosmic membrane can completely block the model's influence on reality." Fujiwara Kyosuke followed the instructions, and indeed that intense warmth disappeared. At this point, the sun had already formed, and as he continued adjusting the cosmic clock, all celestial bodies gradually took shape. The Kuiper belt and scattered disk presented themselves one by one, and finally a planet named Tiamat split into the Earth and Moon that Fujiwara Kyosuke was familiar with, while the remaining portion settled in the position of Mars. Thus the solar system was truly formed. "It's magnificent!" Fujiwara Kyosuke exclaimed in awe, his gaze fixed on the miniature solar system. "Kyosuke, you can use the observation mirror to observe it," Doraemon suggested, pointing to a nearby object resembling it. Upon hearing this, Fujiwara Kyosuke eagerly picked up the observation mirror and observed the solar system beyond the membrane. A night passed quickly. Fujiwara Kyosuke had not slept all night, but remained spirited. His Earth had already experienced the first mass extinction of species. The first mass extinction occurred at the end of the Ordovician period 440 million years ago. Due to the cooling of the Earth's climate and falling sea levels, various invertebrates living in the waters became extinct. He witnessed the rise and fall of countless species at an accelerated pace. "Unfortunately, I have school today." Fujiwara Kyosuke synchronized the cosmic clock with the real world, thinking to himself, "Today, I should get in touch with Muri Kagoro, otherwise it would be hard to blend in with the Grim Reaper organization later." Fortunately, his father was classmates with Muri Kagoro, establishing this connection. However, to be safe, Fujiwara Kyosuke still prepared a few bottles of good wine in advance. He thought a wine lover would not be able to refuse world-class liquor. How did someone in your family move in who loves reasoning? As soon as Fujiwara Kyosuke arrived in class, he heard Suzuki Senoko's complaining voice. "Conan is still very cute and has a strong sense of justice. TCH Kudo, the reasoning man, is gone, and now another little reasoning kid has come. What a pain." Suzuki Senoko pouted and glared at the seat that originally belonged to Kudo Shinichi, but was now empty. Fujiwara Kyosuke pretended to be unaware and asked, "Did something happen?" "I heard from Dr. Agasa that Shinichi is tied up with a case and can't get away for now." Muri Ran started to explain. "What the heck?" Suzuki Senoko huffed, indignantly defending her friend. "How can he do this? His woman is here worried about him while he is off having fun. Sonoko. Mori Ran playfully scolded, causing Suzuki Sonoko to fall silent. Didn't he say where he was going? No. I see. Fujiwara Kyosuke pretended to scratch his head. Maybe he'll be back in a few days. By the way, that kid named Conan you mentioned seems quite interesting. Yeah, Conan is very smart. It was evident that Mori Ran was quite fond of Conan, though it was uncertain if she would still feel that way when she discovered that Conan was actually Kudo Shinichi. After all, the two had bathed together before. Though it hadn't happened yet, destiny is destiny, it is bound to happen and no one can escape it. Thinking of Kudo Shinichi possibly being beaten to chips by Mori Ran in the future, a mischievous smile appeared on Fujiwara Kyosuke's face. Hey Fujiwara, what are you so happy about? Suzuki Sonoko approached him looking suspicious. Do you like Ran? With that you actually have decent conditions. How about I help you win Ran's heart? I've long been dissatisfied with that arrogant Sonoko. Mori Ran once again expressed her discontent. No. Fujiwara Kyosuke firmly denied it. Mori Ran was indeed very nice, but she was not his type. Moreover, there was a certain Vinegar King from East Asia eyeing him. He did not want to provoke the Grim Reaper's godson. I was just thinking to Conan that Ran mentioned riding a dog to save people. That picture is truly amusing, ha. He couldn't help but laugh at the thought of Kudo Shinichi becoming a dog knight. Inside the classroom. Now that you mention it, I'm a bit interested in Conan as well. Suzuki Sonoko raised an eyebrow and continued, Xiaolon, let's go to your house to play after school. Of course. It made Mari Ran happy that a friend was coming over, and she added, Kyosuke, do you want to join us? Mari Ran's words struck a chord with Fujiwara Kyosuke, who nodded and said, that sounds good. It's about time I visited Uncle Mari too. Uncle Mari. Suzuki Sonoko exclaimed in surprise, Kyosuke, do you know that uncle? Not really, Fujiwara Kyosuke replied with a smile, but my dad and he were classmates and I heard they had a good relationship. Before coming to Neon, my dad specifically told me to visit Uncle Mari, but since I just arrived and have many things to handle, I haven't had the chance to visit him yet. What a coincidence. Mari Ran asked again, does that mean Uncle Fujiwara also knows my mom? The unbeaten queen of law, right? They were classmates. Not just Aunt Eri, but Aunt Yukiko and Uncle Yusaku were also his high school classmates. When I first learned about Fujiwara Yutai's circle of friends in the outside world, I was quite surprised. I couldn't help but admire the fortune of both the Kudo and Mari families. Of course, Jin's luck was also remarkable. If Kudo Shinichi really had died, I believe an angry Kudo Yusaku would have surely called upon Fujiwara Yutai. Fujiwara Kyosuke estimated that facing his father, the organization could probably hold out for a day, and that was still because their influence spanned the globe, requiring his mother Leona for spatial transportation. Otherwise, a quarter of an hour would be enough. A 9th-level sword spirit, according to the swordsmanship manual, could unleash destructive power comparable to a missile. Back then, Fujiwara Yutai was only an 8th-level sword spirit and could terrify the organization, let alone now. The day's classes quickly came to an end. Fujiwara Kyosuke and the others headed towards the Mari Detective Agency. Hey, isn't that Conan? Mari Ran spotted the bespectacled Conan from afar. A boy in a blue jacket, shorts, and sneakers wearing large framed glasses. Fujiwara Kyosuke looked at the well-known detective often referred to as Adagawa Conan, who had evolved into the godson of death, with great interest. Oh, the godson of death. The godson of Sister Bay. Could it be that Sister Bay and death have that kind of relationship? Blind man, I've discovered something. Sister Ran. Conan pretended to be a child, bouncing toward the three. This is Conan, Mari Ran introduced. Hello, I'm Adagawa Conan, temporarily living at Sister Ran's house. Fujiwara Kyosuke squinted and said, little friend, your sense of logic and speech is quite impressive. Damn, I forgot this guy is a top magician. In my view, top magicians have the ability to read minds. Conan's face turned pale as he stammered. I learned it all. From my uncle. He. Thankfully at that moment Suzuki Sonoko spoke up, saving the famous detective. Little brother, are you Conan? I feel like I've seen that face somewhere. Suzuki Sonoko rested her chin on her hand, her brow slightly furrowed. Hearing Suzuki Sonoko's words, Conan's face turned even paler as he forced a smile. How is that possible? That's true. Suzuki Sonoko didn't think much of it, as she had seen similar faces before. Like during the school trip 2 years ago, she had met a girl from Ikagaka High School who looked almost identical to Ran, and she nearly mistook her. Little brother, you are that dog knight Konakin. Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled broadly and bent down to interestingly, don't say the feeling was really nice. What a brave young man. Fujiwara Kyosuke didn't hold back his praise. You don't understand, I was really scared at that time, Mari Ran said with lingering fear. Conan smiled foolishly while internally complaining. You are the dog knight. Your whole family are dog knights. I'm Fujiwara Kyosuke, just call me Brother Fujiwara. Fujiwara Kyosuke said with a smile in his eyes, his tone meaning, Brother Fujiwara. Conan said reluctantly, internally grumbling. This is Sister Sonoko. Mari Ran took over. Sister Sonoko. Conan had already resigned himself, having been introduced once. He didn't care about a second time. Did you just get out of school, eh? Yes. The four of them walked together. For Conan, the people were still the same four, but their identities had changed dramatically. Conan, I heard from Xiaolon that you especially love reasoning, is that right? Yes. Then you're in luck. I heard Uncle Mari is quite impressive. Really? Conan looked as if he couldn't believe it, almost making Fujiwara Kyosuke laugh out loud. Not just Conan, even Mari Ran, his own daughter, and Suzuki Sonoko, who was familiar with Mari Kagura's character, all wore expressions of disbelief. Of course his talent in solving murder cases may not be as good as Kudo's, but when it comes to tracking people, finding things, searching for pets, investigating affairs, and other detective work, Kudo still has a long way to go. Fujiwara Kyosuke looked at Maori Rand and Suzuki Sonoko and said, "Don't underestimate Uncle Maori, though I've heard my father say that Uncle Morris' grades in the police academy were excellent. That record remains unmatched to this day. To be blunt, all the young police officers in Neon are fans of Uncle Maori." Fujiwara Kyosuke gave these three novices a lesson, making sure they never underestimated Maori Kaguru, especially since this famous detective was now living with his daughter. If they faced a combined attack from the father and daughter, it would be disastrous. Karate plus judo. It might also need to include the shoulder throw from the mother-in-law. After all, Kudo Shinichi's actions were too underhanded. Any parent would not tolerate it. Thinking of this, Fujiwara Kyosuke looked at Conan with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Is that so? Conan didn't notice the disdain in Fujiwara Kyosuke's eyes. He withdrew his contempt for Maori Kaguru and thought carefully about whether he had made any mistakes when facing the other. Maori Detective Agency. Dad, I'm back. Maori Rand pushed the door open, and everyone followed her in, their eyes immediately falling on a slightly tipsy middle-aged man with a small mustache. "Oh, Sonoko, you're here." Maori Kaguru waved his hand nonchalantly. "Uncle Maori, you're drinking again in broad daylight," she said. "What's the problem with that?" Maori Kaguru waved his hand dismissively, then looked at Fujiwara Kyosuke, his eyes instantly becoming much clearer. "Kid, who are you?" Conan, who had been paying attention to Maori Kaguru, immediately noticed the change in the man's gaze, a mix of alertness. Could it be that what Fujiwara said was true and Uncle Maori was pretending to be foolish? Conan's mind raced as he began his reasoning. No, at the crime scene the uncle shouldn't have been pretending, or perhaps I just didn't notice. The uncle indeed acted carelessly, and his investigation into murder cases lacked direction, but he was extremely sensitive to strangers appearing around his family. The clarity that had slipped through in his eyes earlier reminded him of his father Kudo Yusu. "My name is Fujiwara Kyosuke. I'm Fujiwara Yutai's son. I just arrived in Neon for my studies and came to visit Uncle Maori at my father's behest." Fujiwara Kyosuke introduced himself, lightly pointing to the coffee table where 5 bottles of exquisite Romanicani appeared. "I heard that Uncle enjoys drinks. This is my gift, please accept it." "No matter how many times I see it, Kyosuke's magic tricks are still astonishing," Maori Ran exclaimed. "Magic?" Maori Kaguru scoffed and returned to his carefree demeanor, asking, "How are your parents?" "They're fine, just feel like I'm interrupting their couple time, so they sent me to Neon." "They're still the same." Maori Kaguru chuckled and picked up the red wine from the coffee table. "Oh, this is good wine." Maori Kaguru was unable to put the wine down. "I'm glad Uncle Maori likes it," Fujiwara Kyosuke said with a smile, clearly aware of Maori Kaguru's background from his earlier actions. "Come have a seat, Kyosuke. Your father and I are good friends," Maori Kaguru said. "Sure, Uncle." The Mori Detective Agency. Mori Kagoro warmly invited Fujiwara Kyosuke and Suzuki Sonoko to have a meal at his home. As he put it was to welcome Fujiwara Kyosuke. Fujiwara Kyosuke drank a few cups with Mori Kagoro. Being underage, he could only substitute orange juice for alcohol. Nevertheless, Mori Kagoro was thoroughly enjoying himself, occasionally sharing amusing stories from his middle school days with Fujiwara Yuya. As he got into the mood, he started drinking heavily, and Mori Rand felt it inappropriate to scold her father in front of others. Thus, it wasn't long before Mori Kagoro became visibly drunk. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Really, who could it be at this hour? Mori Kagoro swayed as he stood up and opened the office door, a cool breeze brushing against him, bringing a glimmer of clarity back to his eyes. Outside stood a woman wearing a hat, seemingly the client. However, today was the first visit from the son of a childhood friend, so they could discuss the commission tomorrow. After all, there's no rush for searching for people or items. It's just a small matter. Therefore, Mori Kagoro impatiently said, "Mori Detective Agency is closed today. If you have an issue, please come back tomorrow." Wait. As Mori Kagoro was about to close the door, a figure flashed in his mind. He suddenly turned around to look at the woman, his tone shocked as he exclaimed, You seem to be." The woman, seeing that Mori Kagoro recognized her, simply took off her hat, letting her long hair cascade down like a waterfall. "Kouchi Yuko." Mori Kagoro finally confirmed. "Hello." Kouchi Yuko wore a friendly and humble expression, showing no airs of a celebrity. Mori Ran leaned in curiously, asking, "Dad, what brings a celebrity here?" "There must be some commission, right?" Fujiwara Kyosuke replied, thinking they would gain some merit today. The Grim Reaper duo was indeed reliable. "Yes." Kouchi Yuko nodded amicably at Fujiwara Kyosuke and said, "I actually came to request something from Mr. Mori." Upon hearing this, Mori Kagoro dashed back into the room at lightning speed. Bang bang bang, a commotion erupted. When the door opened again, Mori Kagoro appeared completely transformed from his previous disheveled state. Dressed in a suit, he was spirited and showed no trace of drunkenness. He leaned against the doorframe, propping his head with one hand, holding a rose. "You seem to have something on your mind, miss." He closed his eyes, and his pretentious demeanor did indeed give off a hint of it. However, the familiar faces around him looked completely stunned, gaping at Uncle Morris' antics. "Who are you?" Conan voiced the thoughts of Fujiwara Kyosuke and the others. The power of a celebrity is truly formidable. In the second-floor office living room, Kouchi Yuko recounted how she was being watched by unknown individuals. After listening, Mori Kagoro slammed his fist on the table, excitedly exclaiming, "What did you say? You are being watched by unknown individuals?" Kouchi Yuko replied nervously, "Every time I come home, the furniture is rearranged, and I receive mysterious photos. I get silent phone calls every day. Oh, it's really frightening. Damn it. Mori Kagoro clenched his fists angrily. How could anyone do this to Miss Yuko? A man accompanying Kouchi Yuko expressed his concern saying, if possible I'd like to request you to investigate discreetly. He then bowed to everyone and said, please keep this confidential, I beg you. No problem. The others nodded. Being a celebrity, those in the know understand. The ever-present paparazzi require constant vigilance to avoid becoming. However, Mori Kagoro's focus was different from the others. He looked at the man with confusion and asked, who are you? The man took out a business card and handed it to Mori Kagoro saying, I am Miss Yuko's manager Yamagishi Ei. Mori Kagoro's gaze turned scrutinizing as he accepted the business card. Understood, I will conduct the investigation confidentially. Now please write down the address and phone number here. Alright. Kouchi Yuko took the paperwork. After she finished filling it out, Mori Kagoro shamelessly took out a postcard from Kouchi Yuko deadpan saying, please sign your name here too, and don't forget to write for Mr. Kagoro. Kouchi Yuko smiled slightly, not minding, and signed her name along with a blessing as Mori Kagoro requested. Mori Kagoro took back the postcard feeling satisfied, stood up, approached Kouchi Yuko, and confidently said, I am the great detective Mori Kagoro, and I will not disappoint you. Please rest assured, Miss Yuko. Now let's go to Miss Yuko's apartment to investigate together. Can I come too? I want to see what my idol's room looks like. Isn't that right, Conan Sonoko Kyosuke? Just consider it a post-meal stroll. Seeing Mori Ran's vigilant expression, Fujiwara Kyosuke chuckled first. If you all want to come, I welcome it. Kouchi Yuko smiled understandingly. The die was cast and Mori Kagoro couldn't object anymore. He put on a serious face and said to everyone, you absolutely must not interfere with my work, understood? Understood. Everyone replied in unison, but they did not take his words seriously. Downstairs, Fujiwara Kyosuke distinctly sensed the three children in the trunk, but said nothing, pretending not to know. The group drove to the bottom of Kouchi Yuko's apartment. Ah, this is the place. It truly befits Miss Kouchi Yuko. Mori Kagoro exclaimed. Mr. Yamagishi with an awkward expression pulled him aside and whispered, please keep your voice down. Oh, it's a secret that Yuko lives here. A secret? What other secrets could there be after tonight? The group climbed up the stairs and Fujiwara Kyosuke discreetly glanced at the trunk of Kouchi Yuko. Everyone come in. This is it. Kouchi Yuko opened the apartment door only to step back in horror, screaming loudly. What happened, Yuko? Mr. Yamagishi quickly asked. Mori Kagoro's keen senses kicked and he immediately pulled open the apartment door, and Fujiwara Kyosuke saw a plump man lying on the ground, a sharp knife stuck in his back, blood everywhere. It seemed to be a fatal wound. Off. 5 screams erupted, and it was obvious that the young detective league along with Mori Ran and Suzuki Sonoko were the culprits. Fujiwara Kyosuke glanced speechlessly at the 3 kids, still screaming, internally criticizing, how did you get up here so fast? Fujiwara Kyosuke and the others had just arrived, and when they left the 3 kids were still in the trunk, not to mention, truly they were 3 remarkable little ones. Fujiwara Kyosuke sighed, casually performing a rite for the deceased to earn some merit. Mori Kagoro, being a former policeman with ample experience, quickly instructed Mori Ran to call the police. The group waited in the apartment for about 10 minutes before the detectives arrived on the scene. The leader was none other than the sole inspector of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, Inspector Megure. The situation is as follows. According to Miss Kouchi Yuko and the others, when they returned home, this man had already been killed. A low-ranking officer with a notebook reported the situation to Inspector Megure. I've understood the situation. Inspector Megure nodded, and then said to Kouchi Yuko and the others, so the detective with you at that time was. His unkind gaze shifted toward Mori Kagoro. Mori Kagoro saluted and grinned widely, saying, Inspector Megure, that's me. Mori Kagoro. Really, what? Inspector Megure's forehead twitched. My dear Kuta Shinichi, where on earth are you? How I miss the days of solving countless cases alongside Inspector Megure. Mori Kagoro seemed oblivious to Inspector Megure's disdain, continuing to flatter him. But evidently Inspector Megure was not buying it, retorting, it's always your involvement that makes us feel like we've entered a labyrinth, complicating the case further. Mori Kagoro scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. But it's really hot here. Inspector Megure, who was quite plump, was particularly sensitive to temperature. He glanced at Kouchi Yuko and asked, excuse me, do you always keep the heating this strong? No, it's not that strong. Kouchi Yuko replied, puzzled. Moreover, I remember turning off the air conditioning. That's strange. The clueless Inspector Megure began to reminisce about Kuta Shinichi again. After collecting his merit, Fujiwara Kyosuke stayed close to Mori Ran and Suzuki Sonoko. As for the case, well, the lively little detective was already on the hunt for clues. Fujiwara Kyosuke raised his eyes, noticing a child squatting not far from the corpse who appeared calm and showed no signs of panic typically seen in children encountering a corpse. He glanced again at the antics of Mori Kagoro, a slight smile appearing on his face. This duo of a father-in-law and son-in-law was indeed amusing. There's far more to this mystery than meets the eye. Inspector Megure. Conan, momentarily forgetting his current guise, spoke with the unself-conscious confidence of the legendary Heisei Sherlock Holmes. Beside him, Ayumi. What was Ayumi doing here? Fujiwara Kyosuke stared in utter disbelief. Conan entering the crime scene was already baffling. Perhaps the work of some inscrutable cosmic will. But how then had the police allowed an actual child onto the premises? At the sound of Conan's voice, everyone turned their gaze. There he stood, magnifying glass in hand, acquired Waknaware, scanning the scene with practiced precision. Though faint, there are unmistakable traces of water around the body. And this chair, amidst the chaos of the room it alone, sits perfectly aligned. Conan slipped the magnifier into his pocket, crossed his arms, and fixed his gaze with unwavering intensity. Moreover, why raise the room's temperature so drastically? Was it to obscure the true time of death? Yet such a convoluted measure seems unnecessarily laborious. Suddenly the floor before him darkened, a looming shadow falling across his path. The shift jolted him awake to reality. His voice faltered, growing softer as he instinctively turned his head, only to find Inspector Magyar and Detective Muri standing over him, eyes locked upon him with quiet gravity. Ha ha ha. Conan chuckled nervously, attempting to charm his way out of trouble. Then with astonishing audacity, even admonished Ayumi. Now, little ones mustn't speak out of turn, at children only get in the way. That palpable desperate will to survive drew a quiet laugh from Fujiwara Kyosuke. Detective Muri, however, was having none of it. His face flushed with fury, his right fist clenching tightly, ready to deliver a decisive blow. Uncle Muri, Conan's still just a child. Please let this one pass. Fujiwara Kyosuke stepped forward, gently restraining the detective mid-swing. Ran added softly. Exactly. He only wanted to help Dad. Humph. Ran, don't coddle this brat so much. What is he thinking, playing detective at a crime scene? Truly, one could hardly blame Muri for his outburst. Only those who witnessed it firsthand could grasp how utterly absurd it was to see a grade schooler kneeling beside a corpse. All right, Conan. And you too, young lady. Let's step aside. We wouldn't want to hinder Uncle Muri's investigation. Fujiwara Kyosuke guided Conan and Ayumi towards Sonoko Suzuki. Well, you really are cut from the same cloth as that arrogant sleuth. Sonoko rested her chin on her palm, feigning deep contemplation, then blurted, could it be? You're actually Mr. Yusaku's illegitimate son. This time Fujiwara Kyosuke truly couldn't hold back his laughter. Sonoko. Ran shot her a sharp, reproachful glance. How can you say something like that in front of a child? Off. Ayumi suddenly gasped, pointing at Fujiwara Kyosuke. Big brother, you were on the roller coaster that day. That's right. I was, he replied warmly, bending down to ruffle her hair with a gentle smile. You're classmates with Conan then? Ayumi beamed with cheerful certainty. We're best friends. Absolutely. Yoshio and Jintaro nodded vigorously in unison. Not bad at all. Conan's made friends faster than I'd imagined. Ran beamed with genuine delight. She'd worried he'd struggle to fit in, afraid he'd remain isolated at school. Yet here he was effortlessly weaving himself into a circle of trust and affection. Heh. Conan glanced sidelong at Ayumi and the others, his expression flat, deadpan, utterly unimpressed. With Conan temporarily settled, Inspector Magyar approached the body and asked the forensic technician, cause of death confirmed. Yes, the stab wound to the back was fatal. The technician nodded, adding soberly, likely instantaneous. Magyar turned to Okino Yoko. That knife? Is it yours? Yes. Okino Yoko shifted uneasily. Officer, are you accusing Yoko? Yamagishi Sakae, standing beside her, spoke with urgent alarm. Magyar ignored him, pressing on. Have either of you seen the deceased before? Okino hesitated. She hadn't seen the body, nor did she wish to. Few could face a corpse with the same unnerving composure as Conan. Yamagishi, voice taut with tension, admitted, we were too frightened. We didn't look at the body. Then please step forward and identify him. At the sight of the victim's face, both recoiled in visceral horror. I'll take another look. Yamagishi rushed forward, flustered, then inadvertently stepped into a pool of blood. Off balance, he lurched forward and collapsed face down onto the corpse. He scrambled backward, shrieking in panic. So, did you or did you not recognize him? Magyar's voice hardened, edged with impatience. Uncle Muri. Fujiwara Kyosuke beckoned him over. Muri frowned, approaching warily. Kyosuke, what is it? Just now, while Yamagishi was lying atop the body, he quietly slipped something from the victim's hand into his own pocket. Fujiwara leaned in, glancing meaningfully at Conan. I'm right, aren't I, Conan? Conan blinked, startled, suddenly thrust into the spotlight. Fujiwara truly possessed the instincts of a first-rate detective. Big brother Fujiwara is absolutely right. From right here you can see every movement clearly. Could he be the killer? Muri's eyes lit up with fervor. He strode straight to Yamagishi, voice ringing with moral authority. Mr. Yamagishi, hand over the evidence you just took from the body. Refusal will constitute obstruction of justice, and may mark you as a prime suspect. Evidence? What evidence? Magyar frowned in confusion. Just now Kyosuke and Conan saw Yamagishi retrieve an object from the victim's hand and conceal it in his pocket. Muri explained swiftly, then fixed Yamagishi with a piercing glare. So, are you the killer? Trying to destroy the evidence. Could the culprit really be you, Mr. Yamagishi? Magyar, choosing to trust Muri, turned his gaze upon Yamagishi. Suspicion now etched deeply into his features. No, it wasn't me. Yamagishi was near tears. He'd thought his gesture was subtle, nearly invisible, yet it had been caught without effort. But resistance was futile. Under the weight of collective scrutiny, he reluctantly withdrew from his pocket the item he'd taken, the single strand of hair. This. At the sight of the long, dark strand, Magyar and the others paled, and their eyes snapped instantly toward Okino Yoko. The police had no choice but to suspect Okino Yoko as the apartment's owner, and with the victim clutching her hair, the circumstantial evidence pointed squarely at her. What a pity. Fujiwara shrugged lightly. Whether this hair is genuine or not, its passage through a third party renders it inadmissible as direct evidence. At best, it merely supports the possibility of Ms. Okino's involvement. Indeed, who can say whether this isn't a deliberate frame-up by Mr. Yamagishi himself? Conan's voice dropped low grave, oblivious to the bewildered glances now turning toward him. Conan, you know your stuff. Fujiwara gave him a curious half-teasing look, offering him an easy exit. Ha ha ha, I just watched detective shows on TV. Only then did the group's attention finally shift elsewhere. What on earth do today's television programs teach children? Sonoko muttered under her breath. Precisely, Megure agreed, nodding. This strand holds no evidentiary weight. Yet I must still ask Ms. Okino, why was your hair found clutched in the victim's hand? If you cannot explain it, both of you may be charged as accomplices to murder. I don't know. I swear, I have no idea. Okino Yoko's composure shattered. Inspector Megure, how can you leap to such reckless conclusions? Detective Muri, ever her most devoted fan, stepped forward without hesitation. Then tell us, what should we do instead? Miss Yoko, may I ask, does anyone else hold a spare key to your residence? Fujiwara Kyosuke deliberately steered the investigation. After all, it was morally indefensible to torment an innocent young woman. The spare key is in Mr. Yamagishi's possession. Yoko Okino paused thoughtfully before replying. So it is you. Muri Kagoro thrust out his index finger and declared loudly, Yamagishi, cease your denials. You are the culprit. He seized Yamagishi Sake by the collar and demanded, you must have been dumped by Miss Yoko, and now you seek revenge against her, am I right? Hey. Even Inspector Megure could no longer tolerate Muri's baseless accusations and interjected, first present your evidence. Stop speculating recklessly. Don't leap to conclusions as you used to, without grounding them in fact. I'm certainly not speculating without foundation. Muri Kagoro beamed with self-satisfaction. Then I shall listen most attentively, said Inspector Megure, straightening his posture. A girl as charming and endearing as Miss Yoko could never possibly be a murderer. Oh really? Inspector Megure slumped into his chair, utterly drained of words. Haha. While searching for clues, Conan stood speechless. Once again questioning inwardly, was Uncle Muri truly a master of concealed wisdom, or merely a paragon of disguised folly? Yamagishi Sake spoke meekly. Yes, I did possess a spare key, but I lost it 3 days ago. You're lying. Muri Kagoro dismissed the claim outright. I'm telling the truth. Yamagishi retorted. I lost it in the television station's lounge. I even reported it to security. Yoko Okino added. I'm aware of that incident, Mr. Yamagishi is indeed telling the truth. Very well, since Miss Yoko vouches for you, I'll provisionally accept your statement. Muri Kagoro's stance shifted instantly. At that moment, Conan delivered another timely assist. Activating his voice modulator to mimic a forensics officer, Inspector Megure, we found something new beneath the sofa. Upon hearing this, Inspector Megure immediately crouched low, pressing himself to the floor to peer through the gap beneath the sofa. This is... He lifted the object carefully with a handkerchief and exclaimed in surprise, an earring. That belongs to Miss Yuzuko. After studying it closely, Yoko Okino identified it. Miss Yuzuko. Inspector Megure furrowed his brow. The case had just grown far more intricate. Where are you, my dear friend Kudu? She's Izawa Yuzuko, my senior debutante from the same era. If that's the case, Yamagishi Sake interjected, could it be that she harbors resentment because Yoko replaced her as the lead? The truth has been revealed. Muri Kagoro launched once more into his signature Muri elimination method. The culprit is Izawa Yuzuko. Go arrest her at once. Inspector Megure stared blankly. Who's actually in charge here? Then please bring Miss Izawa Yuzuko in. Inspector Megure stroked his chin, rendering his decision. Meanwhile, both men indulged in private mental theatrics. Muri Kagoro, the culprit is Izawa Yuzuko, beyond any doubt. Inspector Megure, from the crime scene, the perpetrator is clearly Yoko Okino. There's no room for error. Fujiwara Kyosuke glanced at them. His extraordinary perception instantly deciphered the two peerless strategists, and he sighed softly, murmuring, truly matched adversaries. Indeed, they're quite something, aren't they? Conan blurted out involuntarily, then instantly caught himself and countered with practiced charm. Brother Fujiwara, what exactly were you referring to? Haha. Fujiwara Kyosuke chose not to indulge Conan's antics, and continued calmly. In truth, this case has long been transparent, though the discovery of the earring has needlessly clouded its clarity. Both Miss Yoko and Mr. Yamagishi possess unassailable alibis, forming a perfect logical loop. Fujiwara Kyosuke glanced at the two men and asked, if Miss Yoko were the killer, wouldn't she have had ample time to submerge the body in the bathtub, thus obscuring the time of death far more effectively? As for Mr. Yamagishi, he lacks any plausible motive to murder the victim. Why? Conan asked curiously. This very point had also puzzled him. We all know Miss Yoko's strand of hair serves as direct, irrefutable evidence pointing to her as the culprit. And yet, as we observed moments ago, that strand was not planted there by Mr. Yamagishi as a frame-up. By extension, Mr. Yamagishi's risky retrieval of the hair implies one of two possibilities. Either they conspired together, or he believed Miss Yoko was guilty and acted to conceal her involvement. They are absolutely not co-conspirators, Conan asserted firmly. Indeed, Fujiwara Kyosuke nodded. Had they been accomplices, the body would now lie submerged in the bathtub, or concealed elsewhere. Add to this the missing key and the discovered earring. Mrs. Awa Yuzuko now stands as the prime suspect. Yet why was the body left here? If her sole aim was to frame Miss Yoko, such a crude attempt would betray shocking contempt for law enforcement. Thus I conclude Mrs. Awa Yuzuko's arrival will unite every loose thread of this case into a single coherent truth. Oh, Conan, you're remarkably perceptive. A faint enigmatic smile played upon Fujiwara Kyosuke's lips. Not at all. Conan's expression flickered. Then he quickly reverted to wide-eyed innocence. I learned everything from Uncle Mori. Soon as Awa Yuzuko arrived, haughty and defiant, repeatedly insisting the victim bore no connection to her what's Mrs. Awa. Entering someone's residence without authorization carries only minor penalties if no harm is done. But lying during a homicide investigation, depending on severity, that may incur months, or even years, of imprisonment, or worse, conviction as an accomplice. Fujiwara Kyosuke's quiet remark landed like a ton of iron upon her shoulders. Yuzuko's face cycled through alarm, defiance, resignation, until finally with a heavy sigh she conceded, fine. You win. She confessed to stealing Yoko Okino's spare key, and admitted to stalking her. That day, as usual, she entered Yoko's apartment, only to be suddenly seized from behind by a man who wrapped his arm. Fortunately, Yuzuko had trained in self-defense, and within seconds she broke free. But realizing her trespass had been exposed, panic overwhelmed her. Her mind went blank, and she fled blindly. In her flight, she dropped her earring at the scene. Beyond that she knew nothing. With these final pieces in place, Fujiwara Kyosuke summoned Mori Kagoro and laid out the full reconstruction in meticulous detail. As for credit, let the famed detective take center stage. Ah, I see. Mori Kagoro's eyes lit up upon hearing Fujiwara's analysis. Clapping him heartily on the shoulder, he declared, no wonder you're the son of Yuta. You're brilliant. Inspector Megure. Mori Kagoro settled onto the sofa with theatrical gravitas. I've deduced the identity of the killer. Who is it? Inspector Megure replied distractedly. Right before our eyes. The killer is the victim himself. Mori Kagoro declared with unwavering certainty. Suicide. A collective gasp swept the room. But how could anyone stab themselves in the back? Precisely. That was his intention. Mori Kagoro gestured emphatically the disarrayed room. The thermostat cranked to extreme heat. The chair near the body, the water stain beside it, and the groove etched into the floor. Inspector Megure, doesn't it evoke something? Could it be? Inspector Megure's eyes widened, suddenly struck by revelation. Exactly, the ice block. Carve a cavity into an ice block, insert the blade upside down, stand atop the chair, align your body over the tip, and simply leap down. The suicide succeeds. Mori Kagoro pointed to the floor. That indentation is irrefutable proof of self-inflicted death. While the intense heat melted away all traces of ice, fabricating the illusion of murder. But why choose Miss Yoko's home for this act? Inspector Megure asked, baffled. Fujiwara Kyosuke interjected quietly. Miss Yoko and Mr. Yamagishi surely knew the deceased intimately. Am I correct? Yoko Okino fell silent. Then, steeling herself, confessed, he was my high school boyfriend. Yoko. Her manager cried out in alarm. Was it retaliation? Because you ended things with him? Shh. Inspector Megure surmised. Yoko Okino reacted fiercely. Impossible. He broke up with me first. I asked him to. Yamagishi Sakae's face turned ashen. Under his confession, Yoko finally learned the truth of that past, and understood how little her affection had ever meant to the deceased compared to cold hard cash. Once Yoko's relationship with the deceased came to light, the final mystery, his motive for suicide, rose unmistakably to the surface. Mistaking Izawa Yuzuko's silhouette for Yoko Okino's, the deceased confronted her, only to be rebuffed. Consumed by hatred and drowning in debt, he devised an elaborate homicide hoax to frame Yoko. What followed unfolded like preordained fate. Police recovered the deceased's diary, and the truth emerged in full. Of the deceased, Fujiwara Kyosuke offered only this terse epitaph, a toad dreaming of swan's flesh. After the idol murder case, Kagoro Mori unexpectedly gained immense fame. Although he did not earn the title of Sleeping Kagoro, he still stood out remarkably. Although Conan did not personally take action, he was in a good mood due to the case being solved. However, he felt a strong battle spirit toward the invisible detective, Fujiwara Kyosuke. Rubbing his hands in anticipation, he prepared to settle scores next time. Time flowed like water, and before he knew it, a week had passed. This week, Conan's activity had been rather lackluster, having only captured a member of an Italian robbery organization with nothing else to show for it. Evening. At the Fujiwara residence. Ring ring ring. Moshi moshi. Fujiwara Kyosuke picked up the receiver, and his mother Leona's voice came through. Kyosuke, how have you been recently? Not bad, I made a few friends quite nice. That's good. They chatted for a bit more, and then Leona suddenly said, Kyosuke, I've booked you a train ticket to Nagano Prefecture for the weekend. Remember to go early. Nagano Prefecture. Fujiwara Kyosuke paused slightly and asked, what am I going there for? Of course, to join the sightseeing tour of Lake Bailyao. I've already signed you up. Kyosuke's mouth twitched slightly. Mom, you should know I don't like sightseeing. What does that matter? Leona said nonchalantly, a friend's daughter signed up for this trip, and I thought since you have time over the next couple of days rather than sitting at home doing nothing, why not go out and take care of her a bit? Your friend's daughter. What's her name? Koju Akiko. Leona said with a hint of laughter. She's a stunning beauty, the only heir of the Red Mage. If you two can develop feelings for each other, I can rest easy waiting for grandchildren. Koju Akiko. Fujiwara Kyosuke was momentarily stunned, that name was quite famous. Long hair, cheerful, calm in emergencies with a long lifespan. She really matched his criteria for a partner surprisingly well. Fujiwara Kyosuke sighed slightly. Unfortunately, it seemed the one she liked was Kaido Kuroba. Mother, I don't want to go. No way. Leona raised her voice. You must go, don't make me come find you right now. Fine, I got it. Fujiwara Kyosuke had no choice but to say, I'll go, you can rest assured. That's good, just don't forget otherwise. Fujiwara Kyosuke put down the phone and after pondering for a moment decided to follow his heart. Leona was not someone to be trifled with. If he dared not to go, the consequences would be dire. The next day, Fujiwara Kyosuke boarded the Shinkansen to Nagano Prefecture alone. As he watched the scenery flash by outside the window, his mind suddenly stirred. He had been so preoccupied with thoughts of Koju Akiko yesterday that he had forgotten the words, Lake Baliao. Legend has it that the lake's water turns to blood. If it is that Lake Baliao, things could get much more interesting. A slight smile crept onto Fujiwara Kyosuke's lips as he murmured, Koju Akiko, could it be that there are magical items there attracting a witch like you? However, I'm not very familiar with Kendaiki's cases and can't predict the future. In Kendaiki's cases, it's quite common for 3 to 4 people to die in a story, isn't it? Fujiwara Kyosuke frowned slightly. If there were innocent people, he still hoped to save them. This was not about being a saint, but rather the compassion of a practitioner. Forget it, I can't think of it anymore. A fate is like this. I can only blame you for not being favored by heaven. Time passed quickly, and the train finally arrived at its destination, Nagano Prefecture. Fujiwara Kyosuke with his backpack walked out of the station and happened to see a boy and a girl. The boy was about 1.7 meters tall, had a ponytail, and looked handsome carrying a red shoulder bag. The girl was slightly shorter than him, wearing a beret, her long hair reaching her waist, and she was very pretty. Is that Kendaichi and Nanae's Miyuki? Fujiwara Kyosuke instantly recognized the two, his eyes shining brightly, resembling Conan's gaze when encountering a case. Kendaichi murder case, victim salvation merit. No doubt about it. On the bus, hey, isn't that Nana-second? A man called out to Nanae's Miyuki beside Kendaichi. Upon hearing the voice, Nanae's turned around and said happily, Hey Tana-senpai. Nani. Kendaichi became tense in an instant. Could it be? You also joined this sightseeing group? What a coincidence. Nanae's Miyuki seemed quite happy to run into a familiar person while traveling. The two sat together, and this scene made Kendaichi behind them grit his teeth. How did it end up like this? That's great, there are young people. I thought it was all old folks, so I was worried earlier. A girl with a bun hairstyle stood up happily and greeted Kendaichi in the front seat. Upon seeing the girl, Kendaichi instantly forgot about Nanae's Miyuki, his eyes wide open, exclaiming, so cute. Fujiwara Kyosuke had just boarded the bus and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This kid was truly talented. A man in a red shirt was quite unhappy with the girl's words. Hey, I'm only 20 years old too. Be quiet, I don't. The girl snorted lightly and then turned to Kendaichi and said, Im Kawanishi Sayuri, and you. Kendaichi immediately blushed and scratched his head saying, Im Kendaichi. Cough, cough. He hadn't finished speaking when he saw Nanae's Miyuki cough in front of him, and he instantly jolted. Sorry, I'm Tachikawa Shigeru. Although I look like this, I'm also a university student. You really look young. Kawanishi Sayuri sat down next to Kendaichi. Kendaichi smiled, awkwardly unsure how to respond. Handsome, Kawanishi Sayuri suddenly exclaimed, so charming, just like a prince stepping out of a painting. Not to mention the infatuated Kawanishi Sayuri, even the composed Nanae's Miyuki was almost captivated when she first saw Fujiwara Kyosuke. Hello. Fujiwara Kyosuke politely greeted them, casually finding a seat at the back by the window. He looked at the scenery outside and had no intention of mingling with the crowd. He had broken through to the 5th level 2 days ago, and his life level had undergone a certain evolution. Just like Koju Akiko, even if she didn't actively release her charm, a mere hint of magical energy would still be overwhelming for ordinary people. Wow! The exclamation this time came from a boy on the bus. So beautiful. Just like a queen. So beautiful. Kendaichi uncontrollably shed tears. Upon hearing the crowd's exclamations, Fujiwara Kyosuke looked over. Koju Akiko. The girl had deep blue medium-length straight hair, wide pupils, and wore a purple coat with blue jeans. Very pretty, no, extremely pretty. Unlike Fujiwara Kyosuke's calm and noble demeanor, the girl appeared quite mysterious, yet this very mystery had a strong allure for men. Of course, this level of magical attraction was trivial for Fujiwara Kyosuke. What he focused more on was the girl's strength, a 5th-level magician. At his level, it wasn't that Fujiwara Kyosuke was weak, but because of his dual cultivation of magic and martial arts, plus not having the help of Conan's merit detector before, he could only rely on his innate talent for cultivation. Previously, his strength might not have been as good as hers. But now, to put it frankly, with one sword strike, he could defeat her. Fujiwara Kyosuke. Koju Akiko, like Fujiwara Kyosuke, paid no attention to the intentions of the crowd on the bus and directly sat down beside him. Fujiwara Kyosuke nodded and politely said, Miss Koju, nice to meet you, please take care of me. Please take care of me. Koju Akiko gazed at Fujiwara Kyosuke, a spark of brilliance flashing in her eyes. Fujiwara Kyosuke instantly felt a powerful mental force rushing toward his consciousness. He couldn't help but smile slightly. While he might be slightly inferior in terms of mysteriousness, he was unafraid of anyone in a pure battle of mental strength. How is this possible? How is this possible? Little Mizuki Koizumi exclaimed softly. Just a moment ago she had invaded the opponent's sea of consciousness with her powerful mental strength and saw a towering spire suppressing heaven and earth. Beside the tower mysterious sword chi crisscrossed and instantly shattered her spiritual attack. Little Mizuki Koizumi's body shuddered slightly and beads of sweat the size of beans flowed down her forehead. After a long while, little Mizuki Koizumi let out a long sigh and said apologetically, "Sorry, I have never encountered a peer from the inner world before. When I first saw you I couldn't help but feel a thrill, so I tried to test you a bit. I hope you can forgive me." Sensing that she was speaking the truth, Fujiwara Kyosuke did not dwell on the matter. He smiled faintly and said, "Miss Koizumi, I am not so petty. Call me Koizumi, and I'll call you Kyosuke, all right? Of course, no problem. You're not here just for a simple trip, are you?" "That is certainly the case." Little Mizuki Koizumi nodded slightly and said, "This time I came out not only to search for a magical artifact, but also and more importantly to meet you. It was my request to Aunt Riona to ask you to come here. To meet me." Fujiwara Kyosuke was slightly surprised. As far as he knew, this sorceress should be extremely proud. How could she possibly want to meet him? "You don't know?" Now it was little Mizuki Koizumi's turn to be surprised. Fujiwara Kyosuke honestly nodded, and, "Well, it's a bit hard for a girl to say." Little Mizuki Koizumi blushed slightly. "It seems you don't know about our engagement." "I see." Fujiwara Kyosuke suddenly realized and looked at her. "So you were just testing me to see if my strength could match?" "Of course not." Little Mizuki Koizumi shook her head and said, "If I did not recognize your strength, I would not have come to meet you even if we are bound by an engagement. You should know that my magical power will constantly leak out. If your strength is insufficient, you would instantly become my slave. Therefore, I will not meet you unless you can withstand my magical power." Fujiwara Kyosuke nodded, finding this girl quite impressive. It seemed no man would refuse a girl who thought of him, especially one as beautiful as a heavenly fairy. It seems everyone has arrived. A man in his 30s with glasses said, "Hello, everyone, I am your tour guide for this trip, Kexue Ikitaru from Swimoka Travel Agency. Please take care of me." The bus left the city and sped towards the outskirts. Fujiwara Kyosuke and little Mizuki Koizumi found their conversation increasingly harmonious. Both possessed profound magical skills and were exceptionally intelligent. Additionally, they did not reject each other, leading to endless common topics. The bus stopped at a certain location. From here it has been designated as a nature reserve, so the vehicle cannot enter. "We will need to walk from here, so please take your luggage." As the tour guide Kexue Ikitaru announced loudly, the group got off the bus. Fujiwara Kyosuke and little Mizuki Koizumi instantly became the focus of everyone. Unlike others with large bags, the two of them only carried backpacks and brought no other luggage. They ignored the crowd as if isolated from the world, following behind Kexue Ikitaru. Little Mizuki Koizumi had such a personality. Besides familiar faces, she was cold as ice, especially toward Fujiwara Kyosuke, on the other hand, was uninterested in engaging with those who would soon become victims. Although he did not know how many people would die in the world of Kendaichi, it was not unusual for 3 or 4 people to die in a case. Moreover, those who usually got killed were rarely worthy of sympathy. The group walked towards the resort under Kexue Ikitaru. After walking for about half an hour, Kendaichi finally could not help but complain, "Mr. Kexue, how much longer do we have to walk?" Kexue Ikitaru spoke while walking about 5 kilometers more. 5,000 meters. That far? Kawakami Sayuri exclaimed. The total area of this bewildered Love Lake resort is about 400 square kilometers, roughly equal to the size of Yokohama City. It's not just about the large area. The resort is quite comprehensive. In addition to vacation lodges, there is also a golf course under construction, a super large swimming pool, and a ski resort with all supporting facilities complete. The grand opening is tomorrow, but we are opening for trial stays now and hope to receive valuable feedback from all guests. As Kexue Ikitaru introduced the entire resort, while walking, the group unknowingly arrived at a cliff with only a dilapidated suspension bridge. Fujiwara Kyosuke looked down and noticed that although there was a river below, the swift current appeared quite intimidating due to the surrounding water. At the suspension bridge, a man dressed in a red shirt, Sudasuchi, exclaimed loudly, "What's going on? How are we supposed to cross this rickety bridge?" Kexue Ikitaru explained, "Although it will be rebuilt before the opening, for now this is the only way to the camp. We have to ask everyone to bear with us, and we appreciate your understanding. If anyone has any questions, you can also return on the path we just came from." Having come this far, of course, no one wanted to go back. At most, they would just mutter a few words questioning the quality of the bridge. The group carefully walked on the swaying, rickety bridge towards the other side. Fujiwara Kyosuke utilized spatial magic to create a spatial corridor beneath his feet. Although little Mizuki Koizumi could not use spatial magic, her proficiency in wind magic was quite high, allowing her to float in the air barely a millimeter above the wooden planks of the suspension bridge. The two exchanged smiles and stepped out first. Seeing them so relaxed and at ease, the crowd felt relieved. Especially Kendaichi, who admired the elegant surroundings and natural scenery, could not help but say the environment here is really nice. Let's come back after it opens. Suddenly, he stepped on a rotten section of the wooden bridge and his feet sank in. "Aichi!" Nana's Miyuki screamed, drawing everyone's attention. Fujiwara Kyosuke responded, quickly stepping forward to Kendaichi's side and using one hand to pull him up with a bit of force. "You're safe." Kendaichi let out a sigh of relief and sat weakly on the wooden planks of the suspension bridge. Kexue Ikitaru glanced at Kendaichi's backpack and frowned. "No to high school." "Kendaichi." "Oh no." A hint of embarrassment appeared on Kendaichi's face. "Your backpack still has a nameplate attached." Kexue Kitaru stood up and looked towards Nana's Miyuki. Just now Miss Nana's called him Aichi, and I found it strange. I'm really sorry. Nana's Miyuki repeatedly apologized because Mr. Tachikawa Shigeru couldn't come. We requested to participate on his behalf. This is quite troublesome. Kexue Kitaru scratched his head unsure of what to do. On one hand, he did not want to drive Kendaichi away. On the other hand, Kendaichi's actions indeed did not comply with the rules. Just as Kexue Kitaru was in a dilemma, Dr. Kyuta Saizaku stepped forward and said, let them go along. Even if we turn back now, we probably won't catch the bus. Yes. Farano Eiji and Kawakami Sayuri also stepped forward to plead. Moreover, it's not easy to return just by walking. You know that this area is vast, and one can get lost if not careful. If anything happens to them, you or the travel agency would bear the responsibility. Under the persuasion of several people, Kexue Kitaru agreed to let Kendaichi stay. That's wonderful. Kendaichi and Nana's Miyuki almost cheered. Since it's on behalf of someone, then you will have no right to participate in that matter. The real estate president Kyuzan Saburo suddenly said. His wife Kyuzan Seiko echoed, yes, it seems Mr. Tachikawa has voluntarily waived his rights. Waived? Fujiwara Kyosuke frowned slightly, as his mother had not mentioned this to him. Not only Fujiwara Kyosuke, but little Mizuki Koizumi and Kendaichi also knew nothing about the matter they spoke of. You really don't know? Suda Tsuchi shrugged and said to them the travel agency will draw 2 lucky travelers from those participating in this sightseeing trip to receive membership vouchers for the bewildered Love Lake Resort. Fujiwara Kyosuke shrugged. He had no interest in such small gains. Little Mizuki Koizumi felt the same way. For her money was the least meaningful thing. So that's how it is. Nana's Miyuki pulled Kendaichi and whispered, no wonder he insisted that you participate using his name. There must be a lot going on behind the scenes. He also didn't explain in advance that was really awkward just now. It's fine. Kendaichi smiled and said he might not have explained in advance because he was afraid you wouldn't want to participate once you knew the details. Let's not mention the membership voucher. Let's just enjoy a pleasant holiday. Then we will withdraw as well. Fujiwara Kyosuke glanced at little Mizuki Koizumi, saw her nodding, and made the decision. Oh, you're such a good guy, little handsome. Kyuzan Seiko squinted her eyes with a smile. Let's continue on our journey. A group of people journeyed long and finally arrived at the resort. It seems quite nice here, said Koizumi Hanko, taking a deep breath and smiling at Fujiwara Kyosuke. Fujiwara Kyosuke nodded, also pleased with the environment. The campsite had bridges and water with a beautiful landscape, and several small villas were built by the water. Since the villas had just been renovated, they were still airing out and would be assigned before dinner, so everyone had to temporarily place their luggage in the communal villa. After placing her luggage, Kawakami Koharu suggested going out for a walk to explore the surroundings. Unfortunately, those who came here either had ulterior motives or were just thinking about membership coupons, with very few genuinely here for a vacation. In the end, only Fujiwara Kyosuke, Koizumi Hanko, Kendaichi, Nana's Miyuki, and Tano Eiji went out. The 5 of them strolled along the lakeside, quickly getting acquainted with one another. Kendaichi, Nana's Miyuki, and Tano Eiji all came from Fudo High School, while Kawakami Koharu was from a girls' high school. Except for Tano Eiji, the other 4 were in their 2nd year of high school. Tano Eiji was in his 3rd year and was a senior to Kendaichi and Nana's Miyuki. What a lovely place. Nana's Miyuki appeared to be in high spirits, though it was unclear if she would still feel this way after a murder occurred. Kawakami Koharu looked at the lake and exclaimed, wow, the water here is so clear. Even Koizumi Hanko seemed relaxed and carefree. It is said. Tano Eiji spoke up, capturing everyone's attention, that there is a very mysterious legend here. A mysterious legend. Tano Eiji stopped walking, gazed at the lake, glanced at his watch, and said, please be patient, it will appear soon. What will appear? Kawakami Koharu couldn't help but ask. Just wait and see. Tano Eiji's words piqued the curiosity of a few, and they all turned their gaze toward the water. As they waited quietly, the sun gradually sank in the west, and the evening glow cast a faint red hue over the lawn. With Kawakami Koharu's startled scream, the lake water began to turn red from the evening glow. It was as red as fresh blood. The entire lake was like blood. This scene shocked everyone, including Fujiwara Kyosuke. There is a widely known legend about the Lake of Tragic Love. Tano Eiji's voice sounded again. There used to be an unnamed village nearby where there was a pair of very loving couples. Unfortunately, for some reason, no matter how much they loved each other, they could never be together in this life. The two could not be together in this life, so they promised to reunite in the next life, and then they both drowned in the bottom. It is said that on the day they committed suicide, the lake water seemed to be moved by their true feelings, mourning and turning red. Since that day, at this time, the lake water will turn a bright red. The name Lake of Tragic Love also spread from that time. What a tragic story, Kawakami Koharu couldn't help but sigh. Tano Eiji pointed at the red lake and explained with a smile, actually, it's just a simple natural phenomenon. After Tano Eiji finished speaking, he continued walking ahead. Fujiwara Kyosuke and Koizumi Hanko exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts simultaneously. Just a moment ago, they did feel the fluctuations of spiritual energy beneath the lake water. However, in the face of such a tragic love, Koizumi Hanko did not want to search for any magical artifacts, as she wished for that artifact to carry their souls and protect their eternal love. Tana-senpai knows quite a lot. Nana's Miyuki appeared to admire him greatly. Kendaichi curled his. Tana-senpai has walked far, let's hurry and catch up. Nana's Miyuki called everyone and quickly followed. Crimson blood, the fire of revenge, burning away all the past. The Grim Reaper descends, the mask appears, bringing ultimate sorrow. Koizumi Hanko suddenly stated such a thing. Your divination? Fujiwara Kyosuke's gaze was fixed on the crimson lake water, a hint of seriousness in his expression. This was his first time handling a case independently, although Kandaichi was with him, who knew how many would be left in the end. For example, Kawakami Koharu, this girl was nice, and he didn't want her to perish. Also, Tano Eiji seemed to have some stories. Fujiwara Kyosuke did not want anything to happen to him either. Kandaichi and Nana's Miyuki were not a concern. Koizumi Hanko nodded and said, although I received the prophecy, I have no clue on its resolution. Don't worry, you won't be in danger. Fujiwara Kyosuke said firmly, his gaze locked onto the crimson lake water. Before long, the sky began to darken. Fujiwara Kyosuke and Koizumi Hanko caught up with the other three and returned together to the communal villa set up at the resort. The group meals for the next few days would take place here, and during leisure time, everyone could also enjoy entertainment in this room. As for the villas where everyone stayed, they were each separated around this communal villa. Fujiwara Kyosuke and Koizumi Hanko chose 2 adjoining villas, and after placing their luggage, everyone gathered together. In the spacious communal villa, various foods were laid out, and cheerful music played in the background. When Fujiwara Kyosuke and Koizumi Hanko returned, several adults had already begun drinking. Fujiwara-san, Koizumi-san, we've been waiting for you. The journalist and amateur writer Itsuki Yusuke waved at the two while holding a cigarette. Sorry to keep you waiting, everyone. Not at all. The two took their seats. To everyone gathering here for this trip. Everyone raised their glasses, and in an instant the atmosphere reached a peak. They chatted and dined feeling quite content. Nana's Miyuki looked at Tano Eiji, her cheeks slightly flushed, and asked, really? Do I look a lot like that girl? Yes, you look exactly the same, Tano Eiji sitting next to her affirmed. Nana's Miyuki suddenly covered her cheeks, feeling embarrassed, and said, I'm so shy. Shozan Seiko teased with a smile. I think a pair of young lovers will soon emerge here. Oh no, that's not it. Tano Eiji scratched his head awkwardly. There's nothing to be shy about, my wife, and I also met at a campsite. Shozan Saburo embraced Shozan Seiko with, what am I even doing here? Kandaichi stood aside holding his cup, watching his childhood friend being teased while the one teasing her wasn't even him. At that moment, Kawakami Koharu leaned over and said to Kandaichi, alright, don't worry about Miyuki. How about you, and I make a pair? Are you Kobayashi the painter? Itsuki Yusuke approached a man who was painting, sounding somewhat surprised. It's a great honor. Are you an artist? Do you have other paintings? Asked the amiable Dr. Kandasizu curiously. It's just a draft. Kobayashi Seiji reluctantly held the painting board close to his chest. I think it would be better not to look at it while dining it, don't you think so, Mr. Kobayashi? Kobayashi Seiji. Fujiwara Kyosuke scanned the crowd, secretly calculating. Shozan couple, Dr. Kandasizu, journalist and amateur writer Itsuki Yusuke, travel agency guide Kuju, Kitaru, famous painter Kobayashi, Seiji University, student Suda, Tsuchi High School students Tano Eiji, Kawakami Koharu, Kandaichi, and Nana's Miyuki. Plus himself and Koizumi Hanko. At this point, the group of 13 was complete. It seems like with all the actors gathered, this grand play is about to begin. Fujiwara Kyosuke speculated in his heart. At that moment, the radio suddenly interrupted with a breaking news report. This morning, a death row inmate escaped from a prison in Nagano Prefecture. Isn't the prison not far from here? Shozan Saburo said with some worry. The criminal is named Motomaru Takudo, 35 years old. 10 years ago, this criminal brutally murdered 13 villagers. An escaped death row inmate. That guy actually broke out. Itsuki Yusuke, journalist and amateur writer, couldn't help but change his expression upon hearing the broadcast. The atmosphere that had just been light and cheerful suddenly turned serious due to this broadcast. How could something like this happen? It's really disappointing. Suda Tsuchi seemed completely unfazed and remarked meaningfully. Things have become somewhat delicate. If a murderer escaped here, then this place is no longer a camping paradise, but rather a hell where we are about to wither. Don't say that. Kawakami Koharu screamed loudly, clearly frightened. For your safety, hurry and leave before you get— Suda Tsuchi grinned sinisterly and said, I'll head back to my room to rest first. Good night, everyone. After that, he glanced at everyone and left through the door. A gathering that should have been lively came to a hasty end. Although the news reached everyone, they merely regarded it as an unpleasant piece of information. After the party concluded, everyone returned to their respective villas. Hongzi, at the crossroads, Fujiwara Kyosuke called out to Koizumi Hanko. What is it? Koizumi Hanko looked at Fujiwara Kyosuke, asking with confusion. During your rest, it's best to set up a barrier. Illusions combined with either attack or defense formations are up to you. Fujiwara Kyosuke reminded carefully. I understand. Koizumi Hanko nodded, half comprehending, and decided to follow Fujiwara Kyosuke's advice. Fujiwara Kyosuke watched Koizumi Hanko enter the villa and then looked up at the stars in the sky. The twinkling stars reflected on the small creek in front of the villa, creating a unique scene. A gentle breeze brushed by, inviting one to close their eyes and enjoy. Suddenly, a strong wind swept through. It tousled Fujiwara Kyosuke's hair as he stood facing the wind, his gaze becoming profound. Indeed, it's like a storm is brewing. Fujiwara Kyosuke murmured, turning to return to his villa. He took out his keys and opened the front door. Fujiwara Kyosuke glanced at the interior of the villa and nodding in satisfaction. The villa was extravagantly decorated with a layout similar to a regular home, complete with a living room, bedroom, bathroom, and more. It was evident that the builders of the resort had put in considerable effort. Returning to his room, he tidied up, and then casually set up an illusion and an attack formation before going to sleep. The next morning, Fujiwara Kyosuke met up with Koizumi Honko, and the two of them headed to the public villa. Under a sturdy century-old tree, a long table was set up laden with a sumptuous breakfast seemingly arranged specifically by the resort. Fujiwara Kyosuke once again felt the goodwill of the organizers. Eating outdoors had its own unique flavor. Shortly after they arrived, Kendaichi and others also showed up. Mr. Kurata hasn't arrived yet. Does anyone know where he went? The person in charge, Kujou A. Kitaru, surveyed. Kusan Saburo speculated, is he still sleeping? After yesterday's exhausting journey, it's understandable to sleep, in Kawanishi Sayuri empathized. Itsuki Yusuke, still smoking a cigarette, grumbled, forget about that guy, let's eat breakfast quickly. In light of yesterday's unexpected events, everyone expressed their dissatisfaction with Kurata Tsuchi, and upon hearing Itsuki Yusuke's words they all responded. Agreed. Especially Kendaichi, who was starving, raised both hands high. Fujiwara Kyosuke felt something drop and quickly dodged. Oh no, bird droppings. Kawanishi Sayuri exclaimed loudly, look up. There are so many crows in the tree. The crowd looked up at the ancient tree only to be confronted with a chilling sight. Groups of crows perched on the treetop densely packed, their cold eyes fixed on the crowd. Crows have long been associated with bad omens, and witnessing this scene made everyone present feel extremely uncomfortable, a chill rising in their hearts. Except for Fujiwara Kyosuke, everyone instinctively took a step back. Damn. Kendaichi caught a glimpse of his breakfast plate, smeared with droppings, feeling a twinge of anger. You guys ruined good food. You can't do this. Itsuki Yusuke took a few steps back, suddenly lunging towards the tree, and then delivered a powerful kick that made the sturdy tree shudder. Caught. His actions were effective. All the crows were startled and flew into the sky. However, their cawing still made everyone feel uncomfortable. Bang! Suddenly, as the crows departed, a body fell from the tree, crashing onto the long table before the crowd could react, scattering food everywhere. Accompanied by the screams of the women present, Fujiwara Kyosuke's expression turned solemn as he quickly scanned everyone's faces but found nothing. Everyone wore serious expressions, varying degrees of fear etched on their faces. Just as Fujiwara Kyosuke was about to approach the body for clues, a slightly cold hand pulled him back. He turned to see Koizumi Honko's somewhat pale face. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you, Fujiwara Kyosuke comforted Koizumi Honko, with a smile softly assuring her. Moreover, that murderer can't harm you at all. Her heart warmed by his sunny smile. Koizumi Honko, despite being a girl, and even a witch, felt a shiver run down her spine at the sight of the corpse, as if all her blood had frozen. By the looks of the clothes. Toyano AG stammered, Kurata. Mr. Kurata. His face is complete. Kujou A. Kitaru was momentarily stunned. Jason. Upon witnessing Kurata Tsuchi's tragic state, Itsuki Yusuke broke into a cold sweat as he gravely stated, this is Jason's modus operandi. After performing a rite for the deceased, Fujiwara Kyosuke revealed a puzzled expression and asked, Mr. Itsuki, you keep emphasizing Jason. Is there a connection between him and Mr. Kurata's death? You've all heard yesterday's news, right? Itsuki Yusuke's eyes reflected a hint of fear as he spoke with a grim expression. The escaped death row inmate is the infamous murderer Jason, who committed a heinous massacre 10 years ago. No doubt about it. I used to work for a photography magazine as a reporter. 10 years ago, I covered the indiscriminate murder case in S Village, Saitama Prefecture, so I remember it vividly. Itsuki Yusuke spoke with a serious expression. Hearing his words, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, their hairs standing on end. Kujou A. Kitaru was so frightened that he became dazed, mumbling unconsciously, indiscriminate murder. Following this, at the urging of the others, Itsuki Yusuke suppressed the terror in his heart and slowly recounted what he knew. 10 years ago in Saitama Prefecture's S Village, a man, due to extreme inferiority, was unable to interact normally with others. By the time he reached 25, he still couldn't find a stable job and would only stay holed up in his room watching rented videos. This man became immersed in the plots on the screen, as if trapped within, gradually beginning to see himself as the protagonist of the movie. Thus, he did something unfathomable. He underwent surgery to alter his face to resemble his favorite movie star. Regrettably, due to multiple surgeries, his face began to deform and ultimately became disfigured. At that moment, he felt remorse. He longed to become the protagonist of a film, but ironically, his disfigured face turned him into a monstrous figure from a horror movie. All of this seemed like fate's design. In the end, he finally transformed into the murderer Jason. The man dressed himself as the monster Jason from a horror movie and brutally killed all 13 people at a gathering. When the police arrived at the scene, the mountain of bodies filled them with overwhelming horror. Even more terrifying was that each corpse's face was mangled beyond recognition. A man's delusion became a reality, giving birth to a true monster, even though his initial aim was to become a hero like the main character. The corpses I saw during the interview, completely disfigured by Jason, look identical to the current Kurata. Itsuki Yusuke took a deep drag from his cigarette. From the depth and shape of the wounds, it's evident that the weapon used was indeed something like an axe. Kobayashi Seiji, looking somewhat gloomy after hearing Itsuki Yusuke's account, spoke up. Mr. Kobayashi, how do you know so much in detail? Fujiwara Kyosuke frowned slightly, casting a suspicious glance at him. He thought to himself, it shouldn't be him. When he saw the body, there was no killing intent, only a hint of morbid curiosity. I heard that after Jason was arrested he was sentenced to death immediately, but unexpectedly that was just a rumor. He actually served his sentence nearby. What? Are you kidding me? That kind of person is actually nearby. Kusan Saburo exclaimed in terror, shouting at the person in charge. Kyuju Ikitaru, call the police quickly. His loud shout snapped the dazed Kyuju Ikitaru back to reality as he hurriedly ran indoors with everyone following. However, when Kyuju Ikitaru picked up the phone receiver he discovered that he couldn't get through. It seems the phone line has been cut, Fujiwara Kyosuke said after checking the phone line. Damn it, does anyone have a mobile phone? Kusan Saburo asked those nearby. Fujiwara Kyosuke shook his head. It's useless, even if there was a mobile phone there's no signal here. The Sad Love Lake Resort. Public Villa. Everyone felt a chill in their bodies as the shadow of death loomed over them. Xiangshan Sanlang grabbed Kyuto Shotaru by the collar, shouting angrily. You are the person in charge of this trip, right? Think of a solution fast. It's useless. As long as we don't initiate contact, no one will disturb us until the journey is over. Kyuto Shotaru looked somewhat dazed. Hishi Xiaobai said in panic. Are you saying we have to stay here for 4 more days before the bus arrives to pick us up? Her voice trembled on the verge of tears. This is not the time to discuss that. Yano Eiji stepped forward and suggested, we should leave on foot. There must be a way once we reach the parking lot. Xiangshan Sanlang's eyes lit up slightly. Yes, let's go back. What about the membership vouchers? We barely made it here. Fujiwara Kyosuke heard such childish remarks and retorted, someone has already been killed, and we don't know who the next victim will be. It could be me, or it could be you. Right now survival is the most important thing. If we lose our lives, what meaning does the membership voucher hold? Kyosuke is right, let's head back first. Kendaichi also agreed with Yano Eiji, and Fujiwara Kyosuke leaving is better than waiting for death. Although it was uncertain if it was Jason's doing, the fact that someone had died was undeniable, it was no longer safe here. Alright, let's go. The group made their decision, hastily gathered their belongings, and quickly headed towards the wooden bridge. However, the 5-kilometer journey was far too long enough for accidents to occur. When the group reached halfway, thick smoke began to rise in the distance. That smoke is coming from the suspension bridge. Koizumi Akiko stopped and said. Fujiwara Kyosuke also halted, his gaze lingering subtly on Yano Eiji. He pondered, though it is only natural for him to suggest this, it seems a bit too coincidental. It's as if he wants to crush everyone's hope of survival, plunging the already terrified group into endless despair. Smoke. Kendaichi and Nanace Miyuki beside them also looked up. It can't be coming from the direction of the suspension bridge, can it? Seeing the direction of the fire, everyone panicked again. When they reached the suspension bridge, the already dilapidated structure was fully engulfed in flames. Before long, the burning ropes snapped along with the flaming bridge, crashing into the river, while Fujiwara Kyosuke and his group found themselves completely trapped in the resort due to the bridge's collapse. Fujiwara Kyosuke surveyed the surroundings. The remains of the bridge sank into the water, leaving only cliffs that ordinary people, like Kendaichi, could not cross, while the acrid smell of burning would fill the air. Looking down, the turbulent river flowed fiercely like thunderous waves crashing against the shore. Dark clouds drifted ominously across the sky. This scene appeared eerie to everyone, as if hinting at their fate, sending a chill up their spines. This bridge is the only way to leave this place. Kyuto Shotaru slumped to the ground, face filled with despair. Did Jason do this too? Hishi Xiaobei's expression grew increasingly terrified. It was the killer's doing. Fujiwara Kyosuke pointed not far away and said, look, the burning suspension bridge clearly has combustible materials. In other words, this was man-made. Similarly, this killer is also on this side of the valley right here with us. Hep. Itsuki Yusuke sneered. So we are completely trapped here, stuck in the cage of the killer. Hearing what the two said, everyone couldn't help but feel anxious. The thought of being on an unescapable island with a murderer filled their hearts with despair. Sigh. Fujiwara Kyosuke sighed. Blizzard Mountain Villa mode. Is this killer really Jason? He questioned in his heart, could it be that the other party had an epiphany during his time in prison? No one answered his question, and it could be said that everyone now was unsure if the killer was Jason. They could only say that he had the highest probability. For a while, the area in front of the suspension bridge fell silent, with only the sound of the rushing water beating against the rocks, the heavy atmosphere, seemingly revealing an unknown terror. Half an hour later, the group returned to the public villa, listlessly gathering in the dining hall to eat. In such a heavy atmosphere, they began to discuss strategies. Fujiwara Kyosuke and Koizumi Akiko remained remarkably calm. At worst, they could just open a spatial door and leave. Unfortunately, ordinary people can't withstand spatial energy. If not, I would have directly taken them away regardless of whether it was Jason or not, and we could just erase their memories afterward. He even hoped that the other party would attack him, making it easy to catch the killer and solve the case. Although he had a suspect in mind, he lacked evidence and could only remain slightly vigilant. What should we do now? Xiangshan Sanlang cradled his head, his emotions on the brink of collapse. The killer might attack us at any moment. Isn't it possible to cross that forest to seek help? Kyuta Saizaku raised his question. It's too dangerous. We don't have a map. Trying to escape this primitive forest is akin to seeking death. If we encounter something in the forest. Hearing his words, everyone had to abandon this option and fell silent again. Hey, this is getting interesting. For the next 4 days before someone comes to rescue us, we have to stay in Jason's prison. Itsuki Yusuke spoke with a hint of sarcasm, unsure if he was mocking Jason or himself. Damn it. I must sue Mizuki Travel Agency. Xiangshan Samlang, holding his suitcase, shouted in frustration. If it weren't for them organizing this event, I wouldn't be. Please calm down, Mr. Xiangshan. Kyuta Saizaku stopped his wild behavior and reassured. What's most important now is for everyone to brainstorm and think of ways to ensure our safety. How can I not be agitated at a time like this? Xiangshan Samlang's nerves were overly excited due to tension. He turned to look at Kobayashi Seiji, who was surprisingly sitting calmly on the sofa drawing, and suddenly felt angry. Fuming, he disregarded Kyuta Saizaku's obstruction and rushed forward, snatching the sketchbook from Kobayashi Seiji's hands, shouting in frustration, "At a time like this, you still have the mood to draw." Everyone watched Xiangshan Samlang's frenzy with cold eyes, not saying a word. This is... Xiangshan Samlang's voice rose again, growing louder, irritating everyone. But, a drawing. Karada, what the heck is this? Everyone looked over, and except for Itsuki Yusuke, they all showed a different expression. Kobayashi Seiji's drawing was distinctly the corpse of Karada Tsuchi. How could someone draw a corpse? Hishi Xiaobai looked at Kobayashi Seiji in horror, seemingly unable to believe that he could draw such a terrifying thing. She thought she would never learn art in the future. Haha, are we starting to work now? Unlike everyone else, Itsuki Yusuke burst into laughter, explaining, Kobayashi Seiji was a genius painter who shook the neon art scene 10 years ago, but after that calamity, he could only draw corpses. Calamity? Fujiwara Kyosuke frowned slightly, feeling that this calamity might be a breakthrough in the case. Itsuki Yusuke sneered. His corpse drawings are so lifelike that some even rumored he really killed someone. What kind of world is this? I must leave here. Mr. Xiangshan Kandaichi advised. Have you considered what would happen if you encountered Jason in the forest? Mr. Xiangshan, don't act rashly. The good-natured Kyuta Saizaku quickly went to stop him. Don't touch me. In the midst of the chaos, Xiangshan Samlang's suitcase bumped against the table, suddenly bursting open, and countless 1,000-yen bills scattered into the air. Kandaichi exclaimed, "These are all 1,000-yen bills. How could you bring so much money just for a trip?" Mine. Mine. All mine. On the ground, Xiangshan Samlang ignored Kandaichi, desperately gathering the money, scrambling to his feet, and pointing at everyone, declaring, "I'll escape from here, even if it costs me my life. I'd rather die in the forest than wait to die in this place." After saying this, Xiangshan Samlang turned and left without looking back, walking further away. In the Xiangshan couple's villa. "What are you doing out so late?" Mrs. Xiangshan asked, wearing her nightgown. "Leaving this place." Xiangshan Samlang said firmly, "I used to climb mountains often when I was young. This forest should be no challenge for me. I want leave. If I escape now, I'll lose the chance to get the membership voucher." Mrs. Xiangshan lit a cigarette, speaking in a light-hearted tone. "You woman." Xiangshan Samlang was taken aback, perhaps not expecting her to say that, and after a long pause he said, "Do as you wish." With that, he left the campsite, clutching his suitcase filled with 1,000-yen bills without looking back. In the villa of Koizumi Honko, Fujiwara Kyosuke and Koizumi Honko sat across from each other, discussing the case. "Kyosuke, do you think Jason is from the underworld?" Koizumi Honko furrowed her brows, feeling an eerie vibe surrounding the case. That doesn't add up. If he were from the underworld, how could he have been arrested by the police in the first place? Moreover, even if he really is from the underworld, having committed such a grave crime, he should have been sentenced to death by the security department long ago. You see, the penalties in the underworld are far more severe than in the surface world. Unless ordinary people provoke those from the underworld, they are not to casually kill ordinary people. At her words, a flash of insight struck Fujiwara Kyosuke. That's it. Fujiwara Kyosuke's gaze sharpened as he suddenly thought, if the so-called Jason were an ordinary person. After all, the prison is a good 40 kilometers away. Even if Jason had an exceptional physique, after days of fleeing, he would need to find food while evading police pursuit. Does he really have the ability to kill an adult? Isn't it more likely he was killed in retaliation? If the other party were a ghost or someone from the underworld, then the two magicians could quickly locate him the moment he attacked Kurita Zuichi. Moreover, Fujiwara Kyosuke had a jade talisman in his possession, crafted by his mother, which not only served as protection, but could also sense special individuals within a 3-mile radius. Therefore, the murderer is definitely not Jason nor a ghost, and certainly not someone from the underworld. He is just an... With this thought, Fujiwara Kyosuke's mind became clear. The clues about the murderer gradually piecing together, and most of the puzzle pieces had already been collected. It seems you've already identified a suspect. There is a peculiar feeling in the world where two people having just met seem to understand each other as if they had known each other for a long time. Koizumi Honko felt this sensation very strongly at that moment. And the object of this feeling was Fujiwara Kyosuke. In that instant, she suddenly recalled the divination she did before leaving. The prince descends accompanied by a witch for a lifetime, never depart. Is it really him? Koizumi Honko glanced at Fujiwara Kyosuke, thinking, it should be otherwise. How could I feel this way? I also wonder whether he prefers boys or girls. Twins would be fine too. Ugh, why am I even thinking about this? Indeed, there is some suspicion now. Fujiwara Kyosuke had no idea that in that brief moment Koizumi Honko was already contemplating the gender of their future child. He nodded and smiled, saying, I've had my suspicions about him for a while now. Oh, I just lacked evidence. But I believe he has gone to such lengths to trap us here. He will definitely commit more crimes, and when that happens, I'll just apprehend him. That works. Koizumi Honko replied absent-mindedly, still pondering whether they would have a boy or a girl. Such matters are hardly important in the eyes of a witch. The next morning, Mr. Koshan entered the forest overnight. Lady, why didn't you stop him? Yanagihara Ag said anxiously. He didn't bring a map or equipment, or rashly entering the forest is tantamount to suicide. When Fujiwara Kyosuke and Koizumi Honko came down for breakfast that morning, they heard this alarming news. Why are you blaming me? If he insists on leaving, what can I do? Mrs. Koshan said angrily, directing a stern gaze at Kyuju Akitaru to shift the blame. Mr. Kyuju, you are the one responsible for this trip, right? Ensuring the safety of the guests is your duty. But there is Jason in the forest. Kyuju Akitaru shrank back, his face pale, clearly frightened out of his wits. Arguing will accomplish nothing. Oh, let's split up and look for Mr. Koshan. Kendaichi intervened to stop their quarrel. What Kendaichi says is true. Dr. Kata Saizaku also stepped in as a mediator, saying Mr. Kyuju is as scared of Jason as everyone else, but we cannot just leave Mr. Koshan behind, can we? Finding him is fine, but it's best not to enter the forest. I won't risk my life to save another. Yamaki Yusuke took a puff of smoke and said disdainfully, besides, Mr. Koshan willingly entered the forest. It has nothing to do with us. Moreover, he glanced around at everyone, his tone strangely suggesting, this forest is Jason's hunting ground. That old man might have already been hacked to pieces. I can almost foresee that scene. Yamaki Yusuke said ominously. He walks alone in the dense primordial forest. Suddenly he hears rustling from the bushes behind him and the breath of a wild beast, quick and frantic. He is terrified but feels a glimmer of hope. Mechanically turning around to see a burly man wearing a mask, he deliberately paused, raising his tone dramatically, wielding an axe. Enough. Kawasaki Sayuri was frightened by Yamaki Yusuke's description, quickly covering her face and hiding behind Koizumi Honko. Huh. Yamaki Yusuke chuckled, darkly walking toward the villa. We'd better pray for our own safety lest we inadvertently fall into Jason's trap. The crowd fell silent, but they didn't find anything wrong with what Yamaki Yusuke said. The members of the travel group were merely passing acquaintances who would be willing to risk their own life to save another. Moreover, this person's fate was uncertain. A moment's inattention might lead to losing both their life and the precious relationship. Although Yamaki Yusuke's words weren't pleasant, they were all reasonable. Mrs. Koshan, why did Mr. Koshan bring so much money when he went out? Fujiwara Kyosuke asked Koshan Seiko, a blue glint flashing in his eyes. Isn't it because he is stingy? Koshan Seiko replied unhappily. He fears the bank might collapse if he keeps his money there, and if he keeps it at home, he worries about theft. So he can only carry it with him. Don't you care about the whereabouts of that money? It is your shared property, isn't it? Koshan Seiko scoffed, dismissing it. That money isn't for me. I am his second wife. Although he has no feelings for the first wife anymore, he still gives that woman's son plenty of money. That guy said something about starting a business. Tisk TSK, in the end he achieved nothing. Fujiwara Kyosuke nodded and asked, then what is your purpose for coming this time? Of course it is for the membership, Koshan Seiko replied. Don't underestimate the membership vouchers. I think their purpose for coming is also for 2 membership vouchers. Is there some secret behind it? You might not know, but although the membership vouchers for the Burn Lake Resort won't go on sale until next year, applications have already been oversubscribed, and they will even use a lottery system to determine ownership. After telling you so much, a rich young master like you wouldn't understand. But let me just say one thing, and you might understand. Koshan Seiko's eyes gleamed with greed, her voice like that of an enchanting witch. The value of a membership voucher is at least 50 million, even over 1 billion yen. One trip can provide the opportunity to obtain a membership voucher. Who wouldn't be tempted? Who wouldn't want one? I see. At this moment Fujiwara Kyosuke had come to understand many things. Hey. As Yamaki Yusuke pushed open the villa door, he suddenly exclaimed, What happened? The villa has been wrecked beyond. Hearing this, Fujiwara Kyosuke and the others quickly walked to the villa entrance and discovered that just as Yamaki Yusuke had said, the entire house was in disarray. Additionally, several thousand yen bills were scattered across the floor, leading towards the direction of the refrigerator, quickly catching the attention of Fujiwara Kyosuke and Yamaki Yusuke. The two exchanged glances and nodded to each other. Yamaki Yusuke took a deep breath and pulled open the refrigerator door, instantly narrowing his pupils. A mutilated corpse fell out of the refrigerator. Husband. Koshan Seiko fainted due to dizziness. Although their marital relationship was far from harmonious, they were still connected by a night of marriage. Seeing her husband's corpse, claiming she wasn't saddened would be a lie. Yanagihara Ag hurriedly stepped forward to support her. After Fujiwara Kyosuke completed the morning rites, he looked down at the corpse. Although the face was disfigured judging by the clothing, it was highly likely to be Koshan Saburo, who had entered the forest yesterday. The corpse had already stiffened and appeared to have been dead for some time. On the other side, Kendaichi inspected the ingredients inside the refrigerator, finding them somewhat scattered, but showing no obvious signs of reduction. Dirt. Fujiwara Kyosuke noticed dirt on the refrigerator on Koshan Saburo's feet and under his fingernails. This indicates that Koshan Saburo was indeed killed after entering the forest, and the murderer even specifically placed the body in the freezer. Honko, please call Mr. Kyuju for me and ask him to help confirm whether there has been any reduction in the food inside the refrigerator. Although Fujiwara Kyosuke believed the murderer wouldn't strike during the day, better safe than sorry, sending Koizumi Honko was undoubtedly more reliable than Nanae Miyuki. The public villa at Balian Lake. Jean Tianyi, I'm going to check the living room. Mr. Judy Ao will be here soon, so please keep an eye on him and make sure he confirms if there is any shortage of food inside. Seeing that there were no clues here, Fujiwara Kyosuke decided to go check the living room for any missed details. Got it, Jin Tian nodded in agreement, continuing to examine the scene. Fujiwara Kyosuke arrived at the living room. It was in disarray with hardly anything intact. If the food in the fridge isn't missing, then it rules out the possibility of Jason being the culprit. Fujiwara Kyosuke thought to himself as he observed the wrecked living room. The scattered couch lay in disarray, and the vases and decorations in the living room had been smashed. That should be the radio reporting Jason's escape, but it seems it hasn't escaped the clutches of misfortune. Fujiwara Kyosuke stroked his chin, just about to leave when a spark of inspiration flashed through his mind. Wait, the radio, is it broken too? Fujiwara Kyosuke's eyes lit up as he quickly walked over, discovering that it was indeed the radio, and it was indeed broken. I see. Once Jin Tianyi confirms this, and we uncover the murderer's motive, this case will be resolved. A quarter of an hour later. Mr. Judieo has checked the food, and it hasn't been taken by Jason. Kazumi Akiko and others approached to inform Fujiwara Kyosuke of the results. Mr. Judieo, are there any residence or convenience stores nearby? Fujiwara Kyosuke cautiously. Judieo Akitaru pondered for a moment before replying. Due to the construction of the resort, coupled with the fact that this area is remote and has a prison, there haven't been any residents living within a 40-kilometer radius, and naturally, there are no convenience stores either. Of course, once the resort opens next year, a large supermarket will naturally settle here. I see. Fujiwara Kyosuke's mind raced. If an inmate escaped here with no residences or convenience stores along the way and had to evade police pursuit, how could they have the opportunity to commit murder? Even if the person had psychological issues and couldn't be judged by common sense, there were still 2 days between the death of Kurata Tsuchi and the murder of Kazumi Saburo. Didn't he need to eat? That simply doesn't make sense. But if he needed to eat facing a fridge full of food, he took nothing, as if he didn't need to eat at all. It was contradictory. Too unreasonable. Furthermore, last night it had been ruled out that the person was a special staff member. Thus, there could be only one conclusion: the culprit was an insider. Everything made sense now. The culprit did not need to eat, but boldly sat down to eat with everyone. Fujiwara Kyosuke glanced again at the living room. Why did the murderer destroy the living room? If they were an insider, it must have been to cover something up. But what were they trying to conceal? Jason. Right, Jason. Fujiwara Kyosuke's eyes brightened. Since the culprit was impersonating Jason, then the real Jason had never escaped, or perhaps he had indeed been executed and died 10 years ago. The radio. The damaged radio reappeared in his mind. Everyone thought Jason had arrived at the resort upon hearing the radio content, naturally linking the culprit with Jason. So, killing Kazumi Saburo and laboriously moving him into the fridge of this villa was likely to destroy this, or perhaps to destroy the radio. Only by eliminating the evidence of the false narrative of Jason's escape could everyone avoid suspecting those around them and instead focus on the non-existent Jason. He recalled the events of that night, quickly pinpointing the murderer and finding the evidence. The culprit must be him. Calmly putting the radio away into his space, Fujiwara Kyosuke left the public villa with Kazumi Akiko. Lunchtime. Everyone tidied up the room, and a sumptuous spread of food was once again laid out on the table. But looking at the tempting food, Kawanishi Sayuri felt a bit queasy. I still can't eat. All of this food was taken out from that fridge. It was once stored with that uncle's corpse. Kawanishi Sayuri covered her mouth, feeling nauseous. Can you really eat this without any worries? Fujiwara Kyosuke and Kazumi Akiko were unfazed. The two had just visited Dr. Agasa's house through the space portal and had lunch there. Don't mind her. Those who don't want to eat shouldn't be forced to. Itsuki Yukai suddenly took a big bite of meat, savoring. Fujiwara Kyosuke could tell that despite Itsuki Yukai's harsh demeanor, he was trying to provoke Kawanishi Sayuri to eat. Could you change your attitude? Furano Ag said angrily. Do you know that if you continue like this, you might be isolated? Thanks for your concern, little brother. I came here alone, so even though everyone here has met with misfortune, I am confident I can survive. Itsuki Yukai spoke in a displeasing tone, stirring the atmosphere around them once again into heaviness. After lunch, everyone dispersed. In Fujiwara Kyosuke's villa, on the coffee table lay an intact radio, and it was playing the news about Jason. I just returned home through the time portal and found information regarding Mizuki Travel Agency and the past experiences of these people. Indeed, I've gained quite a lot. Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled. Is there some hidden truth behind this case? Kazumi Akiko asked curiously. Of course. Otherwise, why would the murderer create a non-existent Jason? These people, apart from Jin Tianyi, Nana's Miyuki, and Furano Ag, share 2 common points, which could be the trigger for their fateful encounter at Balian Lake. Fujiwara Kyosuke elaborated on the information he had to Kazumi Akiko. With this recording, I believe you have gathered all the clues in your possession. Yes, the clues are complete. After identifying the murderer, Fujiwara Kyosuke finally smiled. This, Fujiwara Kyosuke confidently declared, his voice resonant. An hour later, in the living room of the public villa, Fujiwara Kyosuke gathered everyone together. Once everyone had arrived, Fujiwara Kyosuke said, the truth of this case has finally come to light. Hearing this, everyone was slightly stunned. Although they were mentally prepared, they still felt somewhat lost. Now let's get to the main topic. Main topic. Fujiwara Kyosuke nodded lightly. The culprit is not Jason, right? Furano Ag asked with a hint of confusion. Jason. Fujiwara Kyosuke chuckled, as if performing magic, placing the intact radio on the table. This radio wasn't damaged too badly, I just happened to fix it. Fujiwara Kyosuke couldn't explain how he left this place to go to distant Tokyo, so he could only take the credit for himself. Pressing the play button, Fujiwara Kyosuke said, "Everyone please don't be too surprised." As everyone was puzzled, a voice emanated from the radio. This morning a death row inmate escaped from the prison in Nagano Prefecture. The inmate's name is Motomaru Takuto, 35 years old. 10 years ago, this criminal viciously murdered 13 villagers. How could this be? Itsuki Yukai's expression changed drastically, as if he recalled something. This is the key evidence. There is no Jason at Balian Lake. Fujiwara Kyosuke asserted. Mr. Itsuki, you mentioned that Jason was sentenced to death 10 years ago. Exactly. Initially, I was perplexed as to why the earlier reports were distorted. Now hearing this recording, I finally understand it was all a ruse. Itsuki Yukai took a drag from his cigarette self-deprecatingly, saying, "It was merely a low-end scam created by the real culprit to instill panic. Little did I know I had stepped into the murderer's trap like a clown." Hearing Fujiwara Kyosuke and Itsuki Yukai, everyone understood. There was no Jason. Everything was a fabrication of false news spun by the real culprit through the radio. In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense once again. Kazumi Seiko and the others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with trepidation. Since the so-called Jason never existed from the start, then, Fujiwara Kyosuke's gaze swept across everyone as he slowly spoke. "Then, we need to find the common points among you." "Common points?" Kawanishi Sayuri asked, puzzled. "Your commonality lies in the motive behind the killer's actions, which is the reason for their murders." Fujiwara Kyosuke glanced at everyone and said, "This trip to the Lake of Tragic Love may have been designed as a trap to kill all of you. Our appearance, along with that of Akiko, was an unexpected factor for the killer, while Kendaichi and Miyuki's presence disrupted their plans. I suspect that Miyuki's cousin, named Tachibana Shigeru, is already on his way here." "Off." Nanace Miyuki exclaimed, but he couldn't come because he had something to do right. However, if someone familiar called him over saying there was something urgent that couldn't be explained over the phone, he would likely not. Kendaichi suddenly spoke up. "Now I give you two choices." Fujiwara Kyosuke tapped the table with his index finger and said, "The first choice is for everyone to stay in one room under our supervision, waiting for the true killer to reveal themselves, and wait for the police to come to our rescue. Since the killer is among us, there will definitely be hidden weapons and clothes used. At that time, the police can quickly identify the culprit by testing the DNA residue on the clothes and comparing it with each of you. The second choice is to find the criminal right now, but even after identifying them, you would still have to live in fear, which is no..." Fujiwara Kyosuke looked around, providing two choices. But no matter which option the crowd chose, the killer would have no opportunity to act next. It was only a matter of time before they were caught. "I choose the second option. Seriously. Last time it was the shipwreck incident, and now it's the killer. Next time, no matter what conditions are offered, I will never accept another invitation from Mizuki Travel Agency." Madame Kuyama took a deep puff of her women's cigarette, expressing her dissatisfaction. With her words, the atmosphere in the room suddenly turned tense. "As you wish. From the looks on your faces, you should understand what commonality means, just like you do now." In an instant, the expressions of the crowd turned grim, likely recalling the unpleasant memories from 3 years ago. A luxury liner collided with a cruise ship at sea, and at that time, everyone was aboard the luxury liner. How could I ever forget this incident? Witsuki Yusuke took a deep drag on his cigarette, feeling an inexplicable agitation within. Those related to that incident couldn't help but nod. They all bore psychological scars to varying degrees, with fear of water being one of them. Even Kobayashi Seiji became gloomy and started drawing corpses. "Of course, your commonality doesn't end there." Fujiwara Kyosuke spoke again, pulling everyone's thoughts back from that calamity into reality. They began to understand that they were all passengers on the luxury cruise ship, and there had to be a reason for their gathering here. "Mr. Witsuki." Fujiwara Kyosuke looked at Witsuki Yusuke and said, "Witsuki Yusuke is probably not your real name, right?" Witsuki Yusuke was momentarily taken aback, then nodded and said, "My original name is Takamura Shinsuke, and I took the pen name Witsuki Yusuke when I became a part-time author last year. Takamura Shinsuke Karada Tsuchi Kuyama, Saburo Kuyama Seiko Kawanishi Sayuri Kandasaizaku." Fujiwara Kyosuke pointed out each name, smiling. "Don't you all understand yet?" "KS." Kendaichi interjected. "Their name initials all spell KS." "Exactly. All of you have experienced the shipwreck incident, and all of your English initials are KS. And among these, except for the 4 of us who accidentally mixed in, only one person's English initials are not KS. The killer is you." Fujiwara Kyosuke's eyes were sharp as an eagle, fixed intently on the flustered Tono. The people around Tono Ag stepped back in unison, their inquisitive gazes focused on him. Wait a minute." Tono Ag stood up nervously to explain. "I have a reason for being here. The owner of Mizuki Travel Agency, who is also the owner of the construction company developing this resort, is my father. Since he needed to understand the true reactions of the visitors, my father asked me to disguise myself as a tourist and blend in. I was afraid of being held accountable, so I kept silent." Tono Ag's explanation surprised the crowd, causing them to once again fall into doubt. "Is that so?" Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled lightly. "That night it was you who turned on the radio, wasn't it?" Tono Ag paused, wanting to say something, but unsure where to start. "Moreover, it is precisely because of your identity that you were able to gather them together, isn't it?" Looking at Tono Ag's repeatedly changing expression, Fujiwara Kyosuke chuckled again. Or should we search you and your room to see if there's anything extra? Your plan has not yet been completed, and with the Blizzard Mountain Villa mode you have become reckless. I believe many pieces of evidence have yet to be dealt with. At this statement, Tuno Eiji instantly broke down, no longer resembling the kind and honest person from before. His expression suddenly turned ferocious, and he shouted, "My vendetta has not yet been avenged. How could I be caught by you?" As he spoke, he pulled out a remote control, preparing to detonate the bomb placed in the room. Unfortunately, the remote control was in his hand for less than a second before it miraculously appeared in Fujiwara Kyosuke's hand. What is the point of such a desperate struggle? Fujiwara Kyosuke toyed with the remote control in his hand, applying slight pressure, and it turned to dust swept away by still. Before he could finish saying "give it to me," Tuno Eiji seemed to be choked, unable to make a sound. The crowd exchanged glances, speechless for a long time. "Brother, are you a human or a ghost? Am a magician capable of this should not be something astonishing." Fujiwara Kyosuke feigned innocence. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched, especially Tuno Eiji, who looked the most affected. His trump card was gone. "How did you know I had a remote-controlled bomb?" Tuno Eiji's expression was extremely fierce, like a bloodthirsty beast baring his sharp teeth. After a long while, Tuno Eiji seemed to resign himself with a hint of reluctance, saying, "Remarkable to suspect me with just this little clue. Koizumi Akiko, that's her name, right?" Fujiwara Kyosuke sighed with a hint of emotion. "She should be your lover, and also your sister, just like the couple in the legend of the Lake of Tragic Love who loved each other, but could never be together." Huh. Tuno Eiji's expression changed drastically, first laughing, then showing a bitter smile, and finally collapsing to the ground in pain and tears. With deep sorrow, Tuno Eiji recounted his motives. Fujiwara Kyosuke knew the reasons behind it, but still allowed him the time to express himself. This was his grievance. Although he killed innocent people, he was ultimately a pitiable person. It is said that those who are pitiable must also have something detestable about them. Tuno Eiji seemed to be such a person. "Akiko and I are siblings, and we grew up in the same charity organization." Tuno Eiji's hoarse voice spoke of his and Koizumi Akiko's life. "We accompanied each other. But 10 years ago we were adopted by different families. Although I was taken to the Tuno family and raised as the son of the president, Akiko lived a life akin to a maid in the Koizumi. But Akiko pretended to be happy so as not to worry me. They didn't allow us to meet. However, we secretly met up, continuously keeping it from our parents." The crowd fell silent, listening intently to Tuno. Tuno Eiji suddenly chuckled lightly, then sighed. "As long as I could be by Akiko's side, I was content. Even if it meant we couldn't be together forever like the two in the legend of the Lake of Tragic Love, I wouldn't care." 3 years ago, to make Akiko happier, I invited her to join the luxury cruise trip. Just before we set off, my parents found out and grounded me, ultimately leaving Akiko to board the ship alone. His expression suddenly turned pained, and he slapped his own face hard. "I should have gone to meet her at all costs instead of being a fool at home. When I saw her again, I heard that someone pushed Akiko, who was holding onto the lifeboat. I entrusted the police to investigate, but they said there was no legal crime involved." Witsuki Yusuke suddenly interjected. Article 37 of the criminal law, emergency escape. To save oneself in desperate situations, one may sacrifice others without punishment. Exactly. Damn emergency escape. If the law cannot punish him, then I will do it myself, even if it means selling my soul to the devil. Senior Tuno. Fujiwara Kyosuke said with a sigh. "Do you know about the Board of Carneades? And that is not a reason for you to kill innocent people indiscriminately." "I know, but Fujiwara, can you understand that feeling?" Tuno Eiji said with a bitter smile. The first kiss with Akiko turned out to be the taste of cold death. At this moment, Tuno Eiji's sorrow permeated everyone's hearts. Candace Isaac suddenly knelt before Tuno Eiji, his face filled with sorrow as he recounted a past event. "The Board of Carneades, I never imagined this story would one day happen to me. I always comforted myself that if I didn't do this, everyone would die, so I had to push her into the sea. Later I learned from the news that the girl was only 15 years old. I regretted it. She was so young, just starting her life. I should have exchanged places with her. And her name, Koizumi Akiko. It's you. How could it be you, you damn bastard?" Tuno Eiji snarled, trying to rise, wanting to rip out the other's throat, even with his teeth. "I have always wanted to unload the burden on my shoulders, so I have been working hard to atone for my sins." Candace Isaac's deep voice echoed in the living room. "Later I vowed to serve in remote areas without hospitals to make amends, but I still couldn't shake off the nightmare of that time, the nightmare of the innocent girl drowning in the dark sea. As a result, my heart has been forever imprisoned in that dark sea, desperately clinging to that Board of Carneades." With Candace Isaac's confession, this tragic story finally came to an end. A day later, Fujiwara Kyosuke and Koizumi Akiko boarded the Shinkansen back to Tokyo. This was the first case he had cracked on his own, yet there was no excitement, no sense of achievement, only a faint sadness. "I definitely won't come here again," Fujiwara Kyosuke muttered with a hint of complaint. "I think it's not about Lake Byron, but rather the credit of that Kendaichi guy," Koizumi Akiko said with a smile. When she first met Kendaichi, she was almost frightened by the overwhelming aura of death emanating from him. Fujiwara Kyosuke rolled his eyes. "What could I say? There's someone at home who is just as formidable as Kendaichi. By the way, it seems that the Osaka Black Chicken is not to be underestimated either. Sigh, in one world there are 3 Grim Reapers. Let's have a moment of silence for the people of Neon." The two parted ways at the station. Before leaving, Koizumi Akiko said meaningfully, "Kyosuke, we'll meet again soon." Fujiwara Kyosuke replied helplessly. As long as we want it we can see each other every day, can't we? Their magic wasn't practiced for nothing. Fool. Koizumi Akiko shot him a glare before turning to leave. Confused by the unexpected insult, Fujiwara Kyosuke was left with many questions. Maybe it's that time of the month for girls. Fujiwara Kyosuke could only think this. Upon returning to his familiar home, lying on the soft bed and covered with a familiar blanket, he suddenly felt a sense of being in a different world. I really don't want to get involved in Kendaiki's cases anymore, they are too exhausting. Thinking of the innocently deceased Karada Tsuchi and Kazuki Saburo, as well as the young girl Koizumi Akiko. This world is just too difficult. Fujiwara Kyosuke shook his head, suddenly picturing a big head doll in his mind. Thankfully there's Conan to bully. Just the thought of being able to tease Conan instantly brightened his mood. Indeed, human joy is built upon the suffering of their kind. The next morning, the sky was clear and the blue sunlight streamed through the window and warmed Fujiwara Kyosuke, lifting his spirits. Unfortunately, Fujiwara Kyosuke's good mood did not last long. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It was nearly 7:30 and he couldn't help but complain. On such a beautiful day, I still have to go to school. But taking a day off was not a good behavior. More importantly, he had already taken a day off once. Let's just go. Fujiwara Kyosuke, feeling lost, slung his backpack over his shoulder and prepared to leave. Wait. Halfway through opening the door, Fujiwara Kyosuke casually glanced at the calendar. Nanny. Saturday. Saturday. How could this be? Fujiwara Kyosuke was utterly taken aback. Saturday is the day of the week and yesterday was Monday. Did I sleep for 5 days or have I returned to the past? Fujiwara Kyosuke examined his school uniform, chuckled bitterly, and retreated to the living room. Dingling. Moshi Moshi. Upon answering the call, he heard the pleasant voice of Muri Ran. Kyosuke, do you have time? Fujiwara Kyosuke thought to himself, it's Sunday, every day, how could I not have time? Have you heard? There's a strange rumor coming from a nearby art museum. Rumor from the art museum. Fujiwara Kyosuke perked up his ears as there seemed to be such a case. Muri Ran's voice revealed surprise as she explained. It is said that at that art museum during the night the guard heard strange noises. Upon investigation they found out that there was a medieval suit of armor that could move. Fujiwara Kyosuke confirmed it was indeed the case of the murder of the curator who cherished art. So did you call to invite me to the art museum? Yes, my dad said you are alone and have no friends. If there's any activity, let me include you. I see, please thank Uncle. Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled and asked, what time is the gathering? At 9:30 the location is the medieval art museum. Alright. Fujiwara Kyosuke hung up the phone and thought such a good mood cannot be spoiled by a murder case. With this in mind, he picked up the receiver and dialed a number. The call connected. Young master. Long time no see, I've neglected to greet you. A man's voice came through filled with respect. Ishikawa, long time no see. Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled and asked, I want to acquire an art museum. Is there any problem? Of course not. Whenever you need it I will come personally to negotiate. Fujiwara Kyosuke estimated the time and said, this morning at 9:30, the location is the medieval art museum. Yes, young master. On the other end at the Muri Detective Agency, Muri Ran hung up the phone and said to Muri Kaguru and Conan, hurry up and pack, I've invited Kyosuke to the art museum. What art museum? Muri Kaguru scoffed. He did not have an artistic bone in his body and found no appreciation. As for the moving armor, how could such a thing possibly appear in their world? Sister Ran, those are all lies. The museum might have released fake news to attract customers. Moving armor simply, Conan analyzed seriously. Unlike Muri Kaguru, he was an absolute materialist. A Kageroism. Unfortunately, even a Kageroism believer couldn't withstand the power dynamics. Upon seeing the sunken tabletop and Muri Ran's fist, Conan conceded, stating that his favorite place in life was the art museum. How terrifying. Conan quietly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, relieved. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Fujiwara Kyosuke arrived at the medieval art museum and purchased a ticket at the entrance. As soon as he stepped into the medieval art museum, a middle-aged man approached him. The man was about 50 years old, wearing round glasses with 2 meticulously groomed mustaches. He was dressed in a tailored high-end suit, and his hair was impeccably styled. Young master. This man was Ishikawa Kotaru, the executive president of the Fujiwara Corporation. Behind him stood the Fujiwara family. Since the Fujiwara Corporation was the property of the Fujiwara family, the brewery did not dare to infiltrate. Unlike other corporations in Neon, the Fujiwara Corporation wielded immense power, even capable of interfering with legislation. You arrived so early. It's the young master's instruction. There's no such thing as being too careful. Coming, Ishikawa Kotaru spoke with a humble demeanor sincerely. Fujiwara Kyosuke shook his head. Ishikawa was good in every way, but too overly respectful. Alright, let's go in. Fujiwara Kyosuke said no more and led Ishikawa Kotaru into the museum. These paintings are really nice. I'm glad I came. As soon as they entered the exhibition area, Fujiwara Kyosuke heard a familiar female voice. Turning around, he saw Muri and his daughter along with Conan. Good morning, Uncle Muri Ran, little Conan. Fujiwara Kyosuke greeted with a smile, casually ruffling Conan's head. Good morning, Kyosuke. Good morning, big brother. Muri Kaguru and Conan responded dully. Even Conan didn't bother to deal with the hand that was guilty of assaulting him. Big brother Kyosuke, do you understand these paintings? Not really. Fujiwara Kyosuke scratched his head. These were abstract paintings which to him seemed like indescribable chaos. In one word, ugly. What about you? Fujiwara Kyosuke countered Conan. Conan rolled his eyes, everything was left unsaid. I think it's quite good. Muri ran tilted her head showing some appreciation, but unfortunately, she was stuck with 2 dullards. It was reminiscent of Hermione and her 2 useless men. Who is this? Muri Kaguru glanced at Ishikawa Kataru who was following behind Fujiwara Kyosuke. Though dressed luxuriously, he looked like a servant. This must be Mr. Mori. I've long admired your name. My surname is Ishikawa Kataru. Nice to meet you. Please take care of me. Saying this, he took out a business card and handed it over. Wow. Muri Kaguru exclaimed in shock as he took the business card. The CEO of the Fujiwara Corporation. Mr. Ishikawa, are you also here to visit the art museum? No, Mr. Mori, I am just accompanying the young master here, while also conducting business regarding the acquisition. To be honest, I don't know much about these artworks. Ishikawa Kataru always wore a smile like a Methriya Buddha, which made people naturally fond of him. That's right. Muri Kaguru seemed to find a kindred spirit. I really don't understand what's so great about these artworks. I can't make heads or tails of them. Mr. Mori is really humble. Young master. Muri Rand felt a bit surprised, but understood a little after considering Fujiwara Kyosuke's prince-like demeanor. After all, not every rich young master or lady shares the same artistic vision as the daughter of the garden. Conan rolled his eyes, clearly a young master from a wealthy family wanting to acquire an art museum just because he liked art. How reckless. The 5 continued to stroll through the art museum, and the subsequent paintings gradually leaned towards realism, which caught Fujiwara Kyosuke's attention. It seemed that it wasn't that the art museum's artworks were of low quality, but rather that he simply couldn't appreciate those abstract pieces. It might be worth giving this art museum a little makeover. They might not make a profit, but they certainly wouldn't lose money. It's so beautiful. Mori Ran exclaimed. Each painting here possesses its unique soul. They are like my children, having been stored here for over 30 years. A somewhat hoarse voice sounded from behind the group. Who are you? Mori Ran politely asked. I apologize, I tend to ramble as I grow older. Let me introduce myself. My name is Aoki, and I'm the curator of this art museum. Oh, so you are Director Aoki. I'm terribly sorry for the intrusion. Not at all, please enjoy your visit. The first theorem of Conan, wherever Conan and Kagoro Mori are present, if there is no external interference, a case is bound to arise. 90% of the cases are homicide, and the remaining 10% consist of kidnapping and theft. As for who will die in a homicide case, that depends on who is acting arrogantly, who is causing chaos, and who is mockingly scornful. By employing this theorem, one can effortlessly attain merit. Kyuko Fujiwara, although well-versed in the first theorem of Conan, had just experienced a sorrowful case. Coupled with sympathy for Director Okiai, Kyuko Fujiwara decided to stop this tragedy and forego this chance at merit. Somewhat regretful, yet he did not feel remorse. Just as Kyuko Fujiwara was lost in thought, a voice echoed. In the exhibition hall, the owner of the voice was a middle-aged man dressed in an expensive suit, followed by a tall man. Is that you, Boss Monica? After seeing the visitor, Director Okiai fell silent for a moment. In 10 days this place will be closing down. Boss Monica surveyed the art gallery and disdainfully remarked, I will trouble you to take good care of this junk for haha. He let out a hearty laugh and turned to the tall man following him, saying, Designer, show me the renovation plans. As if intentionally showing off, Boss Monica continuously pointed and gestured around the room, periodically discussing renovation requirements with the designer. Director Okiai watched the other's arrogant demeanor in silence. Kyuko Fujiwara frowned slightly, feeling displeasure towards Boss Monica. Kataru Ishikawa, adept at reading the room, instantly understood Kyuko Fujiwara's sentiment and began to formulate his own thoughts regarding this acquisition. Excuse me, is this art gallery really closing down? Yes. Director Okiai lowered his head slightly and sighed, saying, due to the economic crisis, the previous owner's company went bankrupt. Out of necessity, he had no choice but to sell the gallery to Mr. Monica. Damn it. The previous owner sold it to Mr. Monica because he assured him that he would continue running the gallery. I can't believe he turned back on his word after purchasing the gallery. Just a month later, he plans to convert the gallery into a wreck. There's nothing to be done about it. Director Okiai sighed again. But there is a way to resolve this. Kyuko Fujiwara and away. Ran Muri suddenly seemed to have thought of something, her eyes lighting up as she exclaimed, oh right. Didn't Mr. Ishikawa just mention wanting to acquire this art gallery? Yes, Miss Mori. Kataru Ishikawa replied cheerfully. Seeing Kyuko Fujiwara nod, he stepped forward to Director Okiai and handed over his business card, saying, my surname is Ishikawa, Kataru Ishikawa. Nice to meet you, here's my card. You are here to acquire this art gallery. Director Okiai took the business card, and upon seeing the words Fujiwara Foundation on it, his squinted eyes suddenly widened, radiating a dazzling light, as if a traveler in the desert had found a source of water. Yes. Kataru Ishikawa still wore a cheerful expression and said, leave the other matters to me. Rest assured, I will turn this place into Tokyo's premier art exhibition hall. After all, the young master loves art. This old gentleman is indeed fortunate. Kataru Ishikawa slightly shook his head in admiration of the other's luck. But this place has already been sold. Director Okiai glanced at Boss Monica in the room, his expression somewhat dejected. This matter can be resolved easily, Director Okiai. Kataru Ishikawa shook his head and said, though I am merely a retainer of the Fujiwara family, I possess considerable authority. In my eyes, Mr. Monica is nothing. Is that true? Director Okiai's expression was quite excited. Rest assured, this is the promise of the Fujiwara. Kotaro Ishikawa sincerely made this guarantee. He could tell that this was a man who had devoted his life to art. Before coming, he had conducted thorough research and knew that this old man had dedicated his entire life to this gallery. A truly admirable person. Out of respect for the elder and believing that Kyuko Fujiwara had an interest in art, he decided to build this into the largest art museum in Tokyo and even all of Neon. How about this? I will discuss matters with Mr. Monica while you accompany the young master and Mr. Mori around the exhibition hall. Alright. Kotaro Ishikawa suggested, as he himself did not have a fondness for art and felt little enthusiasm even for antiques. Just like Kagoro Mori, he did not want to force himself to appreciate art pieces that he could not understand. I really appreciate your help. Kyuko Fujiwara nodded lightly. He had long realized that the other was no different from Kagoro Mori, and he preferred not to subject him to this ordeal. Thank you both so much. Director Okiai and Ida bowed respectfully to Kyuko Fujiwara and Kotaro Ishikawa, their faces filled with gratitude. After Kotaro Ishikawa left, Ida energetically began organizing the art pieces. Please follow me, everyone. Many of the exhibits here have their own background stories. The revived Director Okiai appeared much more spirited. His robust demeanor even made Kagoro Mori feel ashamed. No wonder he could pin Boss Monica to the wall with just a Western long sword. Under Director Okiai's guidance, Kyuko Fujiwara and the others meticulously toured the art gallery. The various legends captivated Ran Mori and Kyuko Fujiwara, and even Kagoro Mori and Conan, who originally had little interest in art, became engrossed and gained a deeper understanding of the art pieces. At the same time, everyone grew to admire Director Okiai even more. The group, under the enthusiastic guidance of Director Okiai, wandered around the art gallery for several rounds. I'm so tired. The three big men. Kyuko Fujiwara slumped onto the round sofa with expressions of utter exhaustion. Kyuko Fujiwara felt mentally drained, while Kagoro Mori and Conan were both physically and mentally fatigued. In short, they were just tired. I'm so hungry. Kagoro Mori complained. Although Director Okiai was somewhat tired, his spirit was highly excited, and he momentarily felt no fatigue. A smile of joy crept onto his lips as he watched the three of them in their plight. Ran Mori voiced her dissatisfaction. We've only gone a few rounds, and you can't handle it. Sister Ran. Conan raised his hand and said, we came here around 9 in the morning, and now it's already 6 in the evening. Exactly. We haven't even had lunch. We've been hungry for a long time, right, Kyuko? Kagoro Mori made a face at Kyuko Fujiwara. Yes. Kyuko Fujiwara caught Kagoro Mori's signal and nodded repeatedly, even though he wasn't hungry. How about this? I'll treat you to some Chinese food nearby later. Kyuko Fujiwara suggested, having found an extremely authentic Chinese private kitchen in Tokyo. Sounds good. Kagoro Mori agreed with both hands raised, and even Conan, who often opposed Kagoro Mori, couldn't help but nod in agreement. Well, finish touring the last exhibition hall, and then go eat. What do you think? What else could they say? Kagoro Mori and the others exchanged glances and got up to accompany him. At the entrance of the Hell exhibition hall. This is the last exhibition hall. Director Okiai's words carried a hint of complexity. Initially, he had planned to end Boss Monica's life here, having rehearsed for several nights. Now it was no longer necessary. But the outcome was far more perfect than he could have hoped for. As the sun set, this visit to the art gallery finally concluded successfully. The negotiations with Kotaro Ishikawa went exceptionally smoothly as well. After parting ways with Kyuko Fujiwara and the others, he summoned the secretary and lawyer waiting outside, and the three went to negotiate the acquisition with Boss Monica. Coincidentally, Boss Monica owed his current success to the Fujiwara Foundation. Now the eldest son of the Fujiwara Foundation wanted to acquire his art gallery. How could he dare to refuse? Originally, according to Boss Monica's intent, he didn't want to take a single penny, treating this art gallery as a way to curry favor with the eldest son of the Fujiwara family. However, Kotaro Ishikawa was very shrewd, knowing that the other party's earlier arrogant behavior displeased their young master. It would be too late to sever ties with him, so how could he possibly seek to befriend him? After the refusal, everything proceeded according to market rules. Contracts were signed, and after lawyer notarization, this medieval art gallery ultimately belonged to the Fujiwara Foundation. It can be said that everyone was pleased. What? You say Boss Monica isn't pleased? Ask him if he's happy or not. In front of the entrance of the medieval art museum, Director Okiai watched as Fujiwara Kyosuke and the others left a happy smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You see, having hope makes all the difference. He walked back into the museum with a smile. Beside him, Ijima also wore a smile. After bidding farewell to Director Okiai, Fujiwara Kyosuke and his group of 5 indulged in a feast at a Chinese restaurant. This restaurant operates on a membership basis. Without the right connections, even having money may not guarantee a meal. The owner is a genuine person from the Middle Kingdom whose ancestors served as imperial chefs. The culinary skills are certainly beyond question. After the meal, Fujiwara Kyosuke felt somewhat bloated, while Mori Kagoro had drunk too much and had completely fallen in love with the Middle Kingdom's plum wine and apricot blossom wine to the point of being unable to let go. Beer. What is that? So love can really fade away. I never expected Chinese food to be this delicious. Compared to the ostentatiousness of Western cuisine, the unique ingenuity of Chinese food is truly superior. Mori, Ran, and Conan praised the chef's skills while eating. Below the Mori Detective Agency. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Ishikawa. Muri Kagoro, slightly tipsy, expressed his gratitude to Ishikawa Kyosuke. Although the meal was nominally paid for by Fujiwara Kyosuke, it was actually funded by Ishikawa Kyosuke. As he put it with me around, why should the young master spend money? Isn't that a slap in my face? As long as Mr. Mori enjoys it, that's good enough. Ishikawa Kyosuke smiled and said, it's getting late, so I hope Mr. Mori, Miss Ran, and little Conan, then we'll take our leave, you all should get some rest. Fujiwara Kyosuke waved and bid farewell to the three. Be careful on the way. The three watched the car leave. The car stopped in front of the Fujiwara residence where Fujiwara Kyosuke exchanged a few words with Ishikawa Kyosuke, urging him to return home early. Back at home, having successfully prevented a case from occurring, Fujiwara Kyosuke felt unprecedented joy, even experiencing a significant elevation in his realm, believing that even without earning merits, he could soon reach the 6th stage. Since the incident at Binal Lake ended, Fujiwara Kyosuke had felt a bit stifled in his heart, but unexpectedly a moment of kindness allowed his spirit to be uplifted. It's true that an unintentional act can lead to unexpected results. Just then a golden light entered his body. This is merit. Fujiwara Kyosuke's eyes lit up excitedly, exclaiming, I never knew that preventing tragedies could also bring merits. With this, the space he could manipulate expanded significantly. No longer was there just a simple line of dead transcendence, merit. After the excitement, Fujiwara Kyosuke opened his computer and logged into a chat room named Magic Enthusiast Alliance. His friend Kaido Kuroba was also lurking in the chat room. The two initiated a private chat. Red Herring, you've been busy, huh? It's been a while since you logged on. Boy with the flute, sorry I've been moving and didn't have time to log in. Red Herring, moving. Boy with the flute, I returned to my home. Red Herring, boy with the flute, we should get together sometime. You can come find me, my address hasn't changed. Red Herring, sure. After finishing their conversation, Fujiwara Kyosuke focused on his training for 2 hours before lunch. 2 days later, there were personnel changes at the Medieval Art Museum. Kawada was dismissed by Director Okii for selling cultural relics, and Director Okii entrusted the Fujiwara Foundation's legal team to pursue his corresponding legal responsibilities. Thus, the museum case finally came to a true conclusion. It was another weekend, although just yesterday was Tuesday. Fujiwara Kyosuke had grown accustomed to the ever-changing time. Each morning, the first thing he did upon waking was check the date and month to determine which seasonal clothes to wear. On the train heading to Saitama Prefecture, Fujiwara Kyosuke sat in his seat reading a book titled, And Then There Were None. As he became engrossed, he suddenly felt a shadow loom over him. Akako. He looked up in surprise, and the visitor was indeed Koizumi Akako, dressed in a loose dark brown outfit with a red satin ribbon tied at the collar, giving off a sense of quiet elegance. I told you that we'd see each other again soon, Koizumi Akako said with a mysterious smile. Fujiwara Kyosuke twitched the corner of his mouth and said, Are you here to see the world's #1 night festival? To be precise, I'm here to see you. Koizumi Akako, full of enthusiasm, would pursue anyone she liked without. Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled silently. He really found this approach appealing, enjoying her personality. Isn't it beautiful? Koizumi Akako asked, noticing Fujiwara Kyosuke staring at her. Indeed, it is beautiful. Fujiwara Kyosuke nodded with a smile. A stunning figure. A slender waist. Long legs. Perfect and flawless, as if kissed by the gods. Perfect. Besides perfect, Fujiwara Kyosuke couldn't find any other words to describe her. I really am the most beautiful woman in the world. Koizumi Akako laughed, covering her mouth. Fujiwara Kyosuke had 3 black lines appear on his forehead, his eyes twitching slightly. Truly, she was Koizumi Akako. Indeed, she was the ever-changing witch. At the Tokiyama Onsen, the two completed their check-in procedures at the front desk. After dropping off his luggage, Fujiwara Kyosuke hurried to the hot spring, enjoying the warm water that made him feel dry. Hey kid, where are you? A somewhat familiar male voice approached. I'm near the hot spring. Splash. It seemed that something had fallen into the hot spring pool, splashing water all over Fujiwara Kyosuke's face. He wiped the hot spring water from his face and looked at the thing that fell into the hot spring. Conan. Fujiwara Kyosuke spoke in surprise, recognizing that exceptionally gifted head. Brother Fujiwara. Conan emerged from the hot spring, grinning foolishly. Since you're here, that means. Fujiwara Kyosuke looked in the distance, and sure enough, Muri Kagoro appeared in his. Uncle Muri, you're here. Fujiwara Kyosuke greeted him enthusiastically before asking in confusion. Didn't you say you were going to Hokkaido for a trip? Kyosuke. So you're here. Muri Kagoro greeted him, then said unhappily, don't mention it, due to a sudden case the trip to Hokkaido had to be cancelled at the last minute. Later, Uncle remembered Brother Fujiwara's suggestion and thought to come soak in the hot spring and check out the festival. So here we are, Conan, continued Muri Kagoro's words. I see. Fujiwara Kyosuke nodded, glancing at the watch placed by the pool. The festival starts in 2 hours, so you should enjoy the hot spring while you can. That's true, I was thinking of taking some time to have a drink. Splash. Muri Kagoro jumped into the hot spring, splashing water all over Fujiwara Kyosuke and Conan. Uncle, be careful of Miss Ran's karate. Conan teased. If we're going to the venue, it's best to rent a car, and only you among us has a driver's license, Uncle. Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled and said, Uncle, drunk driving is not a good habit. It's also illegal, Conan added quiet. Muri Kagoro's face froze, muttering, you guys really have a big mouth. The world's #1 festival began promptly at 8 o'clock. Fujiwara Kyosuke left the hot spring at 6:50 and encountered Koizumi Akako at the entrance as she was chatting with Muri Ran. Kyosuke, you're so slow. Koizumi Akako complained. I'm sorry, ew, I just ran into Uncle Muri and Conan in the hot spring, so I upped. Muri ran exclaimed saying, Akako, earlier you said you were waiting for someone you like, it turns out to be Kyosuke. That's right. Koizumi Akako admitted openly, although whether it was due to the heat of the hot spring or shyness her face grew increasingly flushed. Let's go rent a car first. Fujiwara Kyosuke, feeling a flutter in his heart, took the initiative to hold Koizumi Akako's hand. Wow. You two are so sweet. Muri ran finally understood it wasn't that Akako had a crush on Kyosuke, they were in a relationship. Even bold Koizumi Akako's face turned red at that moment. At the moment when Fujiwara Kyosuke held Koizumi Akako's hand, her mind went blank, losing all sense of the proud, which becoming a pure love-struck girl. As the three chatted along the way, Muri ran also became familiar with Koizumi Akako and introduced her to her best friend Suzuki Sonoko. Based on what you said, Sonoko should be easy to get along with. It seems I need to transfer to T10 soon. Really? Muri ran asked, excitedly smiling. That's fantastic. At 7:30, everyone changed into kimonos and gathered in front of the inn. Fujiwara Kyosuke introduced Koizumi Akako to Muri Kagoro and Conan. Kyosuke, your taste is really good. Muri Kagoro said with a smile. Is everything okay with Yuta? Do you need The Koizumi family and the Fujiwara family are family friends, Fujiwara Kyosuke explained with a smile. I see. Muri Kagoro nodded and took the driver's seat. Muri ran held Conan in her lap, sitting in the passenger seat, leaving the back seat for the two lovebirds. Fujiwara Kyosuke felt somewhat helpless. He wanted to prepare a confession, but he didn't expect all his plans to be disrupted by Muri ran. Faced with the brave Koizumi Akako, how could Fujiwara Kyosuke bear not to respond? He was not Kudo Shinichi. Although his plans had some deviations, the outcome was still perfect. Conan nestled in Muri ran's arms was even happier. With Fujiwara Kyosuke having a girlfriend, he finally felt at ease. For Muri ran, the only familiar boy was Fujiwara Kyosuke. Now that he had a partner, she was relieved of her worries. As for the concerns of the Eastern Asia Vinegar King, those who understand. The festival site. The festival had yet to begin, but the place was already packed with people. At that moment, a flame suddenly appeared on the summit of the three mountains. A fired character for heaven began to burn. So beautiful. Seeing the dazzling light on the mountain, Mao Li couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Kazumi Akiko also nodded. It really is quite nice. For this outing, Kazumi Akiko had dressed simply. She wore a red cherry blossom kimono, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, and her perfect face gave off a charming aura. Every movement was breathtakingly beautiful. Tachibana Kyosuke was captivated by that beauty. Kazumi Akiko paired with the red kimono was simply stunning. The five of them chatted as they walked. Tachibana Kyosuke slyly bought a cute pink bunny balloon and smiled as he handed it to Conan. Conan, this balloon looks perfect. What are you talking about? I'm in the second year of high school. I'm not a kid. Conan had a reluctant expression, clearly unwilling to take the balloon. Seeing this, Tachibana Kyosuke wore a faint smile, crouched down, and softly said, I know something. Know what? Huh. Conan's face turned pale. He thought the other party had discovered his identity, and in a moment of panic, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Hee. Tachibana Kyosuke looked at Conan's expression and laughed again. I know about you taking a bath with Xiaolon. What? Oh. Conan was taken aback. Is that what you know? You scared me. Wait. It's not good news that you know I took a bath with Xiaolon. No way, I absolutely cannot let him say anymore. Conan took a deep breath, rubbed his face, and put on a flattering smile, saying in a childish tone, Tachibana, brother, you're so handsome, so talented, and so kind-hearted, you definitely wouldn't report me right. Then what about the balloon? Tachibana Kyosuke shot a sidelong glance at Conan. The balloon, I really love balloons, especially the bunny-shaped ones. With tears in his eyes, Conan reluctantly accepted the balloon and tied it around his waist. Conan, this balloon really suits you. Mao Lilan's words pierced Conan's heart like a blade. He. Conan forced a smile. It's really nice to travel occasionally. Nearby, Mao Li Kagoro stretched his body and looked at the crowd, saying staying in a hot spring hotel, enjoying the hot spring, and then coming to the festival is truly a wonderful experience. It really is. Conan, do you know? Mao Lilan pulled Conan and explained this festival is held on the three mountains, igniting in the order of heaven, earth, and one to pray for the best harvest this year. Oh. Conan appeared interested but thought to himself, what's the big deal? It's not much different from the fire characters in Tokyo. Tachibana Kyosuke and Kazumi Akiko walked behind them. Where did you meet these three extraordinary people? Kazumi Akiko said in surprise. Xiaolon, like a beloved child of heaven, an angel in the world, so lucky that even if shot in the heart, they wouldn't die. Uncle Mao Li balanced between the aura of death and luck, a balance that will never be broken because of Xiaolan's presence and Conan. That thick aura of death, I've only felt it in Kindaichi, just like a reaper walking in the world. Yeah, it's fortunate that Xiaolon and Uncle Mao Li have strong fates, otherwise they would have been killed by this kid long ago. Tachibana Kyosuke rolled his eyes. That's why I say they're extraordinary. Kazumi Akiko shook her head, but as long as they stick with Xiaolon, anyone's luck will inevitably rise unknowingly. Such luck is indeed enviable. Tachibana Kyosuke said, I wonder if Uncle Yuzuku also has the Reaper attribute. According to what my dad said, when they were young, they often inexplicably got involved in cases. Oh, thinking about it this way, Aiko might also be a beloved child of heaven. From what you said, this father and son duo is indeed interesting. Kazumi Akiko, fully aware of Conan's identity, could say that any fifth-level magician could identify it at a glance. Conan, Kudo Shinichi. Excuse me, could you please take a picture of us? At that moment, a man with a camera walked over. Everyone looked over curiously to see a middle-aged man in a coat. Mao Lilan smiled kindly, of course. Thank you, could you please take a photo with this camera? The man looked a bit hot, adjusted his coat, and handed Mao Lilan an old camera, smiling. Let's use that one character. Saying this, the man walked to the photo-taking position. Are you ready? I'm going to shoot now. Mao Lilan held the camera. I'm ready. The man replied. Click. With the sound of the camera, the pink bunny balloon intruded into the shot. Mao Lilan apologized. Sorry, the balloon just got into the frame. It's okay, thank you. The man didn't seem to mind the balloon intrusion and took the camera back from Xiao Lan, thanking her. I'm collecting accounts of local customs. The man glanced at the camera he held and said, this is a collection of photos. Sir, are you a writer? Because of your skin color, I thought you were a well-known athlete for some project. Mao Lilan said. This is from sun exposure during interviews. The man touched his sweat-stained cheek and explained, I often go abroad for work. By the way, the man took out an unopened book from his pocket and handed it to Mao Lilan. You might want to read this. Really? Can I? Mao Lilan took the book and glanced at the cover. During the following conversation, everyone learned that the middle-aged man was called Seiki Kenichi, who had published many well-known works under the pen name Kexue. Mao Lilan was even a fan of his. This person is really strange. Kazumi Akiko pouted. It's indeed a little strange, he's so hot, yet doesn't take off his coat. Tachibana Kyosuke nodded. Unfortunately, he had somewhat forgotten this plot, which was normal since not every plot. However, even without plot guidance, he could tell that this man named Seiki Kenichi was a bit off. Seiki Kenichi was sweating, yet wearing a coat. Any normal person would have taken it off immediately. But this was his personal matter, and it had nothing to do with them, so Tachibana Kyosuke didn't bother with it. Next, under Seiki Kenichi's request, Mao Lilan helped him take a few more photos. Just as they were taking the last shot, a man's head suddenly appeared in the frame. He had a coral-like hairstyle and a stern face. Are you Mr. Seiki Kenichi? I am a police officer from Saitama Prefecture. My surname is Yakugomo. I would like to ask you about the case regarding Kimitake Tomo. Kimitake. What happened to him? Seiki Kenichi's face was filled with shock. Officer Yakugomo's expression was grim as he said, he has been murdered right in the room of the Hot Spring Hotel where you were staying together. Oh, someone has been killed. Maoli Kagoro and Conan's expressions immediately turned serious. Tachibana Kyosuke glanced at Conan, and indeed Conan's theorem was correct. As if sensing Tachibana Kyosuke's gaze, Conan looked up in confusion and asked Tachibana, brother, is there something wrong? No. Tachibana Kyosuke bent down, shook his head, and said regretfully, I just feel a bit sorry for Mr. Kimitake for encountering you. Conan. A person died, what does it have to do with me? At the Tozen Hot Spring in Maoli Kagoro, Mao Lilan, Conan, Tachibana Kyosuke, and Kazumi Akiko returned here with the police. Due to the prior contact with Seiki Kenichi, they would be treated as suspects for questioning, but it was just routine inquiries. The crime scene was room 204. When they arrived, a police cordon had already been set up outside. Several officers and some bystanders were guarding the area. The murder weapon was a handgun, and the time of the crime was around 8 p.m. The assailant was a young man, and many people witnessed his retreat after the act. After Officer Yakugomo finished speaking, he turned to a witness outside the door and confirmed, is that right? Yes. Absolutely correct. A bald man replied. At that time, the broadcast of the festival had just started. After hearing Officer Yakugomo's account, Maoli Kagoro and Conan, without considering themselves outsiders, approached the corpse from both sides, squatting down to examine it closely. The bullet passed beautifully through the head. Hey, who are you two? Officer Yakugomo looked bewildered at the overly familiar big and small pair. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm a detective named. Maoli Kagoro stood up, adjusted his kimono, squinted his eyes ready to pose, but was interrupted before finishing his sentence. Oh. Officer Yakugomo looked at Maoli Kagoro with excitement. If I'm not mistaken, you are the famous detective, Mr. Maoli Kagoro. Yes, I am. I am Kagoro. Maoli Kagoro was startled by Officer Yakugomo's reaction. Conan rolled his eyes beside him, thinking that all those cases were solved by him. You seem a bit disdainful, Conan. Tachibana Kyosuke said with a mischievous smile, waiting for Conan's misfortune. Sure enough, with a bang, justice fell from the sky and a bright red lump appeared on Conan's head. Damn it. Conan glared fiercely at Fujiwara Kyosuke and Muri Kagoro. Dad, don't bully Conan. The kind-hearted Muri pulled Conan, who had infiltrated her home, to her side. On the other side, upon hearing the words famous detective and Muri Kagoro, cold sweat suddenly broke out on the forehead of Seiju Kenichi. This scene was keenly captured by Fujiwara Kyosuke. Officer Horigome stepped forward and tightly grasped Muri Kagoro's hand, his tone filled with admiration. I often read reports about you in the newspapers. With such a great figure here, Officer Horigome naturally entrusted the investigation of the case to Muri Kagoro as an important reference for the police. Muri Kagoro, of course, readily agreed and began to carefully examine the scene. From the crime scene room, Fujiwara Kyosuke noticed that the room was in disarray, resembling a burglary. Muri Kagoro also suspected it was a burglary based on this detail. However, Officer Horigome had a different opinion, his tone filled with doubt. Detective Muri, is it possible that the scene was intentionally staged as a burglary by the murderer and that it was actually the work of another person in the same room? As he spoke, he cast a scrutinizing glance at Seiju Kenichi. This man is the prime suspect. Don't joke around, officer. The murder occurred around 8 o'clock and I had already arrived at the scene of the world's greatest festival and took many photos. If you don't believe me, just look at the photos in my camera. Seiju Kenichi looked innocent as he took out his camera and handed it over saying, "Oh, by the way, I also met Mr. Mori and the others there. We did meet you, but that was during the latter half of the festival." Mori Kagoro, puffing on a cigarette, said, "In other words, if you didn't take photos during the first half of the festival, you still can't eliminate your suspicion." "I did take photos during the first half of the festival." Officer Horigome handed the camera to the forensic personnel and instructed, "Develop all the film in the camera." "Yes." The forensic personnel replied, saluted, and immediately left with the camera. Seiju Kenichi's alibi. Fujiwara Kyosuke pondered silently, realizing that the key must lie within the photos. From his earlier observations of the scene, he had already confirmed that the murderer was indeed Seiju Kenichi, but the evidence was somewhat lacking. Similarly, after searching the room, Conan also set his sights on Seiju Kenichi. This case is quite simple. The difficulty lies in how to find the evidence. 10 minutes later, the photos were developed, totaling 7 pictures. Fujiwara Kyosuke leaned in to examine them carefully before leaving thoughtfully. Officer Horigome looked at the photos in his hand. There are a total of 7 photos related to this place, but how do any of these photos count as an alibi? "These are photos I took. Look here, I even caught Conan's balloon in the shot." Mori Rand suddenly pointed to one of the photos and said, "By the way, I happened to meet Mr. Seiju exactly when the one started to burn." Officer Horigome, the initial heaven symbol, started burning at 8 o'clock, so when did it continue to burn to the next one? Mori Kagoro asked while holding the photo. It should be around 8:25. Mori Kagoro held up one of the photos that had the heaven character and said, "Look here, he was already at the world's greatest festival before 8:25. I doubt that no matter how fast he traveled, he could make it from the inn to the venue in such a short time." Officer Horigome said, gravely, laying all the photos out on the table. From the photos, it was clearly visible that the characters heaven down and one appeared behind Seiju Kenichi. Seiju Kenichi displayed a confident smile, "Of course. Damn it, how did he do that?" Conan gritted his teeth. "But don't you think this photo was taken intentionally by him?" Officer Horigome scratched his head. "Perhaps it was multiple exposures. If someone is skilled with a camera, this could be possible." "Officer, I directly handed the camera to you for developing." Seiju Kenichi maintained his calm demeanor and said, "Moreover, it was a disposable camera that was used and thrown away, or it couldn't have done that, could it? The one who took the camera for developing should be you, right?" Officer Horigome turned to his subordinate. "Yes." The forensic personnel replied, "No signs of processing were found on the camera or the film." Seiju Kenichi interjected, "See, everyone." Suddenly Fujiwara Kyosuke spoke up, "I have already found them." Everyone was taken aback and turned to look at him, only to see him sitting in a chair, hands clasped, looking at everyone. "Damn, this guy has beaten us to it again." Conan looked unconvinced. "Who is this young man?" Officer Horigome furrowed his brow slightly as he felt he had seen the other person somewhere. He must have seen him recently, but where? "My name is Fujiwara Kyosuke, and I am a magician." Officer Horigome displayed the same expression he had when he first met Mori Kagoro, his eyes seemingly filled with stars. "You are the renowned prince of magic, Mr. Fujiwara Kyosuke. I have read about the case at Lake Burin. You are truly remarkable." Officer Horigome became somewhat incoherent, suddenly took out a small notebook, leaned in front of Fujiwara Kyosuke, and respectfully said, "Could you please give me an autograph as a memento? I truly admire you so much." Okay." Fujiwara Kyosuke's eyelid twitched. Officer Horigome's enthusiasm was truly overwhelming. "This guy actually solved a big case behind my back." Conan looked at Fujiwara Kyosuke in disbelief, like a jilted lover. "Honko, it turns out Kyosuke is so famous." Mori Ran exclaimed, "Did something happen these days?" Koizumi Onoka explained, "Just a few days ago, that sensational Jason imitation murder case. At that time we were all vacationing at Lake Burin Resort. Mr. Fujiwara locked onto the murderer based on scant clues. I truly admire you so much." Officer Horigome seemed to forget about this case and kept complimenting him. TCH. Mori Kagoro shook his head. With this kid's abilities, solving a case is a piece of cake. He knew better than others, as he was a close friend of Fujiwara Yuta. Not to mention, he had witnessed the capabilities of the Fujiwara couple back in the day. "Not quite, Uncle Mori," Koizumi Onoka whispered. "Kyosuke solved the case using his own reasoning." "Oh." Mori Kagoro was taken aback. "If that's the case, this kid Kyosuke really has his own skills." "All right." Fujiwara Kyosuke waved his hand and said, "Let's return our focus to this case." "Then it's up to you, Mr. Fujiwara." "Don't worry." Fujiwara Kyosuke nodded and said, "Actually, Uncle Mori and Officer Horigome, you aren't facing a problem in reasoning, but rather your eyesight isn't that good." "Not that good." Mori Kagoro was momentarily stunned while Conan climbed up the chair and fixed his gaze on the 7th. "I see." Conan's eyes brightened as he instantly unraveled this mystery. "Haven't you ever doubted that these photos were taken by Mr. Seiju beforehand and are only now being used? Then how do you prove the photos are from last year?" Mori Kagoro questioned. Could there be some mystery on the photos? Officer Horigome also wore a puzzled expression. "Initially, what puzzled me was that Mr. Seiju Kenichi was clearly very hot, but resolutely refused to take off his coat, which struck me as quite strange." Fujiwara Kyosuke spoke calmly. Seiju Kenichi's pupils contracted slightly as he looked at Fujiwara Kyosuke in terror, feeling flustered inside. "My." Mori Kagoro thought for a moment, resting his hand on his chin, and said, "Now that you mention it, I also recalled it was the wrist. When Rand took a photo of him back, then his wrist was very fair, distinctly different from the others. That's why I said this case tests not reasoning, but eyesight. Fujiwara Kyosuke shrugged and smiled nonchalantly. Huh. Seiju Kenichi smiled helplessly. I didn't expect that my carefully planned scheme was merely a small trick to test your eyesight in your eyes. Evidence is conclusive. Officer Horigome first thanked Fujiwara Kyosuke and Muri Kagoro then took Seiju Kenichi away. This homicide case, driven by fame and fortune, came to a conclusion. On this clear morning, Fujiwara Kyosuke suddenly received a package. Inside the envelope, besides a letter, there was also a stack of money. Fujiwara Kyosuke casually tossed the money onto the table and scrutinized the letter, which was composed of cut-out newspaper letters, the words crooked and uneven. Arai Narumi. Fujiwara Kyosuke sighed, recalling the regrettable image of Arai Narumi, who bore the weight of everything and ultimately chose death along with the sound of piano amidst the flames. In his previous life, aside from the iconic kiss between Kudo Shinichi and Muri, ran only a few people and events. One of them was Arai Narumi from the Moing Island murder case. The other two were the death of Mayano Akemi, the sister of Hibara Ai, and the true heroine of the 2008 movie The Cracked Melody, Akitaka Reiko. Mayano Akemi goes without saying, this character has been excessively saved in fan works. As for Akitaka Reiko, there is a widely circulated theory that this character was modeled after Zard's lead singer Sakai Izumi, with fans even finding corresponding outfits in her celebrity photos. What? You don't know Sakai Izumi? You must know that classic Conan theme song, The Wheel of Fate. Sakai Izumi tragically fell to her death in 2007. A bowtie's life is often fleeting. The theme song of the 2008 movie Tsubasa wa Hiraji became Sakai Izumi's swan song, and to say that this film has no relation to her would be utterly unconvincing. The theme of the movie was even. This voice must not disappear. Hence many fans believe this movie was created by the Conan franchise in memory of Sakai Izumi. And Aoya Magasho did not deny this theory. Therefore, even though The Cracked Melody may not be as exciting as previous installments with the presence of Akitaka Reiko, and Sakai Izumi, Fujiwara Kyosuke still watched it several times in his previous life to honor Sakai Izumi. Returning to his thoughts, Fujiwara Kyosuke lightly tapped his index finger on the table, his eyes filled with complexity. Forget it, he exclaimed. My greatest weakness is my soft heart. With a sigh, Fujiwara Kyosuke spent a whopping 12,000 from the system to exchange for an item called stand doll. The stand doll, also known as a mechanical doll, comes from a sci-fi world. Once the host obtains the authority of the stand doll, they can directly bind their consciousness to it and control it at will. The doll can transform into any person regardless of gender, age, height, or weight. It's somewhat like the transformation technique in Naruto. It also comes with an encyclopedia and has healing functions similar to Baymax. However, the doll is equipped with a special chip that can activate a killing mode, making it far more powerful than professional assassins in this world. In front of the stand doll, Jin is like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. On Moing Island, Arai Narumi with a gentle smile bid farewell to her colleagues at the clinic and set off home with her backpack. Along the way, many people greeted her, and it was evident that as the only female doctor on the island, she was quite popular. Upon opening her front door, she said habitually, "I'm back." Arai Narumi took off her high heels and changed into slippers, hanging her coat and backpack on the rack at the entrance. The residence was a standard two-unit apartment. Arai Narumi knelt on the tatami mat and retrieved an old photo from a locked box. It was a family photo of the Arai family. Looking at the photo, Arai Narumi's eyes turned slightly red as she murmured, "Father, I will avenge you." She was the surviving child of the Arai family, Arai Narumi. Unlike the original work, she is a girl. Years ago, Arai Narumi was receiving treatment at Mihon Hospital in Tokyo, but she never expected that just as she was recovering, she would receive the dreadful news of her family's death in a fire. Having lost her family, Arai Narumi was defined as an orphan and was adopted by the Arai family, later changing her name to Arai Narumi. Although the police ruled the Arai family's death as a suicide, Arai Narumi has always harbored doubts about the cause of their death, until 2 years ago. Having graduated from medical school, Arai Narumi finally made up her mind to return to this small island to investigate the true cause of her family's death. To expedite matters, she first approached the then village chief Kamiyama Isamu, explained her intentions, and informed him. Unexpectedly, the moment Kamiyama Isamu learned her identity, the panic-stricken expression he displayed is still fresh in her memory. In his fluster, Kamiyama Isamu revealed the truth from that year. It turned out that the village chief Kamiyama Isamu, in collusion with Kawashima Hideo Kuroiwataro and Nishimoto Ken, had asked her father Arai Keiji to utilize the convenience of overseas performances to smuggle heroin back to Japan for illegal sale. As a result, Arai Keiji was murdered for refusing them. It was a complete family massacre. After Kamiyama Isamu disclosed this secret, he died of a heart attack. Arai Narumi played her father's favorite Moonlight Sonata as a farewell tune for Kamiyama Isamu's funeral. For the past 2 years, she had been hesitating, unsure of what to do, but ultimately she resolved to send the three down to hell with the Moonlight Sonata. But before that, she wrote letters to the famous detective Muri Kaguru in Tokyo and the renowned magician Fujiwara Kyosuke, who gained fame due to the Lake of Sad Love incident. She didn't know why she sought out these two famous detectives. Perhaps I'm not sure if this is the right thing to do, but even so, I will not hesitate. If those two detectives can truly stop me, it proves that the lives of the three are not meant to end. It is fate. Arai Narumi sighed, murmuring to herself. At that moment, a strange man's voice abruptly echoed in the empty room. Have you truly made up your mind? Who? Arai Narumi exclaimed in shock, looking around, but unable to see anyone. Suddenly a door of nothingness opened and a black-haired blue-eyed boy stepped out dressed in a black church robe trimmed with gold, his face adorned with a warm smile, like the sun. You are. Arai Narumi was stunned by the fantastical way he appeared. Such extraordinary means left her in awe. Could it be that there are really magicians in this world? Then what significance does Newton hold? Miss Arai, oh no, it should be Miss Masao. Did you not send me the commission letter? You are that magician. Fujiwara, are you truly a magician? Arai Narumi looked at Fujiwara Kyosuke in shock, his mysterious entrance deeply overturning her previous understanding of the world. Miss Masao, I am already aware of everything. Now I will seriously ask you, do you truly wish to take revenge for your family? Fujiwara Kyosuke ignored Arai Narumi's question, his expression serious, as he asked again. The next day, on the sea surface of the Izu Islands, a ship sailed through a blanket of mist. Fujiwara Kyosuke silently walked to the bow, gazing at the outline of a small island gradually emerging from the fog. Beside him was the incessantly chattering Muri Kaguru. Honestly, we could have gone to enjoy the flowers instead. Muri Kaguru, with a cigarette in his mouth, muttered, why does this detective Muri Kaguru have to go to such a remote island? It's all because of that strange commission letter saying that on the next full moon night shadows will start disappearing again, and I need to investigate the reason. Asu Keiji. What's even more annoying is that 2 days ago he specifically called to remind me not to breach the contract. It's simply forcing me to work. Just treat it as a trip. In stark contrast to Muri Kaguru was Muri Ran, who with a backpack held Conan's hand, her face filled with anticipation, her cheerful laughter echoing across the vast sea. We can also go sightseeing on the small islands of the Izu Islands, Conan Kyosuke. Don't you think so? Conan maliciously acted cute. I heard the scenery on Tsukikage Island is quite nice. It's definitely much better than being cooped up in Tokyo. Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled and nodded in agreement. I really can't with you guys. Muri Kaguru returned to his seat, listlessly waiting to disembark. Brother Fujiwara, did you receive the commission letter too? Conan approached Fujiwara Kyosuke and asked in a childlike voice. Yes. Fujiwara Kyosuke's mouth twitched as he glanced at Conan from the corner of his eye. Come on, you're not really a child, why act all? Oh, by the way, Conan, Fujiwara Kyosuke asked. I have a question, would you be interested in answering it? A question? Conan was curious. Not only he was curious, but Muri Kaguru and Muri Ran also perked up their ears. A detective uncovers the method the murderer used to kill. Fujiwara Kyosuke said flatly. This murderer ultimately commits suicide in front of the detective. If it were you, do you think the murderer's suicide is right or wrong for the detective? Suicide. Muri Ran gasped. Muri Kaguru and Conan's expressions turned serious as they pondered Fujiwara Kyosuke's question. The detective deduces the case and identifies the murderer. This is the detective's duty. The murderer committing suicide. This is the detective's oversight. Is it right or wrong? Is it the detective's duty to find the murderer or to kill the murderer? For a moment Conan couldn't come. What difference does it make between a detective forcing the criminal into a corner and the murderer? Muri Kaguru coldly snorted, his expression serious. Guiding the murderer to confess is also one of the detective's duties. Fujiwara Kyosuke was taken aback and seriously looked at Muri Kaguru admiringly, saying, no wonder you're a famous detective. Muri Kaguru. His tone held no mockery, only deep admiration. Just for this statement, Muri Kaguru deserves the title of famous uncle. Really impressive. Conan looked at Muri Kaguru in shock, as if seeing him for the first time. Huh. Of course I am the famous detective Muri Kaguru. Muri Kaguru exclaimed with a laugh sticking out his tongue. Fujiwara Kyosuke shook his head helplessly. The carefree Kaguru, the serious Kaguru. He really couldn't tell which one was the real Muri Kaguru. But just now Uncle looked really cool. Fujiwara Kyosuke silently thought, without saying anything else, looking out at the boundless sea. Tsukikage Island. After disembarking, the four of them headed straight for the Tsukikage Island office to look for information about the client Asu Keiji. Because the commission letter only had the Tsukikage Island postal stamp on it, and no other information including the contact details of the other party, Muri Kaguru had to inquire with the relevant departments. Just then, Asu Keiji. The office director looked at Fujiwara Kyosuke and the others in shock, exclaiming, that's impossible. He died over 10 years ago. It seemed he was venting his fear, his voice growing louder. Upon hearing this name, the faces of the island residents in the office changed drastically. What? He died over... In the office, he was born on the island and was once a very famous piano performer. The director sat on the sofa, took a sip of hot tea, and said in shock, but 12 years ago on a full moon night, he returned to his hometown after many years and held a piano concert at the village community center. However, after the concert, for some unknown reason, Asu Keiji suddenly sealed himself in with his family and started a fire. That fire was extremely fierce. It is said that he killed his family with a knife while continuously playing the piano in the raging flames, with the piece being Beethoven's famous Moonlight Sonata. But what about this commission letter? Conan frowned and said, it does have the Tsukikage Island seal on it, and the commission fee was paid, so it shouldn't be a prank, right? The director hesitated for a moment and said, you can ask the village chief, he should be over at the community center now. Outside the office, Fujiwara Kyosuke spoke first. I think someone on the island might want to use Asu Keiji's name to invite us to investigate the doubts surrounding the Asu Keiji incident. You're right, maybe Mr. Asa's friend wants to commission my dad to investigate what happened back then. Ran also agreed, noting that even if it were a prank, it wouldn't make sense to spend so much money just to send them on a wild goose chase. Alright, let's head to the community center first. Mori Kaguru was persuaded and took the lead toward the direction of the community. The group headed toward the community center, but the roads on Tsukikage Island were somewhat complex and Mori Ran was completely strange. Isn't the map supposed to lead this way? Mori Ran looked puzzled at the map in her hand. It clearly said it was just ahead, so how did they end up in such a strange place? Ran, can you even navigate? It's almost dark. Mori Kaguru helplessly looked at his directionally challenged daughter. They were really foolish. Knowing that Ran had a bad sense of direction, they still let her lead the way. Forget it'll take over. Mori Kaguru reluctantly took the map from Mori Ran's hands, carefully comparing it with the surrounding scenery. It seems this place isn't even on the map. Mori Kaguru felt awkward as he also couldn't find their current location on the map. There's a clinic over there, let's go ask. Fujiwara Kyosuke noticed Narumi Ase at the clinic entrance. The four of them arrived at the clinic where Narumi Ase had just sent a patient away and was about to return to the clinic. Excuse me, could you please tell me which direction the community center is? Hey, Mori Ran politely inquired. Narumi Ase turned back and noticed the four of them slightly stunned, especially at Fujiwara Kyosuke and Mori Kaguru. Could the middle-aged man beside Fujiwara be the detective Mori Kaguru whom he invited? And why are there a girl and a child? Despite his confusion, Narumi Ase kept a calm expression and warmly engaged in small talk with the four of them. Did you come from Tokyo? Mori Ran nodded and replied. Yes, we came on the cruise that just left. What a coincidence, I'm also from Tokyo. I'm Narumi Ase, the doctor on this island. Please take care of me. I'm Mori Ran. This is my father Mori Kaguru. This is my father's nephew Fujiwara Kyosuke, and this child is Conan. Mori Ran introduced Fujiwara Kyosuke and the others to Narumi Ase in turn. Hello. Narumi Ase appeared very pleased. This island is quite different from Tokyo. It's wonderful, isn't it? The air is so fresh, and it's incredibly quiet. Narumi Ase spread his arms wide and a youthful aura enveloped them. However, slaps to the face were always around. Toot toot. Just as Narumi Ase's arms had yet to fall, a campaign vehicle passed by, the noisy voice echoing through the streets. Shimizu Masato, Shimizu Masato. Please vote for Shimizu Masato. Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled. It truly was a swift slap to the face. Narumi Ase instantly felt embarrassed and awkwardly smiled, saying, that's an exception because the village chief election is about to take place on the island. Village chief election. That's right, they are currently electing a village chief on the island with candidates including the fisherman's representative Shimizu Masato, the current village chief Kuroiwa Tatsuji, who has seen a decline in approval ratings, and the island's richest tycoon Kawashima Hideo. If you go now, you should be able to meet them. Because today marks the second anniversary of the former village chief's passing. The second anniversary. Mori Kaguru finally remembered the serious matter and said, perfect, we also have some questions we want to consult the village chief about. I'm sorry, I almost forgot you were here to ask for directions. Arai Narushi smiled awkwardly and said the community center is just over there. Just follow this road straight ahead. Thank you, Miss Narushi. Mori Kagoro expressed his gratitude, saying, then we shall take our leave. Alright, goodbye everyone. As Fujiwara Kyosuke and the others turned to leave, Arai Narushi smiled as she watched them go. Once the figures of the four completely disappeared at the end of the road, Arai Narushi prepared to return to her clinic only to see Fujiwara Kyosuke's figure suddenly appear behind her. Fujiwara, what are you doing here? Didn't you go to the community center with Mori-san and the others? Arai Narushi said in surprise as Fujiwara Kyosuke had just been within her line of sight, yet he suddenly appeared behind. Narushi-san, the Fujiwara Kyosuke in front of you is merely one of my avatars, Fujiwara Kyosuke explained with a smile. Arai Narushi suddenly understood and said, Fujiwara, is it really okay for us to do this? Deliberately leading Mori Detective and the others to the community center, just in case. Arai Narushi hesitated, but Fujiwara Kyosuke waved his hand dismissively. Since Uncle Mori and the others are here, let them get involved. Fujiwara Kyosuke said with a smile, besides, do you really think that they would stand by while a murder occurs on the island? As for any accidents, they won't be able to break the trap I've set with my dolls. He stated confidently with a convincing smile. I see. Arai Narushi nodded thoughtfully. I'm here to inform you that when the dolls commit the crime, it's best to find a crowded place to establish your alibi. Also, Uncle Mori will definitely come to check the corpse. Just tell the truth. Understood. I plan to join everyone later to pay respects to the late village chief, and I'll stay there until you notify me to examine the body. Very good. Fujiwara Kyosuke's gaze became profound. One of your enemies will receive their due retribution tonight. After saying this, Fujiwara Kyosuke's avatar vanished before Arai Narushi. Watching the place where Fujiwara Kyosuke had left, Arai Narushi's eyes flickered slightly, a strange emotion brewing within her, as if a sister had finally found a brother to shield her from the storm. If only that were true, how wonderful it would be. Arai Narushi sighed and turned back to the clinic. Meanwhile, Fujiwara Kyosuke's main body and Mori Kagoro finally arrived at the community center, but the subsequent investigation could not proceed. Due to the village chief Kuroiwa Tatsuji being preoccupied with the protest from the villagers outside, he had neither the time nor the mood to meet with Mori Kagoro, the detective from Tokyo. After all, the plot of Conan had just begun and Mori Kagoro did not possess the later overwhelming influence in Neon. With no other choice, the four could only wander around the community center. There's a room here. Unintentionally, Conan discovered a tightly closed door and pushed it open. Inside the spacious room, there was only a piano placed in the middle. There was nothing else around. No Conan. Mori Ran whispered, but before she could say anything more, Mori Kagoro peeked his head in, exclaiming, "Wow. What a big room." Fujiwara Kyosuke followed Mori Kagoro inside, arriving at the window where the vast sea lay outside. Fujiwara Kyosuke turned his head to glance at the piano in the center. The piano looked as if it had been abandoned there for a long time, covered in dust. Conan's curiosity was naturally very strong, though otherwise he wouldn't have come into being. He curiously stepped forward, pondering a question: why is there only one piano in such a large room? Mori Ran also wondered, in such a tidy room, how could there be a dusty piano? Just a little tidying up will do. As he said this, Conan prepared to approach and investigate. Just then, the village chief's secretary Hirata Akira appeared at the door and hurriedly stopped Conan from getting close to the piano. No, don't touch it. His face was extremely pale, panic-stricken, as he prevented Conan from approaching. Mori Kagoro and the others looked at him with questioning gazes, while Fujiwara Kyosuke remained calm and indifferent. Hirata Akira trembled as he explained this piano was played during the concert on the day Mr. Asu died. It's a curse. No way. How can it be called a cursed piano? Mori Kagoro looked at Hirata Akira, who had suddenly barged in, puzzled. It was just a piano. How could it be considered cursed? Moreover, Mori Kagoro had connections. Even if there were curses, he wouldn't be afraid. It's not just Mr. Asu. Something similar also happened to the former village chief. Hirata Akira looked terrified, as if narrating a horrifying story, trembling all over. Was it Mr. Yukamayama who is having the memorial ceremony today? Yes. Hirata Akira replied, it happened 2 years ago. It was a night of a full moon, and I happened to pass by here. The community center, which should have been empty, suddenly echoed with the I was startled and was about to check if someone had broken into the community center, but just as I was about to ask who it was, the sound suddenly stopped. Mori Kagoro frowned slightly. Isn't this just a man-made incident? What's the big deal? When I walked inside, I found the former village chief, Mr. Kamayama, already dead on the piano. Later, the police determined that Mr. Kamayama's cause of death was a heart attack, but he shouldn't have been in the community center. Furthermore, the piano piece he played before he died was the same Moonlight Sonata that Mr. Asu kept playing amidst the raging flames. The expression on village chief Kamayama's face before he died, as if he was frightened by something, was definitely because he saw the vengeful spirit entwined around the piano. Hirata Akira spoke with conviction, and Mori Kagoro and Mori Ran truly lost the desire to pursue the matter further. But who is Conan? Idagawa Conan. How could he possibly be scared by a little ghost story? He swiftly stepped up to the piano, placed his hands on the keys, and started playing a children's song. This piano is no different from an ordinary piano. While playing, he also complained. Hirata Akira, looking terrified, grabbed Conan's hand, pushing Fujiwara Kyosuke and the others out of the piano room. In any case, please wait at the entrance until the ceremony is over. Mori Kagoro and the others exchanged glances, feeling that this matter was shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. Is there really a ghost here? Mori Ran, who was extremely afraid of ghosts, couldn't help but shiver. How is that possible? Conan said nonchalantly. Let's leave, the whole place feels eerie. Mori Kagoro was aware that there were indeed supernatural beings in this world, although rare. Of course, due to Fujiwara Kyosuke's presence here, he wasn't too worried. But he still felt somewhat uncomfortable. It was all Hirata Akira's fault for telling ghost stories to scare them. Let's go. The four arrived at the entrance. Suddenly, Conan seemed to have thought of something, feeling that Fujiwara Kyosuke had been unusually silent today. Thinking of this, Conan stealthily approached, acting cute, and whispered, Fujiwara Nikin, what's wrong? Did you discover something? Something wrong? Fujiwara Kyosuke looked puzzled. What's wrong? From now on, everything here will be under my control. Even if there is a problem, I can't discuss it with you. Would I discuss how to use dolls to commit murder with you? That's just ridiculous. I didn't discover anything. I just have a feeling that something might happen here tonight. Fujiwara Kyosuke said in a low tone, a murder might occur perhaps. Why? Conan was taken aback. He thought he was discussing deduction with Fujiwara, but instead, he was brought into metaphysics. When did detectives rely on feelings to determine the occurrence of a case? After all, he was a proper and upright professional. If Fujiwara Kyosuke knew Conan's thoughts, he would have sternly told him that he was making a reasonable deduction based on the Conan's first theorem. Although he was the one leading this case, the blame for this black pot would still fall upon you, Conan. Because you're here. Fujiwara Kyosuke said, looking as if it was the most natural thing. Conan, I'm not the Grim Reaper. Conan gritted his teeth and said, who knows? Fujiwara Kyosuke ruffled Conan's hair, a smile unconsciously appearing on his lips. Indeed, bullying Conan is the most enjoyable. Nightfall. All present stood in solemn silence at the memorial service for the late village headman Kamayama, when suddenly a hauntingly beautiful melody began to emanate from the piano room. What could it be? A collective shiver ran through the assembly. That familiar tune, unmistakable, unforgettable, seared into their very souls. This piece is Moonlight. Something's terribly wrong. At the first notes, Conan, seated by the door, jolted upright, his expression shifting instantly to alarm. Ignoring the bewildered stares around him, he dashed toward the piano room. Fujiwara Kyosuke and the two others followed hard on his heels. Many others in attendance also leapt to their feet and rushed toward the piano room. Bang! The door was flung open, and the sight that greeted them froze every onlooker in stunned paralysis. A tall, slender man sat rigidly upright before the piano, a rapturous smile playing upon his lips, his pallid hands resting motionless upon the keys, as though still performing the piece. At first glance, nothing seemed amiss. Yet a closer look revealed something profoundly unnatural. 2 rivulets of blood streamed from his eyes, pooling thickly onto the floor until it gleamed crimson. Yet he continued to smile, utterly unmoved even as the crowd burst in. He remained perfectly still in his seat, like a devoted maestro lost in the transcendent ecstasy of his own performance. "It's Mr. Kawashima," someone cried out from the doorway. As the room filled, the man turned mechanically toward the crowd, his grin stiff and unnatural, his mouth opening soundlessly. Seemingly impervious to pain, he struck a few more haunting bars of moonlight, a sight so unnerving it tightened every heart in the room and sent chills crawling up every spine. The scene before them was sheer visceral horror. Then, suddenly, as if some dormant nerve had finally awakened, his face contorted in agony. He struggled, desperately reaching out toward Muri Kagoro and Conan. But before his fingers could touch them, a violent gush of blood erupted from his eyes, staining the floor deeper red. Thud! He collapsed, lifeless. Even Asagi Makoto, who had steeled herself mentally, found her arms prickling with gooseflesh. Such a violation of natural law stirred an instinctive, nameless dread. Dead already. Muri Kagoro stepped forward, examined the man, and felt his pulse. His voice dropped low and grave. "It's too late. He's gone. A curse. It's a curse. This is the piano's curse." Hirata Kazuji collapsed onto the floor, his index finger trembling as it pointed at the instrument, his face ashen. "Dead already. You know what you're saying, don't you?" Village headman Kuroiwa Shunji stared in disbelief, refusing to Rango, notify the police immediately. Muri Kagoro instructed his daughter without glancing at Kuroiwa Shunji's denial, his gaze sharpening with an uncharacteristic gravity. He turned to Asagi Makoto and said, "Dr. Asagi, would you be so kind as to examine the body?" "Oh. Judging solely by external appearance, determining cause of death is nearly impossible, so I must rely on your professional expertise." Muri Kagoro offered with quiet apology. The forensic examiner had yet to arrive. Asagi Makoto paused, then nodded. "An autopsy poses no difficulty, but is this truly appropriate?" "There's no question of appropriateness." Muri Kagoro shook his head and gestured politely for her to proceed. Nearby, Conan remained silent, his eyes locked intently on the corpse, his expression deeply somber. Next, Muri Kagoro revealed his identity, though villagers mistakenly took him for Detective Meisai Kagoro or even an astronaut, until they finally understood he was a renowned detective from Tokyo. Yet this remote island had not yet heard of his fame. With that title established, Muri Kagoro swiftly assumed he barred all non-essential personnel from entering, preserving evidence intact. Once order was restored, both Conan and Muri Kagoro finally had space to begin methodically investigating this chilling case. Kyosuke. Muri Kagoro looked toward Fujiwara Kyosuke, his gaze searching. Kyosuke understood the unspoken question, whether this crime bore the mark of someone extraordinary, and promptly shook his head. Though he had orchestrated the crime, the actual killing had been carried out by a lifelike puppet. The method relied only on advanced pharmaceuticals and precise knowledge of human acupoints, knowledge accessible to ordinary people decades hence. Though futuristic, it remained firmly within the realm of science. Muri Kagoro nodded, then used a borrowed camera to document the scene thoroughly before approaching Asagi Makoto. "Dr. Asagi, any findings?" "The deceased appears to have passed moments ago. There are no external wounds, nor any signs of poisoning. The hemorrhaging stems from Asagi Makoto faltered. Honestly, even she found it difficult to believe. This scene shattered everything she'd learned in medical school. "What is it?" Asagi Makoto exhaled slowly, her complexion pale. "It resembles sweating and weeping. Except what flowed from him was not sweat or tears but blood, in overwhelming grotesque volume." "What?" Muri Kagoro's eyes widened in utter disbelief. How could this be possible? Conan stared stunned. He had never encountered a corpse like this before. No external injuries. No trace of poison. Only 2 anomalies defied reason: the man's eerie composure upon their arrival, and the blood streaming from his eyes. Deceptively simple, yet profoundly uncanny. Moreover, the blood on the floor belonged entirely to the victim. If Asagi Makoto's assessment held true, exsanguination was almost certainly the cause of death. Yet how? There were no lacerations, no punctures, no visible means by which he could have bled to death. Could it truly be that the blood tears themselves caused fatal hemorrhage? That theory not only failed to convince others, but even he refused to accept it himself. A deep, penetrating chill settled over the room. Asagi Makoto continued her examination per Muri Kagoro's request, while Conan began meticulously searching the perimeter for clues. Meanwhile, Muri Kagoro escorted Fujiwara Kyosuke to the entrance to inquire about Kawashima Hanako, though Moonshadow Island lay far from Tokyo. Police reinforcements could not arrive swiftly, so Rand summoned the island's sole elderly officer to the scene. After questioning everyone, including the veteran officer, Muri Kagoro uncovered nothing. When he returned to the piano room with Kyosuke, he found Conan darting back and forth across the crime scene. A stark angular appeared on Muri Kagoro's forehead. Enraged, he swung a fist, landing squarely on Conan's head, instantly swelling a vivid crimson bump. "Brat, get out of here," Muri Kagoro roared. "Don't run around the crime scene. You'll destroy vital evidence, and I swear I'll beat you senseless." He acted out of concern. This scene unsettled even seasoned adults. Rand trembled against the wall. Dr. Asagi's face grew increasingly ashen. Only Kyosuke retained composure, but even he wore a sober, grave expression. "Uncle, look." Already accustomed to Muri Kagoro's divine justice from above, Conan cradled his head with one hand, while pointing urgently beneath the chair where the victim had sat. There seems to be a sheet of paper. Something's written on it. Muri Kagoro's attention snapped toward it, and there stuck firmly beneath the chair was indeed a piece of paper. He retrieved it, and found astonishingly a peculiar musical score. It looks like the sheet music from Moonlight. Ran, well-versed in music, stepped forward and studied the score. But this version differs from the original. The details are subtly, unmistakably wrong. Wrong? Where? I can't quite place it. Let me think. Ran rested her chin in thought. Then her furrowed brow suddenly smoothed. Ah, I've got it. The notes. Their positions deviate from the authentic score. At Ran's words, Conan's eyes lit up, and he rose onto his tiptoes, straining to glimpse the sheet music in Muri Kagoro's hand. Alas, he saw no notes, only another swift, merciless strike of divine justice. Brat, stand over there and stay put. Muri Kagoro bellowed, wildeed. Conan rubbed his head, utterly innocent. Ugh, what a horrid old man. Fujiwara Kyosuke watched amused as the bright red lump swelled atop Conan's head, two overlapping bumps resembling the gourds atop the legendary 7 little gourds. Kyosuke reached out and gently tapped it. Ow! Conan glared up indignant. Kyosuke withdrew his hand behind his back, feigning total innocence, and declared with serene conviction, just as I predicted. Wherever you go, cases follow. Conan, it's just coincidence. Coincidence, perhaps. Fujiwara Kyosuke shrugged and walked towards Muri Kagoro. Conan remained in place, deep in thought. Although he had not seen the content of the score, he could ascertain that it was the information left by the murderer. After all, the deceased had no time to prepare the score. It seems this killer is taunting us. Conan gritted his teeth, his mind racing. What else have I overlooked? Early the next morning, Officer Mugir, receiving a call from Muri, Ran organized a team and hurriedly rushed from Tokyo. He took the score from Muri Kagoro and shouted in anger, does this killer intend to provoke the police? What is wrong with this world? Murder cases are rampant, occurring almost every 3 days. This time it's even more outrageous. A mere killer dares to leave information to taunt the police. Doesn't that mean that in the eyes of the killer our police are just symbols of incompetence? This is intolerable. Don't worry, Officer Mugir, as long as I, the great detective Muri Kagoro, am here, I will ensure the killer is brought to justice. Muri Kagoro said confidently, soothing his old friend. Really? Muri, my dear brother. Officer Mugir looked at Muri Kagoro with a helpless expression, lacking any confidence in him. Recently, Muri Kagoro had indeed helped the police solve several cases, but only when he entered his sleeping Kagoro state. As for what he said when awake, Officer Mugir felt it was better to filter it out. Especially the murderers he identified while awake could be directly disregarded. Nevertheless, Muri Kagoro's reassurance did have some effect. Officer Mugir rallied his spirits and approached Arai Narihiko, who had examined the corpse, inquiring about the clues regarding the deceased's body. The police forensic team also began inspecting the traces on the surface of the body. However, to Fujiwara Kyosuke, these experienced forensic personnel were truly inferior in autopsy skills compared to the novice Arai Narihiko. Were these forensic personnel really trained professionals? He had reason to suspect that these individuals may have purchased their position. The Metropolitan Police Department is truly useless. Dr. Arai, please tell us the clues you have gathered so far. Officer Mugir spoke politely. This way we can cross-verify with the forensic expert's judgment. After all, several hours have passed since the incident, and the forensic may have overlooked some details. Arai Narihiko nodded and detailed what he had previously discussed with Muri Kagoro. There are no external injuries on the surface of the body, and no signs of poisoning have been found so far. However, this does not rule out the possibility that the deceased died from some poison with no obvious traces, which can only be confirmed after an autopsy by the forensic team. The forensic expert nodded in agreement after examining the body, saying, Officer, what Dr. Arai said is correct. Officer Mugir nodded upon hearing the words of Arai Narihiko and the forensic expert. The officer beside him recorded every word that Arai Narihiko said as a statement. Now several hours have passed since the deceased's death, and there are not many traces visible on the body, but the manner of death was quite strange. All present should have witnessed it. According to my judgment, the primary cause of death for the deceased was likely shock due to excessive blood loss. The examination results show that the deceased's blood flowed entirely from the eyes like tears that could not be stopped, ultimately leading to death. Arai Narihiko slowly detailed the examination results. This was also Fujiwara Kyosuke's request. He did not need to conceal anything about the puppet, as he had already set a final destination for the false identity he created. Guaranteed to scare Conan half to death. Officer Mugir. Fujiwara Kyosuke suddenly spoke up. I have a bold hypothesis. At the moment we witnesses saw the deceased, he was actually not dead. It is highly likely that he died completely only after we entered the piano room. What? Fujiwara, are you serious? Officer Mugir was taken aback. Was the deceased not discovered until after he had died? As for whether Fujiwara Kyosuke's deduction could be wrong, Officer Mugir noted that the name Fujiwara Kyosuke was well known throughout the police department. The case of Lake Bienlien involved too many parties, and all passengers who experienced the luxury cruise incident were paying attention, including many high-ranking officials and industry elites, making it impossible to cover up. He then turned his gaze to Muri Kagoro, who also had a strange expression. Muri Fujiwara, what on earth is going on here? Muri Kagoro sighed deeply, saying, Actually, I am not particularly clear either. When we heard the Moonlight Sonata, everyone felt something was off, and immediately came to the piano room. It was Conan who opened the door, and upon doing so we saw the deceased Kawashima Hideo, sitting in front of the piano playing with an intoxicated smile, that very moonlight sonata, blood streaming from his eyes to the ground. Then he lowered his hands, and the music abruptly stopped. Suddenly his face contorted in pain, and he collapsed onto the floor. I rushed forward only to find that Mr. Kawashima had no pulse. Are you sure that piece was played by the deceased himself? Officer Mugure looked blankly at Muri Kaguru, and Fujiwara Kyosuke, feeling this joke had gone too far. At that time Mr. Kawashima was probably still alive. Conan, who had been silent, finally spoke up, his expression serious, even carrying a hint of anger and fear. The words coming from the face of a mere child compelled Officer Mugure and the others to listen intently. If I am not mistaken, Fujiwara Kyosuke nodded, saying, before he completely died Mr. Kawashima was... It was just that due to some reason he was unable to move, forced to play the piano while slowly feeling his blood drain away until his unwilling death. Mr. Kawashima must have suffered greatly before he died. Mori Ran looked at the corpse on the ground with discomfort, unable to imagine how Kawashima Hideo felt at that moment. Nor could she comprehend what kind of hatred could lead the murderer to kill Mr. Kawashima in such a merciless... If Fujiwara Kyosuke knew her thoughts, he would undoubtedly feel wronged. He merely issued instructions to the puppet to kill Kawashima Hideo in a more shocking manner, without caring about the method. However, the puppet was not human, although its intelligence surpassed that of 99 of humans, it lacked any humanity and executed the commands given by its host unconditionally. It must be said that witnessing such a shocking scene left even him astonished. Although it was cruel, it was indeed very striking. If this case gets out, he would definitely gain a substantial amount of shock value. This time, to help Arai Narahiko, he spent nearly 300,000 shock value, more than all his previous expenditures combined. If he couldn't break even, he would suffer a significant loss. Nonetheless, with such a big case and 3 deceased individuals dying in such a strange manner, coupled with the dramatic exit of the killer, it would undoubtedly capture the public's attention. In any case, we will ensure justice for the deceased and capture the killer. Officer Mugure declared firmly, his eyes filled with anger and determination. Muri Kaguru nodded in agreement, and Conan was even more furious. He would definitely catch the criminal and ensure they faced legal punishment. Meanwhile, Arai Narahiko's eyes flickered. The puppet of Fujiwara was truly impressive. As for the cruelty, she had a different interpretation. Her father and the others were burned alive in a closed room, enduring the pain of flames scorching every inch of their skin, dying in their struggles. Where were these seeming agents of justice at that time? Why did the police hastily conclude it was suicide? She alone could uncover the truth, while the police deemed it suicide after their investigation. Isn't that laughable? In Arai Narahiko's eyes, the puppet had humanity. It knew what she was thinking and subsequently amplified her dark side without limits. Deep down, she wished for these evildoers to experience the same pain her father felt before he died. She even hoped that those 3 would die completely filled with remorse and fear for Asukeiichi. And the puppet turned her wishes into reality. Faced with such provocation, the police were naturally incensed, each eager to capture the culprit. Unfortunately, no matter how excited or outraged they were, it could not change the fact that there was no progress in the case. Even the cause of death was merely speculation, with no conclusive autopsy report as evidence. Due to the inability to clearly determine the true cause of death, the forensic expert had no choice but to heed Ase Naruma's suggestion and take the corpse back to Tokyo for an autopsy. Officer Muro, once we have results, I will call you, so please keep your phone available. A forensic expert said to Officer Muro. Understood. Officer Muro nodded. Thank you for your hard work. The forensic expert saluted and left with the team from Tsukiyomi Island. Meanwhile, Officer Muro and the criminal investigators stayed on the island. Unable to identify the suspect, they resorted to a rough method, summoning all the guests who attended the Kamaima Yuki memorial ceremony last night for rounds of interrogation. The work continued until noon, completing more than half of it. Unfortunately, they had nothing to show for their efforts. When it was Ase Naruma's turn, the interrogation ended quickly, since she had no connection to Kawashima Hideo aside from the autopsy. Just as she finished her interrogation, the sound of a piano resonated throughout the civic hall once more. Hearing the piano outside, Conan instantly reacted and ran toward the direction of the music room. Kaguro Muri and Kyosuke Fujiwara followed closely behind, and Officer Muro and the others also came over, no longer able to focus on the interrogation, hurriedly following suit. Inside the piano room, everyone entered with trepidation. Soon a wave of dread surged within them, and they felt a chill sweep over their bodies. A bald man lay there, blood streaming from his neck, staining a large area of the floor. The blood left by the previous victim had not dried for long, and now the floor was once again soaked in blood. This was not the eerie part. Officer Muro had seen countless tragic scenes throughout his years on the front lines. However, what happened next truly exceeded his imagination. The bald man was none other than the current village chief, Kuroiwa Satoshi. He was not dead yet. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Kuroiwa Satoshi shot them an annoyed glance, stopped playing the piano, and barked, "Who let you in? Get out. Such marvelous art can only be enjoyed by me alone, haha." Saying this, he disregarded the wound on his neck, appearing to feel no pain at all, and continued playing the Moonlight Sonata. "Isn't it better to agree to us and have everyone happy?" While playing the Moonlight, Kuroiwa Satoshi loudly said, "Misu Keiji, why did you refuse us back then? If you hadn't refused, you wouldn't have to die, and I wouldn't face the judgment of the judicator." Repentance, yes, I need to repent, He pulled out a pocket watch, glanced at the time, a look of nostalgia on his face, and sighed. What time? What is up? Officer Muro asked in shock. It's 12 o'clock, the beginning of evil, the arrival of judgment. 12. Kuroiwa Satoshi stared intently at the wall clock, his expression seemingly truly in repentance. Officer Muro followed his gaze, and his pupils dilated suddenly. There was another sheet of music. It was quietly affixed below the wall clock. Then Kuroiwa Satoshi, like Kawashima Hideo, contorted his face in pain, yet made no sound. Click. The sound of mechanical parts turning echoed in the dead quiet piano room. The hour hand pointed directly. Kuroiwa Satoshi finally fell to the ground, dying before everyone's eyes. Another unsolved case had emerged. The victim died right in front of them. Exactly at 12 o'clock, not a second off. Officer Muro stood there in a daze, a look of confusion plastered on his face. Even the record book had fallen to the ground without him reacting. This time he was truly lost. In his decades-long police career, he had witnessed countless murder cases. He had seen cases more brutal than this one. He had solved cases more heinous than this one. He had even participated in cases with a broader impact. Yet this was the first time he encountered such an eerie case. The judicator. The methods employed by the perpetrator seemed beyond what a human could accomplish. To be able to manipulate the police and detectives without leaving any trace, to commit murder in plain sight, and even have the victim cooperate so willingly. It seemed this time it was not just a simple murder case. Especially the words spoken by the victim before his death. Kagoro Muri glanced at Officer Muro with understanding, not wanting to disturb him, sighed slightly, and said to Ase Narumi, due to the forensic expert's departure, the examination of the corpse will trouble you, Narumi. Off. Ase Narumi was internally thankful to the stand-in doll for prompting Kuroiwa Satoshi to express his regret. The words spoken before his death would undoubtedly draw the police's attention, thereby ensuring her father's case would finally be vindicated. At that moment, she suddenly heard Kagoro Muri's words and momentarily did not react. Her reaction seemed entirely normal to others. Kagoro Muri also thought she was frightened and felt a bit sorry, but there was no choice as there was only this one doctor on the island, so they had to make do. He repeated, we will need to trouble you with the autopsy, Dr. Narumi. Alright, as long as the officer doesn't mind, I am. At that moment, the stunned Officer Muro silently picked up the record book. Hearing the conversation between Kagoro Muri and Ase Narumi, he apologetically said, we are really sorry for troubling you, Dr. Narumi. It's no problem, officer. Ase Narumi shook her head, bent down, and began examining the corpse. Meanwhile, Officer Muro directed the officers to take down the sheet of music from the clock. On the night of the full moon, the sins in the fire will ultimately be revealed. Blood will flow like a tide unceasingly. The hatred of sin will be extinguished here. Judgment descends upon the world in the name of wine. Darkness shrouds humanity, spreading death and redemption. Kyosuke Fujiwara slowly recited this passage. Kyosuke. Ran Muri looked at Kyosuke Fujiwara anxiously. Not just her, except for Conan, who seemed contemplative. Everyone else stared at him in shock. This is a message left by the killer on the sheet of music. Kyosuke, have you deciphered the code? A hint of joy finally appeared on Officer Muro's face. Yes, Officer Muro. Kyosuke Fujiwara nodded and explained, the code is actually just arranging the wrong notes in alphabetical order. It will ultimately form the passage I just recited. Indeed. Conan nodded, having been studying the codes, and in that brief moment, he too had uncovered the message left. It seems our speeds are consistent. Conan finally felt a glimmer of hope in defeating Kyosuke Fujiwara. Wait. In the name of wine, darkness will shroud humanity. Conan's expression suddenly changed as he recalled the two men in black who had forced him to drink poison. Darkness will shroud humanity. What does in the name of wine mean? Could this be their code name? Using wine as a code name. In the name of wine. Darkness. Kyosuke Fujiwara approached Conan, pretending to think. Could that organization have resurfaced? Which organization? Conan quickly asked, his expression quite urgent. Moi. Kyosuke Fujiwara glanced at him and said, why are you so nervous? Seeing that he had not disclosed the information about that organization, Conan decided to play the cute card. He leaned toward Kyosuke Fujiwara and said in a childish voice, Brother Fujiwara, you're so handsome. Speak. Kyosuke Fujiwara nearly got goosebumps. Then can you tell me about that organization? Alright, there's no harm in telling you lest you later cross paths with that transnational crime syndicate. Sorry, but it seems I may have already crossed paths. Conan felt extreme speechlessness within. He had not been so arrogant as to provoke a transnational crime syndicate, but now avoiding it was no longer an option. Kyosuke Fujiwara noticed the expression on Conan's face and couldn't help but smirk. His utilization of this case was actually twofold. One was to help Ase Narumi seek revenge, and the other was to naturally provide Conan with some intelligence regarding the organization. I heard it from my father, Kyosuke Fujiwara said. He learned from MI6 that the Black Organization, also known as the Crow Organization, is represented by the color black. Defined as a transnational crime organization by Interpol, its members use wine as their code names and prefer to wear black clothing. The Black Organization is extremely mysterious and has existed for decades, perhaps even longer. They are well-funded and have deep connections in politics, economics, and science. As Kyosuke Fujiwara elaborated, Conan's expression grew increasingly somber. However, that was all information from over a decade ago. Kyosuke Fujiwara changed the topic. Off. Conan felt a bit confused from Fujiwara's tone. Could it be that they have weakened now? 18 years ago, the Black Organization suffered an unprecedented blow. The high-ranking officials were mostly killed off, the mid-ranking officials disappeared, and the low-ranking officials scattered like birds and beasts, while those subordinates even switched to other organizations. Kyosuke Fujiwara's words reignited Conan's fighting spirit. Yet a question lingered in his heart: why would such a massive transnational organization suddenly suffer a fatal blow? According to rumors, the organization in black has been dedicated to developing a drug that can reverse aging. A drug? Conan furrowed his brow, pondering the existence of such a miraculous substance. Could it be the one he ingested? Would the organization truly be so benevolent as to grant him eternal youth? Just then Fujiwara Kyosuke answered his unspoken doubts. But unfortunately, reversing aging is an act against nature, and thus it is not so easily achieved, and moreover the side effects are immense. According to records from military intelligence, those who consumed such drugs often ended up dead. I see. Conan understood that while the ultimate goal of the drug was to restore youth at this stage, it was still a potion. Thinking of this, Conan couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He had nearly lost his life. The difficulty of concocting a youth-restoring drug led them to target a mysterious family. In this mysterious family there exists an ancient relic said to confer immortality. Fujiwara Kyosuke was not lying about this. If one could surpass the holy level and become an unparalleled deity, immortality would indeed be possible. Yet the likelihood of that happening is nearly zero. It would be better to accumulate shock value and purchase items from the system, such as angel genes or galactic power. The organization is vast and acts without restraint. During one confrontation, they accidentally killed a servant of the mysterious family, directly angering that family. The enraged family retaliated viciously, and the organization faced heavy losses within days. Due to the family's peculiar nature, no other organization was willing to assist the Blackclad group. The severely weakened organization had no choice but to lie low. However, they have never given up on the development of that. I see. Through Fujiwara Kyosuke's explanation, Conan began to sketch the general outline of the Blackclad organization in his mind. By the way, I feel like I've seen those individuals in black before. Fujiwara Kyosuke seemed to be deep in thought. Hehe. You have indeed seen them just that day at the amusement park. It seems that being a half-baked detective lacks the refined instincts of a professional sleuth. Conan quietly critiqued, choosing not to say more. The autopsy results of Kuroiwa Suji were soon available. What? Muri Kaguru exclaimed. He didn't die from a severed carotid artery, but rather from blood loss shock. Indeed. Ase Narumi stated although the carotid artery was severed, the cause of death was still due to blood loss. The manner of his death exceeds my knowledge base. So I cannot provide any valuable suggestions. How is that possible? Officer Megier was momentarily stunned. Although he was not a forensic expert, he understood quite a bit about forensic science. A severed carotid artery. He didn't die immediately. Instead, he suddenly perished when the blood reached a critical point. There must have been at least a moment akin to a moonlight sonata. What kind of technique is this? Conan was equally shocked. Compared to the death of Kawashima Hideo, Kuroiwa Suji's fate was clearly more bizarre. Kawashima Hideo had a process leading to his blood-shock death, while a severed carotid artery would not allow survival beyond a minute, and that minute would be the most unbearable for the victim. Yet Kuroiwa Suji was playing the piano during that time. He could not ascertain how the murderer executed the act. It was simply unheard of. Oh right, I have also deciphered the code of the Fujiwara Kyosuke suddenly interjected. The blood of sin flows from the neck. The judge arrives bearing remorse under the moonlight. The wordless utterance heralds death. Under the moonlight lies concealed evil. All wrongdoers cannot escape judgment. It seems like a prelude to murder. After translating, Fujiwara Kyosuke added, indeed. The blood of sin flowing from the neck must refer to Mr. Kuroiwa's manner of death. Muri Kaguru speculated, then what does the phrase blood flows like a tide ceaseless, the resentment of sin will be eliminated here actually mean? And what about that line on the night of the full moon, the sins in the fire shall be revealed? Everyone began to feel a headache. This code at first glance seemed particularly detailed, yet it revealed no important information at all. At the very least, they should notify who the next target is. Officer Megier grumbled inwardly. Only Nishimoto can. Ase Narumi felt hopeful. 2 of the 3 murderers who harmed her family were already dead, leaving only Nishimoto Ken, who was still hanging on. She was no longer concerned about Nishimoto Ken's death, as that outcome was already determined. What she was most curious about was how the substitute puppet would end him. Fujiwara Kyosuke was equally curious. This method of killing also intrigued him. In that moment his mindset subtly began to shift. Previously he considered himself a member of the Red faction, but who said he was bound to be red? Could he not be gray? To eliminate those deserving of death whom the law cannot punish. This is quite interesting. Fujiwara Kyosuke's lips curled slightly, his mindset beginning to change. As night fell, Fujiwara Kyosuke, Muri Kagura, Muri Ran, and Conan were in a hotel room enjoying dinner sent by Ase Narumi. Dad, do we have to stay on the island any longer? Muri Ran looked at Muri Kaguru worried. They had only been on the island for 2 days, but had encountered 2 murders, both of which were extraordinarily bizarre. In truth, Muri Ran did not want to stay here for even a moment. Muri Kaguru sighed heavily. Let's stay 1 more day. If the case remains unsolved, we'll have to return to Tokyo first. This incident was too strange, and Officer Megier and his team had found no clues whatsoever. It's as though the murderer appeared out of thin air and vanished just as mysteriously, and that bizarre method of killing. At this point, Muri Kaguru glanced at Fujiwara Kyosuke, saying, could it really not be? It really is not. Fujiwara Kyosuke shook his head affirmatively. He was the only special person on this island. And even the most bizarre puppet was merely a product of science, albeit a science from centuries in the future. What's not what? Conan finally noticed the exchange between the two and pressed for more. Kid, ask less of what's irrelevant. Muri Kaguru scolded. These secrets were not for a child like Conan to know. Even his own daughter Muri ran, he would only tell her when she was grown as a talisman for her future. Does Uncle Muri mean that this case could have been the work of a magician, given that the method is indeed quite unlike that of an ordinary person? Fujiwara Kyosuke explained with a smile. Huh. Hearing Fujiwara Kyosuke's words, Conan couldn't help but laugh. Uncle, magic is fake. It's merely technique, and any technique must have flaws. And the severed carotid artery could sustain life for so long. This is clearly not a magical technique. Bang. A sudden justice from the sky left Conan somewhat dazed. Dad. Muri ran shot a reproachful glance at Muri Kaguru. TSK. Muri Kaguru huffed lightly, lowering his head to eat. This is why I say it's not. There's an aspect of this case that is completely incomprehensible, which is the neck injury. Conan. Fujiwara Kyosuke remarked with a smile. Conan's vitality was indeed resilient, as he soon bounced back again. However, I do have a clue now. Fujiwara Kyosuke deliberately said, drawing everyone's attention to the case of Asukeji. It would be good to have Uncle uncover the truth behind the Asu family. Oh, his words captured everyone's attention. Let's hear what you discovered. Conan said eagerly as he felt himself shrouded in fog, utterly unsure of what step to take next. Now that he heard Fujiwara Kyosuke had a clue, he naturally couldn't wait to hear it. I carefully studied the relationship between the two victims, as well as the two codes. I also consulted that police officer on the island earlier. From him, I learned that both victims were well-known capitalists on the island. Before becoming the village chief, Mr. Kuroiwa was a very wealthy capitalist, and Mr. Kawashima needed no introduction. They had once traveled abroad together for business and returned to the island after making considerable profits. Isn't that just a coincidence? Muri Kaguru frowned. But there's one point that you all overlooked. Fujiwara Kyosuke said meaningfully, the geographical location of this small island is actually quite good. It's not as desolate as Uncle said, but rather a prime destination for wealthy tourists with many affluent individuals. Yet only 4 individuals, including Mr. Kawashima and village chief Kuroiwa, frequently mingled together. And the late Kamayama Isamu, who died 2 years ago, was also one of those 4. What? Muri Kaguru and Conan looked at Fujiwara Kyosuke in shock. This clue was crucial. If we're talking about 1 or 2, that could still be deemed a coincidence, but with 3 out of 4 already dead, such coincidences should no longer exist. Fujiwara Kyosuke gazed deeply out the window, murmuring, and now only one of the 4 remains alive, which is Nishimoto-ken. He is the next target of the murderer. This is bad. Nishimoto-ken is in danger. Conan and Muri Kaguru spoke in unison, immediately standing up with serious expressions. We must inform Officer Magyar. This time we must catch the murderer. Fujiwara Kyosuke followed, secretly shaking his head. It seems Nishimoto-ken is already dead. The actors are all in place. This bloody revenge is destined to come to an end. Muri, my brother, and Fujiwara, my brother, are you really saying this? At this moment, Muri Kagoro seemed to have transformed into a different person. He stated calmly, what does it matter whether it's true or false? We cannot let any clue slip away. In the police car, Muri Kagoro and Officer Magyar were discussing the case. Aside from the relationships between those 4, we have nothing else. All we can do is hold on to this slender clue. Meanwhile, Conan remained silent beside them. Compared to the possibility that Nishimoto-ken had already been killed, he was more concerned about the murderer himself. Apart from that bizarre method of murder, there was also that prophecy. Is the murderer truly a member of the black organization? Mr. Nishimoto. Mr. Nishimoto. Officer Magyar knocked hard on the door, but received no response. He took a step back and nodded to a nearby police officer. 2 burly officers stepped forward and worked together to break down the simple security door. Officer Magyar quickly entered, but found that Nishimoto-ken's house was completely empty. According to the neighbors, around 11:15, a horrifying scream suddenly erupted from Nishimoto-ken's home. The startled neighbor planned to confront Nishimoto-ken, but saw him burst out of the door, his face filled with terror. Everyone couldn't help but check the time. The clock pointed to 11:50. 25 minutes have passed. Muri Kagoro sighed and said the murderer shouldn't have acted so quickly. I hope we're still in time. To be honest, he had no confidence when he said that. Officer Magyar, in any case, let's hurry and search for Mr. Nishimoto. We must find him alive or see his corpse. Muri, my brother, is right. You all quickly search for Mr. Nishimoto. If you encounter anyone, make sure to ask clearly. Officer Magyar solemnly nodded and instructed the other police officers. After receiving the order, the police immediately mobilized, and following Officer Magyar, a dozen officers rushed to disperse around Moonshadow Island to search for Nishimoto-ken. The officers began searching, while Fujiwara Kyosuke and others stayed behind to look for other useful clues. 3 minutes later. Ring, ring, ring. Officer Magyar's mobile phone rang. Hello? Officer Magyar, we found Nishimoto-ken, but... The voice on the other end hesitated, trembling. Where? Officer Magyar did not waste words and directly asked. At Asa Keiji's old residence. Asa. Conan's expression changed drastically as he quickly ran downstairs. Let's go. Officer Magyar waved his hand and took Fujiwara Kyosuke and the others into the police car. The police car roared forward, and within moments they arrived at the old residence. As soon as they got out of the car, everyone's eyes widened in shock. In the center of Asa Keiji's old residence was a small pool, and to their eyes the pool was filled with flowing blood, like Nishimoto Ken lay atop the blood showing no signs of sinking. No one knew if he was dead or alive. For a moment, everyone held their breath. Suddenly the piano in the old house began to play, and the Moonlight Sonata echoed once more. Oh. Nishimoto Ken let out a faint groan, his voice raspy. You all have come. As the judge said, on the night of the full moon the sins in the fire will ultimately be revealed. Asa Keiji, he has returned. Kamayama Isamu Kawashima Hideo and Kuroiwa Tatsushi are all dead. It's finally my turn, Nishimoto. Back then the four of us took advantage of Asa Keiji's overseas performance to bring back heroin from abroad, and for a time we made quite a bit of money. That wonderful feeling, can you all understand it? But the good times didn't last long. Nishimoto Ken's voice was filled with, for some unknown reason, he actually rejected us. Rejection equals betrayal, and traitors have only one path, death. I still remember that it was a night of the full moon when we sealed the villa and set the flames. Just like what I am about to do. Midnight, it has finally arrived. After Nishimoto Ken's words fell, a flame erupted from the pool, instantly engulfing Nishimoto Ken in a sea of fire. So it is like this. Officer Megure sighed deeply. He understood that Nishimoto Ken could no longer be saved. Yesterday when I reviewed the case files I also discovered the Asa Keiji case, but I never expected the truth to be like this. That being said, the murderer must be someone related to Asa Keiji. Conan said with certainty, looking around waiting for the murderer to arrive. Hee. A cold and indifferent voice suddenly echoed around. Little friend, your conjecture is quite interesting. A gust of wind blew past, and a man in a black tailcoat, handsome, yet exceptionally cold, appeared before everyone. He stood there seemingly floating above the flames, like a deity looking down upon the masses. But compared to the murderer, I would prefer you to call me the judge. 12 years ago those people killed Asa Keiji's family, and 12 years later I was invited to come and judge the sin. 12 is indeed an interesting number. I must take my leave, the organization must be getting impatient. Do you think you can? Officer Megure questioned. We have set up a net here. You cannot escape. It's Officer Megure. The judge wore a cynical smile as he said, 12 years ago, if you police could have uncovered the truth behind Asa Keiji's death, I wouldn't have to personally kill anyone now. I have a cleanliness obsession. Alright everyone, we shall meet again. Just as the judge finished speaking, a bullet suddenly pierced through. Before he could say anything, he fell directly from the height into the raging fire. This dramatic and ironic scene shocked the judge, who had just been so imposing, instantly became a corpse. Everyone looked at the fierce flames. There might not be. You've said too much. Jekas. Two figures slowly appeared before everyone. They were dressed in black trench coats and wore black round hats. The one in front emitted a powerful aura, and even from several dozen meters away one could clearly feel his oppressive. Behind him stood a robust man wearing sunglasses. Between the two groups, a raging fire separated them. It seemed like a step away, but it felt like a chasm. Conan's pupils shrank suddenly. It's him. It's this person. It was clearly the best opportunity to catch him, but due to the fire he could do nothing. Jin said nothing more, merely casting a cold glance at everyone before picking up a briefcase from the corner and leaving gracefully under their stunned gazes. He shot someone right in front of everyone, yet the police could do nothing. For a moment, everyone fell into silence. The fire continued until 1 o'clock in the morning. The flames spread from the pool to the entire Asa old residence. An hour of fire burned everything inside to ashes. After extinguishing the fire, Officer Megure immediately led the officers into the scene. However, let alone survivors Nishimoto Ken and the judge had long turned to ashes, disappearing without a trace. The piano in the old house was completely destroyed by the fire. Afterward, the police collected clues related to the two black-clad men. Of course, this was all in vain. However, the police found traces of drugs in the piano at the community center. After interrogation, it was discovered that Kuroiwa's assistant Hirata Akira had been secretly conducting drug transactions with the deceased Kawashima Hideo. Subsequently, the police found the music score left by Asa Keiji 12 years ago in the archives. It was his last. From the music score, everyone learned the whole process of the matter, including things that Nishimoto Ken hadn't explained before his death. Of course, the final segment was erased by Fujiwara Kyosuke. This also led to Officer Megure and others not discovering that Ase Narumi was actually the only surviving family member of Asa Keiji. After searching without result, Muri Kagoro and Officer Megure had no choice but to reluctantly accept the fact that the two black-clad men had escaped from Moonshadow Island. After Officer Megure issued a wanted notice for gin and vodka, this case was shelved. Of course, with such an incident, the police department would certainly face media backlash. The misjudgment in the case of Asa Keiji 12 years ago combined with this fruitless case. The police department's capabilities have been strongly questioned and criticized by the public. Officer Megure had to take the lead and return to the police department by boat to deal with the sharp questions raised by the media and the public. In the end, after several days of twists and turns, Fujiwara Kyosuke and others boarded a private yacht returning to Tokyo. Along with them was Ase Narumi, who had finally avenged her grudge. At this moment, she wore a relieved smile, gazing out at the boundless sea. 12 really is an interesting number. Fujiwara Kyosuke set down the copy of Murder on the Orient Express in his hand, a slight smile curving his lips. The journey to Moonshadow Island had come to a perfect conclusion. After returning to Tokyo, Fujiwara Kyosuke's life temporarily settled into calm. Ase Narumi bid farewell to everyone and prepared to return to the Ase household to care for her adoptive parents. She also vowed to heal all 300 patients. Fujiwara merely replied, do your best. This trip to Tsukikage Island had not only earned him 3 shares of merit, but also delivered a steady stream of shock value. He had already recouped his investment, and the story had only just begun to unfold. Once it ignited nationwide discussion, he might well accrue hundreds of millions of shock points. Still, this is insufficient. Fujiwara picked up the receiver and dialed Ishikawa Kotaro's number. Young Master. Ishikawa's respectful voice echoed once more through the line. Ishikawa, I wish to perform magic on live television. Please arrange an appearance with Nippon TV. Fujiwara added calmly. Thanks to his recent resolution of a homicide case, his public profile was already rising steadily. A televised appearance, especially on a magic program, would firmly consolidate his popularity. His illusions were undeniably breathtaking. With such momentum, it would not be long before a blue rotund robot stood in his living room. The very thought sent Fujiwara's pulse racing. As for whether he'd land on screen, he could say with quiet confidence only if Nippon TV wished to cease operations entirely. Understood. I'll arrange everything for you immediately. After a brief pause, Ishikawa added, we're scheduled to record next Saturday. Please prepare accordingly. What day is it today? Fujiwara asked abruptly. Today is Sunday, young master. And tomorrow, he pressed still. Tomorrow is Wednesday, so you have precisely 3 days to prepare. Fujiwara stared in silence. Was arithmetic truly foreign to everyone in this Kagero-verse? How exactly did you calculate 3 days between Saturday and Friday? Never mind. Exhausted. Let the world in. Prepare. You know my capabilities well enough. Hey. Ishikawa chuckled awkwardly. He'd nearly forgotten that his young master was far more than a mere stage magician. I'll take my leave now, young master. I'll pick you up early the day after tomorrow. Understood. Thank you for your trouble. Fujiwara nodded and hung up. Let's pay Detective Mori a visit. Perhaps another case awaits. Carrying a fine bottle of sake, Fujiwara strolled leisurely toward the Mori Detective Agency. No sooner had he stepped out than he spotted a row of police cars ahead, and his eyelid twitched involuntarily. Why so many patrol vehicles parked there? Another case. No need to ask. The location, the timing. It could only mean Conan had arrived on scene. Looks like today's merit is secured. Fujiwara quickened his pace. As he neared the site, an officer approached. Sir, the area ahead is temporarily inaccessible. Please. Wait, Mr. Fujiwara. My apologies. I failed to recognize you at once. The officer instantly corrected himself mid-sentence. Fujiwara shrugged helplessly. Though his name remained relatively unknown to the general public within law enforcement circles, he was already legendary. Is there a homicide here? Fujiwara gazed into the room where thick energy coiled heavily in the air and shook his head faintly. Conan, what a calamity you are. Of course, sarcasm aside, merit must still be claimed. Such is the glorious duality of my nature. It appears so, the officer replied. This afternoon we received calls from several children claiming they witnessed a blood-soaked corpse inside this residence. Our unit responded immediately, but thus far no body has been located. Chief Megure suspects it may be a prank. He's already preparing to withdraw the team. May I enter and take a look? Fujiwara asked the officer. Of course, you're most welcome. The officer smiled warmly. Solving the case would boost their performance metrics, and in these times of economic hardship, every success counted. Along the way, Fujiwara encountered numerous acquaintances, fellow survivors from Tsukikage Island, who greeted him warmly, offering no resistance whatsoever. Ascending to the second floor, Fujiwara happened upon Chief Megure and his team searching the victim's bedroom. Thanks to his strong rapport with the police, he entered unimpeded. Sure enough, tucked away in a corner, he found Conan and the 3 children. Despite a meticulous search of the entire room, the officers uncovered nothing. The group exited the room. Conan, I trusted you solely because you've aided our department before. Yet you lie. You stage pranks. What a fool I am. Chief Megure were telling the truth. Conan protested loudly. We did see a corpse. Damn it. Children simply lacked credibility. If only he could revert to Kuta Shinichi. Cursed black organization. Enough. Chief Megure adjusted his cap and dismissed Conan and the others, then instructed his officers. Everyone, stand down and return to base. Chief Megure, don't rush so hastily. If a crime has occurred and the police fail to act, won't the public hold you accountable? Fujiwara spoke with a gentle smile, his gaze sweeping across the room. Are they truly this oblivious? They missed the corpse, right here on the second floor. Even without perceiving energy, surely they could discern whether a person breathed or didn't. Especially Chief Megure, whose earlier position had been less than half a meter from the body. A veteran detective, and this is his standard. Brother Fujiwara. Ayumi Mitsuhiko and Jinta cried out in delight upon spotting him. Brother Fujiwara. Conan muttered reluctantly, still desperate to locate the body himself lest Fujiwara's discovery render him utterly humiliated. Fujiwara surveyed the room and turned to Chief Megure. Chief Megure, a homicide has occurred here. Unlikely, Megure replied, shaking his head. Just another childish prank. But we really did see it. Ayumi blurted, flustered. Fujiwara glanced around once more, then met the gaze of the deceased younger brother, a subtle, knowing smile playing on his lips. Chief Megure, this may not be a prank after all. With that, he pushed open the victim's door again. Chief Megure and Conan hurried after him. After quietly performing rites for the departed, Fujiwara cast another meaningful glance toward the younger brother. Brother Fujiwara, Mr. Tanaka is sleeping. Chief Megure murmured beside him. Fujiwara smiled, faintly walked to the chair, and gave it a gentle push. It toppled over, and the figure slumped lifelessly onto the floor. Chief Megure, that's the corpse. Megure stared at the fallen armchair and the rigid, motionless body, his expression hardening with grim realization. The homeowner Tanaka Tomofumi suddenly panicked and shouted, "Damn it! Can't you see my brother's asleep?" Asleep? Shh. Fujiwara cast a cool glance at Tanaka Tomofumi. Do people sleep this deeply? Chief Megure knelt beside the body, checked for a pulse, and finding none fixed Tanaka with a piercing, unblinking stare. Mr. Tanaka, explain yourself. Now. Conan's eyes widened in sudden clarity the moment he saw the corpse. You murdered your own brother, and impersonated him at the door since you two bear a striking resemblance. He paused, then continued. Then while officers searched the first floor, you changed clothes and climbed down the tree outside, only to re-enter the house, as if returning from elsewhere. The vanished corpse was never missing at all. It remained here the entire time. As Conan laid out his deduction, the three children stared in awe. Fujiwara ruffled Conan's hair with a chuckle. Truly impressive, Conan. Nah, not really, huh? All thanks to Uncle Muri's guidance. Conan subtly ducked sideways, evading that mischievous hand before it could descend. It's his fault. All his fault. Tanaka Tomofumi, realizing his deception had collapsed, shrieked hysterically. After he discovered I'd been trading stocks illegally, he blackmailed me. The brother I once revered is gone. What remained was a freeloader, idle, useless, leeching off my home. Wiping his face, he grotesquely shifted features, mirroring his brother's visage, and screamed, I treated him well. Yet he wasn't satisfied. He demanded more money. It's all your fault. Eyes wild with madness, Tanaka seized a nearby golf club and charged straight at Fujiwara. Fujiwara remained perfectly still. From his palm, a single playing card materialized and flicked forward with lethal precision. Bang! The card struck the club like a bullet. Crack! The shaft snapped cleanly in two, and the recoil hurled Tanaka backward onto the floor. Thud! Both Chief Megure and Conan instinctively swallowed hard. Conan stooped, retrieved the unblemished card, and stared in stunned disbelief. It was truly just an ordinary playing card. Sugoi. The children's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Chief Megure, I'll entrust the suspect to you. I'll escort these children. Understood, Brother Fujiwara. Thank you for taking them. Goodbye, Chief Megure. Friday evening. As Fujiwara Kyosuke pushed open the door, the phone rang. Moshi Moshi. Hello, is this Fujiwara-kun? The girl's name is Sakura Ruriko, a year older than Fujiwara Kyosuke. They met during a trip, and her sensible and talkative nature made their conversations enjoyable. It seems Sakura-san is at Fudo High School, the high school where the Reaper resides. How dangerous. I want to ask you, Fujiwara-kun, to help me unravel the 7 great mysteries of Fudo High School. The 7 great mysteries. Fujiwara Kyosuke was slightly taken aback. Even neon high schools still had such childish notions. Our school's principal received a threatening letter stating that the old school building must not be demolished or else there will be a... It was signed The Magician after school. Did you report it to the police? No, the principal just treated it as a prank. Alright, I'll take it. Without a second thought, Fujiwara Kyosuke agreed, sensing that if he did not intervene, she might be in grave danger. The intuition of a practitioner is usually quite accurate, just as they can predict their own demise. Then I'll leave it to you. Tomorrow I will be waiting for your esteemed presence at Fudo High School. Sakura Ruriko said playfully. Fujiwara Kyosuke couldn't help but smile. Sakura-san, you are still the same, so full of energy. Of course. They chatted a bit more, and then Fujiwara Kyosuke impulsively asked Sakura-san, are you still at school? Are you coming over now? Just when I was about to solve the mystery. No. Fujiwara Kyosuke decisively said you must go home immediately. All mysteries can wait until tomorrow. You must return home right now. His intuition was extremely strong. If Sakura Ruriko stayed at school any longer, an accident would surely occur. As the first girl, he had feelings for her. Safety was undoubtedly his bottom line. Unfortunately, she was just an ordinary person, and there would be no good outcome for them unless Fujiwara Kyosuke possessed a shocking 100 billion points to exchange for angelic genes for her. So serious. On the other end, Sakura Ruriko was taken aback and instinctively nodded, saying, I understand. Then see you tomorrow. Fujiwara Kyosuke quickly hung up the phone. His figure flashed, and he appeared in the sky above Fudo High School, starting to search for Sakura Ruriko. About 10 minutes later, Sakura Ruriko, dressed in Fudo High School's uniform and standing elegantly, walked out of the class. Fujiwara Kyosuke made a spatial mark on her. As long as her heartbeat quickened, he could quickly sense it and teleport. After completing all this and secretly sending Sakura Ruriko home, Fujiwara Kyosuke finally breathed a sigh of relief, the tension that had lingered in his heart gradually dissipating. That feeling of palpitations earlier was truly strange. Back home, Fujiwara Kyosuke dialed Ishikawa. Ishikawa, I have an important matter to attend to tomorrow, so let's move the recording of the show to next week. Yes, young master. Ishikawa Kataru asked, do you need me to accompany you? There's no need for that. Fujiwara Kyosuke sighed. I have a feeling that this won't be so peaceful, and having you with me would then I won't trouble the young master. Ishikawa Kataru said with a chuckle. He knew that his abilities were limited, and in the face of a criminal, it would be lucky if he could protect himself, so it was better not to embarrass himself. After chatting for a while, Fujiwara Kyosuke hung up the phone, his gaze becoming deep. Other matters were inconsequential, but Sakura Ruriko's safety was his bottom line. If the magician after school dared to harm Sakura Ruriko, Fujiwara Kyosuke would ensure that he would be shattered to dust the moment he made a move. The next day, when Fujiwara Kyosuke found Sakura Ruriko, she was swinging on a swing. Her long straight black hair danced in the wind, and her exquisite face combined purity and charm with a figure that was just right without any excess. Sakura-san. Fujiwara-kun. They exchanged smiles and Fujiwara Kyosuke sat on the swing next to her asking Alright. Sakura Ririko nodded and began to explain Fudo High School has always circulated 7 terrifying legends of the unknown, and these 7 legends are the locked biology classroom, the 13th staircase, the bloodstained well, the goddess of wisdom, the hanging tree, the room with flying hands, the cursed music classroom. It is said that if all are unraveled, one will be killed by the magician after school. Sakura Ririko said with a hint of regret, seemingly eager to solve these 7 mysteries. What about the threatening letter you mentioned on the phone yesterday? Well, here's the thing. Sakura Ririko replied, actually such legends exist in every school, so it's nothing new. But a month ago the principal received a threatening letter which made everyone recall these 7 legends again. Could you specify the content of the threatening letter? Sakura Ririko pondered for a moment and said the old school building in the north wing is my residence and must not be demolished. If anyone violates this, they will suffer 7 curses. So you're saying that your school's demolition of the old building must have affected the interests of this magician after school, which is why he sent this threatening letter. Fujiwara Kyosuke became slightly interested. The activities of our Reasoning Research Club aim to clarify the facts behind these 7 great mysteries and uncover the true identity of the magician after school. I want to know who this enigmatic figure truly is. Please, Fujiwara-kun, lend me your strength. Ririko. Fujiwara Kyosuke clasped his hands together, resting them on his knees, and after a moment of silence, he said, I'm really glad. Sakura Ririko was taken aback smilingly, saying, it's my good fortune to invite you, the Prince of Magic. You don't understand. Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled, slightly a hint of relief in his eyes. As they conversed, a gaze from a distance watched them. Fudo High School. Old School Building Reasoning Research Club Activity Room. Fujiwara Kyosuke arrived at the activity room ahead of Sakura Ririko. What is this? As Fujiwara Kyosuke entered, his gaze fixed on a wall of the activity room, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. Indeed, this place was not simple. Fujiwara Kyosuke sighed, then noticed a pencil rolling toward him. He bent down to pick it up. Thank you. Suddenly Fujiwara Kyosuke heard a girl's voice, low and hoarse, contrasting sharply with Sakura Ririko's lively and pleasant tone. Looking up, Fujiwara Kyosuke saw a hand extended towards him, wearing a sterile disposable glove for surgical use. The hand belonged to a slightly nerdy girl wearing glasses. She didn't speak, just fixed her gaze on the pencil in Fujiwara Kyosuke's hand, her intentions clear. Fujiwara Kyosuke silently smiled and handed the pencil to her. The girl took the pencil and meticulously wiped it several times with a handkerchief. Fujiwara Kyosuke, feeling exhausted, what kind of neurotic is this? Fujiwara Kyosuke couldn't help but complain in his heart. I'm sorry. A boy approached cautiously and explained, Ejida's student has a severe case of obsessive cleanliness to the point of being. Fujiwara Kyosuke glanced at him and kindly asked, no problem, may I ask who you are? Oh. The boy said awkwardly, I'm Oinu Takahiro, a member of the Reasoning Research Club. He was slightly overweight and his eyes were so small they almost looked like slits. Hello. Fujiwara Kyosuke greeted him with a smile. Don't let my appearance fool you, I'm still a detective novelist. Oinu Takahiro smiled warmly, showing that despite being a bit shy, he was easy to get along with. Huh. Just then someone suddenly laughed mockingly. What kind of detective novelist are you? Fujiwara Kyosuke turned to look. It was a boy with an arrogant expression, sporting curly hair and a haughty demeanor. What? Fujiwara Kyosuke labeled him in his mind. However, what was going on with this Reasoning Research Club? It had just been quiet, and suddenly so many people appeared. Compared to Senior Makabe, I certainly can't hold a candle to him. Oinu Takahiro suppressed his anger, the pencil in his hand creaking under pressure. Activity room. A person holding a camera walked in. Fujiwara Kyosuke was slightly taken aback. A newspaper. What use is that? Uncle Maoli is in the papers every day. He is a recipient of the Mystery Novel Award. At this moment, Sakurazuki Ririko entered with a stack of documents. Manabe, please don't say that, it's too hurtful. As the president, Sakurazuki Ririko reprimanded Manabe Makoto. What I said is the truth, Ririko. Manabe Makoto said with satisfaction. When I won the Mystery Award, some people's works didn't even pass the preliminary. Manabe Makoto portrayed the image of a smug person to perfection. Don't call me so affectionately, our relationship isn't that good. Moreover, that must be based on your true ability. Don't think every woman is your admirer. Sakurazuki Ririko smiled, seemingly hinting that there were some secrets behind Manabe Makoto's award. You're still Manabe Makoto appeared to truly like Sakurazuki Ririko. Even when she mocked him, he didn't get angry. Sakurazuki Ririko chuckled, as if mocking Manabe Makoto for his lack of intelligence. This time Manabe Makoto nearly broke down. His intellect was his pride, yet it was mercilessly denied by the goddess in his heart. He didn't continue this topic and instead turned the conflict towards Fujiwara Kyosuke. Is this the helper you invited? Looks unimpressive. Manabe Makoto with an arrogant demeanor bragged. Mystery solving is an intellectual game, my classmate. You seem to be out of touch with it. Just because he's handsome, what's so great about that? I never expected Ririko to be so shallow, saying she likes smart people, but isn't it just about looks? Manabe Makoto made a decision. He would use his knowledge of mystery solving to mock this person thoroughly, letting everyone know that Manabe Makoto was the true genius. He would never admit that he envied Fujiwara Kyosuke. Just now watching the two of them being close from a distance made him feel very— Is this person sick? Fujiwara Kyosuke frowned slightly. For many years no one had dared to mock him. Did they really think he was easy to deal with? Oh. Sakurazuki Ruriko's face showed a hint of an elusive smile as she spoke softly. If even the guest of the Metropolitan Police Department known as the Prince of Magic Fujiwara-kun doesn't understand mystery solving, wouldn't our little mystery club become a joke? Moreover, Fujiwara-kun's work The Devotion of Suspect X published last year won the Adagawa Rampo Prize, which is far more impressive than your Naoki Prize. That's a professional category. Upon hearing Sakurazuki Ruriko's words, the expressions of everyone in the activity room varied. Manabe Makoto seemed to have heard something unbelievable and widened his eyes. Fujiwara-kun, Saki Ryuta holding the camera exclaimed. You are Fujiwara Kyosuke, the genius magician who solved the tragic Love Lake case. I didn't expect you to be a master of mystery solving too. Yes, after winning the Rampo Prize, Fujiwara Kyosuke was respected in the mystery novel industry as a master of mystery solving. However, his mind was not on writing, so it never became widely known. After all, readers were shocked by the novel itself, thus his shock value was still quite substantial. Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled and nodded. I am Fujiwara Kyosuke, pleased to meet you. Not at all. Saki Ryuta waved his hands repeatedly in admiration, saying, Could I ask you to take a picture with me? Of course, no problem. Fujiwara Kyosuke said generously. After all, the other party was his fan, a potential harvest for shock value, so giving a little benefit was not too much. I'll take the photo for you. Oinu Takahiro still had a cheerful expression, but his gaze occasionally glanced at Manabe. That kind of mockery was self-evident. Manabe Makoto stood frozen in place for a while, decisively closed his mouth, and dared not say another word. He and Fujiwara Kyosuke were not on the same level. Continuing the conversation would only lead to humiliation. If their strengths were close, there would still be a chance to compete, but the gap was too wide, and he had lost the qualifications to compete. After a brief moment of awkwardness, Sakurazuki Ruriko smiled with satisfaction and said, Let's save our discussions for later. Now let's have a meeting, everyone sit down. Everyone complied and turned their attention to the president Sakurazuki Ruriko, standing at the podium. First, let's clarify the goals of this meeting. She looked at everyone and said, The entire matter revolves around the 7 unbelievable events circulating within the academy and a threatening letter received by the principal a month ago. It was done by a mysterious person claiming to be the magician after school whose purpose is to stop the demolition of this old. Furthermore, anyone who uncovers the truth behind these unbelievable events will be killed by the magician after school. Thus, the goal of this meeting is to investigate the truths behind these unbelievable events as well as to discover the real identity of the magician after school. However, Ruriko, an elderly voice interrupted Sakurazuki Ruriko, saying, If I may express my opinion, as an advisor, I do not approve of this activity. As the voice fell, a figure pushed the door and entered. The newcomer was the advisor of the Mystery Research Club, Daiba Yuzu, a man in his 60s, with graying hair. Sakurazuki Ruriko looked over and asked, Daiba Sensei, is there a problem? Yes. Daiba Yuzu frowned and said, In the past, all students who were involved with the 7 unbelievable events mysteriously disappeared. Ooh, I don't want you to follow their footsteps. Sakurazuki Ruriko merely smiled and replied, That doesn't sound like something a physics teacher pursuing science would say. The teacher is about to retire, so he must want a smooth transition, Manabe Makoto interjected habitually. But, before Daiba Yuzu could speak, Sakurazuki Ruriko casually interrupted, Please don't worry, we will conduct the investigation carefully. After saying that, she turned her gaze to Fujiwara Kyosuke. At this moment, Fujiwara Kyosuke was leisurely flipping through the materials Sakurazuki Ruriko had placed on the conference table. Regarding this matter, what insights does the Prince of Magic Fujiwara-kun have? Fujiwara-kun, Daiba Yuzu's pupils constricted sharply as if he thought of something, and his face turned pale. No one noticed Daiba Yuzu's change except for Fujiwara Kyosuke. You all are not suited to be detectives. Fujiwara Kyosuke sighed slightly. If this were Conan, he would have already noticed Daiba Yuzu's lapse and unraveled it. Indeed, Conan and his peers were just a minority, while most were like those useless individuals in the Metropolitan Police Department. Daiba Sensei, you just came and don't know Fujiwara-kun has just solved the tragic Love Lake incident and is also a master of mystery novels. Saki Ryuta, due to the photo, was very close to Fujiwara Kyosuke and introduced him to Daiba Yuzu with great honor. It seems that President Sakurazuki has really put in a lot of effort this time. Oinu Takahiro laughed so hard that his eyes were almost closed. Daiba Yuzu's face turned even paler, yet those people remained oblivious. Fujiwara Kyosuke looked thoughtfully at Daiba Yuzu. Actually, what I'm most concerned about regarding the so-called 7 unbelievable events is the information compiled by Sakurazuki-san. This issue is the special publication of the Mystery Research Club from 10 years ago. 10 years ago. What does it have to do with 10 years ago? Under the puzzled gaze of the crowd, Fujiwara Kyosuke turned to a page and it read, We apologize, the scheduled 6 Great Mysteries events at Fudo High School have to be regrettably cancelled due to the disappearance of Aoyama Chihiro. Sakurazuki-san, can you explain this to me? Aoyama Chihiro. After a moment's thought, Sakurazuki Ruriko said, 10 years ago a female student went missing after school at Fudo High School. Her name was Aoyama Chihiro, and coincidentally, she was also a member of the Reasoning Research Club. It is said that the police spared no effort conducting a thorough investigation of her route home, examining every corner, and Aoyama Chihiro disappeared just like that, never to be seen again. Fujiwara Kyosuke nodded, noticing that Sakurazuki Ruriko had also investigated Aoyama Chihiro's disappearance, otherwise she wouldn't remember the details so well. Fujiwara-kun, do you have any questions? Sakurazuki Ruriko asked. Yes. Fujiwara Kyosuke glanced around at everyone and said, aren't you curious why it was 6 great mysteries 10 years ago, but after Aoyama Chihiro's disappearance it became 7 great mysteries? This was clearly added later. But why add this one in particular? As Fujiwara Kyosuke's question was posed, everyone fell silent. No answers. They didn't know. Can we understand it this way? Fujiwara Kyosuke continued, 10 years ago, Aoyama Chihiro discovered the secret hidden behind the 6 great mysteries. And it was because she learned this secret that she was silenced by someone, or perhaps by that magician after school. So the murderer of Aoyama Chihiro for some unknown purpose spread a new mystery. Everyone, have you thought about what this implies? Fujiwara Kyosuke's words stirred up a storm. Could it be that killing one person adds a new mystery? In other words, behind every mystery lies a victim, a blossoming youth, or maiden. That's too sensational. Fujiwara-kun's statement seems a bit far-fetched, but there is some truth to it, though it is a bit unexpectedly, the recently rebutted Makabe Makoto said objectively. However, case reasoning does require a wild imagination, which must then be carefully verified. The materials we have now also indicate that Fujiwara-kun's theory has some merit. Fujiwara Kyosuke secretly nodded. Although this person was arrogant, he had a sense of justice and a genuine love for reasoning, but his abilities were too weak. Although he did not get along with him, he wouldn't let that affect the case. He would make a good detective. Fujiwara Kyosuke, Makabe-senpai is right. This is just my personal inference regarding the 7 great mysteries. Fujiwara Kyosuke paused and said, let's bring the topic back to 10 years ago. After Aoyama Chihiro's disappearance, why did Fudo High School have an additional mystery? Let's set this question aside for now. As Makabe-senpai said, we must be careful to verify, but the information we have is too limited to draw a complete conclusion. However, let's discuss the current 7 great mysteries. Why does the magician after school want to prevent the demolition of the old? What benefit could he gain from it? Or rather, what is he trying to hide? Who would profit? Benefits. Profits. As Fujiwara Kyosuke's questions were raised, everyone began to. Even Fujiwara Kyosuke found this question quite strange. What could be the reason for wanting? Everyone, please try to follow my line of thought. If we connect the disappearance incident from 10 years ago with the recent threat letter incident, we can draw a conclusion. What conclusion? Preventing the demolition of the old school building actually benefits certain people. Who benefits from it? Everyone looked at. Fujiwara Kyosuke pondered for a moment and said, 10 years ago, Aoyama Chihiro went missing, and no matter how the police searched, they found not a single trace, as if she had left our planet. We can rule out the police's capability issues, but their investigation of nearby residents was still quite meaningful. He pointed to a document and said, everyone in the report provided by the police, not a single. Please note, not a single person saw Aoyama Chihiro that day. Do you think this is reasonable? Fujiwara Kyosuke continued, subtly glancing at the pale-faced Sakakiyama Aikuru. If the materials we have are accurate, then I can tell you my reasoning. Aoyama Chihiro never left here, as she remained in the last room she was seen in. For 10 years, she never left. She has always been in this old school building. He was glad for his appearance and for valuing Sakurazuki Ruriko, otherwise she might have met the same fate in the old school building. If such a thing happened, he would truly find it hard to forgive himself. With all his skills, he couldn't even protect his own friend. Oh, what was the difference between him and a useless person? So, Aoyama Chihiro was killed by the murderer, and that person hid her body in this old school building. Sakurazuki Ruriko's clear voice rang out, both shocked and fearful. Faced with Fujiwara Kyosuke's speculation, everyone felt a chill rising in their hearts, and their bodies turned cold. They held their breath, not making a single sound. If the inference holds, that person did this simply to avoid the construction workers discovering this. Everyone was dumbfounded, finding it hard to believe. As I just said, these are merely my inferences based on the materials. Fujiwara Kyosuke's expression was calm, his tone steady. Continuing the reason, one can imagine that as the 7 great mysteries spread widely among the students, they would dare not approach the locations where these mysteries occurred, and even the school would close off these areas. Just as the materials stated that unopenable biology classroom has not been used again. Thus these locations became the best places for the murderer to hide a body. At that moment, Sakurazuki Ruriko suddenly said, according to Fujiwara-kun's statement, it perfectly explains why the 7th mystery suddenly appeared after Aoyama Chihiro's disappearance. This was an action taken to make others dare not approach. Makabe Makoto trembled suspiciously, looking around. Fujiwara Kyosuke's words almost made Makabe Makoto scream. He grabbed Izuka Takehiro's hand, his face pale. Makabe-senpai, you're too timid. Izuka Takehiro chuckled. It was his first time seeing such a Makabe Makoto, and he found it quite interesting. Much cuter than, actually. In the activity room, Sakuraki Ruriko first took a deep breath to calm her nervous emotions and said slowly, based on my investigation, the sites of the 7 incredible events are indeed mostly sealed off by the school. However, due to a forgotten incredible incident, there is one classroom that, although belonging to the incredible, has not been sealed, but instead has become the club activity room. She paused here, glanced at the wall, closed her eyes slightly, and continued, that classroom is the activity room of our current reasoning research club. What? This is one of the sites of the 7th incredible event. Ruriko's words intensified the unease among everyone in the activity room. Their hair stood on end, and the feet they had resting under the table began to tremble involuntarily. Suddenly, a voice filled with anxiety and anger suddenly erupted in the quiet classroom. Stop talking nonsense, how could there be a corpse? The advisor Ikeda Yuichiro glared at everyone with a grim expression. Everyone looked at him with confusion. Only Fujiwara Kyosuke's eyes lit up, he understood. Judging by Ikeda Yuichiro's identity and age, he might be the biggest suspect. Moreover, murderers who hide corpses often lurk nearby, watching those who approach the body to monitor whether they're secret. Teacher, this is just a reasoning game. Why are you taking it so seriously? Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled and comforted. To be honest, I initially didn't agree with Sakuraki-san investigating this case. He then exchanged glances with several others. Heh, heh. Ikeda Yuichiro smiled awkwardly and said, Fujiwara-kun is right, everyone. Just disperse. Saturday's time is not meant for you to come here and think wildly. The others received Fujiwara Kyosuke's hint, exchanged glances, nodded, and left the classroom with Ikeda Yuichiro. Goodbye, Ikeda-sensei. At the school gate, everyone bid farewell to Ikeda Yuichiro. Be careful on your way back. You too, teacher, be careful on your way back. After Ikeda Yuichiro left, Fujiwara Kyosuke glanced at the others and pointed to the cold drink shop next to the school, saying, Come with me to the cold drink shop. This case has been solved. What? Solved? Everyone was taken aback. Fujiwara Kyosuke arrived at the cold drink shop and immediately took out his phone to call the police. We just need to wait for the rabbit to come. I believe that tonight that Ikeda teacher will definitely go to handle the corpse. Fujiwara Kyosuke's first sentence stunned everyone. Are you saying that Ikeda-sensei is the magician after school? Exactly. Fujiwara Kyosuke's profound gaze flashed as he said, When the police arrive, we will go together to search those sealed classrooms. Why not search the activity room directly? Makabe Masaru asked with lingering fear. Haha. Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled slightly and said, Naturally, it's to wait for the rabbit. Ikeda-sensei's rabbit will definitely fall into the net tonight. What if he doesn't come? Sakuraki Ruriko asked. That's impossible. Fujiwara Kyosuke seemed to see through everything and calmly said, Now his heart has begun to waver. He believes that keeping the corpse in the activity room is no longer safe. Therefore, he will definitely act to move the corpse. But he doesn't have to be in such a hurry, right? Yagashima Arita, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. No, otherwise he wouldn't be able to sleep at all. Fujiwara Kyosuke shook his head and said, If Ikeda-sensei's mentality were really that good, he wouldn't have misspoken just now. He is still too young. Fujiwara Kyosuke sighed slightly. 10 minutes later, Officer Megure arrived, followed. Fujiwara-kun, I have an urgent matter to attend to. This is our investigation section's Kinshi police officer. He will be in charge of this case. What happened? Fujiwara Kyosuke raised his eyebrows and asked. There is news about the man in black. Officer Megure paused for a moment before speaking. Then you go handle it, Officer Megure. Fujiwara Kyosuke nodded, having no hope of them catching Jin, nor did he propose to assist. After all, last time old Jin had put him in a difficult position, how could he have the face to go catch him? Fujiwara-kun, Kinshi-kun, this matter has a considerable impact, so I entrust it to you. Officer Megure came, and Fujiwara-kun, you take charge of us. Kinshi police officer looked like a hardy, rugged, middle-aged man. All right then, I want stand on ceremony. Fujiwara Kyosuke took charge and pointed at 3 police officers, saying, You 3 drive the police car away, don't alone. And looking at the other several police officers, you few not wearing police uniforms will follow us inside. Be careful, don't make any noise to avoid alarming the snake. The rest should stay in place and wait for orders. Yes. The officers saluted in unison and acted according to Fujiwara Kyosuke's instructions. Let's go, we need to check on the corpse first. Fujiwara Kyosuke led everyone stealthily into Fudo High School. Midnight, 12 o'clock. A figure stealthily climbed over the wall. He arrived at the activity room of the Reasoning Club, and under the moonlight a pickaxe glinted coldly. It was an incredibly pale face that made one shudder under the weak light. The person pushed open the door of the activity room and walked to a wall. He turned on a flashlight, holding it in his mouth for illumination. Thump! Thump! The sound of knocking on the wall echoed. Soon the wall was chiseled open, and under the moonlight a horrific scene appeared before the person. A skull unexpectedly appeared in the wall. It's all your fault. If you hadn't investigated any incredible incidents, I wouldn't have to kill you. So you ruthlessly killed a blossoming young girl over such a trivial reason. Who? The person exclaimed, his face changing dramatically. Snap! The lights in the activity room turned on. Ikeda Yuichiro's face was revealed. It really is you, Ikeda-sensei. Fujiwara Kyosuke looked at Ikeda Yuichiro with a smile. Next to him, Kinshi police officer raised his gun and shouted, Surrender, Ikeda Yuichiro. I am Kinshi, an officer from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police's investigation section, and I am arresting you on the charge of murder and concealment of a corpse. In an instant, the scene suddenly fell silent. Ikeda Yuichiro looked at Kinshi and the officers beside him in confusion. Creak. Another door of the activity room was opened and members of the Reasoning Research Club entered the room, led by Sakuraki Ruriko. Ikeda-sensei, do you need me to say anything more? No need. Ikeda Yuichiro shook his head and raised both. Next he recounted everything that had transpired. The origin of this 7 incredible events can be traced back to before Fudo High School was established. 30 years ago, the site of Fudo High School was originally a research institute for a pharmaceutical company called Conan Pharmaceutical. At that time, it was an era where drugs had severe side effects. Therefore, Conan Pharmaceutical hired 6 people for human experimentation while developing new drugs. This was not an incredible thing. Sometimes people reach such a desperate point that they even sell their own bodies. In the later stages of the experiment, due to some mistakes in drug development, all those who underwent human experimentation died, with not a single survivor. The researchers panicked at this sudden incident. If this matter were discovered by outsiders, the company could collapse, and they would also be held responsible. Thus they thought of a method. They buried those 6 corpses in the old school building of what is now Fudo High School, utilizing the new research institute that was under construction at that time. Moreover, to avoid being implicated in the incident, they moved the location of the research institute and donated the newly completed building to the newly established Fudo High School. Because if it were school land, it generally wouldn't be easily destroyed or demolished. After donating the building to the school, they still felt uneasy. To ensure that the hidden corpses wouldn't be discovered by chance, the researchers decided to send a cohort to infiltrate the school as a teacher, and that person was Ikeda Yuichiro. They also spread urban legends about the places where the corpses were buried to prevent students from approaching those areas. Their plan went smoothly. The incredible urban legends spread, causing fear and making people dare not approach. Until 10 years ago, a female student took an interest in these rumors and began investigating. Through her relentless efforts, the girl named Aoyama Chihiro finally discovered the truth hidden behind the incredible incidents and the corpses buried in the old school building. What happened afterwards was just as Fujiwara Kyosuke deduced in the activity room. After Aoyama Chihiro discovered the truth, she was silenced, and the corpse was concealed within the wall of that activity room. Meanwhile, Ikeda Yuichiro added one more to the originally 6 incredible incidents. As time went on, it seemed to be a cycle of fate. The additional incredible incident was forgotten. Thus, the classroom that concealed Aoyama Chihiro's corpse was used again by students. Coincidentally, a girl from the Reasoning Research Club became interested in the incredible incidents once more. And this time she was fortunate because she brought Fujiwara Kyosuke along. Otherwise, her fate might have been the same as Aoyama Chihiro's. Thank you, I really am lucky. Sakuragi Ririko gently hugged Fujiwara Kyosuke, smiling, as she said, "Next time don't be so curious." "No way." Sakuragi Ririko still smiled. "With you here, I'm not afraid at all." At the Neon My TV station, Fujiwara Kyosuke finished recording the program with Ishikawa Kataru. Just as they were about to leave, a familiar voice called out, "Oh, so this is Neon My TV. Young master, it's Mr. Mori and the others. Let's go over and say hello." Fujiwara Kyosuke, curious, wondered which program was bold enough to invite Uncle Mori, not fearing any accidents during the recording. The two arrived at the corner of the corridor just in time to encounter the famous host Matsuo Takashi along with the Mori family, who had come to the studio. Uncle Mori ran. "Conan, what are you doing here?" Fujiwara Kyosuke waved and greeted them. "Oh, it's Kyosuke and Mr. Uncle Mori was surprised to see Fujiwara Kyosuke and Ishikawa, saying, "What are you doing here?" "I was invited by the magic show team to record a program and Ishikawa accompanied me." Fujiwara Kyosuke explained briefly and then asked, "And you, uncle?" "I was invited to participate in a reality show themed around detectives. I remember that program seems to be broadcasted nationwide." Fujiwara Kyosuke realized, smiling, truly impressed. "Haha, of course." Uncle Mori laughed with delight. "TCH, it's not just my doing." Conan looked. "Then I'll stay to enjoy uncle's famous reasoning." Fujiwara Kyosuke said. Of course Uncle Mori wouldn't refuse. "Ishikawa, you should head back. The group must be busy these days." "All right, young master." Ishikawa Kataru then bid farewell to Uncle Mori and the others, saying, "Well then, I'll take my leave." After Ishikawa Kataru left, Fujiwara Kyosuke joined the Mori family. In the front row of the audience seats, Fujiwara Kyosuke, Mori ran, and Conan sat down in sequence waiting for the program to begin. "Brother Fujiwara, I heard from Uncle that you solved a murder case from 10 years ago last week." Conan asked, eagerly wanting to know the details of the case. "Yes, it was a particularly heinous case." Fujiwara Kyosuke, noticing his interest, recounted the details. "I see it's a pity about the girl named Aoyama Chihiro." Conan's face turned serious, feeling sorrowful. "I think that Senior Sakuragi Ririko seems to have a good impression." Mori Ran's focus was indeed not on the case. Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled slightly, but didn't speak. At that moment, the program began. This week, we will once again present the full Neon Detective Agency segment. Today serving you is Matsuo Takashi. After Matsuo Takashi, who wore glasses, finished, the female host quickly followed with, and assistant host Nagaya Yako, "We're glad to serve you." Fujiwara Kyosuke watched the performance on stage with a somewhat subtle expression. He remembered that the victim of this case was a producer named Suwa Michihiko, who in reality was the producer of the Conan anime. Moreover, it was said that he had requested Aoyama to depict him as the victim. That was quite a gamble. Due to the live broadcast, the atmosphere on site was very lively. Fujiwara Kyosuke recalled that this case should mark the beginning of Uncle Mori's rise. The program entered its regular flow. Matsuo Takashi spoke first, saying, "The difficult cases submitted by viewers nationwide will all have their answers revealed by our staff. So today's guest is a case-solving expert. Let's welcome Detective Mori Kagoro." Nagaya Yako added, causing the audience to erupt in applause. "Hello everyone." Uncle Mori seemed to be a bit unaccustomed to the atmosphere and shyly greeted the audience. "Mr. Mori, what has been the most challenging case you've handled in the past?" "Honestly," Uncle Mori poked his forehead, saying, "After solving a case, I always feel overwhelmed by sleepiness. So I basically remember nothing. Ha. Ha ha." The audience responded with laughter at Uncle Mori's goofy expression. "Dad, really?" Mori Ran scolded. "How can you say that on TV?" He was not wrong, as he indeed fell asleep. Conan twitched his mouth and rolled his eyes. After some exchanges, the program entered an advertisement break. Taking this opportunity, the audience snapped a few photos, and soon the advertisement time ended and the program continued. Although I used to be a police officer, my shooting. Uncle Mori chuckled awkwardly as he said this. Everyone thought his shooting was poor, but only Fujiwara Kyosuke and the other two knew the truth. Fujiwara Kyosuke knew due to his time travel, while Conan and Muri ran knew because Kyosuke had told them about Uncle Muri's glorious history. Even Conan had verified it through his own channels. The old man is really good at pretending, Conan said disdainfully, feeling unconvinced. What's so great about being the top of the police academy? Shooting. Who can't do it? I even took a course in Hawaii. By the way, Matsuo-san's shooting skills are quite impressive. It seems you practiced abroad and your level is comparable to that of a professional athlete. Nagaya Yako smiled at Matsuo Takashi. Not at all. Matsuo Takashi was about to be modest, but thinking of the show's effect, he decisively said, actually it's nothing. You're right. After a small joke among the three, the topic shifted again. The most talked about issue recently is the listening device. No matter where, or when, it's not surprising to find listening devices. Today I brought an action phone with me. Matsuo Takashi took out an action phone from his pocket saying, I wonder if Mr. Muri can tell what it is. It can only scare off amateurs. Uncle Muri snorted lightly saying, this kind of data-based action phone uses radio waves to transmit signals. While it can avoid being tapped, conversations can still be overheard. Oh, quite professional. Fujiwara Kyosuke shook his head. Indeed, Uncle had a strong talent for information. As for murder cases, if it's not related to family, don't expect much from him. Uncle Muri snatched the phone from Matsuo Takashi and dialed a number. When the call connected, Uncle Muri said, is it you, Shizuka? It's Muri. I have nothing to do today, so I'll come to your— My wife, don't worry, we've been separated for a long time. How about we have a passionate night together today? In the midst of everyone's shock, Uncle Muri hung up the phone and said earnestly, such dangerous conversations can be overheard. I urge everyone nationwide who is cheating or having affairs to be very careful. Uncle, you really have your ways. Aunt Eri will definitely be furious when she finds out. Fujiwara Kyosuke was at a loss for words. Had he forgotten this was live? How could he say everything out loud, especially in front of a national audience? Muri Ran and Conan were also bewildered by Uncle Muri's sudden outburst. The host was somewhat at a loss due to Uncle Muri's unexpected situation. Matsuo Takashi wiped the sweat from his forehead. Well, let's move on to the next segment. Who is the murderer? With the segment ending, the program also entered its final phase. Backstage at the recording site, Matsuo Takashi politely said, Mr. Muri, it's an honor to have you here. Not at all. Uncle Muri was equally modest. Just then a staff member rushed over. Mr. Matsuo, it seems Mr. Suwa is missing. He hasn't answered either the mixing room phone or the action phone. How could this be? Matsuo Takashi frowned and said, how about this, you go search in other places. 5 minutes later. What? A man shouted sharply, Mr. Suwa is covered in blood. I understand, I'll head over right away. Fujiwara Kyosuke and the others hurriedly followed. Due to the elevator being out of order, they could only run down the stairs. When they arrived, the entrance was already crowded with people and Mr. Suwa had become a corpse. Fujiwara Kyosuke glanced thoughtfully at Conan. Goodness, you really did it, killing your own producer. However, Conan clearly misunderstood Fujiwara Kyosuke's meaning and immediately said, this is a coincidence, it has nothing to do with me. Fujiwara Kyosuke remained silent, simply patting Conan's head. Inspector Muro quickly arrived at the scene. Seeing Detective Kagoro Muri once again, he could only sigh inwardly. His capacity for exasperation had long since been exhausted. After a weary breath, he deftly directed the officers in their preliminary investigative tasks. The victim is Hiroyuki Suwa, a producer at this television station, age 37. The murder weapon was a silenced pistol. The bullet entered his head and then struck the glass pane beyond. Inspector Muro, we've also found additional bullet impacts on the wall. A forensic technician lifted a corner of the poster affixed to the wall and pointed, there are 2 embedded here, and another near the clock. Sir, another technician called out, we discovered spent casings in the room's corner, 4 in total. The number of bullets matches the casings precisely. And there's only one entrance to this room, murmured Inspector Muro. That simplifies matters considerably. Detective Kagoro Muri declared confidently, the killer likely entered via the emergency exit, cornered the victim beside the window, and fired the fatal shot. He then discarded the pistol beside the corpse and fled without delay. Surely there must have been witnesses, eh? Inspector, Muro asked, even if the perpetrator escaped, wouldn't someone inevitably have noticed him? A staff member replied helplessly, Mr. Suwa had cleared the area beforehand, so practically no one came here. Cleared the area? Inspector Muro sensed something amiss. Because he was waiting for me. Takashi Matsuo bowed slightly before Muro and said he told me explicitly that he needed to discuss something vital with me after the program ended. Tears glistened in his eyes. Grief appeared profound and genuine. Meanwhile, Kyosuke Fujiwara curled his lip in quiet disdain. Had I not already known you were the killer, I might well have been deceived. So there truly are no eyewitnesses, mused Inspector Muro, stroking his chin. A silent sigh escaped him. Another perplexing case loomed ahead. But perhaps someone heard something during the crime. Conan crouched beside the body once more and gestured toward the victim's mobile phone. Look, he appears to have been dialing a call. Whoever answered that call may have overheard crucial details. Am I right, Uncle? No need to be modest. After all, you taught me this very method yourself. This time Conan had learned his lesson. crediting every insight to Kagoro Mori. Predictably, Mori burst into hearty laughter, and Conan narrowly avoided exposure. That sound reasoning. Inspector Moro immediately ordered, identify everyone the victim knew, and locate whoever was on the other end of this call. Understood. At that moment, the entire television station teemed with people. The press gathered en masse awaiting the case's resolution. The sight made Inspector Moro's temples throb. I say, Brother Mori, Brother Fujiwara, you two ought to say something. Just as Moro voiced his complaint, he suddenly realized Fujiwara had vanished. He scanned left and right. Huh, where did Brother Fujiwara go? Inspector Mr. Fujiwara said he'd descend to check for clues downstairs. Ah, I see. Nodding, Moro turned to question the personnel present. Kyosuke Fujiwara walked down the corridor, thinking the culprit is undoubtedly Takashi Matsuo. My memory does not deceive me. Yet committing the murder and returning from the 9th floor to the 4th within just over 4 minutes, while the short film played, is patently impossible, unless he manipulated space itself. Wait. Manipulated space. A spark ignited in Fujiwara's gaze. He rushed downstairs, and there it was, the impact crater. Tilting his head upward, he confirmed his suspicion. The 7th floor. Fujiwara swiftly ascended and entered the storage room directly above the victim's chamber, a cramped, forgotten space aligned perfectly with the crime scene below. The puzzle is solved. Fujiwara allowed himself a faint knowing smile as he dialed a number. He had no intention of disrupting the narrative flow, for without this deduction Kagoro Mori would never achieve nationwide renown. With that thought, he contacted senior management at Nippon TV and requested an immediate live broadcast crew. Naturally, they complied without hesitation. Fujiwara instructed the crew to set up equipment inside the 7th floor storage room, then wait on the 4th floor. Moments later, the storage room door opened again. Ran, Mori, and Conan stepped inside. Oh, Kyosuke, what are you doing here? Ren asked. Searching for the killer, of course, Fujiwara replied with a gentle smile. This case is nearly... You've already identified the murderer. Ran exclaimed, astonished not only herself, but even Conan, who was still puzzling over how the killer could possibly have traveled from the 9th to the 4th floor in time. Damn it, have you grown stronger? Conan, please inform Uncle Mori to come at once. Ran, tell Inspector Moro the upcoming deduction will be broadcast live. He should mind the police's public image. Both gasped. Conan hadn't anticipated such audacity, but the greater Mori's fame, the more advantageous it would be for him. He enthusiastically gave his full support. 5 minutes later, Kagoro Mori arrived in a flurry, trailed closely by Ran and the ever-present Conan. Kyosuke, is this true? Mori beamed with excitement. You're really using the television network to make me famous. Heh. Conan offered a wry, silent chuckle. First, you must actually apprehend the criminal, or else. Still, he trusted Fujiwara's deduction implicitly. Fujiwara simply smiled, then briefed Mori thoroughly. Presenting the hair sample retrieved from the storage room, the nail fragments found on the windowsill, and most critically the victim's mobile phone, Matsuo had left his own device powered on, a detail Fujiwara remembered clearly. Ah, I see. Mori clapped his hands together, adopting an air of triumphant certainty. I suspected him from the very... Fujiwara nodded. It was indeed accurate. This rare instance ranked among the few cases where Mori's intuition proved correct. Truly remarkable. Equipment calibrated, personnel assembled. The deduction commenced. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Kagoro Mori. Adopting his signature sleeping Mori demeanor, Mori spoke in his gravest, most authoritative tone. Beside me stands magician Kyosuke Fujiwara. Together we shall unveil the true culprit behind this crime. Thanks to Inspector Moro's earlier briefing, viewers across Japan already understood the case's full context. Mr. Takashi Matsuo, Mori declared unequivocally, you are the murderer. Matsuo's face paled instantly, and the camera captured the shift with perfect timing. Every viewer noted Matsuo's visible reaction, their thoughts stirring. On-screen, Inspector Moro voiced both his own and the nation's shared question. Brother Mori, Brother Fujiwara, please consider carefully. The crime occurred in this 4th floor room, yet at the time of the murder Mr. Matsuo was hosting a live broadcast from the 9th floor studio. Explain, how could he possibly have committed such a heinous act? Moro's query prompted nods of agreement across countless living rooms. What you describe is indeed impossible, Fujiwara interjected calmly. But whoever claimed he committed the murder from the 9th floor, Inspector Moro? Precisely. Mori pointed emphatically toward the window. We stand now in a storage room on the 7th floor, 3 levels directly above your position. Mr. Matsuo committed the murder from this very window. We calculated the distance, from the studio to here, in under 2 minutes. Running, he could cover it in barely 1. Fujiwara continued seamlessly, therefore. This storage room is the linchpin of the entire crime. Mori affirmed, voice resolute, absolutely. I see. Inspector Moro glanced at the blood-stained window and nodded slowly. Mori stepped forward, leaned out, and demonstrated the precise angle and motion of the shot. Fujiwara added, I located the bullet's impact mark on the pavement downstairs. Inspector, you may verify it yourself. Inspector Moro waved sharply. An officer sprinted off. Moments later, his phone rang. Sir, the impact mark matches exactly, just as Mr. Fujiwara stated. Mr. Matsuo, what do you have to say for yourself? Moro demanded, voice ringing with authority. Then Inspector, Mr. Mori, Mr. Fujiwara, do you possess any tangible evidence proving I committed murder? Confident in his flawless plan. After all, he was the host of a detective-themed program, and many of its scripts bore his own hand. Matsuo stood unshaken. Mr. Matsuo, you do possess remarkable talent, Fujiwara replied, flashing a smile capable of captivating legions of admirers. But scripts and reality remain fundamentally distinct. You face 3 irrefutable pieces of evidence. 3. Matsuo blurted in shock, then clamped his mouth shut, realizing too late his fatal slip. Now it's 4, Fujiwara corrected smoothly. First, we recovered strands of your hair from the storage room. A simple DNA analysis will confirm your presence beyond doubt. Second, traces of your epidermal cells remain on the windowsill. Forensic examination will yield conclusive results. Your gravest oversight, however, was forgetting to power off your mobile phone in your haste. Matsuo's face drained of color. He grasped the magnitude of his error. While the first 2 pieces of evidence could be rationalized away, this third was utterly damning. As you know, so long as the phone remains powered on, pressing the redial button automatically reconnects the previous call. Mori added, you claimed repeatedly that you didn't know the victim's number and never placed a call to him. Then press redial now, and let us see whom it connects to. Inspector Muro stepped forward, took Matsuo's phone. Instantly, the victim's mobile phone began to ring. Matsuo attempted to protest that his phone might have been taken earlier, but Mori countered flawlessly with that same awkward, incriminating call. I surrender. Defeated, Matsuo confessed, inviting you, Mr. Mori, as a guest was truly my greatest miscalculation. 2 renowned detectives. I've quite literally burned myself alive. Matsuo soon disclosed both motive and method, and was escorted away by Inspector Muro. Meanwhile, Kagoro Mori and Kyosuke Fujiwara rose to sudden widespread fame. Their collective astonishment surged exponentially. Kagoro Mori has truly become a sensation, a nationwide phenomenon, and so has Kyuko Fujiwara. As soon as Kyuko Fujiwara returned home, she received congratulatory calls from the likes of Koko Kurinai, Ruriko Sanatsuki, Kaido Kuroba, and Sonoko Suzuki. Even Goyen Yoichi, who was far overseas, sent him an email. His parents also rushed over, using their spatial abilities to prepare a lavish dinner in celebration. Kyuko Fujiwara observed the Earth entering the dinosaur era for a while and practiced before drifting off to sleep. A few days later, the media frenzy surrounding the case began to subside. Kyuko Fujiwara's life returned to normal. Signs of a breakthrough in his cultivation were beginning to show. Once he reaches level 6, he won't have to fear small destructive weapons like mini-missiles and timed bombs. Thus, to cultivate exceptionally, he still relies on Conan. Currently, aside from the tragic Love Lake incident, the remaining merit he possessed was all obtained from Conan. Although the 7 unbelievable events stirred up quite a ruckus, they did not yield much merit since the corpses were too old and their souls had long dissipated. At Titan High School, Class 2B. Kyuko, I would like to invite you and Ran to my sister's college gathering next weekend. As soon as she sat down, Sonoko Suzuki extended the invitation. Where's the gathering? Kyuko Fujiwara asked, curious if it would be at that villa in the countryside. At my family's villa in the suburbs where Ran has been before. Many people will attend this time. They're all my sister's college classmates, and I wonder if there will be any handsome guys. Indeed, Sonoko thought to herself, Kyuko Fujiwara was handsome, but not her type, and they got along more like close friends. Wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate? Ran Mori hesitated. It seemed a bit disrespectful for them to attend Sonoko's sister. It's fine, the more the merrier. Sonoko waved her hand dismissively and said it settled then. All right then. Ran had to agree. Kyuko, what about you? After sorting out Ran, Sonoko turned her expectant gaze towards Kyuko. He'll go. Kyuko Fujiwara scratched his head, unable to refuse the enthusiasm, and he also didn't want to miss any potential cases. By the way, Ran Mori suddenly asked Kyuko, when did Kurinai transfer here? Oh right. Sonoko Suzuki was also curious, when is your girlfriend transferring? Is she coming to the gathering this weekend? She has some matters to handle recently, so she probably won't transfer for a few days, and as for the gathering, she likely won't have time to come either. Kyuko Fujiwara shrugged. Yesterday, he had a conversation with Koko Kurinai, who excitedly informed him that she was about to break through to level 6, hence, she needed to go into seclusion for this period. Unlike Kyuko Fujiwara, who could easily reach level 9, or even Saint level using merit, other special individuals had to close themselves off and break through each level, akin to the boundary breaking in Shinsha novels. I see, what a pity. Ran said she's quite a beauty. Sonoko Suzuki appeared somewhat disappointed. What does it matter? Ran comforted her, saying Kurinai will come over soon and you two will definitely become good friends. That's true. Sonoko Suzuki regained her spirits. After school. Bang. Kyuko Fujiwara hadn't even returned home when he heard a loud bang next door. What is Dr. Agasa up to again? Kyuko Fujiwara shook his head helplessly and walked over. He saw Dr. Agasa lying in the rubble. Beside him lay a piece of metal still smoking. I say, doctor, what are you doing again? Ah, Kyuko, you're back from school. Dr. Agasa greeted him cheerfully and explained, I was developing the latest solar skateboard for Shinichi, but the variables weren't controlled properly. Oh, I see. Kyuko Fujiwara nodded. Dr. Agasa was also a friend of his father's and didn't hide Conan's identity from him, but Kyuko wanted to tease Conan, so he asked Dr. Agasa not to inform him just yet. Kyuko Fujiwara helped Dr. Agasa into the house and looked at the messy living room, complaining, Doctor, I think you really should find someone to take care of you. Your place is quite a mess. I'm used to it. Dr. Agasa smiled innocently. Kyuko rolled his eyes as a figure suddenly floated into. If she were to take care of Dr. Agasa, it would be a good choice. Plus, they could reunite with each other. With that thought, he decided, Dr. I'm leaving first. All right. Kyuko Fujiwara went alone to the Shibutsu Bank in Mihua Town. As soon as he entered the bank lobby, he saw a beautiful and gentle-looking woman. She had deep brown straight hair parted to the side and her eyes were blue like Kyuko Fujiwara's with a similar aura to Mayano Akemi. Oh, it should be Mayano Akemi. It's truly regrettable that she's dead. I should save her while I can. After all, it's just a matter of raising my hand. May I ask what business do you wish to conduct? Mayano Akemi smiled, gently looking at the boy who resembled a prince. It's like this. Kyuko Fujiwara smiled politely and took out a check saying, I have a sum of money I intend to deposit, but since it's quite a large amount, the procedures are a bit cumbersome. Could you help me with it? Warm sunlight streamed through the glass doors, illuminating Kyuko Fujiwara's handsome face. His smile seemed to radiate a glow, capturing Mayano Akemi's heart, and she suddenly froze. Miss Hirota. Kyuko Fujiwara looked at her in surprise. Did his appearance catch her attention because they both were of— Oh. Mayano Akemi snapped back to reality and smiled apologetically. Of course, no problem. Please provide your name and the amount you wish to deposit. My name is Kyuko Fujiwara. After he spoke, Mayano Akemi's pupils tightened instantly as she recognized the genius magician, the detective on par with Kagoro Mori, and his surname, Fujiwara. The organization strictly forbids provoking anyone with the surname Fujiwara regardless of their status. All this made Mayano Akemi see a glimmer of hope. If it's for saving money, then 10 billion it is. Kyuko Fujiwara handed over the 10 billion, check his tone, carrying an implication. All right. Mayano Akemi replied casually, but suddenly realized, staring blankly at Kyuko Fujiwara, could you repeat that? 10 billion. It's like this. Kyuko Fujiwara pointed to the check and explained this check is originally from Shibutsu Bank and is anonymous. I just need to transfer the funds into my account. It doesn't require any cash transactions. Oh, I understand now. Mayano Akemi nodded. Please wait a moment. She discreetly glanced at the boy in front of her, who looked to be no more than 18, likely around the same age as her sister. He might be a rich young master given his surname, Fujiwara, a name that could silence the organization. The mere mention of Fujiwara was a forbidden term within the organization, and any task involving someone with that surname would lead to an immediate abandonment of the mission. More importantly, one must not initiate conflict with them. Otherwise, one would be dealt with for the crime of betraying the organization. What a fortunate young man he is. Mayano Akemi sighed slightly in her heart, thinking that for someone so young to have amassed such wealth, he must have a wealthy father. Moreover, he possesses a surname that could keep him alive. By the way, Miss Hirota, could you give me your phone number? In case I have any transfers or business, especially transactions involving 10 billion, I would like to contact you promptly. Of course, no problem. Mayano Akemi readily provided her mobile number to Kyuko Fujiwara. If it were an ordinary person, she would never give out her number due to the organization's surveillance. She didn't want to involve anyone. However, due to Kyuko Fujiwara's surname, she decided to take a chance. If she won, she and her sister would be free. If she lost, only she would perish. In the blink of an eye, the weekend arrived. In the forest among the mountains, Sister Xiaolan. Where's the villa? I'm about to collapse from exhaustion. Did we take a wrong turn? Conan, panting and carrying his backpack, wore an expression of despair. The hat he had worn backward was now askew. Sweat trickled down his forehead. They had been wandering in the mountains for over an hour, and the once light backpack now felt heavy. Both of their backpacks were filled with clothes, and after wandering for over an hour in the mountains, it felt as if they were carrying Master Rose his turtle shell up the hill. Speaking of which, why was that guy here too? More importantly, how could he be so relaxed? Conan glared resentfully at Fujiwara Kyosuke, who was leisurely enjoying the scenery. He grumbled inwardly. They were both out to have fun, yet look at him. This is what a trip should look like. How could we have gone the wrong? It's really strange. I thought it should be around here. Could it be we took a different route? Mori Ran was completely unaware of Conan's resentment behind her. After all, she was a karate expert, and her physical fitness was commendable. The weight of the backpack was negligible to her. Why don't we just give up and call Sonoko to come pick us up? I really can't hold on much longer. Conan's face was filled with despair. Lost. They must be lost. If they weren't, how could a journey that should take 30 minutes have taken over an hour without finding the destination? The most critical point was, this was the suburbs surrounded by mountains and forests with no signposts at all. Even the map didn't show this place, and among the three present, only Xiaolan, the directionally challenged one, had been here before and knew how to get there. This made it even more despairing. Conan looked at the two who weren't even sweating and thought to himself, are you even human? That won't do. We have to rely on ourselves, we can't trouble Sonoko for such a small matter. Mori Ran firmly rejected Conan's kindness. She couldn't believe it. I'm Mori Ran, a karate champion and a jack of all trades, could not possibly be direction. Fujiwara Kyosuke glanced over, and seeing Conan looking even more desperate after Mori Ran's reply, couldn't help but feel a wave of sympathy. Conan, how about I help you carry the backpack for a while? In the end, Fujiwara Kyosuke couldn't help but suggest it to Conan. Hope ignited in Conan's eyes. Fujiwara, what a good friend. You're so kind. I won't badmouth you anymore. However, in the next moment, Mori Ran mercilessly snuffed out the flame of hope that had ignited in Conan's heart. That's not possible. Conan is a boy. Boys need to learn to take responsibility. If he can't even carry a backpack, how can— Conan, don't be willful. Fujiwara Kyosuke could only give Conan a helpless look. Sorry, Conan. It's not that I'm inconsiderate, it's just that Ran's reasoning was too perfect. 20 more minutes passed. After they had walked every wrong path nearby, Fujiwara Kyosuke and the others finally emerged from the forest, and a villa situated in the mountains came into view. Great. We're finally here. Conan nearly cried out. He could finally be free. To think he had never been in such a dire situation in his life. TCH. Conan grumbled inwardly. Is it really necessary to take revenge on me just because I said your cooking skills had declined yesterday? I'm still a kid. However, he then thought of Muri Kagoro, who was left at home with not a single yen to his name, and his mood instantly calmed. Indeed, people are compared against each other. Conan retracted his thoughts and eagerly walked toward the villa. The villa was located on the other side of the valley cliff, and they had to cross a suspension bridge to reach it. Fujiwara Kyosuke inwardly complained about why there had to be a suspension bridge near the villa. If they're that rich, wouldn't an arch bridge or a flat bridge be better? Just as they stepped onto the suspension bridge, the three of them saw a mysterious figure shrouded in a black cloak slowly walking toward the villa from the other end. Hey, there seems to be someone over there. I wonder if they're also headed to that villa. Muri Ran was about to greet the person when she suddenly saw them whip around. The person's face was completely wrapped in bandages with an old hat pulled down low. They turned suddenly, and a pair of vengeful, fierce eyes locked onto the three of them like a malevolent spirit from a horror film. The eerie scene sent shivers down Muri Ran and Conan's spines. Especially Muri Ran, who was more timid, nearly screamed. Fujiwara Kyosuke raised an eyebrow, slightly stepping forward to shield Muri Ran and Conan behind him. He had no intention of stopping the other from killing anyone, but if they dared to harm his friends, then they could perish. The bandaged figure glared fiercely at the three of them before quickly leaving the suspension bridge. He can't be headed to the villa too, can he? Muri Ran peered out from behind Fujiwara Kyosuke, her face paling as she watched the bandaged figure leave. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. That person looks really scary. It shouldn't be right. Conan looked equally shaken by the, let's go over there first. Fujiwara Kyosuke reassured the two walking toward the villa while saying, well, ask Sonoko later, she might know something. Conan's expression turned serious as he glanced thoughtfully in the direction the bandaged figure had left. He felt that this was a detective's intuition extremely accurate. Just as they arrived at the villa's entrance, they saw Suzuki Sonoko open the villa's large door. Suzuki Sonoko complained, Xiaolin Kyosuke, you finally made it. You're really slow, everyone else has already arrived. Muri Ran smiled awkwardly, though she didn't want to. She had to admit that she truly was directionally challenged. You really brought him along. Suzuki Sonoko looked helpless as she bent down to look at Conan, speaking in an unfriendly tone. Conan, don't you feel embarrassed? Ha. Conan let out a cute childish voice, activating his adorable mode. Meanwhile, he continued to grumble inwardly, it's not your place to scold me. You're the one trying to steal my girlfriend. What are you talking about introducing excellent boys to her? Am I not excellent enough, Kudo Shinichi? Xiaolin. Suzuki Sonoko worriedly said, with such a little brat following you, you can't even date. Date? Muri Ran was bewildered while Conan was so angry he wanted to bite someone. Of course. Suzuki Sonoko said matter-of-factly, my sister's classmates include some really good boys. Just imagine being able to have a romantic relationship with someone you like amidst nature. How romantic would that be? Yeah. As Suzuki Sonoko spoke, a look of longing appeared on her face. Muri Ran smiled awkwardly. Fujiwara Kyosuke and Conan wore expressions of disbelief, as if to say, you're dreaming. Kid, your Super Saiyan hasn't even arrived yet. However, thinking about it, Kyoga Kishin might have accidentally inherited from the inner world, and he just happens to have the bloodline of the inner world. Otherwise, he shouldn't be that strong. No matter how much ordinary people train, they won't reach the third level. For instance, Muri Ran and Muri Kagoro are both outstanding among the second level, but if you say they could break through to the third level, Fujiwara Kyosuke would absolutely not believe it. But Kyoga Kishin should possess a level of the third stage, or even higher. It all depends on whether he can ignore bullets. The three followed Suzuki Sonoko into the villa. By the way, Sonoko, are there any guests with a bandaged head? Bandaged? No, everyone here today is just visiting, who would bring an injury to someone else's home. On the second floor of the villa, Fujiwara Kyosuke and his companions stood in the corridor, gazing at the numerous rooms on either side, unsure of which door to open. Unz exclaimed, with so many rooms on the second floor, she didn't even tell us which two rooms we should stay in. Before Fujiwara Kyosuke could stop her, Maoli Ran casually opened the door to one of the rooms. Inside the room, a short-haired man was changing clothes bare-chested. Click. Maoli Ran's face flushed bright red, and in a flurry she closed the door, repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry. I got the wrong room. Perhaps due to the overwhelming embarrassment, the tension made her forget to think, and her body instinctively pulled open the door to another room. However, the moment the door was opened, Fujiwara Kyosuke reacted quickly, pulling Maoli Ran behind him. He stepped forward, maintaining a calm expression as he addressed the slightly overweight man inside, who was already dressed, saying, I'm really sorry, we were looking for our room and thought this one was unoccupied. After the apology, Fujiwara Kyosuke casually closed the door. He hadn't expected that the second door they opened would lead to the room of the perpetrator. As a result, the target for the killer shifted from Maoli Ran to him. How interesting. Fujiwara Kyosuke thought to himself, feeling a sense of anticipation. Xiao Ran, I think it's better if you knock on the door first, Fujiwara Kyosuke reminded her with a smile, adding, but honestly, do these people not lock their doors even when changing clothes? Maoli Ran sighed in relief, saying, thanks to you, Kyosuke, otherwise I would have been embarrassed today. It's nothing, you were just a bit too flustered. Fujiwara Kyosuke waved his hand with a smile. He turned to Conan to change the subject, saying, why didn't you remind Xiao Ran? Look, she might have been humiliated. How could I have the time? Conan, feeling unfairly blamed, jumped in to retort. You all are fine. It was my oversight, it has nothing to do with Conan. Let's keep looking for a room. Maoli Ran interrupted their debate, and the three of them continued knocking on doors until they finally found an empty room at the end of the corridor. Since Fujiwara Kyosuke was now part of the group, room assignments were made such that Maoli Ran had her own room, while the two boys Fujiwara Kyosuke and Conan shared a room. Well then, see you later, Xiao Ran, said Fujiwara Kyosuke. Alright, she replied. The three temporarily parted ways, with Fujiwara Kyosuke leading Conan into their room. Once inside, Conan fell onto the bed, exuding a sense of despair, staring blankly at the ceiling. Meanwhile, Fujiwara Kyosuke gently waved his hand, causing a backpack to appear. Conan glanced over, already accustomed to such occurrences. Downstairs in the villa's living room, it was already crowded. Hey, weren't you all members of the film study club back in university? That's right. The five of them were particularly close, so they gathered every 2 years for a reunion. After explaining, Suzuki Uenzi took on the role of introducer, presenting them to Fujiwara Kyosuke and the others. First was Oda Masaru, who looked cool with long hair and had always played the lead role in the club. Next was Katajiri Hiroki, who specialized in photography and was currently filming with a camera in hand, and Takahashi Ryuichi, responsible for props, who wore round glasses and appeared somewhat plump. This next person is my sister. She's in charge of costume design and is currently looking for a husband. Suzuki Ayako, standing nearby, shot an exasperated glance at Uenzi, feeling a bit embarrassed. The last one was Ikeda Chikako. With short hair, she had served as the director and screenwriter during her university days and was even the club president. Now she was a professional screenwriter. The film Aoi no Kuni currently showing isn't your work, is it? Upon hearing Uenzi's introduction, Maoli Ran's eyes lit up. That's right. Suzuki Ayako praised. Indeed, it was her work during university, and now it finally has a chance to be showcased to the world. Let's not talk about the past, Ikeda Chikako said shyly, her face slightly flushed. I heard you're writing another script, Oda Masaru, smoking, asked. Well then, Master Ikeda, why don't you say a few words to your fans? Katajiri Hiroki, holding the camera, aimed it at Ikeda Chikako with a smile. Stop teasing me. Ikeda Chikako waved her hand shyly. As they chatted, the university classmates began reminiscing about their past. For instance, Katajiri Hiroki still hadn't given up his obsession with filming, and Takahashi Ryuichi had gained weight, making it hard for the camera lens to fit him. In no time, the atmosphere became extremely harmonious. Then Suzuki Uenzi introduced Fujiwara Kyosuke and his friends to the rest. Especially with the appearance of Fujiwara Kyosuke, the atmosphere reached its peak, and Ikeda Chikako finally showed a hint of a smile, politely nodding at him. Only Takahashi Ryuichi looked somewhat uncomfortable, but he quickly concealed it. This feels great, as if we have returned to our university days. Suzuki Ayako looked at the gathering of laughing friends and couldn't help but smile nostalgically. Her purpose for hosting this reunion was to relive the beautiful atmosphere of their university days before her marriage. As they grew older, it would be increasingly difficult for these classmates to gather again, especially for her, the daughter of a wealthy family about to get married. Suddenly, a figure floated into her mind, and her tone turned somber. If only Atsuko were still alive, she would be so happy. As soon as Suzuki Ayako finished speaking, the once lively atmosphere suddenly froze to an icy point. The other 4 members of the film study club present all changed their expressions, their faces becoming difficult to read. Slap. The one who reacted the most was Ikeda Chikako, her face turning pale and her breathing becoming rapid. Don't mention her. Please don't bring up Atsuko anymore. Chikako. Suzuki Ayako looked at Ikeda Chikako. Ikeda Chikako looked upset, as if recalling something unpleasant, but she quickly realized her emotions were a bit too intense and sat down, saying, Atsuko has passed away. We took the time out of our busy schedules to gather here for a vacation, so let's not talk about sad things. I'm sorry. Suzuki Ayako quickly apologized, showing none of the airs of a rich lady. Oomph. Oda Masaru snorted coldly, mocking. Fame really does change people. What did you say? Hearing the mockery, Ikeda Chikako exploded like a can of gasoline lit on fire. In an instant, the atmosphere between the two turned tense. Oda Masaru shifted his tone. But this Fujiwara is countless times more famous than you and hasn't shown even a hint of celebrity arrogance. People really do fear comparisons, huh? Alright now, you too. Suzuki Ayako stood up to mediate, saying, I'll go prepare dinner, and everyone can take a break for a bit. I'll go fix the broken roof outside. The weather forecast says it might rain tonight. Takahashi Ryuichi quickly Sorry for the trouble, Takahashi, be careful, said Suzuki Ayako. Alright, he replied. This is really something only Takahashi can do. We are powerless to help. Katajiri Hiroki shrugged helplessly, suggesting, well, let's play some poker while we wait. Sounds good. Suzuki Uenzi was the first to respond. Fujiwara Kyosuke looked at her in surprise, wanting to ask, are you into self-deprecation? Are you serious about playing poker with Maoli Ran? However, Ikeda Chikako seemed disinterested and immediately stood up, walking outside without looking back. Chikako, where are you going? I'm going for a walk outside. Seeing Ikeda Chikako actually leave, Katajiri Hiroki hurriedly got up to follow. What had started as a joyful gathering quickly turned sour, and Suzuki Ayako felt a wave of guilt. It's all my fault. If I hadn't brought up Atsuko, it wouldn't have turned out like this. Maoli Ran and the others, oblivious to everything, exchanged glances. Well, let's go for a walk too. There's nothing to do here anyway. Maoli Ran quickly supported Suzuki Uenzi's suggestion. They decided to leave this awkward atmosphere behind. The 4 of them were strolling through the woods. Mao Lilan and Suzuki Sonoko were in the front, while Fujiwara Kyosuke and Conan followed behind. Suddenly the contemplative Conan spoke up, strange. Fujiwara Kyosuke raised an eyebrow and replied, "Are you referring to those guests or the deceased, Duntu?" "Both." Conan frowned and said, "For some reason I feel that their relationships are somewhat peculiar." Also, after Ayako mentioned Duntu, their reactions made it seem as if something is about to happen. Conan pondered deeply, his detective instincts sensing something amiss. However, lacking the keen perception of Fujiwara Kyosuke, and without the support of the plot, he could only feel that the atmosphere was strange, but could not see the truth. As for those people, Fujiwara Kyosuke paused and said, "Except for Ayako, the others are just a bunch of ordinary people who speak insincerely, and some even harbor ill intentions." He didn't care much about this as long as Conan and the others stayed safe. As for the rest, could he honestly say he was You may not believe it, but that is the truth. Of course, part of the reason is for good karma. Upon hearing Fujiwara Kyosuke's words, Conan's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "Ill intentions? Did you notice something?" Seeing Conan's curiosity, Fujiwara Kyosuke patiently explained, "These people claim to be university classmates, but in reality, they have already entered society. Moreover, except for Ayako, those people clearly do not value emotions." At this point, Fujiwara Kyosuke stopped to give Conan a moment to digest. Seeing Conan nod, he continued, "The reason they attended the gathering is merely driven by ulterior motives." Ulterior motives? Conan asked curiously. Being young, he had not experienced societal trials, so there were some things he couldn't fully understand. Fujiwara Kyosuke continued, "Ikeda Chikako, as they say, is currently a moderately well-known rookie screenwriter. However, I see her as someone who has hidden secrets. When talking about the script, she seems to be evasive, which is illogical. Just like your brother Kudo, if others discuss the cases he has handled, how do you think he would react? He would probably be delighted to share, right?" Conan hesitated to say he would enthusiastically elaborate, as encountering a fan of reasoning is rare. He would go on and on. Fujiwara Kyosuke spread his hands and said, "And that Ikeda Chikako, as you've seen, is evasive with her words. She's likely dealing with a plagiarized script. Moreover, pretending to be aloof, yet actually seeking to climb the social ladder, Ikeda Chikako. The reason she attended this gathering is probably because she has her eyes on Ayako. The Suzuki Financial Group is not inferior to the Fujiwara Group, you know." "What? Don't believe it." Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled as he noticed Conan's skeptical expression and said, "At first she was cold towards the three of us, but once she realized I was the young master of the Fujiwara family, her expression changed immediately." "Did you see how many times she smiled?" 3 times. Conan's memory was indeed remarkable. The first was towards Ayako, the second towards Sonoko, and the third was towards you. It seems you have a point. Conan had to admit that Fujiwara Kyosuke's ability to read people surpassed his own. Next, let's talk about Uda Masaru. As for this person, he's actually decent, just a bit self-righteous. "I noticed that too," Conan nodded. "Kakutani Hiroki is quite moderate, easygoing, and has a certain fondness for Ikeda Chikako. However, Ikeda Chikako would naturally not have eyes for him. If one day she were to find herself unmarried and pregnant, and needed someone to take responsibility, he might just fit the role." Conan rolled his eyes. "As for the last one, Takahashi Ryuichi. Honestly, I can't quite understand him. His honest demeanor doesn't seem feigned, yet his thoughts are somewhat twisted. The way he looks at Ikeda Chikako, the hatred that inadvertently seeps through feels familiar somehow." Fujiwara Kyosuke hesitated slightly, but spoke nonetheless. He wasn't afraid of changing the plot, as it was merely a matter of good karma. After listening to Fujiwara Kyosuke's analysis, Conan fell into deep thought. Indeed, his intuition was not wrong. Those people were not as simple as they appeared. Of course, now with a catalyst added, it's indeed possible for something to happen. Fujiwara Kyosuke glanced at Conan. Conan looked at him in confusion. "What do you think?" Fujiwara Kyosuke merely smiled and sighed, "A storm is— I am not the Grim Reaper." Conan shouted in frustration. "Let's hope so." Fujiwara Kyosuke shrugged noncommittal. The journey was extremely calm. Perhaps it was because when Fujiwara Kyosuke entered, Takahashi Ryuichi had already gotten dressed, or maybe he was wary of Fujiwara Kyosuke. In any case, the four were not attacked by the bandaged monster, which left Fujiwara Kyosuke slightly disappointed. Everyone gathered again in the hall to chat, while only Ikeda Chikako stayed in her room to rest, citing health reasons. Outside, as expected, it began to rain heavily, and worried about the roof leaking, Takahashi Ryuichi went upstairs to check. On the first floor, everyone encouraged Fujiwara Kyosuke to perform a magic trick. Naturally, he would not refuse, and he played a performance of puppet manipulation in front of everyone. The puppet was crafted by Takahashi Ryuichi, and Fujiwara Kyosuke had no chance to set up any traps. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, Fujiwara Kyosuke concluded the magic show. "The puppet can actually talk." Suzuki Sonoko exclaimed in disbelief. Fujiwara Kyosuke's puppet truly could speak and interact with them, even playing a game of poker. Though it was still Mao Lilan who won, it was nonetheless astonishing. "Who is it?" Suddenly Takahashi Ryuichi, on the second floor, shouted, staring out the window. Hearing Takahashi Ryuichi's voice, everyone looked out the window and immediately spotted a figure wrapped in bandages holding Ikeda Chikako swiftly passing by. Damn! Conan felt a surge of tension upon seeing the bandaged monster, realizing that a murder could very well follow. He hurriedly jumped out the window, chasing after the shadow that had just flashed by. Fortunately, it was the first floor, otherwise jumping out could have resulted in death or injury. Of course, it was also possible that nothing significant had happened. Go. Quickly chase. Masaru and the others hurriedly pursued. Outside, the heavy rain was falling and the girls remained in the villa by closing the windows while the boys dashed toward the direction where the bandaged monster had left. However, the sky outside had long turned dark, and as soon as they entered the woods they lost their sense of direction. Fujiwara Kyosuke was among them, and suddenly he caught a whiff of a bloody scent. Looks like Takahashi Ryuchi has already taken action. Fujiwara Kyosuke glanced at the fake fat man following them and had a suspicion. Chikako! Chikako! As they searched for the bandaged monster, everyone called out Ikeda Chikako's name. What is that? Kakutani Hiroki suddenly sensed something dark in the bushes ahead and puzzled raised his flashlight to illuminate it. The result, he discovered it was a human hand. Kakutani Hiroki was startled and stumbled back a few steps. How could there be a hand here? He stared at the bloody mangled arm, and the seed of fear instantly germinated, quickly spreading throughout his body. Could it be Chikako's? Masaru. Masaru's face turned pale as he said, let's continue searching separately. Chikako. Kakutani Hiroki called out her name hoping for a response. I don't know, but let's split up and search. That guy shouldn't have gone too far. Kakutani Hiroki forced himself to calm down. After saying this, he walked deeper into the woods, but after taking just a few steps his foot was suddenly caught on something, and he stumbled heavily to the ground. Behind him, Masaru shined his light over and was instantly horrified. On the ground lay a severed arm. Conan quickly pointed the flashlight to the side, and just near Takahashi Ryuchi there lay the horrifying corpse of Ikeda Chikako. Kakutani Hiroki scrambled over to Chikako's side, lifting her up. However, as soon as he picked her up, her head rolled off her shoulder and onto the ground. It turned out that Chikako was already dead. Moreover, her head and limbs had been brutally severed. Takahashi Ryuchi let out a terrifying scream. Returning to the villa apart from Fujiwara Kyosuke and Conan, the faces of everyone else were filled with deep sorrow. Have you found Chika? Suzuki Ayako asked nervously. Chika has already been killed. The despair was involuntarily reflected in Katajiri Hiroki's eyes. He had silently admired Ikeda Chika since university, and he had originally planned to confess his feelings at this gathering, but now it was too late. What a... Suzuki Ayako and the others were instantly shocked. How could Ikeda Chika have been killed in such a short time? Suzuki Ayako felt dizzy, and if Suzuki Sonoko hadn't supported her, she might have collapsed. Katajiri Hiroki sadly shook his head. I've placed her body in the back room. Ayako called the police. Suzuki Ayako pushed aside Sonoko's hands and rushed to grab her phone to report. However, due to the thunder and the fact that they were deep in the mountains, there was no signal on their phones. There's no other choice, we have to walk down the mountain to find the police. Masaru suggested, and the others could only nod in agreement. Grabbing umbrellas, Katajiri Hiroki, Masaru, and Takahashi Ryuchi headed down the mountain, while Conan, unwilling to wait, couldn't help but follow. Since Conan mentioned that Fujiwara Kyosuke was skilled, they decided to leave him behind to protect the girls inside the villa. Fujiwara Kyosuke watched the four leave, his gaze flickering slightly as he sighed helplessly. What's wrong, Kyosuke? Mori Ran noticed Fujiwara Kyosuke's sigh and looked over in confusion. If I were the killer, I would have cut off the rope bridge leading down the mountain long ago. That way at least I could delay them for a while, enough for me. Thinking about it, those few might return empty-handed very soon. Fujiwara Kyosuke shook his head. Unless the criminal was a fool, they shouldn't have overlooked this. This is the second time I've encountered the snowstorm villa mode. What a coincidence. Fujiwara Kyosuke looked at the sky and sighed again. The death was too tragic. No matter how innocent one might appear, it was hard to hide the cruelty within Takahashi Ryuchi. Killing was just a matter of a single blade, why complicate things? In Fujiwara Kyosuke's mind, though, both were seeking revenge for their loved ones. Takahashi Ryuchi and Tono Eiji were fundamentally different. Tono Eiji killed to imitate Jason, not out of inherent cruelty. Moreover, he intended to kill everyone and detonate explosives to commit suicide. In other words, he never intended to survive. Thus, when the case came to light, Fujiwara Kyosuke would still refer to him as Senior Tono. What a pity. But Takahashi Ryuichi's actions were several times more brutal than Tono Eiji's. After committing his crime, he even tried to evade legal consequences and attacked the innocent Mori Ran to silence her. That was truly despicable. Tono Eiji didn't even know who his enemy was and resorted to such desperate measures, but Takahashi Ryuichi, fully aware that Mori Ran was innocent, still had the heart to wield the blade. Only because Mori Ran might have seen his true form. One could only say his heart had long been possessed, and what he called love was merely an excuse for his brutality. Just as Fujiwara Kyosuke was lost in thought, Conan and the others returned along the same path. Damn it. The rope bridge leading down the mountain has been cut. If we go around, it will take at least 2 hours. It's raining outside, and with the darkness we might encounter an attack from the culprit. We should stay in the villa and wait until the rain stops tomorrow before going down to notify the police. Everyone abandoned the thought of going down, now locking all the doors and windows in the villa before returning to their rooms. Conan, your sister Ran is scared. You should go keep her company tonight. Hearing Fujiwara Kyosuke's words, Conan joyfully ran. As night deepened, everyone gradually fell asleep. Fujiwara Kyosuke stood alone by the window, quietly watching the heavy rain pouring outside, silently pondering. Boom. Lightning illuminated the sky outside for a moment, and the thunder echoed through the night. Crack. A corner of the window shattered, and a figure suddenly rushed in. He held a large axe, cold as iron under the lightning's glare. Fujiwara Kyosuke glanced over just in time to meet the gaze of a figure stepping into his room. For a moment the scene was a bit awkward. The figure half in and half out was just staring at Fujiwara Kyosuke. Fujiwara Kyosuke looked back at him, his gaze filled with mockery, sizing him up. "Come in." Fujiwara Kyosuke waved at the figure. The bandaged man looked a bit dazed, but upon hearing Fujiwara Kyosuke's words he stepped in. "You killed Ikeda Chika, didn't you?" Fujiwara Kyosuke said calmly, a hint of disdain in his eyes. The bandaged man seemed to be provoked by Fujiwara Kyosuke's gaze and swung his giant axe toward him. "Oomph." Fujiwara Kyosuke snorted coldly, lightly flicking his finger, and a light barrier appeared, instantly blocking the giant axe. With a flick of his finger the air seemed to compress intensely and a blade of air shot towards the giant axe. The blade of air sliced through the air with a booming sound. Crack. The giant axe split in two. It wasn't a traditional split, it was as if he had chopped wood, cleaving it cleanly in half. Gulp. The sound of swallowing echoed in Fujiwara Kyosuke's room. "You want to kill me?" Fujiwara Kyosuke rubbed his fists together, a cold smile on his face. He took a step forward, and the bandaged man took a step back. This feeling of changing offense and defense would make even Emperor Wu of Han praise it as skillful. Fujiwara Kyosuke lightly swept his legs. Bang! The bandaged man's leg twisted, his previously bent knee now curved backward. Off! A scream echoed throughout the villa, startling everyone, especially Conan in the opposite room. Without even changing his clothes, Conan dashed outside shouting, "Fujiwara brother, are you okay?" "I'm fine, just wait a moment, I've caught the bandaged man," Fujiwara Kyosuke replied to Conan outside. "It's good if you're okay." Conan sighed in relief, waiting outside. Inside the room. "I didn't even use 1/10th of my strength. How did you fall?" Fujiwara Kyosuke said mockingly, throwing a punch. Bang! The bandaged man flew into the wall, embedded into it like a living mural. "Stop hitting me, I'm begging you to." A weak voice came from the bandaged man. "Why are you so weak?" Fujiwara Kyosuke scratched his head and complained. "I really used less than 1/10th of my strength, afraid I'd kill you. But it seems now that while you're fine you might as well be in a wheelchair in your next life. Let me clarify, this is not my fault." The bandaged man was about to curse, but realizing the other's strength, shut his mouth. "Police, why aren't you here yet? Arrest me, or he'll really die." At this moment his biggest regret was cutting off the rope bridge connecting the villa to the mountain. Knock knock knock. "Fujiwara-kun, what happened?" Suzuki Ayako's voice came from outside the door. "The door is unlocked, you can come in," Fujiwara Kyosuke said to the direction of the door. After he finished he looked at the bandaged man and scolded. "I specifically left the door open for you, and you still want to break the window. Tell me, where am I supposed to sleep tonight?" "I don't care where you sleep. You should sleep outside," the bandaged man silently complained. "Don't think that if you don't speak nothing will happen." Creak. The door opened, and everyone saw the bandaged man's miserable state and the dented wall. Could it be that his bones are broken? Conan broke into a cold sweat looking at Fujiwara Kyosuke as if he were a human beast. Thankfully, I haven't offended him. Conan secretly rejoiced. However, this guy just tricked me, the door wasn't locked at all. I worried for nothing. Fujiwara Kyosuke turned on the room light and casually removed the bandages from the bandaged man's face. "Takahashi, how could it be you?" Suzuki Ayako and the others were all surprised. "And your stomach?" In their understanding the bandaged man was not a fat guy. Takahashi Ryuichi remained silent, glaring at Fujiwara Kyosuke with resentment. Bang! Fujiwara Kyosuke stepped forward, creating a half-meter deep pit in the ground. "I have a bad temper. If you keep looking at me with those disgusting eyes, this kick might just land on you." Fujiwara Kyosuke looked at him coldly, saying, "Don't think that if I kill you I would bear any responsibility. You killed someone and then attacked me, it's only natural for me to counterattack. Moreover, you can ask Ayako. In this situation, if I killed you, would there really be laws to punish me?" "Yeah." Takahashi stopped looking at Fujiwara-kun. Suzuki Ayako advised, "He is the heir of the Fujiwara family, and he can even influence the parliament." Takahashi Ryuichi's expression instantly changed, no longer daring to look at Fujiwara Kyosuke. In the living room of the villa, Oda Masaru and Katajiri Hiroki placed the already disabled Takahashi Ryuichi on the sofa. Katajiri Hiroki excitedly shouted at him, "Why? Takahashi, why did you kill Chika?" "I did this all for Atsuko." Takahashi Ryuichi was equally excited. He then explained the reason for killing Chika. Years ago that Atsuko committed suicide in despair because Ikeda Chika plagiarized her work. "I did this to avenge Atsuko. I am the messenger of justice." After saying this, Takahashi Ryuichi was still lost in self-absorption, declaring, "I am a hero." "Oh." Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled lightly. "Hero? Then you should die. I've heard that in this world there are no living heroes. So do you still want to be a hero?" Fujiwara Kyosuke's eyes were filled with mockery. Takahashi Ryuichi jolted and quickly shut up, not daring to say anything further. "Even if you killed Chika in the name of avenging Atsuko, why did you attack Fujiwara-kun?" Suzuki Ayako questioned. "That is..." Takahashi Ryuichi stammered. "That is because Fujiwara brother saw your secret. You're not a fat person." Conan sighed. "When you attacked Fujiwara brother, you were no longer a messenger of justice or a hero, just a murderous demon stained with sin." Everyone lost their sleepiness, gathering in the living room, waiting for dawn. As the golden crow broke, the dawn sunlight emerged. The forest exuded fresh air, and a heavy rain washed everything away, dispelling the darkness and gloom of yesterday. The mood in the villa remained heavy. After the police arrived, Takahashi Ryuichi confessed to the crime, cooperating fully, only asking the police to provide him with a doctor for a full checkup. The police were left with a headache. The gruesome murder and dismemberment were horrifying, and the culprit had also been beaten badly. The police ultimately agreed to Takahashi Ryuichi's request and drove away after completing the report. "I'm leaving first," Uda Masaru said, chewing on a cigarette and pulling his luggage as he bid farewell to everyone. "Well, we will take our leave too." Katajiri Hiroki forced a smile at everyone leaving with Uda Masaru. "Fujiwara-kun, thank you so much." After everyone left, Suzuki Ayako also expressed her gratitude to Fujiwara Kyosuke. "No problem, I hope Ayako can soon emerge from the shadow." In Tokyo, in Mihanacho at the Fujiwara residence, Toshihiko Takasuji and Sayuri Matsumoto respectfully await your presence. This invitation was clearly sent by the Takasuji group. Beside his right hand there was another invitation. From your loyal reader, Sayuri Matsumoto. It seems that the Matsumoto family and Takasuji are unaware that Kyosuke Fujiwara is the young master of the Fujiwara group. Go ahead. Kyosuke Fujiwara thought for a moment and decided to attend the wedding on that day. Kyosuke Fujiwara set off from home by car. The wedding was to be held at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, but most people would arrive in the morning to show their respect and blessings to the newlyweds. By the time Kyosuke Fujiwara arrived at the venue, a considerable crowd had already gathered. These individuals were divided into 3 parts. One part consisted of industry elites in suits likely invited by the Takasuji family and Chairman Matsumoto, just like Kyosuke Fujiwara. Another part included teachers and police officers, all friends of the bride. Oh, and finally, there were some young students, mostly Sayuri Matsumoto's pupils, who came to support their middle school teacher's wedding. Kyosuke Fujiwara casually scanned the crowd and spotted Ran Muri and Sonoko Suzuki, as well as Conan. To be honest, he was the last person Kyosuke wanted to see. Usually it would be fine, but today is a special day for someone else. For the sake of the wedding, shouldn't he just stay at home? Shaolon Sonoko Conan. Kyosuke Fujiwara approached and greeted them. Kyosuke, why are you here? Sonoko Suzuki asked curiously. It's the invitation sent to me by the Takasuji group, and Miss Matsumoto also sent me an invitation. I couldn't refuse their kind invitation. I see. Sonoko Suzuki exclaimed, realization dawning. I heard that teacher Matsumoto likes detective novels. It seems to be true. Detective novels? Conan was taken aback, wondering why she had targeted him before. Aren't we supposed to be book friends? Conan was full of questions. Walking towards the makeup room, Kyosuke Fujiwara glanced at Conan helplessly. I say, Conan, you really lack self-awareness. Or do you have a grudge against Miss Matsumoto? What do you mean? Conan looked confused. Although I have some issues with her, it's not even close to having a grudge. Do you want me to live? Kyosuke Fujiwara glanced at him indifferently. You went to Yoko Okino's house, and someone died there. You attended someone's Valentine's Day party, and the host died. You went to the world's greatest festival, and a promising author died. You went to Tsukikage Island, and 3 people died at once. And don't forget that day when your junior detective league went out to have fun, and the body disappeared. And just a few days ago, the bandaged monster incident. You can't have forgotten how tragic Chikako Ikeda looked, right? And this is just what I know. How many more do you think I don't know? Although aside from the host of that Valentine's Day party, who is somewhat innocent, the others all deserve their fate, it doesn't change the fact that you have a death god aura. So do you really want to be here? After finishing his sentence, Kyosuke glanced at him again, his disdain evident. Conan retorted, it can't be me. I'm not a death god. It might even be your uncle. Anyway, it's impossible for it to be me. But Kyosuke Fujiwara was about to mention that the Valentine's Day party and the bandaged monster incident didn't involve Kaguro Mori, but Conan didn't listen, happily running towards Ran Mori. Sai, I hoped he would pay attention to the bride, but I didn't expect this guy to not believe in Conan's logic at all. Kyosuke Fujiwara shook his head helplessly. According to the second theorem of Conan, whenever Conan, Ran Muri, and Sonoko Suzuki attend a gathering, an incident is bound to occur. It's surprising that Conan doesn't want to hear about such a theory. In the end, I bore all the burden alone. Kyosuke Fujiwara sighed. Luckily, he remembered the case, though otherwise it would have been difficult to prevent this tragedy. In the makeup room, Sayuri Matsumoto, dressed in a wedding gown, looked like a fairy descending to earth. The moment Kyosuke Fujiwara saw her, he couldn't help but be captivated. Indeed, a woman is most beautiful when she wears a wedding gown. It's Ran and Sonoko. It's been a long time since I've seen you. Sayuri Matsumoto exclaimed with a radiant smile as she walked over, twirling gently and asking, how do you like my wedding gown? Wow, it's very beautiful, teacher. Both of them exclaimed in unison, their cheeks slightly flushed. Conan, on the other hand, was already mesmerized, blushing and questioning his life while staring at Sayuri Matsumoto. She really is beautiful, Conan affirmed in his heart. Who is this student? Sayuri Matsumoto looked at Kyosuke Fujiwara, mumbling, I feel like I've seen him somewhere before, but I can't recall at the moment. I almost forgot to introduce you. Sonoko Suzuki appeared quite excited as she said, teacher, you really don't recognize him. He's quite famous. Oh. Sayuri Matsumoto covered her mouth. Could it be Mr. Fujiwara? Yes, that's right, it's Mr. Fujiwara. Hello, teacher Matsumoto. Kyosuke Fujiwara greeted politely. I really didn't expect you to come. I'm so excited. Sayuri Matsumoto stammered, I really admire you so much. Besides that incredible magic performance, your amazing deductive skills have truly shocked me, especially your book, The Devotion of Suspect X. You're too kind. Kyosuke Fujiwara waved his hand. You're too humble. The bride, who should have been dignified at this moment, turned into a fangirl. Sayuri Matsumoto immediately asked Sonoko Suzuki to take many photos of her with Kyosuke Fujiwara and requested his autograph. Kyosuke Fujiwara smiled helplessly, realizing the situation was quite peculiar. The main character Sayuri Matsumoto seemed content to play a supporting role here. Wishing Sayuri Matsumoto eternal happiness and health. From Kyosuke Fujiwara. After writing a few words of blessing, Kyosuke finally stepped down from the protagonist position. The group chatted for a while, bringing the topic back to their junior high days. What? Isn't Kudo coming? Sayuri Matsumoto snapped her fingers, looking somewhat reluctant. I still wanted to show off this beautiful wedding dress to that arrogant brat. She really hasn't changed at all. Conan thought with a hint of sarcasm, recalling the time he was tricked by her. Kyosuke Fujiwara smiled faintly and glanced at Conan unobtrusively. Sayuri Matsumoto suddenly spotted Conan, a feeling of familiarity washing over her. She hurriedly walked over to Conan, bending down to scrutinize him for a moment. Little boy, have we met somewhere? No. Conan felt cold sweat break out on his face. Maybe I just look. The teacher's intuition is indeed sharp. Everyone look over here. Ran Muri raised her camera and said, today we are in charge of the photography. Make sure to think carefully about how you will kiss later. No problem. Sayuri Matsumoto blushed slightly, but still spoke. Shao by the warm lemon tea is back. The door to the makeup room opened and a short-haired woman wearing a purple jacket and with freckles walked in, carrying a disposable bag. As she spoke, she handed the lemon tea to Sayuri Matsumoto. Thank you. Sayuri Matsumoto eagerly received it. Tap. Just as Sayuri Matsumoto was about to drink from the opened can, the woman beside her stopped her. No, Xiaobai, if you drink like that your lipstick will come off. As she spoke, she took out a straw from the bag and handed it over. Thank you. Sayuri Matsumoto happily took a sip of the lemon tea, but her expression suddenly grew a bit somber. Ichimi, I'm sorry about Toshihiko. What are you talking about? The woman named Ichimi playfully flicked Sayuri Matsumoto's arm. Come on. Even at this time you still haven't realized it. She joked, I'm going to expose that the groom is my ex-boyfriend at the wedding ceremony. Sayuri Matsumoto responded with a bitter smile. Just kidding. The woman walked to the door and turned back, saying, see you, Ichimi, really? Sayuri Matsumoto held the lemon tea, watching the other woman's departing figure. In the makeup room, looking at the woman's departing back, Suzuki Yoko couldn't help but ask, teacher, who was that just now? She is a friend from my university days. Matsumoto Sayaka explained, glancing at the remaining bottle of lemon tea in the bag. There's still one bottle left. Who wants? Then I'll take it. I'm a bit thirsty. Suzuki Yoko accepted the lemon tea handed over by Matsumoto Sayaka, saying, thank you. You're too polite, Suzuki-san. The door was pushed open again, and a burly middle-aged man walked in. The man stood tall with a square face that should have looked very upright, but a scar over his right eye marred this impression, making him seem somewhat fierce. Who are you? Maori Ran thought the man was up to no good, stepping in front of Matsumoto Sayaka and assuming a stance ready to attack, questioning, why did you suddenly come in? Ran Kyosuke, throw this gorilla out for me. Suzuki Yoko, like Maori Ran, stood in front of Matsumoto Sayaka. Fujiwara Kyosuke just smiled and nodded at the man, saying, Uncle Matsumoto, it's been a long time. The man showed a look of surprise on his otherwise impassive face upon seeing Fujiwara Kyosuke. Clearly the man did not know that Matsumoto Sayaka had sent an invitation to Fujiwara Kyosuke. Kyosuke, long time no see. How is Yuta? My father is well, thank you for your concern, Uncle Matsumoto. At that moment a head suddenly peeked in. It's Officer Myum. He curiously remarked, isn't that Ran? What are you doing here? Oh, and Kyosuke and Conan, you are here too. Officer Myum. Fujiwara Kyosuke nodded in greeting. Conan also followed suit with a greeting. Officer Myum, what are you doing here? Maori Ran relaxed her stance upon seeing a familiar face. Officer Myum, dressed in a black suit and wearing a black round hat, smiled, saying, the daughter of my superior is getting married today, and as a subordinate, I have to come and show my support, don't you think? He glanced at the few people behind him. That's only natural. The others nodded in agreement. Your superior? Daughter. Both Maori Ran and Suzuki Yoko were somewhat bewildered. A daughter as beautiful as a celestial being and a rugged-looking father who resembled a gorilla. A movie wouldn't even dare to portray this. The two inwardly complained. That's right, this is my father, Matsumoto Kiyoshi. Matsumoto Sayaka explained with a smile, he works at the police department. Hello everyone. Matsumoto Kiyoshi greeted them with a flat expression. I'm really sorry. Maori Ran and Suzuki Yoko bowed apologetically to Matsumoto Kiyoshi. It's fine. It's all my father's fault for always having a stern face. Matsumoto Sayaka placed the lemon tea on the table, smiling to comfort the two. You all should go out first. Matsumoto Kiyoshi glanced at Officer Myum and the others behind him. Understood. The group instinctively stood at attention and exited. Sayaka, are you really okay? Matsumoto Kiyoshi finally showed a hint of emotion on his face as he stepped closer to Matsumoto Sayaka, speaking with a worried tone, we have plenty of more determined young people in our department. Fujiwara Kyosuke sighed, slightly inwardly feeling for the hearts of parents. Although Matsumoto Sayaka was worthy of Takasuji Toshihiko, she was unworthy of Matsumoto Kiyoshi, who raised her single-handedly. If she were to really perish, wouldn't that be too cruel for Matsumoto Kiyoshi? Dad. Matsumoto Sayaka's small face hardened as she said, at this point, why are you still saying such things? I'm already grown up, why do you still see me as a child? You. Matsumoto Kiyoshi sighed, helplessly picking up the lemon tea on the table, saying, you're still a child, and at this age you still like sweet drinks like this. What's wrong with that? I just like lemon tea. Matsumoto Sayaka snatched the lemon tea away, raising her voice, can't you say something else? Like, how does my outfit look? Isn't it better this way? The originally serious Matsumoto Kiyoshi paused for a moment, a fleeting look of reluctance crossing his face before he resumed his impassive demeanor and turned away. It's pretty, but it still can't compare to your deceased mother. After saying this, Matsumoto Kiyoshi nodded at Fujiwara Kyosuke before exiting the room. Really, you just can't sincerely compliment me. Matsumoto Sayaka complained. It seems Matsumoto-sensei and Uncle Matsumoto have a good relationship. Indeed. Matsumoto Sayaka suddenly became melancholic, a hint of hesitation flashing in her eyes. My mother passed away early, and my father has really had a tough time. Time flew by, and more people entered the makeup room. First was Megumi, who insisted that only he could bring happiness to Matsumoto Sayaka, holding a bouquet of roses. From his tone, he must have had a crush on Matsumoto Sayaka back in their student days. This was quite normal, as Suzuki Yoko said that during their middle school days, all the boys except for Kudo Shinichi had once harbored a crush on Matsumoto-sensei. Goodbye. Megumi left gracefully after tying a bow with the straw. What a pretentious guy. Conan scoffed. Oh no. Maori ran, exclaimed, the camera's battery is almost dead. There's an electronics store nearby, let's hurry. The two placed the camera on a stool, leaving Fujiwara Kyosuke and Conan behind as they hurriedly ran out. Really? Did you not check anything before leaving? Come on. Conan complained. Just then his glasses were suddenly taken away. Huh. He turned around and found Matsumoto Sayaka holding a straw. I was right. Matsumoto Sayaka said with a broad smile, teasing, little boy, you look just like Kudo Shinichi. Oh no. Conan quickly looked at Fujiwara Kyosuke, who was watching him with a smile that was neither here nor there. At that moment, cold sweat dripped down Conan's forehead. Fujiwara Kyosuke's deductive ability was beyond doubt, and he had seen Conan before. Could it be that he had really guessed it? Seeing this face, Matsumoto Sayaka pinched Conan's cheeks with both hands, pulling at them, her smile growing even brighter. I just wanted to tease, because that Kudo Shinichi looks exactly like my first love. She then began to tell the story of her first love. Huh. Conan was somewhat confused. Just because of that guy you bullied me for 3 years? And then, Conan pressed, are you still in contact with him? He suddenly moved away, and I don't know where to, but later just as she was about to continue, the door opened again. A man's voice came from outside. What are you shy about? Don't forget you are the groom. With that, a man dressed in a white suit was, Sayaka, you look beautiful today. The man who was thrown in said shyly. Oh. A voice from outside exclaimed, I think I saw young Master Fujiwara. Young Master Fujiwara is here too. To be able to invite young Master Fujiwara Junhiko really has some face. Fujiwara Kyosuke nodded at the people outside, politely saying, I was invited by Matsumoto-sensei as a guest of the bride. Uncle Matsumoto has a good relationship with my father. Oh, I see. The crowd outside exclaimed, and their gaze towards Matsumoto Sayaka changed. Chairperson Matsumoto is really impressive. Thank you, Kyosuke-kun. Matsumoto Sayaka said shyly. She knew that many people said she had climbed the social ladder. Although Takasuji Junhiko was the adopted son of the Takasuji family, he was basically already guaranteed the inheritance. And she was just the daughter of a police inspector. There was too much of a gap compared to a family business leader. Takasuji Junhiko's friends didn't think much of her either. Although she didn't care, she was still grateful for Fujiwara Kyosuke's understanding. It's nothing, not really a big deal. By the way, is this your teacher's fiancé? Yes, please don't mention that to him. Matsumoto Sayaka asked Fujiwara Kyosuke and the others. Of course. Fujiwara Kyosuke nodded, glancing at Conan. As for him, I don't know. Conan. Matsumoto Sayaka made a face. Conan quickly covered his cheeks. I won't say a word. Be good. Matsumoto Sayaka smiled as she patted Conan's head. You're teasing me again. Conan looked dejected. Why are you still drinking such a nutritionally void beverage? Takasuji Junhiko said, frowning as he picked up the lemon tea. Matsumoto Sayuri remained silent, her expression revealing a sense of disappointment. Perhaps it's a nostalgia for a certain taste, Fujiwara Kyosuke said with a smile to Conan. Don't you think so, Conan? Conan agreed in his childlike voice. A taste? Takasuji Junhiko furrowed his brow again as if recalling something. Just then, oh, a voice came from outside belonging to Suzuki Sonoko. You're the heir of the Takasuji group. It's the second daughter of the Suzuki consortium. Takasuji Junhiko's tone also revealed surprise. A young master from the Fujiwara family and a second daughter from the Suzuki family. Sayuri certainly has an extensive network. Next, Takasuji Junhiko and Matsumoto Sayuri kissed, while Muri Ran and Suzuki Sonoko captured the moment perfectly. However, being high school girls, they couldn't help but blush at the sight. Kyosuke Sonoko look. Teacher and Mr. Takasuji are truly happy. Muri Ran's face was filled with envy and blessings. I hope so. Fujiwara Kyosuke replied in an extremely flat tone. He had just witnessed Takasuji Junhiko drop a capsule into the lemon tea, and Matsumoto Sayuri noticed it as well. Conan furrowed his brow upon hearing Fujiwara Kyosuke's words. He sensed that every time Kyosuke spoke in that tone, it was a sign of his great anger. Did something happen? Conan cast a suspicious glance at Takasuji Junhiko. Groom and bride, the ceremony is about to begin. Please take your places quickly. The host suddenly appeared at the door, urging them. Matsumoto Sayuri took the lemon tea in her hands, holding it tightly, and said, you go ahead, it's fine, Junhiko. Oh, you don't need to worry, I'll be there soon. She urged him with a radiant smile. Okay. Takasuji Junhiko responded awkwardly, wanting to say more, but hesitating. Muri Ran and the others also planned to take their leave to wait at the hall. Are you just leaving like this? Fujiwara Kyosuke's voice suddenly rang out. Really, won't you have any regrets? Won't stop him. Sonoko, go call Uncle Matsumoto and Officer Megure over. Fujiwara Kyosuke commanded the Oh. Although Suzuki Sonoko didn't know what was happening, she still obeyed Fujiwara Kyosuke's orders. And what on earth is happening? Everyone present except for Takasuji Junhiko and Matsumoto Sayuri, including Junhiko's friends, looked utterly confused. Conan stood beside Fujiwara Kyosuke, his brow deeply furrowed. What do you mean? Takasuji Junhiko's eyes showed signs of panic. What do you mean? Fujiwara Kyosuke said with a hint of a smile. How could I, being a figure admired by teacher Sayuri, just stand by and watch her drink that poisoned lemon tea? Poison! Mori-ran exclaimed. Kyosuke. Matsumoto Sayuri lowered her head slightly. Teacher Sayuri, you should know what I'm talking about. Think about Uncle Matsumoto first, then consider whether this is really the right thing to do. Hearing Fujiwara Kyosuke's words, Matsumoto Sayuri looked dejected, and the lemon tea she held tightly fell to the ground. The can dropped to the floor with a loud clang, spilling its contents all over the place. At that moment, Suzuki Sonoko and the others rushed over. Sayuri, what happened? Matsumoto Kiyoshi's face wore a hint of anxiety. Matsumoto Sayuri remained silent. Kyosuke, what on earth happened? Matsumoto Kiyoshi turned his gaze to Fujiwara Kyosuke. In this room, apart from Matsumoto Sayuri, he trusted Kyosuke the most. Uncle Matsumoto, please send someone to check the ingredients in the lemon tea. Megure. Matsumoto Kiyoshi looked sternly at Officer Megure and the others, saying, send someone to check the lemon tea that Sayuri drank earlier. Yes. Officer Megure saluted, quickly took out his phone and dialed a number, giving instructions. Takasuji Junhiko was in agony, believing he had executed everything flawlessly. How did Fujiwara Kyosuke see through it? 10 minutes later, 2 forensic personnel arrived. Soon the lemon tea was thoroughly analyzed. Officer, according to our investigation, just as Mr. Fujiwara said, there was poison placed in this can of lemon tea. It can be confirmed to be sodium hydroxide. The forensic personnel reported their findings to Matsumoto Kiyoshi. Whoosh. All eyes turned to Takasuji Junhiko. Could it be that you? Matsumoto Sayuri's friend Takanaka Kazumi looked at Takasuji Junhiko. You bastard. Matsumoto Kiyoshi erupted in rage. His wife passed away 20 years ago, leaving only Sayuri as his kin, yet she almost died at the hands of this man. Oh, how could he remain unaffected? Matsumoto swung his fist, striking Takasuji Junhiko with great force. The heavy blow knocked Junhiko to the ground. Dad. Matsumoto Sayuri stood in front of Takasuji Junhiko, arms outstretched, blocking the two. Sayuri. At this point, do you still want to protect him? Matsumoto Kiyoshi stared at his daughter with a look of confusion. Uncle Matsumoto. Fujiwara Kyosuke suddenly spoke. It's perfectly normal for teacher Sayuri to protect Takasuji Junhiko, just as he protected her back then. What? Everyone was taken aback, looking at the groom and bride on stage, somewhat at a loss. I protected Sayuri. Takasuji Junhiko murmured, suddenly looking at Fujiwara Kyosuke. Are you saying that Sayuri is that girl from back then? Yes. Fujiwara Kyosuke's calm voice echoed in the silent room. Before your parents passed away, your family ran a— Exactly. A hint of pain flashed in Takasuji Junhiko's eyes. So do you remember the girl you protected back then? How could I forget? That girl was my first crush. I remember she loved lemon tea. Lemon tea. Takasuji Junhiko's gaze shot up, looking at Matsumoto Sayuri in disbelief. I just thought of it, but it almost slipped my mind. Fujiwara Kyosuke shook his head. This was a real world, and whether Matsumoto Sayuri had good luck was unknown to anyone. And his strength had yet to break through the 6th tier, making it impossible for him to detoxify. So that's how it is. Takasuji Junhiko's face wore a bitter smile, tears streaming from his eyes. What have I been scheming for all this time? What exactly happened? Someone asked. I will never forget that face. Takasuji Junhiko spoke in a deep voice, recounting everything that happened back then. 20 years ago, Matsumoto Kiyoshi, while chasing a criminal, had the criminal's car accidentally collide with Takasuji Junhiko's biological mother. However, Matsumoto Kiyoshi was solely focused on chasing the criminal, neglecting them, leading to Junhiko's mother not receiving timely medical attention and ultimately dying. After listening to Takasuji Junhiko's story, everyone fell silent. Actually, teacher Sayuri knows everything. Fujiwara Kyosuke spoke up, including the fact that you poisoned the lemon tea. She knows. Sayuri, you. Takasuji Junhiko's face revealed a bitter smile. It turned out she knew everything, but bore it all alone. Oh, she was truly foolish. Moreover, Uncle Matsumoto searched for you back then, but it was to no avail. Fujiwara Kyosuke revealed a secret. Due to my parents having no close relatives, I was adopted by the Takasuji family, becoming their foster son. Later, I met Sayuri through Kazumi. At first, Sayuri was indifferent to me, keeping her distance, but one day, she suddenly— I guess at that time you had already recognized me. Takasuji Junhiko looked at Matsumoto Sayuri and said, I didn't know how sad you would be when you found out I was using you. Oh, I only hope you can forgive me. I don't blame you, I just want to atone. Matsumoto Sayuri finally managed to say after a while. Takasuji, now it's up to you, whether to abandon hatred and embrace a new life, or continue to live in the past hating others. Me. Takasuji Junhiko's eyes reddened as he looked at Matsumoto Kiyoshi, who bore guilt, and Matsumoto Sayuri, who looked expectant. Kyosuke, what do you think? Takasuji Junhiko hesitated for a moment and countered. No need to ask me, think about your parents. Do they really wish for you to live in hatred? Junhiko, I think no parent would want their child to live in pain. Then why are you asking me? Fujiwara Kyosuke finally smiled. Just now, at the moment of your hesitation, your heart already had the answer, didn't it? Next, Matsumoto Kiyoshi took Takasugi Junhiko and Matsumoto Sayuri to another room. Half an hour later, the wedding took place as scheduled, and the worry-free couple became husband and wife under the witness of the priest and all the guests. After the wedding, they specially thanked Fujiwara Kyosuke and exchanged contact information. Thus, through such interactions, a deep friendship was formed. The newlyweds were extremely happy after marriage. Takasugi Junhiko shed his past timidity, revitalizing himself to manage the group. His career also flourished. I was lucky this time, otherwise it would have led to a disaster. Fujiwara Kyosuke looked at Conan, a look of disdain on his face. I am not the Grim Reaper. Conan shouted angrily, though his voice lacked conviction. Who knows? Fujiwara Kyosuke replied nonchalantly as he got into the car and left. Midnight. All was silent. Fujiwara Kyosuke observed the development of the earth until 2 o'clock in the morning. Yawning, he prepared to wash up and then play a game with the Sandman. Suddenly, he noticed the lights in the Kudo residence were on through the window. Kudo was back, he thought, feeling a bit drowsy and his mind somewhat unclear. No way. Fujiwara Kyosuke instantly became alert. Kudo Shinichi should be sound asleep at the Muri residence. How could he possibly be home? Could it be the Black Organization? Fujiwara Kyosuke swiftly vanished from the terrace. At the Kudo residence. Uncle Yusaku wants me to help you deal with Kudo. Fujiwara Kyosuke looked at the eager couple and couldn't help but mourn for Kudo Shinichi for a second. What do you think? Kudo Yukiko said with a hopeful expression. So you called me over at this late hour for this? Fujiwara Kyosuke glanced helplessly at Dr. Agasa, saying, I can't believe even you are involved, Dr. Kyosuke. To be honest, having you here makes me feel assured about Shinichi's safety. So let Yukiko have some fun this time. Kudo Yusaku chuckled. A couple of days ago, Jinta called to ask if I wanted Shinichi to return to his original self, but the Black Organization is a challenge for Shinichi, and I hope you can help him overcome it. At the same time, please don't tell Shinichi that we have the medicine that can restore him. I have no problem with that. Fujiwara Kyosuke waved his hand nonchalantly, then thought of something, and said with a smile, but there's one thing you might not know. What is it? Your precious son, the famous Heisei Holmes, has bathed with Muri Ran. Fujiwara Kyosuke remarked with a teasing tone, feeling a twinge of envy. Really? Kudo Yukiko was so excited she didn't know what to say. That's great. I've always liked that girl Ran. But have you considered this? Fujiwara Kyosuke said with schadenfreude. If Ran finds out that Conan is actually Kudo, what do you think would happen to him under Ran's karate skills? Kudo Yukiko was momentarily taken aback and glanced at Kudo Yusaku. Kudo Yusaku shook his head, feeling helpless. Since he's already bathed, he can't be a jerk. Confessing should be on the agenda, so Conan still needs to turn back into Kudo. You have a point, you handle that. Kudo Yukiko said, right now, I'm just concerned about when they will give me a grandchild. Fujiwara Kyosuke, Kudo Yusaku, and Dr. Agasa said in unison. The next day, the weather suddenly turned gloomy. Snowflakes began to fall. In this weather, Conan was also reluctant to go out. He sat alone in front of the sofa, gripping the controller and tapping the buttons. Conan. 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 Are you even listening to me? Conan reluctantly turned his eyes away from the screen and saw Muri Ran standing with her arms crossed, looking slightly annoyed. What is it? Muri Ran said with concern. Your parents left you at our house for a long time while they went abroad on a business trip. Not at all. Conan's mouth twitched. His parents. Better not mention them. The game is what matters most. Honestly, what kind of parents are they? Muri Kagoro complained while holding a newspaper. Not only have they never shown their faces, but they haven't even given us a way to contact them. Oh no. Hearing Muri Kagoro's words, Conan's expression turned anxious as he realized his reaction was not like that of a child who had been away from his parents for a long time. My lie can't be exposed, right? Conan trembled. Actually, my real parents have indeed gone abroad. Well, maybe perhaps it's not entirely a lie, right? Muri Kagoro stood up and walked to the table, squinting and saying, I remember he was entrusted to Dr. Agasa in the beginning, right? Yes. In that case, should we ask Dr. Agasa if he has your parents' phone number? Muri Kagoro said with his hands in his pockets. No. We can't contact the doctor. Conan said in panic. I haven't had the chance to coordinate with the doctor yet. If you call him now, it will expose me. Ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell saved Conan. Coming. Muri Ran responded and ran to open the door. What? Are you afraid we would contact your parents? Muri Kagoro squinted, looking scrutinizingly at Conan. No way. He. Conan's face paled. I can't be so passive, or I need to come up with a plan quickly. She's here. She's here. Muri Ran suddenly said happily at the door. Conan, your mom is here. Conan was stunned and hurriedly looked over. He saw a plump woman in a red coat wearing glasses and lipsticks. I'm sorry, Conan. The woman suddenly hugged the still-dazed Conan, her words carrying an apology. You must have been very lonely during this time. You can relax now. Come, let's go home together. Who are you? I don't know you. A hint of fear appeared in Conan's eyes. Not her. Muri Ran frowned. This child is throwing a tantrum again. The woman said with a resigned smile, actually, it's our fault for leaving him here all the time. Hello, I'm Adagawa, Val, the genuine mother of Adagawa Conan. The woman said as she took out a business card and handed it to. She's lying. Conan shouted in his heart. Adagawa Conan is just a name I made up. How could he possibly have a mother? I came to take him home this time. After chatting for a while, Adagawa Val pulled Conan into the car. Thank you for taking care of this child. I will repay you in the future. Adagawa Val thanked Muri Kagoro. All right. Muri Kagoro said with a smile, I will look forward to it. Then we shall take our leave. Adagawa Val smiled and bid farewell to Muri's parents. Goodbye, Conan, be sure to write back when you get there. Mori ran, said with a hint of reluctance. The car started. The woman drove while Conan sat in the passenger seat, silent. The atmosphere in the car felt strange. Auntie, who exactly? Conan fixed a sharp gaze on the woman while his peripheral vision scanned the surroundings looking for any escape opportunities. Ha, didn't I just say? The woman smiled, her voice giving a chilling vibe. I am your mother. You're lying. Conan shouted, my mother is Kudo Yukiko. The woman's glasses gleamed with cold light as she said softly, yes. Your mother is the stunning actress who could captivate the world, winning awards at the age of 19. When she achieved success, she fell in love with the young novelist Kudo Yusaku and married at 20. Thus she retired abruptly, later giving birth to a son, but now she abandoned her son here following the world-renowned mystery novelist to settle abroad. Right. In room 301 of the Mifune Grand Hotel, Fujiwara Kyosuke, Kudo Yusaku, and Dr. Agasa were gathered together listening in on Conan and the others' conversation. I say Uncle Yusaku Yukiko is still so narcissistic. Kudo Yusaku said awkwardly, no one is. On the other side, the red light turned on and the car stopped. You are her only son, Kudo Shinichi. Hearing the woman's words, Conan felt a chill run down his spine. It struck him like a thunderbolt. Could she be the member of the black organization Fujiwara mentioned? A gun was pressed against Conan's forehead, and the woman said calmly, don't move, okay? If you behave, he'll take you to a much more interesting place. But who is Conan? Would he be afraid? Of course not. He swiftly knocked the woman's hand holding the gun away, then slid down using the inertia to stomp on the accelerator forcefully. Screech. The car lunged several meters past the white line, causing nearby vehicles to slam on their brakes and pedestrians to dodge frantically. Voices of blame arose one after another. Although the woman managed to stop the car in time, the immense inertia caused her to be thrown against the steering wheel. What are you doing? The woman scolded. Taking advantage of this moment, Conan opened the car door and jumped out directly. Quick, catch that kid. The woman shouted. The crowd watching was puzzled, merely acting as bystanders and showing no intention of helping. The woman could only watch helplessly as Conan gradually disappeared into the alley. In the alley. Huff, huff. Conan leaned against the wall, panting heavily. Snow continued to fall from the sky, and there wasn't a single passerby on the road. Everything was eerily quiet. Why? How could they know my identity? Could it be because I used the name Kudo Shinichi to solve a case previously? Conan's mind raced, oblivious to the snowflakes landing on him. What should I do now, Kudo Shinichi? Should I go back and tell Ran everything? No. If I go back now, she will also be in danger. Should I go to Fujiwara? No. Even though Fujiwara seems powerful, he definitely wouldn't be a match for that organization. I can't involve him. Damn it. What should I do? Conan questioned his own soul. On the road, Edagawa Wendy, who had thrown away Conan, had no choice but to call Kudo Yusaku at the hotel. What? This kid really has some skills, though it's a bit too risky. I was too careless. Where should I look for him next? Edagawa Wendy asked. Don't worry, he definitely won't cause any trouble for Xiaolon, so the next place he goes must be Dr. Agasa's house. Kudo Yusaku said confidently. Meanwhile, Dr. Agasa was already in a daze. You're worried about putting Xiaolon in danger, but you don't fear for my safety. Doctor, according to the script, it's your turn to act now. Fujiwara Kyosuke held a script titled Operation Prank Conan. Then he'll leave first. Dr. Agasa stood up and left the room. One must admit, no one knows a child better than Conan really arrived at the small road in front of Dr. Agasa's house, quietly watching the door and thinking, Dr. Agasa knows everything. I should talk to him first, but the doctor is really slow. At this time, where would he go for a walk in such weather? Just as Conan was pondering, he saw Dr. Agasa returning with an umbrella from the hotel as planned. Seeing Dr. Agasa, Conan happily thought, he's finally back, doctor. Just as Conan was about to shout, Dr. Edagawa Wendy suddenly knocked him out with ether from behind. When Conan woke up again, he found himself in a somewhat dilapidated kitchen, tied up with ropes. And Conan is truly Conan. Even in such a situation, his first reaction was not panic, but to observe his surroundings, thinking, where is this? It seems to be a kitchen. Damn, my head is still dizzy. The second floor. They must have brought me to the second floor of this house while I was unconscious. What? You haven't killed him yet? A low male voice suddenly came from outside the door. Please don't make it difficult for me. This is an order from the higher-ups. Conan followed the voice and saw two people talking outside through the crack of the door. One was the woman who claimed to be Edagawa Wendy, and the other was a man in a deep blue cloak wearing a medieval high-brimmed hat. The higher-ups said the side effects of his medication are an exception and he must be brought back to the organization, Edagawa Wendy said. Hearing Edagawa Wendy's explanation to the mysterious man, Conan suddenly realized. So that's why she didn't kill me. Who was that man? When Conan saw the mysterious man turn around, he was stunned. The man wore a mask and had an extremely mysterious appearance. However, seeing the mysterious man walking toward him, Conan panicked and immediately lay back down. Is that brat awake yet? Not yet. I think the drug is still effective. But is that really high school detective Kudo Shinichi? And I still don't quite believe it. However, the day Kudo Shinichi went missing coincides exactly with the day this kid appeared at the Muri Detective Agency. Moreover, after that, everything that happened around this kid except for one matter concerning the organization was resolved satisfactorily. So, I think this must be a new drug developed by the organization that shrinks his body. In that case, let me try that new drug developed by the organization. I brought some with me when I came out, and as long as I get someone to take this drug, you'll know if it can shrink people. Who do you plan to make take this drug? Let's choose those 2 men who are trading with us tomorrow. Didn't the organization say that once the trade is over we have to deal with them? They can just be used as guinea pigs. What if you find out this drug can shrink people? What are your plans? In any case, first kill the 2 men coming for the trade, then deal with this brat. Haven't I told you? The organization needs to investigate the side effects on this brat. The higher-ups have ordered me to bring him back. Don't you understand? Idagawa Wendy's tone was slightly agitated upon hearing the other party still wanting to kill Conan. How can someone who knows the organization's secrets be allowed to live? But, without waiting for Idagawa Wendy to continue, the mysterious man pulled out a gun and pointed it at her, saying, "Don't say anymore. I've already decided to do this. If you keep talking, I won't hesitate to take you out too." I understand, Idagawa Wendy reluctantly compromised. The mysterious man put away his gun and asked, "By the way, did you tell those 2 men where the trade will take place tomorrow?" Still using the old method. It's still early, the trade is at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. We can have a good sleep now. Listening to the conversation between the 2 outside, Conan was feeling anxious. Meanwhile, outside, Kudo Yukiko and Kudo Yusaku exchanged smiles after their performance and turned to rest. The next day, at dawn, the snow outside had just stopped. At this moment, a good show was unfolding in the house where Conan, "What? That brat is missing." Yeah, when I woke up, he was already gone. He must have escaped through the window. Damn it. The mysterious man rushed to the window and looked outside, but there were no footprints in the snow. He must have used the snow to jump down from here. Idagawa Wendy also stuck her head out and said, "We can't let him get away." After she finished speaking, she prepared to go outside, saying, "What are you doing? Hurry up and find that brat." "Wait a minute, that brat should still be in the room," the mysterious man said confidently. Idagawa Wendy was taken aback. "What do you mean?" "He made us think he had already escaped, but he is actually waiting for us to leave here." "Ha, there he is. Come here." The mysterious man reached out and forcefully pulled open the refrigerator door. However, to their embarrassment, Conan was not hiding inside the refrigerator. "What's going on?" "I think you guessed wrong." Idagawa Wendy shot a glance at him and complained, "We've already wasted quite some time, let's hurry up and chase him." "Don't worry," the mysterious man said nonchalantly. "That brat has nowhere to go anyway. After today's trade is over, we can find him and deal with him then." After saying this, he took the lead and left the house. Listening to the sound of the car downstairs gradually fading away, Conan cautiously crawled out from the small box hidden under the carpet. The small box was not big, it should be used as a wine cellar or something similar. It was because of this small box that Conan thought he had escaped disaster, not knowing that Kudo Yusaku had known he was hiding there all along. Conan looked at the tire tracks downstairs, and his anxious heart finally settled down. Great, he'll take this opportunity to, after a thorough search. Sure enough, Conan found nothing. Suddenly he thought of the last place that might have clues. From the newspapers in the trash, Conan deduced the trading location. Mihua Grand Hotel 30. However, he still didn't know what the 30 meant. Unbeknownst to Conan, he changed into a different set of clothes, and after some convoluted reasoning finally confirmed that it was room 301 of Mihua Grand Hotel. The ones who provided Conan with clues were Fujiwara Kyosuke and Dr. Agasa. Conan followed them all the way and arrived outside room 301. Around the corner, he saw Fujiwara Kyosuke knocking on the door. The door opened. A familiar face entered his sight. Conan was startled and thought, it's that masked man. This is indeed their trading location. Ding! The elevator bell rang, and Idagawa Wendy walked out. It's that. Conan was dumbfounded. He turned his head to look at the masked man still at the door, and then at Idagawa Wendy walking toward him. Am I being sandwiched? Conan was furious and thought he wanted to curse. Heaven does not completely close off the path for anyone. Just as Conan was feeling despair, the door beside him suddenly swung open. A woman stepped out, seemingly about to leave, and instructed the small child behind her. Jingnan, listen carefully, this door will lock automatically, you just need to close it. As she spoke, the woman walked out wearing her coat. Well then, I leave the room in your care, she said with a smile. The little boy waved his hand and said, be careful on the road, Mom. Taking advantage of the farewell moment between mother and child, Conan quickly slipped into Zhongnan's room, avoiding this potential crisis. Zhongnan closed the door and turned around only to find a figure wearing a hat and a scarf. The two exchanged glances for a moment, and Conan let out an awkward laugh. You are a thief. Zhongnan pointed at Conan, his eyes filled with surprise and indignation. I am not a bad person. In order to survive, Conan chose to deceive this young child before him. He said, I came to this planet to chase an evil being from the planet Lambwa. I am the cosmic detective Conan. Conan was brimming with confidence, believing that the other party would surely believe him. Unbeknownst to him, you are lying. You're clearly just a child. I am just pretending to be a child to avoid the enemy. Conan forced a smile, not expecting that today's children would be so perceptive. Jingnan, though young, was not foolish and questioned. If that's true, then show me your original form. This. Conan raised his hands momentarily at a loss for words. If I could change back, would I need to take the risk of coming here to investigate the black organization? You really are a thief. Zhongnan ran to the phone, picked up the receiver, and said while dialing, just wait, I'm calling the police. All right, Jingnan, just listen to him. A familiar female voice echoed in Zhongnan's ear. He turned around in shock, only to see Conan. That's Mom's voice. Poor Jingnan, due to his young age and lack of experience, was tricked by Conan. Oomph. Conan smirked proudly, holding the voice-changing bow tie, and continued to speak in Zhongnan's mother's voice. I am from planet Lambwa. I can make any kind of sound. Wow, that's amazing. It seems you really are a cosmic detective. Zhengnan was instantly captivated by Conan, and for a long time he would believe in the existence of Lambwa aliens and cosmic detective Conan. I finally got past this. Today's children are really alert. I didn't expect this voice changer to be useful in such a situation. Is there anything I can help you with? Zhengnan asked excitedly, looking at Conan with admiration. Of course there is. Conan placed his hands on his hips and said, first I want to borrow the phone in this room. By the way, do you have any gum on you? I do have some, but what do you need it for? Zhengnan took out some gum from his overalls and handed it over, looking puzzled. Knock knock knock. The door to room 301 opened. Idagawa V pushed the door and stepped out. What is it? She looked at the waiter outside with curiosity. Hello, the waiter said with a friendly smile. I brought the drinks and dishes you ordered. My. Idagawa V replied after a brief moment of shock. We didn't order these things. But we clearly received a call about it. The waiter looked puzzled and checked the room number again, confirming that it was indeed correct. That's strange. Idagawa V muttered. Just accept it. Inside, the mysterious man disguised as Kudo Yusaka sneered. Anyway, I'm hungry too, just bring it in. But Idagawa V hesitated a bit and continued to act according to the script. Stop the nonsense. Kudo Yusaku said coldly. Hurry up and bring it in. Understood. The waiter pushed the trolley into the room and quickly left. Kudo Yusaku approached the door and found the gum stuck on the lock, casually took it off and locked the door. The four actors, one being acted upon, finally gathered together. Then let's toast. Idagawa V said as she picked up the champagne, smiling. Before that, we need to introduce another guest. Kudo Yusaku raised the model gun and sneered. Another guest? Idagawa V was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted. Could it be that little brat is hiding in there? She pulled back the tablecloth only to find nothing. There's nothing here, she complained, realizing that her abilities were insufficient to find Conan's hiding place. This car is just a distraction. Kudo Yusaku sneered as he walked to the cabinet, saying, actually, the little brat is really in here. He yanked open the cabinet door, and the panicking Conan was finally exposed to everyone's eyes. This is bad. Kudo Yusaku swung the gun in his hand, aiming at Conan inside. But when did he? Idagawa V showed a curious expression. This little brat, while the waiter he called was talking to us, stuck the gum in the keyhole, preventing the door from locking automatically, and while we were all focused on this car, he snuck in. Huh? Kudo Yusaku aimed a gun at Conan's head. Did you think I would fall for your tricks? What? Are you planning to use that interesting watch of yours? The moment I catch you, will destroy it. Kudo Yusaku seemed to see through everything. Conan finally gave up and resigned himself to fate. Once in the underworld, you'll regret underestimating me. The high school detective Kudo Shinichi. Bang. Out. Conan fell to the ground in response. I didn't die. Conan was dazed, his consciousness intact, and without pain, but something had just stuck to his forehead. He reached up to touch his forehead, and found it was actually a toy. Conan's face was filled with astonishment. Ha ha ha. The four of them burst into cheerful laughter. I can't keep pretending anymore. Kudo Yusaka looked at Conan's face and couldn't hold back any longer. He shed his disguise, revealing a mature and handsome face, and winked at Conan. It's me, Kudo Yusaku. Dad. Conan, still in shock, stared blankly at Kudo Yusaka before him. Wait a minute. So does that mean this, Andy? It's me, Shinichi. Kudo Yukiko finally took off her aunt disguise and smiled. But seeing that even my son didn't recognize me shows that my acting skills haven't declined. Conan made a grimace, looking at Dr. Agasa and Fujiwara Kyosuke. So this strong man and that tall guy are Dr. Agasa and Fujiwara, right? That's right. The two of them took off their disguises and laughed heartily. I must say, Kudo, you're a bit lacking. Fujiwara Kyosuke teased. What do you mean? Conan's expression darkened. With your understanding of Yukiko, sister, you should have been able to guess it. What Fujiwara Kyosuke was about to say, auntie, when he saw the death glare from the other party, and quickly changed his words. Why, who would flatter their enemy like that? Fujiwara Kyosuke shrugged. We heard everything from your conversation in the car. When Yukiko's sister mentioned charming the men of the world, you should have realized it was her. Conan was momentarily speechless, forcing himself to say, at that time my mind was completely blank, and there was no time to consider these things. However, he then changed his expression and asked, what were you doing here? I came at Yukiko's invitation to join you, so you were playing me. Conan glared angrily, thinking he was really going to die just now. Yukiko's sister said if having a son isn't for fun, then what is the point of having him? You guys. Conan was really speechless. How could there be such terrible parents? So you've known my identity all along. Of course. Fujiwara Kyosuke nodded and said, I knew from the very beginning. I have a special ability to sense a person's aura. Even though you've shrunk, your aura hasn't changed at all. Oh, I recognized you at a glance. So, what have you been doing all this time? Conan was speechless. Just thinking about how he had been acting cute in front of Fujiwara Kyosuke made him feel like dying socially. Little Shin. Kudo Yukiko leaned closer, teasingly saying with a flirtatious look, I heard you took a bath with Ran already. You really have your ways. Fujiwara, what's the big deal, eh? Fujiwara Kyosuke said nonchalantly, do you dare to deny it? Shinichi, we initially planned to take you away, but now we've changed our minds. However, I must remind you, when you encounter problems you can't solve, go find Kyosuke. He can help you. Kudo Yusaka glanced at Conan, who seemed indifferent, and said with a smile, you're still young. Some things are not yet within your reach. Compared to those, the Black Organization is just an inconsequential character. Edge. Conan was somewhat confused, suddenly thinking of that mysterious family, and quickly asked, Is it the mysterious family that Fujiwara mentioned? Kudo Yusaku paused and did not answer his question, continuing. Let's put it this way, the person who poisoned you is named Jin, and he is a high-ranking member of the Black Organization. You must have felt his capabilities. Conan nodded, not knowing how he had felt it. It was simply unforgettable. And that kind of character in Kyosuke's hands could probably be dealt with in a single strike. In order to ensure Conan's safety, Kudo Yusaku revealed some secrets to him. What? Conan looked at the gentle-looking Fujiwara Kyosuke in disbelief. When I dealt with Takahashi, I used less than 1/10th of my strength, and I didn't even draw my sword. Fujiwara Kyosuke said with a smile. This guy is a freak. Thinking of Takahashi Ryoichi's miserable appearance, Conan couldn't help but complain in his heart. However, the weight on his mind was finally lifted. With Fujiwara being so powerful, even if he got involved with the Black Organization, nothing would happen. The Mori Detective Agency. What? Mori Kagoro's voice was filled with surprise as he looked at Idagawa Conan with a puzzled expression. You want to leave your son here? Yes. Idagawa Conan revealed a helpless expression. My son absolutely refuses to leave Neon. Mori Kagoro hesitated to take him in, feeling that the big-head kid in front of him had ulterior motives. Take him. Idagawa Conan produced her trump card, pulling out a bank book. This is my son's upbringing fee. Off. Feel free to use it whenever you need. 10 million. Mori Kagoro took the bank book, looking at the series of zeros on it, his eyes immediately widening. Oh dear madam, your son is so adorable, we all really like him. Oh ho ho. Idagawa Conan covered her mouth and laughed, looking at Ran with affectionate eyes. This is wonderful, Ran. I'm entrusting you with this child. It seems he really likes you. Conan, hearing her insinuation, suddenly became flustered. Really? Conan? Mori. Ran didn't think much of it. The next day, at Kyoto Airport, Kudo Yusaku smiled at his wife beside him. This is so interesting. Leaving my manuscript behind to escape to Japan is truly meaningful. Yes. Kudo Yukiko nodded repeatedly. Since Kyosuke is there, I feel reassured. Kudo Yusaku suddenly brightened and said, how about we travel around the world for a week? Yuta and the others have invited us long ago. That sounds great. Kudo Yukiko immediately set her son aside. Then our first stop will be to meet them in England. He's over there. Over there. Over there. A large group of well-dressed men rushed in from the boarding gate. It's those magazine people. Kudo Yusaku's expression changed as he saw the newcomers. What do we do now? Mister, the magazine staff rushed over. Thank goodness your son informed me you were here, otherwise I would have had to search the world for you. Please hurry and finish the remaining 308 pages, an editor requested. It was my turn first. Come on, we've been waiting here for a long time. The airplane suddenly became chaotic. I got set up again. Kudo Yukiko looked helplessly out the window. Kudo Yusaku tapped the keyboard with one hand while scratching his head with the other. Fujiwara's house. Achoo. Conan sneezed. I think Uncle Yusaku is scolding you. Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled, glancing at Conan, who was slumped on the sofa. It's their fault for messing with me. Conan rolled his eyes. And you shouldn't think you can escape either. Fujiwara Kyosuke scratched his head, feeling somewhat guilty this time. Alright, I'll treat you to a meal. Fujiwara Kyosuke took out a machine the size of a shoebox and said with a smile, this machine is called the Dimensional Food Machine. I wasn't supposed to let you see it, but whatever, what do you want to eat? Anything is fine. Conan said nonchalantly, since food is all the same flavor anyway. TSK tisk. Fujiwara Kyosuke shook his head. You really don't know how to enjoy life, so let's have golden egg fried rice. Fujiwara Kyosuke typed on the machine's screen, 2 servings of golden egg fried rice, chef's special version. Alright, it will be ready in 5 minutes. Conan's mouth twitched as he asked, this machine wouldn't be some hotel trading platform, would it? Of course not. Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled. How could a hotel chef compare to the little chef? Ever since I got the Dimensional Food Machine, I haven't used the food tablecloth anymore. Oh, I almost forgot you don't know what a food tablecloth is. So what exactly is a food tablecloth? Conan rolled his eyes. Here. Fujiwara Kyosuke pointed to a tablecloth on the dining table. Walk over and say what you want to eat. Conan walked over, skeptically, carefully examining what looked like an ordinary tablecloth in his eyes. Isn't this just a Forget it, let's give it a try. I want a cup of lemon tea. Conan, having nothing else to drink, suddenly recalled the thrilling wedding he attended a few days ago. Swish. Just as Conan was still processing things, a cup of handmade lemon tea and a can of lemon tea suddenly appeared. How is this possible? Conan was frozen in place. Oh, it's like this because you didn't specify whether you wanted handmade lemon tea or can lemon tea. The food tablecloth prepared both kinds of lemon tea. Fujiwara Kyosuke walked over to explain. That's what I was asking. Conan said, I'm asking you what is the scientific basis of this tablecloth. In other words, how do those foods appear? The food tablecloth is definitely a scientific product, not a case study product. It has simply exceeded your understanding for now. Fujiwara Kyosuke said with a smile. What science or case study? They're basically the same. But they're not. Fujiwara Kyosuke said mysteriously. Trying to be mysterious. Conan pouted. Ding. A sound rang out. It seems our lunch has arrived. By the way, did you tell Ran about staying here for lunch? I told her I was coming to play, and she agreed. Fujiwara Kyosuke nodded and snapped his fingers. 2 beautifully decorated porcelain bowls appeared on the table. Are you sure you want to eat with such expensive antiques? Conan's eyes widened. The porcelain bowl in front of him looked quite valuable, usually treated as treasures in someone else's home, yet in Fujiwara Kyosuke's hands it was simply used as an ordinary bowl for meals. Indeed, I don't understand the life of the rich. Enough talk, let's eat. Fujiwara Kyosuke took 2 spoons and sat down in a chair. After we finish, it'll take you to a great place. I think any man would fall in love with it there. Is there really such a place? Conan couldn't help but ask. It wouldn't be a place that Uncle Mori likes, would it? Look, you thought wrong again. Indeed, you're such an XSB, otherwise you wouldn't have bathed with Rand together. You. Conan's face turned awkward. Can we not bring this up again? Alright, let's not talk about it for now, but the place I'm talking about is definitely not an adult venue that Uncle Mori likes. Even if I wanted to go, they wouldn't let us in. Fine. Seeing how confident he was, Conan felt a sense of anticipation rising in his heart. He opened the porcelain lid, and a burst of golden light suddenly shot out from the food. Conan's eyes instantly suffered a blow. This. Conan stammered for a while, unable to. Dishes that don't shine aren't good dishes. Fujiwara Kyosuke said with a smile as he opened his porcelain bowl, and a golden light appeared again. As the light faded, Conan rubbed his swollen eyes looking at the porcelain bowl on the table. Inside was a portion of golden translucent fried rice, exuding an enticing aroma. This is simply a work of art. Conan murmured to himself, who usually had no interest in art, suddenly had a moment of enlightenment. Each grain of rice was evenly coated with egg, and each grain was distinct. Gulp. Sniffing the aroma wafting towards him, Conan couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Stop staring, eat. Fujiwara enjoyed a bite. A wave of happiness rose within him. Conan picked up the spoon and carefully brought the fried rice to his mouth. As Conan chewed, he slowly closed his eyes, feeling as if he were flying like an eagle soaring high in the sky. Conan was filled with shock. For the first time, he felt that in addition to solving cases, life also needed good food. Kudo, how does it taste? I've never eaten anything this delicious. Conan didn't know how to evaluate it after after the two finished eating, Fujiwara Kyosuke took Conan through a void door to his private villa. A true private villa. Without his permission, no one could enter. Conan felt like Harry Potter visiting Hogwarts for the first time, filled with shock and disbelief. This emotion peaked when he saw the solar system model. Is this the solar system, or is it alive? You can actually see dinosaurs from this screen. And can we even control the time inside? Conan's mouth dropped open, not knowing what to say. The worldview he had held for over a decade collapsed in an instant. Since Fujiwara and he could observe dinosaurs here, could there be higher dimensional life observing them? It's possible. Fujiwara Kyosuke nodded at Conan's question. All unknowns are possibilities, and the meaning of human existence is to verify the authenticity of these possibilities. On that day, Conan never left the Fujiwara residence again. Before leaving, Conan shamelessly pestered Fujiwara Kyosuke, finally obtaining permission to enter this room, leaving satisfied. In the days that followed, the place Conan visited most was no longer Professor Agasa's house, but Fujiwara Kyosuke's private room. Just as Fujiwara Kyosuke had said, which man could resist the allure of the universe? Weekend. At Izu Beach, Fujiwara Kyosuke lay on a sunbed in his shorts, wearing sunglasses and gazing at the sky. The sky was clear, an azure expanse without a cloud in sight. A wave rolled in, dispersing the scorching summer wind. You read that right, summer wind. Just last week it was lightly snowing, and now it had turned to summer. Compared to this capricious weather, his scientific gadgets seemed particularly normal. It was the summer vacation, and the beach was filled with girls in bikinis. So many youthful and beautiful girls. I definitely didn't come here by mistake. A familiar voice echoed in Fujiwara Kyosuke's ear. His temples throbbed with a bad premonition, and sure enough, upon turning his head, he saw the lecherous look on Mori Kagoro's face. Since his uncle was here, Fujiwara Kyosuke frowned and looked left and right, soon spotting Mori Ran and the Reaper Conan appearing in his line of sight. Mori Ran was wearing a blue swimsuit, her fair skin and curvaceous figure suggesting that Kudo Shinichi would be very happy in the future. Beside her, Conan's face was flushed. They had bathed together, so why was he blushing at the sight of a swimsuit? Fujiwara Kyosuke pouted, feeling a twinge of envy. He hadn't seen Koizumi Homesi in a swimsuit yet. It must look good, and with Sekura-san, she probably wouldn't be outdone by Mori Ran. However, judging by Conan's demeanor, he didn't seem shy at all. Could it be that this kid changed clothes with Ran? He really had a knack for this. Fujiwara Kyosuke felt a headache coming on. He had encountered too many cases recently and had only wanted to relax on a trip, but this Reaper still lingered. Conan and Mori Kagoro appeared as a duo. According to the first theorem of Conan, the probability of a case occurring this time was over 90%. Uncle Mori ran Conan. Fujiwara Kyosuke forced a greeting. Kyosuke, Fujiwarani. The three were also surprised to see Fujiwara Kyosuke. What a coincidence. Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled. An hour later, the temperature gradually rose. It's scorching. Why would anyone come to such a hot beach in this sweltering summer? Conan lay on the sunbed next to Fujiwara Kyosuke, quietly complaining. You guys are a bit late. The temperature was just right earlier. Fujiwara Kyosuke explained, curious. By the way, how did you decide? Uncle Mori isn't the kind of generous person. He may have money, but he would only spend it on playing with marbles or betting on horses. Well, it's because of a phone call from the doctor. He said he had a 3-day 2-night free stay at the Izu Grand Hotel. Conan took the chilled drink Fujiwara Kyosuke handed him and gulped it down. So we came here as a result. What do you mean, what are we doing here? The most important thing right now is to find the black organization and get the antidote. What do you mean by that? Fujiwara Kyosuke gave him a strange look, pointing at Mori Ran, who was submerged in water. Aren't you here for her? Conan followed Fujiwara Kyosuke's finger and immediately froze. He saw Mori Ran emerging from the sea with goggles on, radiating both youthful vigor and feminine charm. For a moment, XSB forgot to speak. Conan, why don't you come swim with us? Mori Ran jogged over to the two, leaning forward and extending her right hand toward Conan. Come on. It's nice to relax once in a while. Sure enough, Conan couldn't escape the delicious fragrance, as he was led by Mori Ran towards the beach. Fujiwara Kyosuke stretched lazily, letting the sea breeze wash over him, enjoying the last tranquility of the day. One never knows when a murder case might occur. Aizu. Fujiwara Kyosuke couldn't quite recall what murder case would happen, or perhaps had only remember after it occurred. Aizu Princess Grand Hotel. What? You only paid half the money. Yes. The front desk staff checked the reservation again and said, Mr. Agasa, your accommodation fee was indeed only half prepaid. That's absolutely correct. How is that possible? Please check again carefully. Mori Kagoro was somewhat speechless of what was going on. Checking, it's no problem. Fujiwara Kyosuke waved his hand at the front desk staff, saying, I'm Fujiwara Kyosuke from room 2135, and their fees should be charged to my account. All right, Mr. Fujiwara. The front desk staff breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, someone stepped in. This isn't quite right, Mori Ran said shyly. Mori Kagoro also felt a bit embarrassed, but he truly hadn't brought money. The 10 million yen given by Adagawa Conan remained untouched still in his savings book. Now he had to support 3 mouths on his own. Although he was quite famous, he mostly encountered murder cases, and capturing the culprit would only earn him a reward from the police department. Those rewards had all been saved up by Mori Ran to prevent him from going out and fooling around. Furthermore, they weren't much compared to fees paid for investigating affairs or looking for lovers. Therefore, Mori Kagoro was truly poor now. It's no problem. Fujiwara Kyosuke said dismissively it was just a... They quickly completed the check-in procedures. The receptionist politely said, wishing you a pleasant stay. Having resolved this issue, Fujiwara Kyosuke leaned down and asked quietly, hey, what exactly is going on? Why was only half of the accommodation fee paid? Well, I just remembered that. Conan scratched his head and said, the doctor mentioned on the phone that if it were me, it would be as good as free. So that means it wasn't originally completely free, but because of your special situation, it gave the doctor great confidence. That should be it. Conan nodded and started to explain in detail. As a scholar, Dr. Agasa naturally had a small... Recently, among their scholarly circle, computer communication had become popular. One of Dr. Agasa's friends learned about this interesting activity during an online discussion and invited him to participate. The event was called the Aizu Mysterious Journey. Dr. Agasa formed a group with his friend and granddaughter and read. Fortunately, they won a prize on the spot. Unfortunately, a few days ago, the little girl fell seriously ill, so they let the Mori family take this opportunity. According to Dr. Agasa, there were a total of 10 participants divided into 6 groups, and the accommodation fee was half per. However, if you could identify the host among the 10 people, not only would the fees be waived, but you would also receive a floppy disk of a software program. The host would disguise themselves as a character from a novel and create some incidents during these 3 days and 2 nights. That character is the Duke of the Night, written by Kudo Yusaku. I see. Fujiwara Kyosuke nodded, vaguely recalling something. I thought children got half price, so you didn't have to. Conan's lips twitched. How could that be? You are the Duke of the Night, right? Suddenly, a soft-looking man with glasses and a side-swept fringe spoke to Mori Kagoro. The fringe covered his right eye, giving him a mysterious appearance. Me. Mori Kagoro pointed at himself. Look, what is the Duke of the Night? 3. For seconds. The man looked at the handheld computer in his hand and said to himself, you took this long just to answer the question I posed. I will take note of that. I am Jino Shiro from room 2002, working at the bank. Jino Shiro briefly introduced himself and added, you will gradually become familiar with me. Oomph. A man sitting on the sofa drinking scoffed. If it were that easy to identify the Duke, we wouldn't be having such a... Jino Shiro looked at the man and tapped a few times on the screen, saying, you are the one who answered my question in just 2.86 seconds and is staying in room 2101, Mr. Egawara Toki. Are you annoying, or what? Egawara Toki snorted, his face slightly flushed with alcohol. Ha ha ha. An elderly man with graying hair and beard leaning on a cane walked over, saying as he approached, surprising others can indeed reveal one's true identity. That's only natural. After he finished speaking, he glanced at the maid beside him, saying, right, Shizue? Yes, sir. The maid nodded respectfully. Mr. Kinju Janikura from room 2001 took 6.29 seconds to answer my question. Jino Shiro turned his back and conducted a test. You saw it too, my eyesight isn't good. How would I know if you were asking me that kind of question? Kinju Janikura said with a smile. This information is inaccurate. Some people's data is still missing. A fashionable woman wearing sunglasses and a headband walked over. That's right. The Duke of the Night. The hotel lobby. That's right. The Duke of the Dark Night. The woman pointed her spear at the ever-recording Kano. Miss Weijo from room 2102. Weijo pressed the timer on her electronic watch and sarcastically said, Mr. Kano, you should note that you are slower than my 1.48 seconds by 0.97 seconds. It must be a good reference. Excuse me. Mori Kaguru approached with a puzzled expression and asked, who is this Duke you just mentioned? Off. Weijo was surprised. How do you not know? Mori Kaguru honestly nodded. Oomph. Jiang Yuang Shernan took a sip of beer and disdainfully remarked, you sure play the part well. The Duke of the Dark Night, the elusive character created by Uncle Yuzua. This character is quite popular. He is a thief active in the night, and sometimes a cold-blooded killer. The true identity of this character was never revealed by Uncle Yuzua in the book. However, I still prefer Professor Jiang Yuang Shernan smiled and said the Duke of the Dark Knight is at best a fusion of Kid the Phantom Thief and Jack the Ripper, far from being a criminal artist. The young boy Conan, who loved everything about Sherlock Holmes, nodded repeatedly. Although I know about the character of the Duke of the Dark Knight, I still don't understand what you guys are doing. Muri Kaguru rubbed his head. Forget it, I'll just head back to my room for now. With that he turned and left. Jiang Yuang Shernan cast a lecherous glance at Muri, ran his wicked right hand extending toward her. With a sinister smile his hand slowly advanced towards Muri Ran, but just as he was about to touch the forbidden zone a fair powerful hand suddenly grabbed him like a steel clamp. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed. Sorry, I seem to have used a bit too much force. Although Fujiwara Kyosuke apologized, a gloating smile appeared on his face. Off. Jiang Yuang Shernan fell painfully onto the sofa, clutching his wrist and breaking into a cold sweat. If you do this again, next time I won't hesitate to send you to prison locked up with a bunch of hot-blooded men. Fujiwara Kyosuke's smile faded, his expression turning cold, a chill lingering in the hearts of everyone present. The hotel staff took Jiang Yuang Shernan to the infirmary, yet no one pursued Fujiwara Kyosuke's responsibility, which surprised many. This was only natural as the Aizu Princess Hotel was under the Fujiwara Group. Which employee would dare to hold their young master accountable? What a deft capture. A man's voice sounded filled with admiration. Everyone turned to see a short-haired man walking. You must be Mr. Maeda Satoshi, right? Muri Ran exclaimed with excitement upon seeing the man, her expression resembling that of Matsumoto Sayuri when she first saw Fujiwara Kyosuke. Sister Ran, you know him? Conan asked curiously. Of course. Muri Ran smiled and explained to Conan. He was the champion of the Neon Karate Championship 6 years ago. I started learning karate because I admired him. Fujiwara Kyosuke shrugged. This man was quite lucky. If he had been born a few years later, he would have had to face Kyosuke Kashin. On the other side, Muri Ran introduced herself with a hint of tension and excitement, saying, Hello, I'm Muri Ran. I recently won the championship at the city tournament. I really didn't expect to run into you here. I'm so lucky. Hearing someone praise him, Maeda Satoshi shyly smiled. Oomph. The East Asian Vinegar King chimed in. What luck is there in that? Conan maintained a poker face, but inside, he was churning with emotions, every drop of seawater tasting of lemon sourness. Fujiwara Kyosuke couldn't help but admire Maeda Satoshi. A brave man. Aren't you afraid Conan might come to your house to film an episode? Oh, I remember his fiancée seems to be the murderer of this case. I see. Conan truly lives up to his reputation. Who is this person? A woman's voice came through, tinged with displeasure. Fujiwara Kyosuke shook his head. It was truly a case of mentioning Chow Chow, and Chow Chow arrived. He just thought of her, and she appeared. Akiko Maeda Satoshi first greeted the woman, and then introduced to Muri Ran. This is my fiancée, Sama Akiko. Wow, you're getting married. Young girls often have no resistance to such romantic matters. Muri Ran, being a girl, instantly fell into envy and admiration. Oomph. Sayama Akiko turned her head, remaining silent. Sorry. Seeing Sayama Akiko like this, Maeda Satoshi apologized. Please don't take it to heart. Akiko is just jealous. Conan looked at Muri Ran, then at Maeda Satoshi, his dead fish eyes filled with annoyance. What? Not happy? Fujiwara Kyosuke leaned down, lowering his voice. Then go confess. You've already seen her naked. Don't you want to be a scum? Mind your own business. I do want to confess, but not now. Conan rolled his eyes. Did he not want to? He wanted it I think you are the Duke of the Dark Knight. Kano Shiro unexpectedly made a sudden attack. What? Both Maeda Satoshi and Sayama Akiko were clearly startled. Fujiwara Kyosuke's eyelids twitched. Is this it? National champion? That's too lame. If it were Kyosuke Kashin, would he be scared? Mr. Maeda Satoshi from room 1010. 75 seconds. Kano Shiro tapped the keyboard, murmuring, Miss Sayama Akiko 0. 80 seconds. This guy is annoying. Conan thought, looking at Kano Shiro, who resembled a fervent scientist. Weijo crossed her arms and wore a puzzled expression, saying, According to the list, you should be 2 doctors and a little girl in elementary school. But I see there are 4 of you, and that gentleman who left, and this young man hardly look like doctors. The little girl has also turned into a little boy. Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled and said, I'm not a member of this tour group. I'm just hanging out with them because they are my friend. I see. Then what about the 3 of you? It's like this, Muri Ran explained. The little girl fell ill and the doctors couldn't come, so they found us as substitutes. The person who was here just now is my father. He's not a doctor, but a detective. As she said this, she smiled shyly. A detective? Upon hearing Muri Ran's words, everyone turned to look, and the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. A detective? Weijo's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes. Muri Ran said, My father is Muri Kaguru. I am Muri Ran. This young man is Fujiwara Kyosuke, and this child is Conan. Muri Kaguru. Fujiwara Kyosuke. I've seen their deductions on the news. Is it that case from the television station? Sleeping Kaguru, the magician prince. What a luxurious lineup. Despicable. Not only failing to show up, but also finding a detective to replace him. However, Weijo appeared quite optimistic. It's fine. This way the scope of the Duke of the Dark Knight is narrowed down. Jinjo Janikara stood up, implying, Since Muri Kaguru and young Master Fujiwara are here, we should best not leak our secrets to each other. Although young Master Fujiwara likely looks down on our petty squabbles, we can't guarantee that someone won't take advantage of young Master Fujiwara's hot-bloodedness to resort to some underhanded means. All the competitors who had received free spots left the lobby heading towards their respective rooms, clearly isolating the three and forming an invisible barrier. Then he'll head back first, see you in the dining hall later. Fujiwara Kyosuke patted Conan's head and bid farewell to the two. That annoying guy touching my head again. Conan glared at Fujiwara Kyosuke's retreating figure. Dad and Kyosuke seem really famous. Muri ran side, realizing that her father had become so renowned. Without her knowing, she wondered if her mother was aware. The uncle's fame is not unrelated to my contributions. Conan held his head with both hands, rolling his eyes. Suddenly, due to his keen perception, Conan distinctly sensed that among the departing crowd someone was watching him, causing him to shiver in shock. Who is it? Conan widened his eyes, observing the departing crowd, unable to figure out why someone had suddenly looked at him with. In the blink of an eye, dusk descended. Fujiwara Kyosuke awoke, refreshed from a pleasant nap, changed into fresh attire, and strolled downstairs to the swimming pool. Suddenly, Fujiwara Kyosuke frowned faintly. The voice sounded eerily familiar. Thud. A child plummeted from above, sending a cascade of water splashing into the air. Fujiwara Kyosuke turned, and there was Conan emerging from the water. Young man, are you all right? Gasps of alarm rippled through the onlookers. Cough, cough. Drenched and coughing violently, Conan ignored the stunned crowd. Clutching the pool's edge with both hands, he scrambled to climb out, racing toward the staircase. But his body froze mid-motion. Someone had seized his arm. Fujiwara. Conan twisted around and met Fujiwara Kyosuke clad in casual shorts. Fujiwara Kyosuke released him and asked what happened. I was just shoved off the balcony by the Night Duke. Conan's expression darkened. Few would feel at ease after being callously hurled from a height. Stay calm, Fujiwara countered. Do you truly believe rushing up there now would serve any purpose? Tell me the details, precisely. Conan paused in silence, then recounted the incident concisely. The scene rewinds 10 minutes earlier. At that moment, only Conan remained in the Muri family's room. Detective Muri had slipped away under the pretense of investigating the Night Duke, while Ran Muri had gone shopping for souvenirs to bring back for Sonoko Suzuki. Conan stood on the small balcony, brow furrowed, pondering the day's unsettling events. How strange, it's merely a game. Even with complimentary lodging, why should everyone be so unnervingly tense? And that gaze, brimming with lethal intent, was no ordinary reaction. Dr. Agasa once mentioned that unmasking the host masquerading as the Night Duke would not only grant free lodging, but also yield a special magnetic card. Could that card hold some hidden danger? Could it be that others have come solely for that card? Yet an ominous premonition lingers. Alas, Fujiwara left too early. Had he been present, his uncanny perception would surely have pinpointed the killer's glare in an instant. The more Conan reflected, the sharper his headache grew. He'd imagined this Aizu trip as a chance to unwind, yet every clue surfacing now denied him that peace. He sensed once again the inexorable pull of entanglement in a mystery. How troublesome. Yet beneath the weariness flickered a quiet thrill, the thrill of a detective. He lived for the exquisite unraveling, dissecting complexity, tracing threads step by deliberate step until truth emerged unveiled. After dinner, I'll call Dr. Agasa for a thorough briefing. As Conan brooded silently, a stranger materialized behind him. Clad in a black formal suit draped in a deep blue cloak, gloved in white, crowned with a round top hat, and wearing a pale grinning mask that exuded eerie stillness. It was the Night Duke. Who's there? By the time Conan sensed movement and whirled around, alert and wary, it was already too late. The Night Duke lunged forward and shoved Conan over the balcony's edge. They stood atop a towering building, dozens of meters above ground. Conan tumbled downward. Plummeting through the wind, his eyes widened in terror, his voice tearing through the air in raw panic. Fortune favored him. The pool lay directly below. Splash. He plunged into the water, and soon encountered Fujiwara Kyosuke. I see. I suspect the assailant's aim was to deter Detective Muri, to make him withdraw from the investigation. Fujiwara Kyosuke paused thoughtfully. There are countless ways to kill someone. Had they chosen another spot to drop you, your body would lie shattered beyond recognition. Clearly the perpetrator knows this hotel's layout intimately. Knowing precisely where to push you ensures survival, not death. Conan nodded in agreement. Still, who is this Night Duke? And why fear Detective Muri? After all, this is nothing more than a game. At this, Conan's brow tightened. He began to deduce. As Sherlock Holmes famously declared, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable. This axiom guided Conan like scripture. Excluding ourselves, 7 people, including the host, are present. The Night Duke must be one of them. Conan weighed the possibilities. The Night Duke moves with exceptional agility, so we may rule out the elderly gentleman and his ever-present stout companion. All this speculation may be futile, Fujiwara Kyosuke interjected, shaking his head. The pool of suspects remains far too wide. Aside from the injured Tokyo Ebara, the remaining 3, Shuko Weijio, Satoshi Maeda, and Akiko Suyama, all remain plausible. Yet I find myself leaning most strongly towards Satoshi Maeda and Akiko Suyama, Fujiwara added, glancing sideways, and twitching faintly at the corner of his mouth. Why? Conan looked puzzled. Because Shuko Weijio is chatting with Detective Muri right over there. Fujiwara shrugged, helplessly gesturing toward the distance. Conan followed his gaze and saw Detective Muri lavishing flattery upon Shuko Weijio, utterly oblivious to any investigative duty. Fine. Conan's expression fell. Rai resigned. While he narrowly escaped death, his mentor reveled in flirtation. Words failed him entirely. Just then, Conan, Kyosuke, Muri's voice rang out from behind, startling Conan completely. Fujiwara Kyosuke had noticed her long before, but chose to stay silent, eager to witness Conan's scolding. Conan turned sheepishly, offering a strained, guilty smile. Big sis Ran. Conan, why are you soaked to the bone? Ran knelt, brows knit in concern, studying the dripping boy who'd just scrambled from the pool. Her heart ached. Haha. I spotted Fujiwara Nizen and hurried over to greet him, but slipped and tumbled straight into the pool. Conan laughed awkwardly. What are you laughing about, you silly boy? What on earth happened? Ran chided him, torn between worry and affection. Thank goodness you're unharmed. Go change immediately. Dinner awaits. Ran, Detective Muri's over there. I think you'll want to intervene. As for Conan, I'll take care of him. Fujiwara lifted his... Ran followed his gaze, and her fury surged, instantaneous and volcanic. Then Kyosuke, Conan's in your hands. And Conan, you'll obey Fujiwara Nizen, no more reckless running about. A shadow darkened her silhouette, her tiny fist clenched, knuckles popping softly. Understood. Fujiwara nodded vigorously. Yes, big sis Ran. Conan bowed his head earnestly, transformed instantly into the model child before Rant's seething wrath. The two watched Ran stride away. Let's go back and offer a silent prayer for Detective Muri. With mischievous grins, Fujiwara Kyosuke and Conan turned and walked off together. At the banquet hall, Fujiwara Kyosuke and Conan, freshly dressed, entered the dining room. So many people. Fujiwara sighed irritably. Exactly, and the food certainly won't rival what the dimensional gourmet machine serves. Conan licked his lips. When we return, I'll treat you to a feast, say panda-style magical mapo tofu and triple tofu symphony. Fujiwara glanced casually at the young women nearby, legs bared, elegance poised, and murmured without thinking. No backing out. Conan's eyes lit up. Though he had no idea what those dishes entailed, he knew instinctively they promised culinary brilliance. Relax. I've never broken a promise. Fujiwara smiled, dismissive and easy. Conan, Kyosuke. Rant's voice reached them clearly. Let's go. Detective Muri and Ran are waiting. Fujiwara led Conan toward the father-daughter pair. They arrived at the table and took their seats. Sharing the same table with the Muri family were two others. Conan and Fujiwara exchanged a glance. How fortuitous. Both suspects sat right before them. To Detective Muri's right sat Rant's idol, Satoshi Maeda, national karate champion, and beside him his fiancée, Akiko Suyama. Fujiwara lifted Conan onto the seat beside Ran, then settled himself next to Conan. Open-air restaurant. Sister Xiaolan, how did you all end up together? Asked Conan. We just arrived. Two dad suspects that Mr. Maeda and Miss Sayama are involved with the Dark Knight Duke. Maoli Lan awkwardly explained. Huh. Maoli Kagoro burst into laughter, taking a big gulp of beer, his face turning slightly red as he became a bit tipsy. Takahashi Kyosuke exchanged glances with Conan. Goodness. Uncle actually shared their thoughts. Could it be that Malice elimination method has failed? Wow, Miss Sayama, that dress is really beautiful. Maoli Lan looked at Sayama Akiko and exclaimed in surprise. Takahashi Kyosuke also glanced at her inadvertently. She had changed into a green dress, which indeed looked quite nice. Thank you. Sayama Akiko's face slightly flushed upon hearing Maoli Lan's compliment. But you must be careful. If you're not cautious, there might be a pervert attacking you. Maoli Lan said seriously, looking towards Jiang Yuan Shernan, who was drinking beer with his bandaged right hand. Despite being reprimanded by Takahashi Kyosuke, he still brazenly eyed the girls passing by with a wicked glint in his eyes. After a hearty meal, they began to chat. So it was Miss Sayama who signed up for this tour group. Yes, Akiko is a huge fan of Mr. Kuda Yusaku. She is utterly fascinated by the Dark Knight Duke. Maeda Satoshi shook his head helplessly, thinking if only Kuda Yusaku weren't already married, he would truly have a headache. Sayama Akiko laughed. When it comes to the Dark Knight Duke, I won't lose to anyone. Even my hairstyle is cut to the short style he likes. There are others who are familiar with the Dark Knight Duke besides you, Miss Sayama. A charmingly dressed Uemura Hideko approached them with a seductive smile. Of course, Professor Yukawa has quite the charm too. Uemura Hideko winked at Takahashi Kyosuke. Well then I shall. Turning, she walked away. Wow. Maoli Kagoro and Maeda Satoshi's eyes widened in surprise. Yes. The two couldn't help but exclaim. Ouch. Their ears were simultaneously pinched, one from each side. You always behave like this, that's why Mom left. How long are you going to keep looking, Satoshi? Even Conan and Takahashi Kyosuke glanced over. That dress is indeed quite nice. Conan looked at Uemura Hideko's departing figure. Yeah, it should look great on Kuko and Sakura. Takahashi Kyosuke nodded in agreement, his mind conjuring images of Sakurazuki Ruriko and Koizumi Kuko's stunning figures. Huh. Did Jiang Yuan Shernan not make a move on Miss Uemura? Conan looked puzzled. Jiang Yuan Shernan surprisingly ignored the much more attractive Uemura Hideko and instead flirted with a waitress serving drinks. Maybe they already knew each other, so whatever flirting there was must have already happened. Takahashi Kyosuke casually remarked, I wouldn't be surprised by anything that happens on this tour, especially with you here. Let me reiterate. Conan said seriously, I am not the Grim Reaper. Takahashi Kyosuke couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? I remembered something happy. What happy thing? Conan asked expressionlessly. Conan. Your reason is truly impeccable. By the way, Conan, what did you say to the doctor on the phone just now? Takahashi Kyosuke decisively changed the subject. The doctor said that software is a virus. Its specific function is unknown, but it can be assumed that whoever obtains it will definitely gain huge benefits. That's also why Mr. Kinju said you wouldn't care about their little scuffles. After all, with the amount of money, you, as a young master, wouldn't pay any attention to it. After witnessing Takahashi Kyosuke's incredible gadgets, Conan understood that money in this guy's hands was merely a string of numbers he wouldn't even bother to count. A virus, right? Oh, look at that person. Takahashi Kyosuke lightly lifted his chin, indicating Conan to look at Kinju Janikura. His maid Lin Jingjiang isn't here. They'll go test the waters. Conan slid down from the chair and quickly ran towards Kinju Janikura. After a while, Conan returned and said, 2 discoveries. First, the virus is called Dark Knight Duke, and it's said to be a perfect virus. Second, Jiang Yuan Shernan is a hack. Takahashi Kyosuke nodded. That means everyone's roles are clear now. Alright, since Conan is back, let's go. Maoli-lan approached and said to the two, what about Uncle and the others? They have already left. Maeda Satoshi and Sayama Akiko returned to their room. Meanwhile, Maoli Kagoro was lured to the bar by the alluring Uemura Hideko. On his way back to his room, she planned to test the waters for information while he was drunk. Unfortunately, Uemura Hideko's plans were destined to be in vain. Due to Takahashi Kyosuke having already paid the room fee, Maoli Kagoro had no motivation to find the organizer and didn't seek any clues. After all, he was genuinely here for a vacation. Nighttime. Takahashi Kyosuke sat in the open-air bar on the first floor of the hotel sipping juice. Maoli-lan and Conan were taken to the observation deck by Maeda Satoshi to gaze at the stars, as Sayama Akiko had gotten jealous once again. In a fit of anger, Maeda Satoshi invited Maoli-lan, and Conan, of course, couldn't just watch his little cabbage fall into someone else's hands, so he followed without hesitation. Time is almost up, right? Takahashi Kyosuke gently closed his eyes, his mental energy enveloping the entire hotel. The next moment, a heavy object fell from high above, stirring up a whirlwind that caught people's attention, making them look. What is that? What's wrong? It's a person wearing a mask and cloaked. A sharp-eyed guest shouted. Someone just fell from the building. Thud. The person landed stiffly on the statue, a blade piercing through his abdomen without any sign of struggle. The Dark Knight Duke. A Dark Knight Duke who was already dead. Everyone present was momentarily stunned until someone shouted loudly. Dead, a dead person. Takahashi Kyosuke ignored the surrounding exclamations and walked to the statue, glancing at it. With his powerful perception, he could clearly sense that the individual's life force had nearly drained away. On the other side, Conan and Maoli-lan watched Maeda Satoshi leave just as they were about to head back to their room when the conversation of 2 passers-by caught Conan's attention. It seems someone fell from upstairs dressed in formal attire and wearing a mask. Yeah, the police have already been called. The person was pierced by the statue. How tragic. I heard the police have arrived and are examining the scene. The scene returned to the crime site. The police had set up a cordon, dispersing the onlookers. In less than a minute, Conan and Maoli-lan appeared at the scene. Conan immediately spotted the deceased, dressed as expected. The one who fell is the Dark Knight Duke. Conan lifted the cordon and rushed over. Maoli-lan, squeezed among the crowd, couldn't stop him in time. Hey, little brother. A large hand lifted Conan up, and just as he was about to explode in anger, he recognized Conan. Isn't this Conan who follows Mr. Maoli and Mr. Takahashi? Officer Yakugomo. Conan was taken aback, realizing it was an acquaintance. Sorry, I truly apologize. Maoli-lan hurriedly stepped forward to apologize. It's Miss Xiaolan. You are Officer Yakugomo from the Saratama Prefectural Police. Maoli-lan exclaimed in surprise. Why are you here? I was transferred to the Shizuoka Prefectural Police last month. Officer Yakugomo put Conan down and glanced at Maoli-lan, exchanging a few pleasantries. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Conan approached the body and removed the mask covering the deceased's face. It's him. Conan was shocked. Hey, you. Officer Yakugomo was about to say something when he heard Maoli-lan's surprised voice. Jiang Yuan. Maoli-lan's face changed dramatically. What do you know the deceased? Officer Yakugomo asked in surprise. We are all tourists on the Aizu mysterious journey. I see. Then was it suicide or homicide? Officer Yakugomo stroked his chin. From the looks of the scene, the possibility of suicide is greater. No, Officer Yakugomo, this case is definitely homicide. Officer Hekaguchi, this case is definitely a homicide. Fujiwara Kyosuke appeared before the crowd. Mr. Fujiwara. Officer Hekaguchi became excited again upon seeing his idol. It's been a long time, Officer Hekaguchi. Let's get back to the case. Fujiwara Kyosuke looked at the enthusiastic fan with a hint of helplessness. Okay. Officer Hekaguchi nodded repeatedly. By the way, why do you say it's a homicide? You'll have to ask Conan about that. Conan. Officer Hekaguchi and Muri Ran both turned their gazes towards Conan. Conan was a bit dazed as he had just tricked Ran. It's like this evening Conan was attacked by the Dark Knight Duke upstairs and fell down, landing right in the swimming pool. We were afraid Ran would worry, so we lied and said Conan slipped and fell. How could you do that? Muri Ran glared at the two, scolding. Do you know how worried I am because of this? Sorry. The two hurriedly apologized as they knew well the taste of anger from Muri Ran. I see. Officer Hekaguchi nodded and looked at Conan. So Conan, the one who attacked you, the Dark Knight Duke, is the deceased. Conan replied firmly. That's what I wanted to say, Officer Hekiguchi. Fujiwara Kyosuke approached the body, raised his bandaged right hand, and said, this afternoon Jiang Yuan Shurinan tried to take advantage of Ran, but fortunately I stopped him. However, I was a bit too rough, causing his wrist to fracture. According to the doctor's assessment, Jiang Yuan Shurinan will not be able to use his right hand for the next 2 weeks, and the Dark Knight Duke, who pushed Conan down, used his right hand. In other words, the real Dark Knight Duke killed or incapacitated Jiang Yuan Shurinan and then disguised him as the Dark Knight Duke before pushing him down from a height. Officer Hekiguchi, let's go check the victim's room. Fujiwara Kyosuke suggested. Okay, Mr. Fujiwara, I leave everything to you. No need to be polite. Outside room, 2101. It's actually locked from the inside. Officer Hekiguchi pushed the door open but saw the anti-theft lock inside. Get a few people to saw off the anti-theft lock. Officer Hekiguchi ordered. No need. Fujiwara Kyosuke shook his head and said, give me a pair of forensic gloves. Ah, okay. The forensic team quickly handed over the gloves. Fujiwara Kyosuke put the gloves on his left hand, extended 2 fingers, and gently pinched the anti-theft lock. Crack. The anti-theft lock shattered. The door opened, and everyone walked in. Fujiwara Kyosuke and the others discovered the clothes Jiang Yuan Shurinan wore that night, as well as the room key. The forensic personnel found a glove on the railing. It seems the murderer intended to make it look like an accident, but it backfired. Fujiwara Kyosuke casually asked Conan, Ren, you should remember who wasn't at the scene when I subdued Jiang Yuan Shurinan. No way. Mori Ren opened her mouth wide, shocked. Conan stroked his chin, remaining silent. Indeed, from this angle, the murderer was indeed that person. Mr. Fujiwara, this should be a locked room, right? Officer Hekiguchi suddenly spoke. What kind of locked room? Fujiwara Kyosuke scoffed and said, Officer Hekiguchi, please prepare a roll of transparent tape. I'll help. Really? You've already solved this locked room mystery. Seeing Fujiwara Kyosuke nodding affirmatively, Officer Hekiguchi was overjoyed, saying, as expected of the famous Prince of Magic, Mr. Fujiwara, here's the tape you wanted. A forensic staff member stepped forward and handed the tape to Fujiwara Kyosuke. Let's experiment in my room, it's not far from here. Okay. Officer Hekiguchi took only his 2 assistants and ordered the remaining officers to guard the scene. The 3 reached the corridor and Muri Ran suddenly spoke. It's Miss Sayan. Do you think she hesitated. Until we have absolute evidence, she is just a suspect. Everything should continue as normal, Fujiwara Kyosuke whispered. Okay, I understand. Mori Ran nodded and waved to Sayama Akiko, who was a few meters away. Miss Akiko. Sayama Akiko, who was waiting for the elevator, was visibly startled upon hearing Ran's voice and looked over. It's Ran. Ding. The elevator arrived. A figure suddenly sprang out from inside. Dressed in a black tuxedo, a blue cloak, a tall top hat, and a white cold smile mask. The Dark Knight Duke. Sayama Akiko's eyes widened in disbelief upon seeing the Dark Knight Duke. Fujiwara Kyosuke quickly stepped forward, pointing his index finger directly at the opponent's chin. Everyone felt as if a flash of lightning had crossed as Fujiwara Kyosuke appeared in front of the Dark Knight Duke. It had only been a second. The Dark Knight Duke clearly did not expect that a distance of several meters could be closed in an instant. The Dark Knight Duke felt the air around him being forcefully compressed, creating a momentary vacuum followed by a massive finger poking straight at his chin. Bang! The Dark Knight Duke was sent flying, crashing against the elevator door with a loud noise. So powerful. Mori Ran's eyes sparkled. She was deeply impressed by such strength. No wonder Dad said, if I have an unsolvable problem, I should find this guy. Conan secretly admired Fujiwara Kyosuke. Sayama Akiko beside him seemed still in disbelief. Alright, let's go to Mr. Maeda and Miss Sayama's room. Fujiwara Kyosuke clapped his hands as if he had accomplished something trivial, looking at Sayama Akiko with a glimmer in his eyes. I think Miss Sayama wouldn't object, right? I understand. Sayama Akiko sighed and supported the unconscious Dark Knight Duke. Just hand the Dark Knight Duke over to the police. Fujiwara Kyosuke exchanged a glance with Officer Hekiguchi. You go support that Dark Knight Duke. Officer Hekiguchi instructed one of his assistants. Alright, officer. The assistant handcuffed the Dark Knight Duke's hands and followed behind Fujiwara Kyosuke. Room 1001. What? The Dark Knight Duke is actually Mr. Maeda. Mori Ran looked at the face behind the mask in disbelief. It's actually Mr. Maeda. Kinjo Janikura and others arrived upon hearing the news, their brows tightly furrowed. This Dark Knight Duke is indeed Mr. Maeda, but the murderer of Jiang Yuan Shurinan is not him. Fujiwara Kyosuke took the tape and pulled off a section, saying, calm down, I'll first explain the locked room mystery to you. First cut off a section of this tape and leave a few centimeters in the remaining part, then fold it into 2. He demonstrated as he spoke, while the others except for Sayama Akiko and the unconscious Dark Knight Duke watched with curiosity. Next, hold the tape vertically and place it over the anti-theft lock. Stick the connecting part firmly onto the anti-theft lock. Then close the door, and finally, if you pull the tape from the outside, this technique will be successful. Slap. As his words fell, the anti-theft lock on the door was locked. It really locked. Officer Hekiguchi said in disbelief. Lastly, pull outward with force, and there will be no residual evidence left. Of course, this requires tape with Fujiwara Kyosuke pushed open the door and said, please open the door for me. Okay. Officer Hekiguchi quickly opened the door. As you all know, this afternoon, I accidentally broke the deceased's wrist. Fujiwara Kyosuke began. The crowd nodded. Mr. Maeda also saw it and praised me for it. Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled. Between us besides Uncle Mori, there's another person who doesn't know about this. Could it be? Everyone turned to look at Sayama Akiko. Yes, exactly. Fujiwara Kyosuke affirmed. Miss Sayama Akiko, you are the murderer. Do I need to explain the rest in detail? What? Officer Hekaguchi was astonished. Mr. Fujiwara, the Dark Knight Duke is really not Maeda. Mr. Maeda Satoshi is Miss Sayama's fiancé. He discovered that the real murderer is Miss Sayama and was just covering for her. I see. Officer Hekaguchi nodded, his sharp gaze directed at Sayama Akiko. Miss Sayama, is it true? As Mr. Fujiwara said, it was all my doing. Seeing Fujiwara Kyosuke unravel the locked room mystery, Sayama Akiko gave up struggling. Especially since she had a huge flaw. The injury on Jiang Yuanshinan's wrist. Unbeknownst to her, she had recklessly used her right hand against Conan, exposing that there were actually two Dark Knight Duke. One was the deceased Jiang Yuanshinan, the other was not Maeda Satoshi but her. Everyone, including Maeda Satoshi, knew that the deceased had a serious fracture in his wrist and could not have attacked Conan with his right hand. Thus the other Dark Knight Duke could only be her. Satoshi wore the Dark Knight Duke's clothes to cover for me. It was I. I personally killed that bastard. I pushed him off the balcony to be impaled by the statue, all in revenge for my brother's murder 3 years ago. Revenge for my brother. Officer Hekaguchi was somewhat surprised. Sayama Akiko said that bastard deserved to die. My brother's company developed the software Super Workshop, which he stole, leading to my brother's death. Super Workshop. Uemura Hidiko's eyes widened. I remember that it was a computer software Jiang Yuanshinan sold to me 3 years ago, but I immediately stopped selling it after I learned it was stolen. But before that, my brother fell to his death out of despair. Sayama Akiko angrily interrupted Uemura Hidiko. Since then I knew I had to take revenge. I drugged Jiang Yuanshinan to incapacitate him. However, I had such a big just because I used my right hand, I was identified as the murderer by Mr. Fujiwara. At this point, Sayama Akiko's tone became complex, as she did not regret her act of revenge and did not hate Fujiwara Kyosuke. If she could do it all over again, she would still choose to do so. Miss Sayama, why didn't you seek Uncle Mori or Brother Fujiwara for help from the start? Conan said with deep regret. Fujiwara Kyosuke nodded upon hearing Conan's words. If Sayama Akiko had asked for his help at the first opportunity, he would definitely not have refused her, just like during the Tsukikage Island incident. However, if she didn't request his help, Fujiwara Kyosuke wouldn't go out of his way to offer it either. The Dark Knight Duke incident came to a close with Sayama Akiko's accusation. The next day? Really, how could I have fallen asleep like that? Mori Kagoro said with some frustration. It doesn't matter, uncle, the case is already solved. Conan was indifferent after all. You solved the case, thanks to me and Fujiwara. Bang. Under a blow of heavenly justice, Conan's vision sparkled. You brat, what do you know? I am the famous detective Mori Kagoro. How could there be a case and no one called me? Mori Kagoro exclaimed indignantly. Fujiwara Kyosuke comforted him. Alright, Uncle Mori, how about this? Let's play for another 2 days, and it'll cover all the Really? Mori Kagoro immediately walked out happily. A beautiful beach, girls, here I come. Fujiwara Kyosuke looked at the departing figure of Mori Kagoro and smiled helplessly. 2 days later, the four of them returned to Tokyo by car. On that day, the weather was pleasant. At the Mori Detective Agency, really. After finally getting a call through, I ended up catching a cold. Maori ran angrily, said to Kudo Shinichi on the other end of the line. In any case, you need to come back quickly. Even through the phone, Conan could probably imagine the slightly angry face of Maori Ran. This made Conan, who was already feeling unwell due to the cold, feel even worse. I can't help it. Who knew this case would be so tricky? I'm also at a loss here. Conan said, helplessly, shooting a glare at Fujiwara Kyosuke, who was chuckling. Suddenly, the doorbell of the agency rang. Wait, it seems like there's a guest. Let's talk later. Quickly get better from your cold. Did you hear me? After Maori Ran said this in a half-threatening tone, she hung up the phone. Really? Conan put down the phone with a displeased look, rolling his eyes in frustration. Fujiwara, tell me, I finally managed to call her, and not only did she not show me any kindness, but she also filled her mouth with complaints about me. If I'd known, I wouldn't have called. Yesterday, Ran stared at your seat for an entire morning. Fujiwara Kyosuke shrugged and scoffed. Are you serious? Saying oomph. Conan snorted and fell silent. Achoo. He sneezed again, with snot hanging from his nose. Let's go, we'll take you back. Go and act cute with your sister, Ran. Fujiwara Kyosuke teased with a smile. You rascal. Conan glared at Fujiwara Kyosuke. Who asked you to give me a ride? Though he said that, Conan still got into Fujiwara Kyosuke's car heading towards the agency. It is worth mentioning that due to inconveniences in traveling, Fujiwara Kyosuke had Ishikawa Kitaru prepare a Porsche. The driver was an intelligent robot exchanged by Fujiwara Kyosuke named Cole. Its abilities were driving like vodka, shooting skills slightly better than Akai Shuichi, and martial arts skills on par with Kigoka Makoto. It was quite cheap, requiring only 1 million shock points. Fujiwara Kyosuke expressed that he had been feeling a bit extravagant lately, no longer the meticulous godlike figure, trying to save a few thousand points. He had fallen. Fujiwara Kyosuke was still over 60 million shock points away from the 100 million needed to exchange for Doraemon, but he believed he could gather them with just a few cases and magic performances. With a plan, he began to let loose. At the Mori Detective Agency. You're looking for Shinichi. Maori Ran said to the stranger, but he isn't here right now. It's useless to lie to me, miss. I know Kudo Shinichi is here, quickly call him out. I told you he isn't here. When Fujiwara Kyosuke brought Conan to the door, he witnessed the scene before him. A boy wearing a baseball cap and carrying a tennis bag was arguing with Mary Ran. Upon closer inspection, this person was quite handsome, even exuding a sharp sword aura. But most importantly, he was black. Really black. When the lights were off, one could only see his eyes in the moonlight. It's him. Fujiwara Kyosuke recognized the person opposite him and instinctively blurted out the other's nickname, Osaka Black Chicken. In an instant, Mary ran, and the boy turned to look at him, creating an awkward atmosphere. Conan looked the newcomer up and down, his eyelids twitching. He had to admit that Fujiwara's description was very apt. Fujiwara Kyosuke quickly apologized, thinking it was fine in his mind, but saying it out loud was indeed a bit impolite. Seeing Fujiwara Kyosuke apologize, the other party's expression lightened considerably. Hello, my name is Fujiwara Kyosuke. Fujiwara Kyosuke introduced himself. Hattori Heiji smiled and said, "What a stroke of luck, you are the second person I wanted to visit. I didn't expect to run into you here." "Visit me?" Fujiwara Kyosuke was taken aback for a moment, as he seemed to be a detective as well. "Should it count?" Hattori Heiji said naturally, "Of course, the cases you solved have high gold content, and I look forward to our competition." "So the first person you wanted to visit was Kudo?" "That's right. But why did you come to Uncle Mori's house looking for Kudo?" Fujiwara Kyosuke glanced at Mori Kagoro, who was still dozing off in his office chair, and couldn't help but admire the other's quality of sleep. Hattori Heiji said helplessly, "I tried looking for him, but there was no one at his home." "Achoo." Mary Ran walked over to Conan, took out a tissue, and wiped his nose, then said, "Even you caught a cold, Conan. What's going on with you and Shinichi? Is it flu season now?" Kudo Shinichi caught a cold. Hattori Heiji furrowed his brow slightly. "Since you don't know where he is, how do you know he caught it?" "By phone. When Shinichi called just now, he had a nasal voice." Mary Ran shot a glare at Hattori Heiji, feeling he was quite incomprehensible. "Kudo Shinichi called." Hattori Heiji squinted his eyes, looking at Mary Ran. "He does sometimes call. Is there a problem?" Mary Ran glanced at him, wondering what this guy's purpose was in continuously asking about Shinichi. "Sure enough." Hattori Heiji stroked his chin and muttered to himself, "People say you are Kudo's woman. There must be some truth to it." Mary Ran's face turned crimson. Conan also blushed and asked, "Who said that?" "Of course it was your friend Suzuki Sonoko who said that. She said that since Kudo didn't go to school, he must be hiding here with you." Hattori Heiji grinned. "Looks like she made a pretty good point." Fujiwara Kyosuke glanced at Conan, secretly sighing that Sonoko really had her ways of guessing. He looked at Mori Kagoro again, thinking that his little cabbage was about to be picked, yet this guy was still sleeping. "Sonoko, you better remember this." Mary Ran was furious and embarrassed. Sonoko was talking nonsense again. That 3-8. Conan thought bitterly. "Hey." Hattori Heiji looked at Mary Ran again and asked, "What did Kudo talk to you about on the phone?" "Not much. He just told me about a mystery novel he has been reading lately, saying it was very interesting. Also, he talked about the major leagues and asked how my classmates were doing, whether anything happened, and so on." Mary Ran casually recounted the content of Kudo Shinichi's call. Then, Hattori Heiji's eyes gleamed. "What about you? For instance, how have you been? Have you been sick?" My matters." Mary Ran was taken aback for a moment, recalling carefully, then said dejectedly, "Now that you mention it, Shinichi seems to always talk about his own matters and never asks about me." Hattori Heiji heard this and quickly ran to the window, pulling it open to look outside. His actions finally woke up the dozing Mori Kagoro. "Who is it?" he said impatiently. "What are you doing?" Mary Ran angrily walked over, wondering what kind of guest this was. "Don't you find it strange?" Hattori Heiji leaned against the windowsill and looked around outside, saying, "Since he sometimes calls, he should at least take the initiative to inquire about the other person's situation, like asking if the other person is doing well, but he hasn't even asked. Don't you find it strange?" "The only reason he wouldn't ask is, Kudo must be keeping an eye on you from somewhere." Upon hearing this, Mary Ran showed a surprised expression. Conan's face was filled with panic. Who was this guy that he even noticed such small details? He turned his gaze to Fujiwara Kyosuke, seeking help. Fujiwara Kyosuke shrugged, giving him a reassuring look. "I think maybe he really is nearby." Mary Ran's face flushed slightly, murmuring, "Shinichi has always been keeping an eye on me. He must be watching you from someplace. This kid is really interesting." Hattori Heiji smiled confidently, believing his reasoning was correct. "Not quite," Fujiwara Kyosuke said lightly, drawing everyone's attention. "The Muri Detective Agency. That's not right." Fujiwara Kyosuke explained, "The reason he didn't ask Xiaolan is that he has already inquired about her recent situation with me. As for why he sought me instead of asking Xiaolan directly, this matter between young boys and girls, I believe Uncle would understand." "That bastard." Mori Kaguru snorted coldly, harboring no good feelings for Kudo Shinichi, the bastard who dared to lay hands on his precious little cabbage. "So your reasoning is flawed," Fujiwara Kyosuke continued, "because I've been spending time with Uncle lately. Kudo, basically, Xiaolan, you could test it next time, and you would know whether I'm telling the truth or not." "Then why doesn't he just ask me?" Mori Ran said, her face flushed. "I already said for this question you should ask him, or Uncle Mori." Fujiwara Kyosuke shrugged, casting a subtle glance at Conan. "Good buddy. You are reliable." Conan cast a grateful look. "Daddy." Mori Ran looked down at Mori Kaguru, eagerly awaiting an answer. "Stop rambling." Mori Kaguru glared furiously at Hattori Heiji and Fujiwara Kyosuke, then turned his gaze towards Hattori Heiji, coldly saying, "Kid, who are you?" Hattori Heiji, with a thick skin, seemingly ignoring Mori Kaguru's displeasure, grinned and said, "Although I introduced myself just now, since Uncle wants to know, I'll introduce myself again. My name is Hattori Heiji, and like Kudo Shinichi, I am a high school detective. A high school detective. Muri father and daughter changed their expressions. Just a moment ago Hattori Heiji hadn't mentioned his identity, merely stated a name, yet they didn't expect him to be a high school detective. You must know that being a detective is no easy task. Among the most famous young detectives in Kanto, there is only high school detective Kudo Shinichi. Fujiwara Kyosuke chuckled looking at this black version of a tumble dryer with interest. So you have connections with Kudo? Hattori Heiji looked at Fujiwara Kyosuke and asked, so do you know where he is? It seems he is dealing with a Fujiwara Kyosuke replied. Achoo. Conan sneezed again, feeling speechless. What kind of challenger is this young and similar to him? Yes, a challenger. With Conan's intellect, if he still couldn't guess the other party's intentions, he might as well give up being a detective. Conan sneezed once more, realizing that the Grim Reaper's illness this time was quite serious. Little brother, your cold looks severe. I just happen to have cold medicine here. Hattori Heiji took off his backpack, placed it on the desk, and began rummaging through it. Speaking of which, Muri Kaguru stroked his chin, pondering. I seem to have heard of a very shrewd high school detective in Kansai. Could it be you? That's right, I am Hattori from Kansai and Kudo is from Kanto. People often compare us. Hattori Heiji nodded, took out a wrapped bottle from his backpack, poured a glass of liquid, and handed it to Conan, saying, here, it's very effective. Thank you. Conan took the cup, glanced at the medicine, inside, hesitated for a moment, and gulped it down before Fujiwara Kyosuke could even advise against it. Ding. A large experience card is now available. So why are you here this time? Muri Kaguru asked. Recently Kudo has suddenly gone missing. I haven't seen him in the news, and there are even rumors that he has disappeared. So now in Kanto, I'm Muri Kaguru. Muri Kaguru proudly pointed at himself. However, before he could finish, Muri Ran shot him a glare, signaling him to shut up. Muri Kaguru awkwardly closed his mouth silently, accusing Muri Ran. So what? Do you have something to discuss? It's nothing too serious. I just want to confirm whether he is missing. I also want to know how Kudo Shinichi, the guy often compared to me. Now I've had too much to drink. Fujiwara Kyosuke held his forehead, watching Conan, whose face had turned rosy, swaying from side to side. His alcohol tolerance seems poor, or perhaps it's because he's currently sick. In short, he's drunk. Burp. Conan let out a Conan, what's wrong with you? Muri Ran hurried over to support Conan. Sister Xiaolan. Conan said, his words slurred from the alcohol. Muri Ran looked at Conan in this state, and recalled Muri Kagura's drunken behavior, turning back to Hattori Heiji with a hostile gaze, asking, what exactly did you give him to drink? A fine spirit, called Baijiu from my homeland. Hattori Heiji tore open the bottle's packaging, handed it to Muri Kaguru, and said with a smile, this is a welcome gift for Uncle Muri, until I see Kudo consider this bottle as my lodging fee. Excuse me, who decides things like that on their own? Muri Ran glared at Hattori Heiji, filled with resentment at Conan's drunken state. Hey, is it really okay for you to give a kid such high-proof alcohol? Fujiwara Kyosuke shot a glance at Hattori Heiji, saying helplessly, Conan just drank alcohol. He can't take cold medicine for a while. It's all your fault. Muri Ran glared at Hattori Heiji. What a reckless fool. Fortunately, Conan didn't take antibiotics or similar medicine, otherwise he would have already lost his life. Fujiwara Kyosuke spoke with a harsh tone, and you are the murderer. I'm sorry. Hattori Heiji hurriedly apologized. He indeed forgot that Conan is just a child, not of drinking age. If Muri Ran's family calls the police, it's very likely that his father would need to come pick him up. Furthermore, drinking this cup of alcohol poses a life-threatening risk. If anything happens to this child, he would never forgive himself. Suddenly, knock knock. A knock sounded at the door. A middle-aged woman wearing sunglasses, dressed stylishly, walked in with a displeased expression and said, how long do you expect me to ring the doorbell outside? Is this how you treat guests in your detective agency? Can you please spare some time to hear me out, you busy people? The middle-aged woman took off her sunglasses and sarcastically remarked, I sincerely apologize. Muri Kaguru first offered an apology, then turned to Muri Ran and said, Xiaolan, go pour some tea. Okay, Dad. Muri Ran hurried to the kitchen. Madam, how may I assist you? The woman walked in with a stern expression, sat on the sofa, and coldly said, it's not an urgent matter, but I still hope you can investigate it thoroughly as soon as possible. Please explain further. Muri Kaguru's expression turned serious. After a moment, Muri Ran brought the hot tea to the coffee table and stood beside Fujiwara Kyosuke and Conan. Conan, are you okay? Fujiwara Kyosuke looked at Conan, whose face was pale with concern. I'm fine. Conan wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling particularly hot after drinking this alcohol. The middle-aged woman placed a document on the table. My name is Ikamura Kuka. My husband is a diplomat. This is a photo of my son's girlfriend and her background. Before they get married, please ensure to investigate her character. You want to investigate your son's girlfriend's character? Muri Kaguru stroked his chin, opened the file bag, and a gentle face came into view, his gaze gradually filled with confusion. Katsuragi Sachiko, 24 years old, graduated at the top of her class from middle school and high school, currently studying at the Tokyo Medical College, aspiring to become a compassionate doctor. She's a wonderful girl. Are you not satisfied with her? No, it's just that. Ikamura Kuka hesitated to finish her sentence. Hattori Heiji interjected. It's just that she's too perfect, so you don't like her, right? People are naturally suspicious and jealous creatures. Once they see something too perfect, they unconsciously nitpick. I wasn't wrong, was I, ma'am? Hattori Heiji said confidently. Fujiwara Kyosuke shook his head. The straightforwardness of Osaka people was indeed well known. Ikamura Kuka glanced at Hattori Heiji about to get angry when Fujiwara Kyosuke suddenly interjected. Then Mrs. Ikamura, how would you like uncle to investigate Miss Katsuragi? The details can be discussed in detail once you arrive at my home with my husband. Ikamura Kuka stood up, exuding a, do we need to go now? Mori Kaguru frowned. He was a bit reluctant to move and complained. If that's the case, why not come? My husband is a diplomat. If people find out he is in such a place, there would be a scandal, right? Am I correct? Hattori Heiji spoke again. Ikamura Kuka fell silent, seemingly acknowledging Hattori Heiji's words. Since we can't find Kudo for the time being, he'll go with you. Perhaps I can be of assistance. After some back and forth, Mori Kaguru agreed. Sister Xiaolan, I want to go too. Conan's flush faded, and he started to act spoiled again. Fujiwara Kyosuke suppressed a laugh, his shoulders twitching. Is your cold okay? Mori Ran looked worried. Conan nodded, firmly pointing at Hattori Heiji, saying, this brother gave me medicine that cured me. Really? Then I can rest assured. Hattori Heiji showed a relieved smile on his dark face. Just kidding, Conan retorted. Is it really okay? Fujiwara Kyosuke leaned down and asked softly. For some reason, his spiritual energy had no effect on Conan's current illness. In the past, whenever Conan had a headache or fever, one infusion of spiritual energy would make him instantly lively. Could it be the intervention of cosmic will? Fujiwara Kyosuke speculated. How could it be fine? That bastard. Conan gritted his teeth, sweat flowing down his forehead, saying, I can't shake off the feeling about that guy. Hattori Heiji and Mrs. Ikamura also makes me feel a bit off. This is true, as Uncle Muri said it would be better if they came together as a couple. Does she think that coming alone won't create a... As the wife of a diplomat, she would also be the focus of reporters. Fujiwara Kyosuke's words prompted Conan to... Forget it, let's go for now. The car halted before a lavish villa. Welcome home, madam. A man dressed as a butler stepped forward and bowed slightly. Where is the master? Where is father? Ikumura Kimi asked casually. I believe he is still in his study, replied the butler Koike Fumio, glancing with mild curiosity at the unfamiliar faces trailing behind her. Might I ask, who are these guests? He is my old friend, Mr. Mori. The others are his family members, Ikumura Kimi replied unruffled. Mom. A clear, bright voice chimed from the side. All turned to see a girl with warm brown curls and a soothing smile. It was indeed Katsuji Sachiko, the very woman Ikumura Kimi had hired Muri Kagoro to investigate. Ikumura Kimi frowned as she gazed at her. What brings you here? I invited her myself. A man approached, his right arm resting gently on Katsuji Sachiko's shoulder. His name was Ikumura Zenki, a handsome man with healthy sun-kissed skin. Smiling warmly, he said, Father had long refused to meet Sachiko, so I spoke with him at length until he finally agreed to see her. Mom, are these your guests? Katsuji Sachiko asked, smiling. That has nothing to do with you. Ikumura Kimi's expression hardened into stern severity. Moreover, I do not believe you hold any right, presently, to call me mother. Katsuji Sachiko lowered her head, crestfallen. I'm sorry. Ikumura Kimi cast one last glance at her, then turned without another word and strode up the staircase. What an attitude. Ikumura Zenki muttered under his breath, defending his girlfriend. She's merely a stepmother. What makes her so superior? Conan murmured softly to Fujiwara Kyosuke. Fujiwara Kyosuke nodded in silent agreement. Indeed, her demeanor had been unusually harsh. As for how the victim had died, his memory grew hazy. With time, Fujiwara Kyosuke knew his recollection of Detective Conan's plotlines would only fade further. Yet remembering the plot mattered little. Staying close to Conan was enough to accumulate merit. Besides, his deductive ability was hardly inferior to Conan's. At the top of the stairs stood an elderly man. Upon seeing him, Ikumura Kimi hurriedly offered a respectful greeting. Father, you haven't gone out yet. What nonsense are you speaking? The elder Ikumura Tokumitsu glanced at her and said, I was just about to show you the magnificent fish I caught today. With that, he beamed and unfurled a scroll depicting a large fish. Well, isn't it splendid? Yes, it certainly is impressive. Ikumura Kimi sighed inwardly and pressed a hand to her brow. Please wait for me in the tatami room. I'll join you shortly. Satisfied, Ikumura Tokumitsu nodded, rolled up the scroll, and descended the stairs. Fujiwara Kyosuke studied the elder thoughtfully for a moment. At the study door, husband, Mr. Mori has arrived. Ikumura Kimi rapped lightly, but no reply came from within. She checked her wristwatch, puzzled. How strange. Could he truly be elsewhere? Fujiwara Kyosuke, too, wore an expression of quiet bewilderment. There was no trace of energy inside. Could the victim still be alive? Ikumura Kimi retrieved a key from her handbag and unlocked the door. Husband. One by one they entered, and found a balding man seated motionless at his desk. His right hand cradled his cheek, his eyes remained tightly shut. Honestly, leaving the stereo on like this. Ikumura Kimi led the group forward, muttering, he must have fallen asleep right there. Doesn't he fear catching a chill? It's opera. Hattori Heiji, evidently well-versed in such matters, began enthusiastically explaining its nuances to the others. Husband, wake up. Ikumura Kimi gently shook the man's shoulder. Suddenly her eyes widened in shock, and under her touch his body slowly slumped sideways onto the floor. Utterly still, the thud of his collapse startled everyone into turning. Just in time to witness diplomat Ikumura Isao lying supine on the floor, lifeless and inscrutable. Husband. Ikumura Kimi's voice trembled with uncertainty. Then, as if sensing something irreversible, her face drained of color. She lunged forward, crying, "Husband! Husband! It's no use." Hattori Heiji knelt beside the body, his tone grave. "He's already dead." "Ran. Call the police immediately." Muri Kagoro issued the command with practiced ease. "Yes." And Ran responded with equal fluency, instinctively dashing out to make the call the moment she heard her father's voice. Fujiwara Kyosuke swept his gaze across the room, then fixed it firmly upon Ikumura Kimi. Before their entry, the victim had still been alive. Afterward, only Ikumura Kimi had touched the corpse. Thus, she was the murderer. Yet this deduction held no legal weight. The judges could not perceive in energy. Concrete evidence was needed. Fujiwara Kyosuke crouched beside the body. Its temperature remained normal, confirming recent death. His lips were beginning to turn violet, a tiny red dot marked the nape of his ear. Poison, beyond doubt. His sharp gaze instantly locked onto a poison needle concealed beneath the desk. Conan spotted it too, and following the same trail of logic reached the same conclusion. Hattori Heiji, equally perceptive, pondered silently, then likewise turned his eyes toward the needle. Bam! Their heads collided. Ouch! Conan winced. What is wrong with this guy? My current physical state is entirely his doing, and now he delivers a literal headbutt. Unforgivable. What's this brat doing here? Hattori Heiji rubbed his forehead, then lifted Conan and deposited him unceremoniously into Rant's arms. Honestly, why bring a child to view a corpse? He might develop lasting psychological trauma. I'm sorry. Rand tightened her embrace around Conan and apologized. Clutching her, Conan's eyes narrowed into crescent moons, shooting Hattori Heiji a frosty, disdainful glare. Wretched fool. Getting me drunk was bad enough, but now he dares to drive me away. Fujiwara Kyosuke shrugged. After all, someone had just handed him a tremendous opportunity. What more could he possibly want? Upon receiving the call, the Metropolitan Police Department dispatched officers without delay. Brother Muri. Inspector Megure sighed faintly the moment he laid eyes on Muri Kagoro. Him again. Yes, sir. Muri Kagoro grinned and snapped off a jaunty salute. I suggest you pay a visit to a temple and offer some incense. Edge. Muri Kagoro blinked in surprise. Inspector Megure raised his voice sharply. This week I've seen you nearly every single day. Are you being haunted? Or worse, cursed? No. It's the case is calling out to me. The great detective Muri Kagoro. Truly, father-in-law and son-in-law shared an uncanny resemblance. Not in appearance, but in audacious, shameless self-confidence. Fujiwara Kyosuke had once voiced similar complaints about Conan. Only to receive this reply, it's a detective's instinct for cases, Fujiwara. You still have much to learn. Then, Conan's backside bloomed with a stinging welt. And that day Fujiwara Kyosuke walked away feeling utterly refreshed. Sigh. At the very least, go light some incense at a temple. Don't drag poor brother Fujiwara into your misfortune. Inspector Megure drew a deep breath and composed himself. The deceased is diplomat Ikumura Isao, aged 54. His wife, Ikumura Kimi, discovered the body. Madam, when you unlocked the study with your key, Mr. Ikumura was already seated in his chair, lifeless. Inspector Megure turned his gaze to Ikumura Kimi. Yes. She nodded solemnly. Then, Brother Muri, what is your assessment? Inspector Megure instinctively deployed his signature Muri elimination method. Though unreliable elsewhere, it had proven remarkably effective in the cases he routinely handled. Indeed, he held it as an unassailable principle. Well, no obvious external injuries, perhaps natural causes. Muri Kagoro chuckled awkwardly and scratched his head. Uncle, you're serious? Fujiwara Kyosuke stared at Muri Kagoro in disbelief. No, that's wrong, Uncle. Conan pointed at the corpse. Look closely at the body. It's definitely poison. The victim was murdered with poison, Hattori Heiji stated calmly. Observe the tiny red puncture mark near his hairline, and the suspected murder weapon, a poison needle, lying nearby. Though he appears to have died seated with his cheek resting on his hand, I suspect he was first struck with the poison needle, and then deliberately posed in this manner. Still, it could be suicide, Muri Kagoro insisted, clinging stubbornly to his theory. Impossible. Hattori Heiji shot him a skeptical glance, then proceeded with a precise professional analysis of the cause of death, conclusively identifying the lethal toxin and narrowing the suspect pool to those present within the mansion. Heiji Hattori's reasoning stunned everyone. So it's you, the son of Hattori Heizo, the chief of the Osaka Prefectural Police, who is currently in high school. Officer Megure revealed Heiji Hattori's background. Kyosuke Fujiwara quietly observed Heiji Hattori's performance. This high school detective's abilities were indeed not inferior to those of Shinichi Kudo. He methodically continued his reasoning, even gaining Officer Megure's trust. However, he was overly eager for results and overlooked the most crucial clue. After hearing this analysis, Officer Megure rested his chin on his hand and said, so all the windows in the study were locked from the inside, making it nearly impossible to exit from the room. That means this door is the only entrance and exit. Officer Megure glanced at Kojiro Ichimura and asked, Madam, how many keys does this study have? There are only 2 keys for the study. Kojiro Ichimura took out a key with a keyring from her handbag and said, one is with me and the other is with my husband. Your husband? Officer Megure was taken aback. Could this room really be a locked room? Murder? Yes, he usually keeps the key in his pants pocket. Is that so? They'll go check it out. Officer Megure went to the corpse, reached into the deceased's pocket, and began to search. His pants are bulging. He mumbled, pulling out the contents of the pocket. It's a double-layered pocket. Everyone noticed this ding. The key fell from the pocket to the ground, producing a crisp sound that resonated with everyone's hearts. Everyone's expression changed. How could this be possible? A locked room murder. Kagoro Muri's voice carried a hint of shock. Upon hearing him, everyone's hearts tightened. Next, Officer Magyar began investigating everyone's alibis. At that moment, a scream came from Ran Muri's direction. Conan! Conan collapsed to the ground, startling everyone. Quick, call for a doctor. Officer Magyar shouted, and an officer hurriedly ran out. In the room of Kojiro Takayoshi, Ran Muri and Kyosuke Fujiwara placed Conan on the bed. Ran covered Conan with a blanket, looking at him with concern. Conan, don't worry, the doctor will be here soon. Conan lay on the bed, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, with even his hair soaked. Ran'll keep an eye on Conan. You go downstairs to wait for the doctor. This way the doctor can arrive to treat him as soon as possible. Kyosuke Fujiwara observed Conan's condition, knowing he might log out at any moment. At this moment, it was essential to send Ran Muri away. Otherwise, what awaited Shinichi Kudo might not be Ran's embrace, but her karate. But, don't worry, I'm here. Kyosuke Fujiwara interrupted her. Ran glanced at Conan, and then at Kyosuke Fujiwara, her face filled with worry as she walked out. Ding dong. The doorbell rang just in time. It must be the doctor. Kyosuke, I'll leave Conan in your care. Ran said, quickening her pace to leave. Conan lay on the bed, writhing in pain, holding his left hand to his chest, feeling as if he was on the verge of death. The pain was unbearable, making even breathing a luxury. In the midst of a severe fever, Conan's face twisted in agony as he looked at Kyosuke Fujiwara, opening his mouth, but unable to speak. It wasn't that he didn't want to talk, but he didn't even have the strength to do so. Kyosuke Fujiwara was at a loss. His spiritual power was ineffective against Conan, and the items he exchanged for were likely useless as well. This was the power of the world's will, something he couldn't contend with at present. You won't be in any trouble. Kyosuke Fujiwara reassured him, as he had no idea what else he could do besides offering comfort. Thanks. Fujiwara. Conan managed to squeeze out a faint smile. I can't give up. I'm Shinichi Kudo, the renowned detective of Kanto. How could I be defeated by a mere flu? Suddenly a piercing scream erupted from Conan on the bed. His body began to swell. It was as if he was growing all of a sudden. As his arms and legs expanded, his clothes started to tear. Then his face elongated, and his hands began to return to their original state. Ultimately, he transformed back into the high school detective Shinichi Kudo. Kyosuke Fujiwara watched the scene before him in surprise. He knew Conan would log out, but he hadn't expected the process to be so shocking. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as Goku turning into a giant ape in Dragon Ball, it was still incredible. The newly transformed Shinichi Kudo gasped for air, pulled back the blanket to look, his eyes filled with shock and joy, murmuring, I've turned back. You've only temporarily turned back. Kyosuke Fujiwara's voice suddenly rang out. Given your current state, it likely won't last half an hour. Put on your clothes and make the most of this half hour. A suit suddenly appeared in Kyosuke Fujiwara's hand, which he tossed. Hurry up, Ran will be back soon. You don't want her to find out that you're Shinichi Kudo, do you? Shinichi Kudo's face turned, finding out. If she knew he was Conan, he would definitely be in big trouble. Bathing, soaking in hot springs, sleeping together. He had done everything he could. If Ran found out, he would be turned into a pancake by her karate. Go change in the bathroom, it'll take. As Kyosuke Fujiwara spoke, he waved his hand lightly, and Conan's torn clothes returned to their original state. Thanks. Shinichi Kudo expressed his gratitude and dashed toward the bathroom, taking half a minute to get dressed. Fujiwara, I'm heading out first. Remember, you only have less than half an hour. If you feel something's off, hurry back, and got it. Shinichi Kudo said before leaving the room. After a while, hurried footsteps came from outside the door. Conan, the doctor is here. Ran Muri pulled the doctor into the room. Inside, only Kyosuke Fujiwara stood in front of the window. Kyosuke, where's Conan? Ran Muri appeared somewhat anxious. He's in the bathroom. Kyosuke Fujiwara pointed to the closed bathroom door. Sister Ran, I'm feeling much better. A child's voice came from the bathroom. That's great, you really scared me just now. Ran Muri breathed a sigh of relief. Kyosuke Fujiwara said, by the way, Kudo came by and said he wanted to find you. I sent him to the crime scene, so you should hurry over there. Really? Shinichi's here. Ran Muri exclaimed in surprise. Yes, so you better hurry up. Kyosuke, I'm counting on you to take care of Conan. Ran Muri said, glancing at the bathroom door, feeling uneasy. Kyosuke Fujiwara replied with a gentle smile, don't worry, with me here Conan will be fine. Alright, thank you, Kyosuke. After expressing her gratitude, Ran Muri ran out of the room again. After she left, only the doctor and Kyosuke Fujiwara remained in the room. Sir, how is the patient's condition? The doctor asked seriously. Have you measured his temperature? Of course. Kyosuke Fujiwara's eyes flashed with a purple light, and the doctor's gaze instantly became vacant. You have treated Conan, and after your treatment, he successfully broke his fever. Your medical skills are quite impressive. Yes, I treated that child, and successfully brought down his temperature. The doctor replied mechanically. Thank you for your hard work. Please rest here for a while. Alright. After exchanging words, the doctor sat down on the sofa with a vacant expression. Meanwhile, Kyosuke Fujiwara's gaze pierced through layers of obstruction, looking towards the room where the incident occurred. Kudo, time is of the essence. You only have half an hour. In the study, Hattori Heiji looked at the people in front of him with confidence and said, Officer Magyar, I have unraveled the methods of this secret room and identified the true culprit. What? The people in the room were all taken aback. You have unraveled it. Kagoro Muri was stunned. Is this young detective really that impressive? Officer Megure hearing this glanced at Kagoro Mori with disdain and said, "It's not my fault that you're so useless." Kagoro Mori. What can I do? I want to sleep too, but I don't feel that way today. Now let me explain the case. Hattori Heiji approached Officer Megure and said, "Officer Megure, could you play the role of the victim?" All right. Officer Megure was taken aback for a moment, but then agreed. He walked over and posed as the victim according to Hattori Heiji's instructions. At the time of the incident, all the windows in the room were locked from the inside, and the only door that could be used was also locked. This created a locked room murder case. However, there was still a gap in this seemingly sealed room. Hattori Heiji spoke with his back to the crowd. A gap, eh? Kagoro Mori was slightly taken aback. Exactly. Hattori Heiji pointed at the gap under the door and asserted, "It's that gap under the door. How is that possible?" Kagoro Mori raised his eyebrows and squinted, saying, "You don't think the murderer could have slipped the key into the victim's pants pocket through that gap, do you?" "You're not wrong." Hattori Heiji pulled out 3 items from his pocket and said, "As long as there is fishing line and a needle plus tape, it can be easily done." As he spoke, he began demonstrating on Officer Megure, who was pretending to be the corpse. After some clever reasoning, "Old man, I wasn't wrong, was I? You are the murderer." Hattori Heiji confidently held a nearly transparent fishing line, his face full of certainty. "That's right, the one who killed my child accent is indeed me." Chimu Riko sighed softly, his head hanging low, his face losing its luster. "Shinichi, where are you?" Mori Ran suddenly rushed in, and everyone was momentarily stunned. "Shinichi." Hattori Heiji looked at her sharply and asked, "Did you say Kudo has arrived?" "Yes, Kyosuke said that Shinichi just came over." Mori Ran said worriedly, "He and Conan both have colds, how can he be running around?" "I'm not running around." A familiar voice suddenly rang in Mori Ran's ears, and upon hearing it her eyes instantly turned red with emotion. One cannot comprehend the joy of regaining what was lost without experiencing loss. "Shinichi." Mori Ran clenched her fists, tears welling in her eyes as she yelled, "Where have you been lately? Do you know how worried I was?" As she said this, her voice gradually choked with emotion. Kagoro Mori watched the two of them, his eyes twitching, his right hand tightening into a fist. Suddenly he sighed, took a cigarette, walked aside, and stopped talking. "Fool, why are you crying?" Kudo Shinichi helplessly shook his head and said softly, "I." He wanted to say it, but couldn't bring himself to. Suddenly, as if something was controlling him, Kudo Shinichi's expression changed drastically. "What's going on? Why can't I control my body? Ran, I like you, I really like you." Kudo Shinichi's voice was low, audible only to Mori Ran. Though his voice sounded a bit weak, his tone was incredibly firm. "Shinichi." Mori Ran could no longer hold back her tears, which flowed down her cheeks. At this moment, Kudo Shinichi finally returned to normal. He moved his lips, thinking of someone, the only person who could silence that bastard Fujiwara. Kudo Shinichi cursed inwardly, but when he saw Mori Ran's happy expression, "Thank you, bastard." In Chimu Takayoshi's room, Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled slightly and said, "Kid, let me help you a bit. It's been over 1,000 episodes since I've confessed. Ooh, I can't wait any longer." As he spoke, he placed the control screen of the spy satellite into the space and took out a glass of red wine to savor slowly. "We'll talk in a bit. Let's first resolve the current case." Kudo Shinichi rarely spoke softly. "You've sweated a lot, or are you really alright?" Mori Ran asked with concern. "Don't worry, it will be over soon." Kudo Shinichi said confidently. Mori Ran lowered her head, her face flushed, her voice almost a whisper. Kudo Shinichi stepped in front of everyone. "This old man is not the murderer." His voice echoed throughout the study like a hammer striking at Hattori Heiji's heart. Hattori Heiji coldly said, "Kudo Shinichi, please explain why this old man is not the murderer, especially since he has already admitted it. What you just described is merely theoretical. In real life, it is simply impossible. What are you saying?" Hattori Heiji stared intently at Kudo Shinichi. "Kudo, my younger brother." Officer Megure came out to mediate and said, "Let me state first that Hattori's reasoning regarding the locked room was indeed perfect. Moreover, I also experimented with my pants just now." Officer Megure repeated Hattori Heiji's reasoning to Kudo. "May I ask, did that key really enter the pocket?" Kudo Shinichi smiled slightly and said, "According to your theory, can the key really enter a double-layer pocket?" Kudo Shinichi asked again, looking at Hattori Heiji. "Of course. If you don't believe me, just watch closely." Hattori Heiji reached out to feel Officer Megure's pants pocket pulling outward, but the key was not inside the double-layer pocket, that fell directly out. Ding! The sound of the key hitting the ground struck Hattori Heiji's heart once more. Hattori Heiji's expression changed. "How is this possible? I clearly used the fishing line to send the key in, why didn't it go inside?" "That's because of the sitting position." Kudo Shinichi explained. "When sitting, the pocket has folds that obstruct the key's entry path. Before the key could really enter the double-layer pocket, the fishing line would be pulled out from the tape. Moreover, the victim's physique is fatter than Officer Megure's, which makes this situation even more pronounced. Now that you mention it, when I checked the victim's pocket earlier, it was indeed bulging and hard to enter." Officer Megure rested his chin on his hand, thinking for a moment before saying, "That's just a coincidence. Let's try again." Hattori Heiji still wasn't convinced. Kudo Shinichi casually interrupted him, saying, "It doesn't matter how many times we try, think carefully about the direction of the key when it was in the victim's double-layer pocket." "The direction of the key." Hattori Heiji's expression changed. He suddenly understood. "That's right, even if the key ran into the double-layer pocket, it should only be the key ring." Kudo Shinichi explained, actually all of this was a deliberate illusion set by the murderer. The key has been in the victim's pocket the entire time and never left. What? Everyone was shocked. Then what about the fishing line and needle I found in the tatami room? Hattori Heiji hadn't finished speaking when he saw Kudo Shinichi take out the fishing line and needle. I was just a bit late because I was looking for this thing. Kudo Shinichi smiled apologetically at Muri Ran, then looked back at Hattori Heiji. This villa has these two items in every corner. Not only did you find them, but I also found some. The murderer's intention was to frame this old man. Kudo Shinichi's words were shocking. What? Inside the study. What? Hattori Heiji was taken aback. If what Kudo Shinichi said was true, then his previous reasoning was incorrect, and he had unwittingly fallen into the trap set by the murderer. Hattori Heiji still felt somewhat unconvinced, pointing at Ichimura Toshimitsu, and said, but this old gentleman has already confessed. Why would he do that? The old gentleman deliberately jumped into the trap set by the murderer. Kudo Shinichi turned to glance at Ichimura Toshimitsu, and said, as for the reasons behind his actions, I do not know. Kudo, who is the murderer? Inspector Megier looked somewhat confused. Hattori Heiji's reasoning was so persuasive and even demonstrated the murder method, yet Kudo Shinichi had just arrived and overturned it. And it wasn't just nonsense that was well-founded. He sympathetically glanced at Hattori Heiji. Having partnered with Kudo Shinichi for so long, Inspector Megier naturally preferred to believe in his old partner. This room is a complete locked chamber. Are you suggesting that the victim committed suicide? Hattori Heiji questioned, not that he couldn't accept defeat, but this made the case even more perplexing. It was not a suicide. Kudo Shinichi surveyed everyone present and said, moreover, the murderer left behind real clues. Hattori Heiji was slightly taken aback. It seemed he was indeed mistaken. Kudo Shinichi turned to him and said, have you forgotten? When the victim was discovered, the study was playing an opera, and there was a pile of books in front of the victim. Playing the opera was to cover the possible screams of the deceased when the poison needle was used. As for the books, they were to obscure the painful expression caused by the stabbing. Haha, how is that possible? Hattori Heiji laughed loudly, looking at Kudo Shinichi, and said, why would the murderer go through so much trouble to cover someone's ears? Hattori Heiji, do you still not understand? Fujiwara Kyosuke entered with a glass of red wine, saying, what the murderer wants to cover up is the ears of all of us. What? Everyone was shocked, especially Muri Kagoro, who instantly understood the context. Kudo Shinichi was taken aback. Why was this jerk here? Didn't we agree that I would solve the case? And also, you just set me up, yet you boldly appear before me. Does Kudo Shinichi still have any dignity left? By the way, that glass in your hand is red wine. How can a minor drink? Exactly, so the murderer is the one who was closest to the victim after entering the study. Kudo Shinichi quickly spoke up, feeling that if he continued to act mysterious, that jerk would steal his thunder. At this moment, Kudo Shinichi finally understood that this guy was just like him, born to be ostentatious. Kudo is right, Mrs. Ichimura, the murderer is you. Fujiwara Kyosuke shrugged, finishing the red wine in his glass, which vanished instantly. When we all entered the study, we were immediately attracted by the sound of the opera, especially Hattori, a professional, who was even more so. And Mrs. Ichimura went over to the victim's side. Kudo Shinichi felt a surge of anger rising in his throat, wanting to spit it all over Fujiwara Kyosuke. I knew my intuition was correct. This guy is truly a jerk. Madam killed her husband. The butler Koike Fumio said, somewhat unable to believe it. In other words, the victim was still alive at that time. Hattori Heiji fell silent, realizing that the other party had dared to commit such a blatant murder in front of him, and he almost fell for the trap, misidentifying the murderer. Kudo Shinichi and Fujiwara Kyosuke, you are indeed better than me. Exactly, Mr. Ichimura likely took some kind of medication prepared in advance by Mrs. Ichimura, such as a strong sleeping pill, and was merely sleeping. Kudo Shinichi nodded slightly, finally able to speak. But if the autopsy reveals sleeping pills, wouldn't that? Inspector Megier was interrupted by Fujiwara Kyosuke. It won't be discovered how, after all, at that time, everyone believed the victim had already been murdered before we entered the study. Moreover, even if it was detected, we would only think that the murderer deliberately administered sleeping pills to the victim before committing the crime. Indeed, the murderer exploited a blind spot. The detectives believe the murderer could not possibly kill in front of them. This is a psychological locked room murder, and everyone would not notice this murderer. That's what you wanted to say, right? Hattori Heiji continued. Exactly. Kudo Shinichi nodded slightly. So where's the evidence? Hattori Heiji asked. I believe the evidence should be here. Fujiwara Kyosuke pointed to Ichimura-ko's handbag, and with a gentle motion of his finger, the key ring on the floor floated up and landed in his hand. I think as long as Mrs. Ichimura produces your key ring, the truth will be revealed. Mrs. Ichimura. Inspector Megier approached her, his expression serious. The famous detective Kudo Shinichi and the legendary magic prince, you truly live up to your names. That's right, the one who killed my husband is me. Ichimura-ko sighed slightly and took out the key ring. But why did Mrs. Ichimura want to kill Mr. Inspector Megier held the key ring, looking puzzled. Motive for murder. Kudo Shinichi picked up a photo from the bookshelf and said, it should be in this photo. The lady and Miss Yukiko should be mother and daughter, right? Hattori Heiji glanced at the photo and said, Ichimura-ko coldly narrated everything. 20 years ago, before marrying Ichimura Kunihiro, she had a happy marriage which was ruined by Ichimura Kunihiro, and her ex-husband was wrongfully imprisoned. At that time she was unaware and married him under Ichimura Kunahiro's constant sweet talk. Only recently did she learn from Ichimura Kunihiro that her biological daughter Katsuragi Yukiko had become Ichimura Yoshitaka's girlfriend, and she discovered that her ex-husband had been framed by Ichimura Kunihiro, leading her to plan this murder for revenge. After Ichimura Ko finished speaking, there was a hint of relief in her eyes. Yoshitaka, before being taken away by the police, Ichimura Ko turned her back to everyone and said softly, "Yes, Mom." Ichimura Yoshitaka instinctively called out. In his heart, although Ichimura Ko was his stepmother, she treated him very well. Even though they had quarreled recently due to Yukiko's matter, now that he understood the whole story, he was filled with deep guilt. Perhaps at this moment, I am not worthy to say anything to you, but... Ichimura Ko sighed, shedding a tear, and turned to Katsuragi Yukiko, saying reluctantly, "Please take care of Yukiko for me. Please rest assured." Ichimura Yoshitaka said solemnly. After Ichimura Ko left, Katsuragi Yukiko couldn't help but burst into tears. Ichimura Yoshitaka hurriedly comforted her. As for the old man, let's forget about him. Seeing that the matter had come to an end, everyone prepared to leave. Muri Kagoro paused in front of Kudo Shinichi, and Muri Ran glared at Kudo Shinichi and turned to leave. Cough cough. After everyone left, Kudo Shinichi finally couldn't help but bend over. "Ding. Your premium experience card has expired, please renew it." Kudo Shinichi suddenly heard such an absurd statement. He turned to look at Fujiwara Kyosuke, who was nodding at him. It turns out that this jerk was talking. Suddenly Kudo Shinichi felt a sharp pain in his heart and collapsed to the ground. Muri Ran exclaimed, "Shinichi, are you okay?" "He'll go call a doctor." "Kyosuke Hattori, please help me take..." "Okay, you go quickly." Fujiwara Kyosuke nodded. After Muri Ran rushed out anxiously, Fujiwara Kyosuke looked at Hattori Heiji and said, "Come help, and he'll tell you the truth in the meantime." "Well, he will find out sooner or later, so it doesn't matter if it's a few days early." Kudo Shinichi hesitated. "Don't worry, he's reliable," Fujiwara Kyosuke said. "Besides, with Hattori's reasoning ability, he will quickly find clues and deduce your identity." Hattori Heiji followed them into the room with a puzzled expression. Moments later, the room was filled with Hattori Heiji's exclamations. "Conan! Kudo!" Hattori Heiji, realizing the truth, couldn't believe it, but the facts were right before his eyes, leaving him no choice but to believe. "You should rest well, leave the rest to me. I have already notified Inspector Megure, and he won't publicize your appearance." "That's good, thank you, Fujiwara." After saying that, Kudo Shinichi, who had transformed back into Conan, fell into a deep... Hokkaido. It is a popular tourist destination in the summer. However, in the world of deduction, the most unreliable thing is the season. Fujiwara Kyosuke clearly remembers that he had just visited Aizu Beach 15 days ago. Back then it was still midsummer, but in just 15 days the entire Neon Land has plunged into a harsh winter. In the village of Babing, located in the Dezetsuzan mountain range of Hokkaido, it is a pleasant summer resort akin to paradise on Earth, but once winter arrives it transforms from paradise to hell, with the cold eroding every resident. The raging snowstorm has caused traffic to be cut off. The howling wind sweeps up the snow from the ground and sky, enveloping the entire sky in darkness to the point where one can hardly see a shadow. Yet the Neon TV station has chosen this time to enter the village to film a drama. In a villa within the village. Had I known it would be this kind of environment, I definitely would have asked her for some benefits. Fujiwara Kyosuke stood in the corridor, complaining while glancing at the paintings hanging on the wall. The story begins with Koizumi Akiko, whose mirror told her of the legend of Yukiana in Babing Village. Therefore, Koizumi Akiko believed that there might be magical artifacts appearing here, but due to her seclusion, she entrusted Fujiwara Kyosuke to come and investigate. Fujiwara Kyosuke naturally would not object, accepting the invitation from Neon TV to serve as a consultant, and followed the crew to this place. The name of this drama is The Legend of Yuki-onna Murder Incident. The villa where Fujiwara Kyosuke resides is a private villa of the famous painter Himuro Issei, which the television station rented from him for the sake of filming the drama. Just as Fujiwara Kyosuke was complaining, a girl with glasses and a delicate appearance approached him. Seeing that he was staring at the portrait of Yuki-onna, she chuckled and said, "This is Master Himuro's representative work, Yuki-onna. I've heard that many people have been too scared to sleep after seeing it, so it's better for you not to look at it, Fujiwara-kun." Off. Fujiwara Kyosuke tilted his head to glance at the girl. "Oh, it's Ayatsuji-san, I understand now." The other person is Ayatsuji Marin, who serves as a timer in the crew. Her lively and cheerful personality gives Fujiwara Kyosuke a neighborly sister vibe. Is this really a representative work? Fujiwara Kyosuke examined the Yuki-onna painting carefully, slightly furrowing his brows, and asked, "I doubt anyone would buy such a creepy painting." "You might be mistaken there, Fujiwara-kun." Ayatsuji Marin blinked and smiled. "I've heard that someone offered 1 billion yen for this painting, but for some unknown reason Master Himuro has no intention of selling it. If it's so precious, why display it in the corridor so openly? Aren't you afraid of theft?" Fujiwara Kyosuke showed a curious expression. "According to what Ayatsuji-san just said, someone is willing to pay a high price for this painting, yet Mr. Himuro refuses. For many, not being able to obtain it can lead to desperate measures in the end. I don't know, maybe Master Himuro thinks that no one would come to such a place to steal a painting." Ayatsuji Marin shrugged, indicating that she didn't know either. She pointed to a painting at the end of the corridor and said, "This one is Master Himuro Issei's self-portrait, which is said to be worth 50 million. 50 million, huh?" Fujiwara Kyosuke walked over, unable to see how this could be worth so much. Perhaps I really lack artistic sense. Wait. Fujiwara Kyosuke stared at the painting, suddenly feeling that something was off. It seems the painting is reversed. He looked at the position of the buttons. Normally the buttons on people's clothes are on the right side, right? Fujiwara-san, Ayatsuji-san, it's time to start filming. A girl who looked like a crew member approached. It's medicine we're Fujiwara Kyosuke responded, and shifted his gaze, walking outside, with Ayatsuji Marin. Medicine, it seems we haven't even managed to shoot the first scene today. Ayatsuji Marin shook her head helplessly. The aging popular actor is really unbearable. Just bear with it, Fujiwara Kyosuke casually replied, feeling no fluctuations in his heart. He came here only to confirm whether any magical artifacts existed. As for the filming of the drama, it held no significance for him. He just needed to wait until the heavy snow stopped, take a look around, and he could leave. Yeah, the arrogance of today's actors is really something. The crew member Maeda Karen also looked helpless. The three of them arrived at the filming location where the actors were still preparing. The structure of this crew is quite complete. Otherwise, Fujiwara Kyosuke, the once famous magic prince, wouldn't have been invited. However, because they were here for location shooting, there weren't many people on site, but all were elite members of the crew. The director, named Hiruta Masashi, is a scruffy, lewd-looking uncle, but he has won world-class prestigious awards. The cameraman Akashi Michio always reminds Fujiwara Kyosuke of the master composer Akashi Masao. In his past life, Fujiwara Kyosuke enjoyed listening to songs by Sakai Izumi, so he was naturally familiar with Akashi Masao. Upon hearing the name Akashi Michio for the first time, he felt a strange sense of nostalgia. Akashi Michio, with a weathered face and a cigarette in his mouth, has just won a domestic photography award. The sound engineer Hibiki Shiro wears glasses and looks like a dullard, but few know that he has worked as a sound engineer on many grand productions. The two leading actors include a mature woman with short hair, Kanagawa Ri, known for her sex appeal and popularity, who plays Yuki Anna in the drama. The other is the newcomer idol Hayami Reika. Although she has only just debuted, her popularity surpasses that of Kanagawa Ri, who has been struggling in the industry for years. Moreover, she is a versatile idol, excelling in both singing and acting. As for the remaining two, one is the male lead action star Oatori Yusaku. He is interesting, meticulous while acting, but somewhat offbeat after work. The other is the supporting actor Mukai Ken, who is rather ordinary, lacking any standout traits. After a day's filming, everyone split into two cars to return to the villa. As night fell, two small buses slowly drove along the mountain road. Tonight, there is a night scene to be filmed in the villa, and the group has to hurry over. The snow outside is really heavy. Hiruta Masashi took a puff of his cigarette, gazing out at the view while lamenting. After all, this is Beibing Village in the Dazetsuzen mountain range. Today's snow is still considered light. That's true, but it's just right as a stage for Yuki Anna, Akashi Michio smiled. Hiruta Masashi nodded and returned his gaze to an open internal planning diagram of the building, continuing the discussion with the crew members. The camera should be positioned here, and Hibiki, please set up the hidden microphone accordingly. Hiruta Masashi instructed, lightly tapping a certain spot on the planning diagram. Leave it to me. Hibiki Shiro promptly agreed to the request. Cut. Well, let's call it a day. Hiruta Masashi was the first to applaud. Hearing the director say this, the four actors finally, with a creak, the door was pushed open. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Come have a cup of coffee. Maeda Karen entered with a tray of coffee, followed by Ayatsuji Marin. Two beautiful ladies, you really are lovely and kind, Hiruta Masashi complimented with a smile, as he was the first to take the coffee. He'll have this one. Akashi Michio shook the small bottle of liquor in his hand, smiling as he declined the coffee offered by Maeda Karen. Fujiwara Kyosuke picked up 2 cups of coffee, handing one to Hayami Reika, and said with a smile, please enjoy the coffee, Hayami-san. Thank you, Fujiwara-kun. Hayami Reika glanced at the famous magic prince, smiling as she accepted the coffee. You're welcome. Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled nonchalantly, taking a moment to observe this idol star, who was of a similar age to him, but whose popularity was on par with that of Aoyama Yuko. The girl was beautiful, appearing gentle, and when she spoke her voice was soft and sweet, reminiscent of Sakai Izumi, quite pleasant to hear. It's such a pity for you, Fujiwara-san. Kanagawa Ri suddenly sighed, and said, with your looks you should quickly surpass those 2 useless guys if you entered the entertainment industry. Kanagawa Ri took a sip of coffee, joking with Fujiwara Kyosuke, while also mocking the 2 male actors. Upon hearing Kanagawa Ri's words, the expressions of the 2 male actors instantly turned sour, and the atmosphere became extremely awkward. Such blatant mockery is unbearable for anyone, let alone 2 stars who are usually adored by fans. Truly a conversation ender. Fujiwara Kyosuke took a sip of coffee, his expression unfazed. Before coming here, he specifically watched Kanagawa Ri's works, and had some fondness for her portrayal of a strong mother, but he never expected her real-life persona to be so different from her television image. Fujiwara Kyosuke felt pity for her fans. The Ice Room Manor is divided into the main hall and the annex located on either side of the cliff, with a turbulent and treacherous river flowing below. Originally, the main hall and the annex were connected by a suspension bridge over the cliff, but last summer the bridge was destroyed by floods and has yet to be repaired. Thus, the annex has basically been rendered temporarily unusable. Without the suspension bridge, traveling from the main hall to the annex requires a lengthy detour of over 20 minutes by car from an upstream bridge. So, Fujiwara Kyosuke glanced at Hiruta Masashi, his tone carrying a hint of inquiry. We are to go to the main hall, now, young Master Fujiwara. Hiruta Masashi whispered. Leave Rahisen alone, who everyone else should go over. Why, oi? Fujiwara Kyosuke asked in confusion. It's for the behind-the-scenes footage, Baruta Masashi explained. Young Master Fujiwara, imagine if you were an audience member watching the behind-the-scenes and saw the actress playing Yukiyasha so frightened, wouldn't that be amusing? No, Fujiwara Kyosuke propped his chin up and rolled his eyes. I would find the production team boring. Young Master. Baruta Masashi's lips twitched, attempting to persuade him again. Forget it. Fujiwara Kyosuke said. You are the professional, I will follow your arrangements. By the way, do not reveal my identity, just treat me as a magician. I understand, young master. Baruta Masashi finally sighed with relief upon hearing Fujiwara Kyosuke's words, fearing that the young master would not cooperate, which would jeopardize the evening's performance. A quarter of an hour later. Be gentle, be gentle. Owamoto Yusuke whispered to several gentlemen. What are we doing? We are heading to the main hall. Once we arrive, there will be an exciting performance. Owamoto Yusuke smiled. Director Akiya Mason and Hayamasan have yet to arrive. Ayatsuji Marina, sitting in the driver's seat, said. Baruta Masashi frowned and said, forget them, let's go first. All right. Everyone squeezed into one car. After the others got in, Fujiwara Kyosuke sat by the door. Sorry I'm late. A soft and melodious voice sounded beside Fujiwara Kyosuke. He looked up and met Hayami Rika's autumn-like eyes. It's Hayamasan. Fujiwara Kyosuke glanced back and saw two boys behind him. They'll sit in the back then. It's fine, Fujiwara-kun. Hayami Rika closed the car door and sat next to Fujiwara Kyosuke, smiling brightly. Isn't the drive to the main hall only 20 minutes? We'll be there soon. I don't mind. Fujiwara Kyosuke chuckled awkwardly. Being a man, he wouldn't feel disadvantaged. Then, Hayami Rika blinked and leaned closer to his ear, saying, I'm your fan, Fujiwara-kun. A fan? Fujiwara Kyosuke was slightly taken aback. Does this girl also enjoy magic performances? I not only like your magic performances, but also your brilliant detective novel, The Devotion of Suspect X. It's truly amazing. Hayami Rika whispered, I accepted Director Baruta's invitation to participate in this play because I heard you would be the consultant. You're making me feel a bit shy, Fujiwara Kyosuke said, his face slightly flushing, intoxicated by the girls. By the way, Fujiwara-kun, can I invite you to my concert? Hayami Rika asked excitedly, her expression reminiscent of Matsumoto. A concert? Fujiwara Kyosuke stroked his chin, aware that Hayami Rika's concert was highly sought after, tickets being notoriously difficult to obtain. What do you think? The girl asked shyly. Sure. Fujiwara Kyosuke nodded. Please call me when the time comes. Hayami Rika was overjoyed, nodding repeatedly. By the way, is it crowded? No, not at all. Hayami Rika smiled sweetly. That's good. It wasn't cramped at all. Fujiwara Kyosuke could feel that the girl was very light, probably less than 80 pounds, but oddly enough, she didn't lack in any areas. The car started and drove along the mountain road. 20 minutes later, everyone got out in turn, with Dongfang Jian being the first to enter the main hall and switch on the lights in the dark. Dongfang Jian fell to the ground in shock. Off. It was Yukiyasha, holding a child in her left arm and wielding an axe in her right. Frozen in place. Unbeknownst to him, a man wearing a mask and sunglasses, dressed in a green jacket, suddenly appeared. It's a statue of Yukiyasha, the man said. It's the Yukiyasha rumored in the frozen village. It's Master Hayumi. Dongfang Jian's face finally regained some color. Meanwhile, Baruta Masashi led everyone into a room and set up. Fujiwara, my young friend. A rugged voice called out to Fujiwara Kyosuke. Inspector Kenshi. Fujiwara Kyosuke was slightly taken aback. Wasn't this person from the Tokyo police? What was he doing in Hokkaido? Inspector Kenshi, what brings you here? Good to see you again, Fujiwara-kun, a voice rang out. Fujiwara Kyosuke looked over, recognized the person, and smiled. It's Kexue. When did you return to Neon? Just returned not long ago, but has indeed been a while. Akechi Kengo said. Do you two know each other? Inspector Kenshi was momentarily taken aback, then said, then I want to introduce you. Akechi Kengo and Inspector Kenshi were in Hokkaido on official business. However, the jeep they borrowed from the local police station suddenly broke down. Seeing that, Inspector Kenshi displayed a helpless expression, saying, we had no choice but to find a place to stay. I have a painting by Master Hayamuro. Akechi Kengo looked at Hayamuro Issei, who suddenly appeared at the door, and sighed. To have the opportunity for close interaction with you is truly beyond my imagination. Indeed. Fujiwara Kyosuke thought for a moment, and as if performing a magic trick, took out an A4 notebook and politely said, may I ask if Master Hayamuro has the time to give me an autograph? I would be happy to oblige. Hayamuro Issei nodded, picked up a pen with his right hand, and signed his name. Fujiwara Kyosuke's eyes narrowed slightly at this sight. He remembered very clearly that in Hayamuro Issei's self-portrait, although he also used his right hand, he surmised that it was a mirrored image painted through glass. In other words, in that self-portrait, Hayamuro Issei was actually holding the pen with his left hand. Perhaps for some reason, he switched to using his right hand. Fujiwara Kyosuke thought as he received the autograph from Hayamuro Issei and thanked him. Fujiwara-kun, it's about to start. Owamoto Yusuke's voice came from the entrance. All right, I'm coming over now. Fujiwara Kyosuke replied and invited. This crew is filming behind-the-scenes footage. Would you like to come and see? Sure, Akechi Kengo nodded. The long night can be entertaining. The three of them entered a room. The monitor displayed Kanagawa Rihei sleeping. What is this? Inspector Kenshi frowned at the sight. This could be considered a form of surveillance. He glanced at Akechi Kengo, who shook his head and had to give up. What exactly are you all trying to do? Hayami Rika, such a mechanism exists. Owamoto Yusuke exclaimed in surprise. If they had installed this earlier, what was the point of watching her sleep? If they were going to watch. Cough cough. Everyone have a cup of hot tea to refresh yourselves. Ayatsuji Marina entered with a tray. Ayatsuji-san, thank you. Dongfang Jian smiled gently as he picked up a cup of hot tea. Not at all, it's just a small matter. Ayatsuji Marina casually said, taking a cup of hot tea and handing it to Hayomuro Issei, saying, please enjoy. Hayomuro Issei nodded, accepted the hot tea, and left the room. It seemed he had no interest in the prank segment. So this is the remote control that brings the arrogant actress down into the depths of horror. Owamoto Yusuke held the remote control and started to operate it. By the way, has Akiyama not arrived yet? Biruta Masashi frowned. He might have sneaked off to drink at the restaurant, Nakashima Shioro, who was adjusting the sound equipment, said. Perhaps. Biruta Masashi glanced at his watch. Ayatsuji-san, you should be heading to the annex soon. It takes 20 minutes to get to the annex from here, and it's already 1:50. It's indeed time for you to go. Owamoto Yusuke nodded in agreement after glancing at his watch. Then I will leave first. Ayatsuji Marina picked up the sign prepared for the behind the scenes, smiling as she left the room. Owamoto, is it almost time? Biruta Masashi was eager to start. I've got everything arranged on my end. Nakashima Shioro made an okay gesture. Then let's begin. As Owamoto Yusuke pressed the mechanism button, the screen shook. Off. Fujiwara Kyosuke saw Kanagawa Rihei scream loudly on the screen. What is happening? Look at her expression. Biruta Masashi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Help! Kanagawa Rihei in the footage looked extremely flustered. Help, is anyone there? She ran into the hallway shouting. Help! Bang! A vase beside Kanagawa Rihei suddenly shattered, and Biruta Masashi and Owamoto Yusuke in the room burst into gleeful laughter. As expected, it wasn't interesting at all. Fujiwara Kyosuke lost interest and prepared to return to his room to sleep. So boring. Inspector Kinshi shook his head, noting how low the entertainment industry's bottom line truly was. Let's go back and sleep, Akechi Kingo suggested. Wait. Fujiwara Kyosuke suddenly turned around, staring intently at the screen. On the screen, a figure in a white kimono wearing a Yasha mask appeared, holding an axe in hand. It looked exactly like the legendary Yukiyasha. Who was that person? Biruta Masashi stroked his chin, sounding somewhat puzzled. It might be Ayatsuji-san, Hayami Rika speculated. Did she not just go to the annex? No. Fujiwara Kyosuke shook his head. She left at 1:50, and it's only 2:02 now. Oh, it's a 20-minute drive. She should still be on the road right now. Akechi Kingo squinted slightly, staring at the screen. He saw the Yukiyasha quietly approaching Kanagawa Rihei. Kanagawa Rihei was so panicked that she accidentally fell to the ground, her face pale, as she looked at the approaching Yukiyasha, saying, What are you doing pretending like that? You're just trying to scare people, right? Stop it already. The Yukiyasha ignored Kanagawa Rihei's words, raised the axe, and swung down. Off. In the main hall, as everyone watched the Snow Knight demon getting closer to Kanari Rihue, their faces changed color. Notify Ayatsuji-san and ask her to hurry over. Biruta Masashi stroked his chin, his expression serious. Understood. Hikari Shiro quickly dialed the phone, but only got a busy tone. We can't reach her for now, or it might be due to the blizzard disrupting the signal. Hikari Shiro said, putting down the phone, his expression growing anxious. Useless. Akechi Kinzo said, even if we get through, it'll take at least 10 minutes to arrive. And off. With a scream from Kanari Rihue, the Snow Knight demon cleanly split her head with an axe, blood gushing out, and she instantly lost her breath. The Snow Knight demon simply turned away calmly. The bloody scene left everyone present speechless. No. It can't be, this isn't real. Someone swallowed hard, their throat dry. Oh. Several timid staff members screamed in terror. The terrified screams echoed throughout the main hall. Damn it. Looking at the gruesome scene of Kanari Rihue, Fujiwara Kyosuke felt frustrated. Opening the spatial passage required 3 minutes, which was far too slow. In the past, whenever he arrived at a location, it took some time to open all the spatial passages. This time, with Conan and Kendaichi not present, he thought no case would occur, and thus had become somewhat complacent. He looked at the Snow Knight demon on the screen, experiencing the emotion of anger for the first time. He moved. Demon Yusaku pointed at the screen. The Snow Knight demon halted, quickly turned around, and swiftly destroyed the monitoring camera set up by the crew. The screen instantly went dark. The camera has been destroyed. Biruta Masashi, shocked, didn't even notice the cigarette falling from his hand. Hayami Reika covered her mouth, unable to believe what she was seeing. Look! Demon Yusaku pointed at the outdoor surveillance camera. It's Ayatsuji's car. Hikari, get in touch with her. Biruta Masashi shouted. Yes. Hikari Shiro dialed the number again, and this time the call connected smoothly. Ayatsuji-san, this is Hikari Shiro. Hikari Shiro hurriedly summarized the situation. What? On the other end of the line, Ayatsuji Marinai appeared extremely shocked, saying, You mean Miss Rihue has been attacked? Is this true? In any case, hurry up and get Miss Rihue. Oh. Hikari Shiro had not finished speaking when the phone was snatched away by Akechi Kinzo, his calm voice reaching Ayatsuji Marinai's ears. Please turn the car around immediately and return to the main hall, ignoring anyone else. What are you doing? Hikari Shiro questioned. Inspector Akechi is my friend. You should understand the value of the term inspector. Fujiwara Kyosuke explained briefly, then looked at Akechi Kinzo, saying, There's another minibus here. Let's go directly there. We should run into Ayatsuji-san on the way. All right. Akechi Kinzo hung up the phone, nodded, and addressed everyone. Just now a murder occurred right before our eyes, and now it's the job of our police department. The police department, the police department. Hikari Shiro looked at the unexpectedly young Akechi Kinzo in astonishment. Police Chief Kenshi was driving everyone towards the other hall, and they indeed encountered Ayatsuji Marinai, who was returning. Ayatsuji Marinai left her small car and joined the others towards the other hall. Fujiwara Kyosuke was deep in thought, feeling that there were crucial clues he had overlooked. What a strange feeling. Standing once again in the corridor of the other hall, Fujiwara Kyosuke immediately noticed that the self-portrait had been replaced with another painting. He couldn't understand why the Snow Knight demon would take away that self-portrait. Was it really necessary to kill for theft? Inside the room, the fire in the fireplace blazed brightly, gradually raising the temperature in the room. Akechi Kinzo stood by the window looking at the blizzard outside, saying, "In this weather we can't leave. Whether it's the murderer or us, we are all trapped by this blizzard. Isn't this also called a locked room?" Hayami Reika seemed very interested, sitting beside Fujiwara Kyosuke and speaking with a hint of expectation. Being trapped in a locked room by heavy snow does feel a bit romantic. Fujiwara Kyosuke twitched the corner of his eye. "Hayami-san, you were just crying out of fear a moment ago, and now you seem to have changed completely. Just call me Reika. Although I was a bit scared at first thinking of you here, I'm not afraid anymore," Hayami Reika said with a smile. Fujiwara Kyosuke felt somewhat helpless about her excessive confidence. Currently, aside from the missing self-portrait, he had no leads at all. "Fujiwara-can, haven't you heard that women always have two faces?" Ayatsuji Marinai leaned forward with a hint of a smile, appearing unfazed by the murder case. "Two faces." Fujiwara Kyosuke shrugged. Girls nowadays were quite bold. "Enough already." Demon Yusaku's face turned slightly pale. "Now is not the time to be talking about love and romance. Mr. Police Officer, you aren't suggesting that the Snow Knight demon is among us, are you?" "The murderer must be Akashi," Dango-ken affirmed. "That guy has never shown up." "If that's the case," Hayami Reika said, "yesterday Mr. Akashi was caught drinking secretly by Miss Rihue, and he was severely scolded. You all heard that, right?" Maeda Kaori nodded. "She really scolded him fiercely." "I definitely heard it," Dango-ken nodded. "So this is his motive." "Speaking of motives, Dango-san, you aren't without a reason either." Demon Yusaku mocked. "Aren't you often pampered by Miss Rihue?" Dango-ken frowned slightly at Demon Yusaku's words. "Yes." Baruta Masashi smiled slightly and said, "I heard that you had a huge disagreement over whether to purchase accident insurance, which led to a fight, and you even broke up in the end. Am I wrong? Could it be an insurance fraud case?" Hikari Shiro speculated. "TCH." Dango-ken scoffed. "I heard that Hikari-san was often bullied by Rihue when he just started his job. Isn't that also a motive?" "In that case, Director, you are the same." "What?" Baruta Masashi's expression changed as he pointed at Demon Yusaku, saying, "What do you mean? I have no dark secrets for you to gossip about. Weren't you yelled at by Rihue, and thus your program was taken down?" Demon Yusaku said dismissively, "Isn't it quite normal to harbor resentment from that? That was because there was an emergency task, and I voluntarily took down my program." Baruta Masashi hurriedly explained, but from his flustered tone, it was clear that Demon Yusaku's words were not unfounded. "Let's not discuss motives for now." Fujiwara Kyosuke interrupted their mutual blame. He had realized that aside from Hayami Reika, Ayatsuji Marinai, and Maeda Kaori, everyone else in the crew had some level of conflict with Kanari Rihue. However, in his view, these conflicts were not enough to drive the true murderer to take risks. Akechi Kinzo turned around, surveyed everyone, and said, "Please share your alibis. I remember that at the time of Kanari Rihue's murder, in front of the monitor were Mr. Baruta Mr. Hikari Mr. Demon Ms. Hayami Ms. Maeda and Fujiwara-san. Let's exclude the two of us for now, the others. Mr. Police Officer." Dango-ken showed a look of disdain. "I have no interest in accompanying them for some beneath-the-belt behind-the scenes, so I went straight back to my room to sleep." "Nanny," Baruta Masashi said unhappily. "Who are you calling beneath the belt? That was work. Is that clear?" "Sorry, I was rude," Dango-ken said apologetically, but his expression remained dismissive. "I should have been on my way to the other hall at that time." Ayatsuji Marinai spoke up as the two were about to argue. "Ayatsuji is definitely innocent," Maeda Kaori asserted. "At that time she was driving, and the drive took 20 minutes. It had only been 10 minutes since she left." "Oh, I see." Akechi Kinzo nodded, looking at the silent Himuro Issei, and asked, "Excuse me, Master Himuro, could you also share your alibi?" Upon hearing Akechi Kinzo's question, Himuro Issei fell silent for a moment before saying, "At that time I held the hot tea that Miss Ayatsuji sent and drank it after returning to my room. Before long I started to feel a bit drowsy." Tsuyama Reika blinked puzzled and said, "Generally speaking, drinking hot tea should invigorate one, right?" Everyone's expressions turned somewhat unnatural at Tsuyama Reika's words. The reactions of those present caught Tsuyama Reika's attention, and she asked in confusion, "Did I say something wrong?" No one answered her question, and for a moment the room was filled only with the sound of the burning charcoal fire. Fujiwara Kyosuke also remained silent, casting a veiled glance at Ayatsuji Marina, deep in thought. Bang! The door swung open, and the gruff voice of Inspector Kenji Kenshi came through. "Oh, indeed. This is Hokkaido. The winter snow is truly unbearable." He took off his hat and walked in. "You've worked hard," Akechi Kinzo said with a smile. "What was the outcome?" "I went to the village to inquire and heard some very interesting testimonies." "Interesting." Fujiwara Kyosuke slightly raised his head and looked over. "I brought them here. It's best you ask them in person," Inspector Kenji Kenshi stated. I'll go right away. Akechi Kinzo stood up and looked at Fujiwara Kyosuke Fujiwara-kun. Fujiwara Kyosuke nodded and followed him out. In another room, crackle. The firewood burned brightly and fog began to form on the glass. Fujiwara Kyosuke stood by the window wiping the fog from the glass and gazing towards the distant valley. Will-o'-the-wisp. Akechi Kinzo instinctively countered upon hearing the villager's testimony. It can't be wrong. A villager wearing a hat asserted that was definitely a will-o'-the-wisp. It was around 2 in the morning when I got up to relieve myself. I inadvertently glanced outside the window and was startled. The villager in the hat said, still shaken, there was indeed a will-o'-the-wisp by the valley. Could it be the Yukiana? Another villager with a mustache said with a worried expression. Perhaps. The villager in the hat turned pale and began to tremble involuntarily. A lantern of the Yukiana. The bald villager frowned deeply. Something terrifying is about to happen. The Yukiana. Akechi Kinzo murmured and turned to the villagers asking, may I ask what exactly is the Yukiana you speak of? Indeed, we need to know all the details about the legends of the Yukiana in this village. Fujiwara Kyosuke said without turning his head. He felt that the Yukiana was a symbol of revenge. Otherwise it would be too extreme to decapitate someone like, but if the murderer harbored a deep hatred for Kinari Rihei, then it would make sense. I understand now. The villager in the hat sighed and began to recount. The village of Hakuin was established during the Meiji era by pioneers. It was very poor at that time, so human trafficking was common in that era. On a snowy night, a girl who had been sold returned to the village holding a baby. She wore thin clothing and knocked on doors because the villagers feared human traffickers. No one was willing to let this runaway woman into their homes. Not even a cup of hot water was offered to her. Her family had already sold her, so they were even less likely to let her back home. Fujiwara Kyosuke fell silent, understanding what would happen next. Akechi Kinzo and Inspector Kinshi also fell silent. Putting aside the legend of the Yukiana, this story was indeed true. Later the baby perished from hunger and cold. What a sad story. Inspector Kinshi sighed, unsure of what to say next. The girl left behind a curse and vanished into the heavy snow. Since then it has been said that whenever it snows heavily in this village, a woman transforms into the Yukiana to kill the villagers. Fujiwara Kyosuke slightly nodded, confirming it was a story of revenge. It is said that the Yukiana continues to kill until the snow stops. After saying this, the elder fell silent. A woman's scream came from outside. Fujiwara Kyosuke and the others hurried out only to see Ayatsuji Marina kneeling at the entrance, her head covered in snow. Ayatsuji-san, are you okay? Fujiwara Kyosuke rushed to her side and squatted down. Ayatsuji Marina clung to Fujiwara Kyosuke, trembling all over. She stammered, I left something in the car. When I went to get it. And then. She was somewhat incoherent, collapsing in Fujiwara Kyosuke's arms and pointing at the door. Is there someone in the car? Inspector Kinshi asked. No. Ayatsuji Marina exclaimed, springing up from Fujiwara Kyosuke's embrace, her face pale, and said it's inside the snowman. Snowman. Fujiwara Kyosuke and the others dashed out into the wind and snow. What is this? The three widened their eyes, staring at the horrifying scene before them. They saw a person half covered by snow with the other half exposed, holding a few blades of grass in his hand, looking like he had been dead for some time. It was none other than the long-missing photographer who was even considered the murderer, Akashi Michio. It's Mr. Akashi. The others who had just come out recognized Akashi Michio and immediately displayed shocked expressions. Fujiwara Kyosuke looked at Akashi Michio's corpse, and a sense of foreboding filled his heart. As long as the snow continued to fall, people would continue to die. At the entrance, the three girls and the villagers watched this scene together. Ayatsuji Marina trembled as she said, when I was about to get my things, I suddenly saw some snow falling off the snowman, revealing something inside. Out of curiosity, I walked over and found. What kind of grass is this? Fujiwara Kyosuke looked at the dried grass in Akashi Michio's hand, feeling it could be a crucial clue, otherwise the deceased wouldn't have clutched it so tightly. This is fodder. The villager in the hat stepped forward and said it's used to feed cattle and horses. Could Akashi have been? Kushiro glanced at Yusaku at the door and retorted, I think he committed suicide. After all, there are 2 detectives plus Fujiwara-kun here. Catching him would just be a matter of time. So does that mean the one who killed Rihei is him? Takada-kin looked around. Do you think there might be a suicide note or something left near? Impossible. Akechi Kinzo, after examining the corpse, stated firmly, the perpetrator who harmed Kinari Rihei is absolutely not him. Akashi Michio had been dead for at least 12 hours. He glanced at his watch and said it's now 1210, which means Akashi Michio died before Kinari Rihei. Oh. The elder suddenly widened his eyes, his face filled with terror. It's the Yukiana. The Yukiana has appeared. The Yukiana. Several villagers chanted like a mantra, it's the Yukiana, it's the Yukiana. In an instant, an image of a woman dressed in a kimono, wearing a sinister mask, holding a child in her left hand, and wielding an axe in her right, deeply etched itself in everyone's minds. She resembled a vengeful spirit ready to reap lives, rampaging through the snow-laden Hakuin village. Inside the villa, in a warm room, Akechi Kinzo was sequentially questioning the three about their alibis. I would like to ask, what was your alibi during the time when Kinari Rihei was killed, specifically at Tuvodu? Takada-kin fell silent for a moment and said, I was in my room preparing my lines because it was my turn for the next scene. I was responsible for carrying the scare you prop, so I was driving towards the annex in front of Miss Rihei. Just as Mayada Karen had stated, Ayatsuji Marina had impeccable alibis. Next is the painter Hayomura Issei. Akechi Kinzo looked at Inspector Kenji Kenshi and said please bring him over. Meanwhile, Fujiwara Kyosuke was watching the playback of the Yukiana committing the crime with Tsuyama Reika and Kushiro beside him. Fujiwara-kin, the Yukiana might have damaged the camera because it captured him, Tsuyama Reika said, looking at Fujiwara Kyosuke with a puzzled expression. The Yukiana was wearing a mask, none of us saw his appearance. Was there really a need for him to damage the camera? Fujiwara Kyosuke frowned slightly and muttered, moreover, when we arrived that self-portrait of Mr. Hayomura was, this is what puzzles me, why would the Yukiana take that painting? Ice Room 1 Saint. Fujiwara Kyosuke's eyes lit up as he asked, by the way, does anyone know why Mr. Hayomura always wears a mask and sunglasses? I know, Fujiwara-kin. Hayami Reika smiled and said, I heard it was due to a plane accident that occurred 10 years ago. Miraculously, a few people survived and Mr. Hayomura was one of them. I think I've heard that too, responded Ishiro. Although he survived, his burns were extremely severe, it's likely he wears that to cover. That's just one of the reasons, Hayami Reika explained. He has always been averse to communicating with others. Mr. Hayomura made waves in the world from a young age due to his genius painting skills, yet he loathed socializing and avoided public appearances. Not only that, but he even refused to have his photograph published in magazines. No wonder I've never seen Mr. Hayomura in any magazine. Fujiwara Kyosuke shook his head, pondering why all artists have such quirks. That Kobayashi Seiji likes to paint corpses, and the curator would rather turn into a hellish demon for the sake of art. Mr. Hayomura is no exception. He appears aloof, yet deep down he is a person with autism. I heard that even those who know what Mr. Hayomura truly looks like are few and far between. That's why the self-portrait hanging in the gallery is valued at 50 million. After hearing this, Fujiwara Kyosuke nodded, realizing that these artists indeed have their issues. Suddenly, Fujiwara Kyosuke caught a glimpse of something on a screen. Wait. He reached out to stop Hishiro, who was about to speed up, pointing at one of the monitors. Zoom in a bit. Oh, okay. Hishiro quickly adjusted the settings, and a scene appeared on the monitor. Through the window in the footage, a bright light flickered in the snowstorm, and the source of the light was in the direction of the river valley. Is that the ghost fire? Fujiwara Kyosuke recalled what the villager with the hat had said. The ghost fire he mentioned should be the bright light on the monitor. Ghost fire. The two exclaimed in surprise. Fujiwara Kyosuke gazed at the screen, nodding. A villager said he saw the ghost fire last night. It seems it wasn't just his nerves playing tricks or some optical illusion. What kind of light is it? Hishiro frowned slightly. Never mind, let's go check it out first. Fujiwara Kyosuke spoke calmly. Though he suspected the culprit was that person, he wondered how she could cross the insurmountable divide between the main building and the annex in such a short time. On the mountain road, the car moved slowly. It seems that's where the ghost fire appeared, said the villager wearing a hat, pointing to a spot in the river valley. That should be the back of the Ice River Police Chief. Kenshi glanced around and recognized the place. Yes, although the distance between the river valleys narrows here, there is still about 5 meters between both sides. Fujiwara Kyosuke faced the wind and snow, approached the edge, and looked down to see the rushing river. And that 5-meter gap was indeed an insurmountable chasm for an ordinary person. Should we go check down by the river valley? Police Chief Kenshi suggested. That sounds good. Fujiwara Kyosuke nodded and asked, do you have any ropes? Going down by yourself is quite dangerous. Ayatsuji Marina couldn't help but interject. Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Ayatsuji-san, we'll be careful. Got it here. Hishiro took a rope from the trunk and tossed it to Police Chief Kenshi. After tying the rope to the railing, Fujiwara Kyosuke and Hishiro descended along the rope. With a light leap, Fujiwara Kyosuke landed steadily on the ground before anyone could react. As expected of a magician, your skills are impressive. The clumsy Police Chief Kenshi also managed to land safely. The water flow here is even more rapid than I imagined. Police Chief Kenshi frowned as he approached the stream, crouching down to search for clues. Reika, Ayatsuji Marina's worried voice rang out again. Fujiwara Kyosuke instinctively looked up, seeing Hayami Reika hanging onto the rope, the wind blowing her hair up her pretty face, showing a hint of nervousness. It was clear she wanted to help, but her abilities seemed insufficient. Today's idols are really out of control, Police Chief, as expected of Reika with 2 faces. Fujiwara Kyosuke looked at Hayami Reika and couldn't help but laugh. What? I just wanted to help you guys. Hayami Reika waved her arm in annoyance. Just after saying this, she lost her grip on the rope and fell straight down. She landed right in Fujiwara Kyosuke's arms. Oh, Fujiwara-kin. Hayami Reika was initially startled, but realized she was in Fujiwara Kyosuke's arms, her face instantly flushing, as she spoke softly, I really came to help. Okay, I know. Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled helplessly. This girl was indeed interesting. Am I heavy? Not heavy, at most 40 kilograms, Police Chief Kenshi remarked, watching from the side, his eyes twitching. Ooh, were they here to investigate or to flirt? I say, Fujiwara, have you two hugged enough? Oh. Hayami Reika exclaimed, quickly jumping out of Fujiwara Kyosuke's embrace, though her eyes still couldn't help but glance at him. Hey, what's that? Hayami Reika's peripheral vision caught sight of a rope. Police Chief Kenshi quickly picked it up with a long rope. Hayami Reika frowned slightly. What use is this? What use? The moment Fujiwara Kyosuke saw the rope, he recalled the previous fodder and ghost fire, and a flash of inspiration struck his mind. He looked up at the 5-meter chasm, a confident smile appearing on his lips. So that's it. What a clever method. When everyone returned to the main building, Akechi Kengo was eagerly waiting. Fujiwara-kin. Akechi Kingo handed over the materials he had, saying, "I got the documents regarding the plane crash, Mr. Hayomuro and the others were involved in 10 years ago from the police department. This is a fax copy." Fujiwara Kyosuke took the documents and was met with a photo of 3 people. The individuals in the photo were Akashi Michio, Hiruta Masashi, and Kana Ri. Fujiwara Kyosuke squinted his eyes, quickly scanning through the list. When he saw a name, his pupils contracted slightly, and he couldn't help but move his finger. At that moment, all the puzzles were solved. "Sai, am I really going to stop her?" Fujiwara Kyosuke questioned him. "Forget it. I'm just a mortal, not a saint. Even if I have to arrest her, let her fulfill her obsession, even though her family might not want her to do so." Fujiwara Kyosuke set down the materials and said calmly, "So the next potential victim should be Hiruta Masashi." Akechi Kingo confirmed with conviction and rushed out towards Hiruta Masashi's room, with Fujiwara Kyosuke and police chief Kenshi closely following. When the 3 arrived at Hiruta Masashi's door, they found several blood-stained Sandian bills scattered on the ground. Akechi Kingo, upon seeing this, immediately burst through the door, discovering the already deceased Hiruta Masashi. "Kenshi-can, please gather everyone in the living room." Akechi Kingo believed he had found the murderer and was prepared to unveil the truth in his heart. In the living room, everyone took their seats, and Police Chief Kenshi asked, "Is it okay not to call Mr. Hayomuro because Mr. Hayomuro isn't in this villa?" Akechi Kingo said with a confident smile. "Oh." Police Chief Kenshi looked confused. "Then who was in the studio?" "That was just an imposter," Akechi Kingo asserted. "How could that be?" Hayami Reika looked puzzled, turning to Fujiwara Kyosuke and asking Fujiwara-can, "What's going on?" Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled and said, "Do you remember that self-portrait?" Everyone nodded, and Akechi Kingo did not elaborate further, temporarily handing the stage to Fujiwara Kyosuke. "Look at this painting." Fujiwara Kyosuke used a remote control to turn on the monitor in the room. The monitor displayed this. "I felt something was off about this painting from the first glance, especially after seeing his buttons. The buttons and the buttonholes are reversed." Hayami Reika indeed showed a bit of detective potential, spotting the anomaly right away. "Yes, Reika is right. Mr. Hayomuro painted this self-portrait while looking in the mirror." Hayami Reika looked at the image of Mr. Hayomuro holding the paintbrush with his right hand and instinctively said, "So the real Mr. Hayomuro is left hand." "Oh, I remember when I asked for his signature, he seemed to use his right hand." Fujiwara Kyosuke nodded with a smile. "Truly, exactly." Akechi Kingo nodded. "And when Kana Ri was murdered, he had no alibi. He could have used the rope you found to traverse between the main building and the annex in a very short time. I'm afraid he reflected on the window and discovered the secret of the self-portrait, which led to such actions. Then what could—" In the living room, Akechi Kinji took out the fax and presented it to everyone. The true Isumi Issei had unfortunately perished in the plane crash 10 years ago. The journalists, including Bairushin, who had rushed to the scene for an interview after the accident, learned of this matter and were seized by greed, prompting one of them to impersonate Isumi Issei. Their goal was to acquire Mr. Isumi's paintings and assets. But why would the impersonator of Mr. Isumi kill his companion? Akitatsu Marina inquired. Hayami Reika speculated perhaps there was a dispute among companions. If that's the case. Akagi Shiro interjected, "Mr. Bairushin and Mr. Akashi hardly work, yet when it comes time to shoot a film, they don't even seek sponsorship, yet they have ample funding. As for the specifics, let's ask him directly." Akechi Kinji stood up and addressed everyone. "Shall we all go together in the final moments?" Everyone nodded, rising to follow Akechi Kinji to the painting studio. "Mr. Isumi, please open the door." Akechi Kinji knocked on the door, but it was eerily silent inside. There's no other option. Inspector Kinshi arrived at the door and kicked open the locked door. Upon entering the room, they found the fake Isumi Issei sitting motionless in front of the easel with several pills scattered on the floor. His hands hung limply and the paintbrush had fallen to the ground. A bright red stain was prominently visible on the pure white canvas. "He's already dead." Inspector Kinshi checked for a pulse and said heavily. "Inspector." Akitatsu Marina suddenly pointed at the key on the floor and said, "Look at this." Akechi Kinji picked up the key, murmuring, "Is this the key to this room? If it was locked from the inside, that means—" Inspector Kinshi pointed at the pills on the floor. The group found a suicide note on the table. "I'm sorry for the trouble I caused everyone. The 3 murders that occurred in this villa were committed by me." Inspector Kinshi noticed that the man's wig had been removed, revealing an unfamiliar face. Akechi Kinji read aloud the content of the note. "My real name is Mizunuma Takao. I was responsible for the interview alongside Bairushin and others, mainly handling makeup work. 10 years ago, Akashi, Bairushin, and the then unknown Gana were stranded at the accident site by chance. We planned to sell the footage of this accident to a television station at a high price and went to the scene with a light heart. Later we discovered the corpse of Isumi Issei at the scene." Inspector Kinshi found the costume and mask used for impersonating the Snow Yasha in the cabinet. It seems that upon realizing we had noticed the self-portrait, he felt he could no longer hide and resorted to this extreme measure to end it all. Akechi Kinji looked at Inspector Kinshi and said, "Contact the Tokyo headquarters immediately." "Understood." Inspector Kinshi nodded and went out to make the call. With the phone call concluded, it marked a pause in this case. Midnight. Fujiwara Kyosuke walked alone on the snowy mountain road, searching for the artifact mentioned by Koizumi Akiko. "Fujiwara-kun." A woman's voice called out to him. "Is that Akitatsu-san?" Fujiwara Kyosuke replied with a gentle smile, "Aren't you going to rest so late?" I can't sleep. Akatatsu Marina looked somewhat lost. Akatatsu-san, relax a bit. There are still many days ahead, and your mother wouldn't want you to continue like this. Fujiwara Kyosuke comforted her, knowing the burden this girl carried. One could even imagine that every midnight the girl dreams of her mother tragically dying beneath the wreckage of the plane, while those four scoundrels discuss how to divide Isumi Issei's assets. They ignored the little girl's pleas, even kicking her aside. They could have saved her mother. Although Fujiwara Kyosuke had never experienced the despair of witnessing his mother die, he could understand it to some extent. Fujiwara-san. Akatatsu Marina, hearing Fujiwara Kyosuke's words, burst into tears, murmuring, "You knew all along, didn't you? When I saw your confident smile in the valley, I knew you understood everything. Why didn't you speak the truth earlier? Letting the police inspector take the spotlight like that, is it really okay? Do you think in Akatatsu-san's heart I'm someone who likes to steal the limelight?" Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled slightly and sighed. "Akatatsu-san, do you know which novel I like the most?" Akatatsu Marina shook her head, looking somewhat confused. "Murder on the Orient Express," Fujiwara Kyosuke said. "I think in the final moments when 12 lives were at stake, Hercule Poirot was truly impressive. As for you, I might feel pity. I really can't imagine how you've endured all these years at just 10 years old. I know Fujiwara-kun is actually very kind. I realized this last year in London when I saw you carrying that elderly scavenger." Akatatsu Marina lowered her head and said softly, "Actually, I would prefer to be identified as the murderer by you, Fujiwara-kun. I'm sorry, I believe Akachi-san's reasoning is correct and flawless." Fujiwara Kyosuke said with a smile. "I want to hear your reasoning, Fujiwara-kun. Genuine reasoning, is that all right?" Akatatsu Marina said with a complex smile. "I truly want to hear it once on site and not on television." "All right." Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled faintly. "Let me begin by reasoning how you crossed that 5-meter gap in just a few minutes. I'm all ears. On the night before Ganari was killed, you drove out while everyone was asleep and went to the narrowest part of it." Fujiwara Kyosuke paused and said, "If I remember correctly, that night a blizzard raged and the temperature was at least minus 20 degrees Celsius. You tied several ropes to the railings on both sides of the canyon. This is quite a time-consuming task, so you must have prepared it days in advance, right? Please continue." Akatatsu Marina nodded with a smile. "The blizzard made visibility extremely low here even during the day, so you weren't afraid of the ropes being discovered. Then you spread out the branches and fodder you had previously hidden on the ropes and covered them with a layer of snow. By pouring river water over it, the snow soaked with river water instantly solidified into hard ice in the minus 20-degree cold easily, forming an ice bridge. As for Akashi Michio, I suspect he accidentally discovered this ice bridge. In a moment of desperation, you struck him from behind with a shovel. Then all you had to do was spread another layer of fodder, douse it with gasoline, and set fire to burn the ice bridge. That is the mystery of the demon fire." After Fujiwara Kyosuke finished, he asked, "Do I need to say the rest? Let me handle it." Akatatsu Marina shook her head and said, "I made Mizunuma Takao drink poison coffee. After killing him, I typed a suicide note using the typewriter on the desk. Then I took the key to the dining room, pretended to be nonchalant, and listened to Inspector Akachi's reasoning. After that, I came with all of you to the painting studio. As everyone's attention was on the corpse, I gently tossed the room key onto the carpet, completing this locked-room murder case." After saying all this, both of them fell into silence. After a long while, "Akatatsu-san, for your mother's sake," Fujiwara Kyosuke said. "I think she must have said the same to you before passing away. I understand now, Fujiwara. Living well is the best gratitude for me." Fujiwara Kyosuke waved with a smile and walked into the valley against the... So there really are magical artifacts. In the depths of the valley, Fujiwara Kyosuke looked at the doll in front of him with an expression of surprise. This is an ice-type and soul-type magical artifact that can create powerful blizzards and inject spiritual energy into the storm, amplifying the inner fears of others infinitely. Fujiwara Kyosuke put away the doll and took out the anywhere door from his personal space, instantly returning to his room. Learning from experience, the spatial magic of teleportation has certain limitations for him at this stage. He still cannot sense spatial nodes instantly for direct teleportation. Therefore, the anywhere door holds great significance for him at this stage. He returned to his room to rest, and a night passed. Early the next morning, police personnel from the Metropolitan Police Department arrived by helicopter to take away the bodies of the 4 deceased. After bidding farewell to Fujiwara Kyosuke, Aizawa Kenji and Inspector Kenji left with the police personnel. At the entrance of the mansion, "Fujiwara-kun, I'm preparing to take the university entrance exam, trying out a warm campus life, and seeing if it can wash away the darkness in my heart," Ayatsuji Marina said with a smile, dragging her luggage as she bid farewell to Fujiwara Kyosuke. "That's true, Ayatsuji-san is only 20, the perfect age to enjoy campus life." Upon hearing the news of Ayatsuji Marina's change, Fujiwara Kyosuke appeared very pleased. "Fujiwara-kun." Ayatsuji Marina took off her glasses, revealing a charming face that rivaled Muri Rand's, and smiled. "I'm planning to apply to Todo University, hoping to see Fujiwara-san there in the future." "Okay, I will do my best." Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled helplessly. This advice was of no use to him. He needed to tell this long year. "Thank you, Fujiwara-kun. Besides my parents, you are the third person who has brought warmth to me." Ayatsuji Marina gently hugged Fujiwara Kyosuke before leaving, taking with her a sense of relief and a hint of longing from this sorrowful place. "Fujiwara-kun." Hayami Reika approached Fujiwara Kyosuke with a cheerful stride and said with a grin, "I knew Fujiwara-kun wouldn't be so heartless." You could tell Fujiwara Kyosuke was genuinely surprised. This girl truly had a talent for being a detective, at least stronger than Uncle Mori's perception. Of course. Hayami Reika said, slightly smug. I started to suspect her when Ayatsuji-san discovered Akashi Michio's body and Mizunuma Takio provided his alibi. Oh, I just didn't know the specific method she used to cross that 5-meter distance. Then I found a 10-year-old girl named Kuzunos Marina and that information, and with that half-true half-fake suicide note, I confirmed the real reason for her committing murder. It must have been very painful, watching her loved ones die before her eyes with no way to help. The only 4 people who could assist her stood by and did nothing because of their greed. Hayami Reika's face suddenly turned pale, as if she recalled something painful, covering her head in distress before slipping and fainting in Fujiwara Kyosuke's arms. Fujiwara Kyosuke furrowed his brow slightly. That feeling could not be mistaken. It was likely the brain's self-protective mechanism against memories of fear. The brain sealed away the extremely painful experiences the host had gone through deep within memory. Generally, this memory would not be awakened, but if similar situations occur, or if one feels the same pain in others, deep memories might be activated. At this time, the brain naturally would kick in to prevent the resurfacing of those deep memories. The struggle between the two sides led to Hayami Reika's fainting. Fainting is also a protective measure by the brain for the host. Fujiwara Kyosuke held the girl and went to the living room. Fujiwara, what happened to Miss Hayami? Hibishiro appeared somewhat anxious. Oh, it's nothing. She seems a bit tired as she fell asleep while chatting with me, Fujiwara Kyosuke said with a smile. I see. Hibishiro patted his chest, relieved, and said, I'm sorry to have made you worry. To use a saying from the Celestial Empire, once bitten by a snake, I'm afraid of the well rope for 10 years. He suddenly blurted out a phrase from the Celestial Empire, and he said it very correctly. It's human nature. Fujiwara Kyosuke responded in the same manner. I didn't expect Fujiwara also liked Celestial Empire culture. Hibishiro's eyes lit up as he began chatting with Fujiwara Kyosuke. Through their conversation, Fujiwara Kyosuke learned that Hibishiro's mother is from the Celestial Empire and has loved it since childhood, often traveling there. The two enjoyed a pleasant conversation, exchanged phone numbers, and agreed to travel to the Celestial Empire together next year. Next year? Fujiwara Kyosuke's eyes twitched. This so-called next year went directly from 1991 to 2021. After a while, Hayami Reika woke up and Fujiwara Kyosuke made a kind lie about her being too tired. Hayami Reika, being naturally cheerful, didn't dwell on why she fainted. Fujiwara, can please keep an eye out for the package in a while, Hayami Reika said with a smile as she was about to leave. Fujiwara Kyosuke was taken aback. Yes, Fujiwara, you must not forget. Hayami Reika said with a serious expression, reminding him once more. Fujiwara Kyosuke was amused by her little expression and quickly assured, I won't forget. That's good. After Hayami Reika left, Fujiwara Kyosuke also activated the anywhere door to return home. The journey to the ice village finally came to an end. 3 days later, at the Muri Detective Agency. Thank you all for waiting. The host's voice came from the television. Today's best idol is Miss Hayami Reika. On the screen, Hayami Reika appeared in an orangered outfit with light makeup, her delicate face shining brilliantly in front of the camera. Wow, Miss Reika, Muri Kagoro exclaimed. Fujiwara Kyosuke lowered his voice. Isn't Uncle's idol? Uncle has 2 idols. Naturally, the first is Miss Yoko, while this Miss Reika is his second idol, Conan said, rolling his eyes languidly. After cracking the library incident yesterday, he returned home and drank all the shochu in one go. Just as he was about to restore his high school student appearance, the harsh reality slapped him hard. The shochu not only failed to restore him, but instead caused him to suffer from a hangover all day. This led to his current extreme lethargy. This case was indeed thrilling. The host said with a sighing tone. I'm sorry for making everyone worry. Hayami Reika winked at the screen, looking extremely playful. So cute. Muri Kagoro howled like a wolf. By the way, did you let the culprit escape? Conan questioned instantly, noticing something strange about the case. He didn't believe that Fujiwara Kyosuke could be oblivious to the underlying issues. This was the judgment made by Inspector Aizawa. What could a mere magician like me say? Fujiwara Kyosuke shrugged, helplessly shifting the blame to Aizawa Kenji. Just tell me, what was it for? Conan shot him a glare, not believing that Fujiwara Kyosuke would care about an inspector. Sigh. Where does a kid get so much curiosity? Fujiwara Kyosuke ruffled Conan's head. TCH, I could guess even if you didn't say. Conan dodged Fujiwara Kyosuke's hand and said affirmatively, it must have been the culprit's past that stirred your compassion, and those deceased weren't good people in your eyes. Just like that time on Tsukikage Island, you once again chose to stand by and watch. You're just too soft-hearted, Conan said exasperatedly. If it were him, he would definitely send the true culprit to prison. Even if those people weren't good, it wasn't up to the murderer to judge. Even if there is a grudge, it can be resolved through legal means. Oh, why kill? One cannot deny that Conan is just too naive. Fujiwara Kyosuke shrugged, indifferent to Conan's evaluation. Today is Valentine's Day, Reika. How many chocolates did the host on the screen asked? I don't really like giving Giri Choco, so I only gave away 1. Hayami Reika quickly covered her mouth, her face turning red. Which guy received Miss Reika's affection? Muri Kagoro slammed the table in frustration. Inside the television, the host's expression brightened. It's here. An explosive piece of news. So that means it was who is that lucky man? The host's face displayed an intense curiosity. That damn man, don't let me find out who you are, otherwise I, the great detective Muri Kagoro, will definitely take action against you on behalf of all the male brethren. Muri Kagoro's voice echoed throughout the agency. Daddy. Muri Ran could no longer hold back and punched. Muri Kagoro finally settled down, but he continued to curse that man under his breath. Uncle Muri is really amusing. But I'm also curious, who did Reika give the chocolate to? On the way home, Fujiwara Kyosuke pondered this question. They had been through thick and thin together. Why had he never heard her mention having someone she liked? Kyosuke. As Fujiwara Kyosuke arrived at his doorstep, Professor Agasa called out to him. Doctor, it's not mealtime yet. Fujiwara Kyosuke glanced at his watch. Ever since he tasted the food made by the dimensional gourmet machine, Professor Agasa had fallen in love with the experience of enjoying delicious food. So as long as Fujiwara Kyosuke was home, Professor Agasa would always arrive on time for a meal. Of course, I know I have to wait a bit. Professor Agasa licked his lips and handed Fujiwara Kyosuke a package, saying, "You have a package. The delivery person found you weren't home, so they asked me to pass it on." Package. Fujiwara Kyosuke bid farewell to Professor Agasa and returned home, recalling the scene before Hayami Reika left. It might be from Reika. Fujiwara Kyosuke opened the outer packaging, revealing a pink gift box and a card inside. Chew. For Fujiwara-kun, missing URHRH. Fujiwara Kyosuke tilted his head. The abbreviation for Anoka is K, for Ruriko it is SR, and for Reika it is RH. Wait. Since the legend of the Snow Yasha murder incident concluded, Fujiwara Kyosuke had been staying at home focusing on his cult. He could feel that he had broken through that barrier, and his spiritual power had reached the 6th level, truly becoming one of the powerful figures in this world. Fujiwara Kyosuke took some time to deliver the magical artifact to Koizumi Hanko, and found that she was still trying to break through. According to his estimation, it would take her at least 5 to 6 more months. After visiting Koizumi Hanko, he stopped by to greet Kaido Kuroba at Agatake High School, and also gave him a bamboo. While this thing is really interesting, much easier to use than a glider. Kaido Kuroba fondled the bamboo dragonfly, unable to put it down. This is an improved version that can be used continuously for 15 hours, and then it needs to be charged for 3 hours. What do you use to charge it? Kaido Kuroba examined it closely, looking for a charging port. Fujiwara Kyosuke replied, "You just need to place it in sunlight, and it will charge automatically, ensuring it's environmentally friendly." That's really convenient. By the way, there's also this. Fujiwara Kyosuke handed Kaido Kuroba a hollow cylinder-shaped object about the size of a finger. "What is this?" Kaido Kuroba asked in confusion. "This is called an air cannon. When you put it on your finger and shout bang, it will launch an invisible pressure attack at the enemy." Fujiwara Kyosuke introduced. The air cannon is no less powerful than ordinary firearms, and the most important thing is that it will only cause temporary unconsciousness without any harm, perfectly suitable for you, the modern-day Robin Hood. Really? Kaido Kuroba played with the small object for a while, then put it on his finger and aimed at a large tree, exclaiming. Fujiwara Kyosuke saw an invisible ripple rushing towards the trunk. Bang! A loud noise echoed as the trunk shook and leaves rustled down. Awesome. Kaido Kuroba's expression changed. If that hit him, he would probably have to surrender. "I should get going, say hi to Ao." Fujiwara Kyosuke turned around and waved his hand, leaving gracefully. "Tisk acting so cool." Kaido Kuroba smirked, no longer paying attention to Fujiwara Kyosuke, his gaze shifting to the 2 pieces of equipment with excitement in his eyes. The next day, Fujiwara Kyosuke was reading in his study when the phone rang suddenly. He casually picked up the receiver. "Moshi Moshi, this is the Fujiwara residence." "Young master, this is Ishikawa." The voice of Ishikawa Kataru came from the receiver. "Ishikawa, is there something going on?" Fujiwara Kyosuke put down the book in his hand and asked, "Could it be that there is a problem with the group?" Fujiwara Kyosuke remembered that the development of the group's smartphone was going smoothly and the network architecture was also unimpeded. Moreover, with the cutting-edge technology he exchanged from the system, there shouldn't be any issues. Could it be that other groups are causing trouble? A flash of killing intent appeared in Fujiwara Kyosuke's eyes. Anyone who affected his gaming would have to pay the price. No. Ishikawa Kataru quickly said, "The group's operations are running smoothly, and it is expected that in a few days the young master will be able to use the smartphone to go online." Fujiwara Kyosuke shrugged. "Oh, what's the use of a 2G network? So why did you call me?" "Well, in 3 days the daughter of the Hatamoto family will hold a wedding. Since they don't know your exact address, they sent the invitation to me. I wonder if the young master is interested in attending the ceremony." Hatamoto family. Fujiwara Kyosuke recalled and remembered that this family had some power in the neon world. Although they were somewhat distant from groups like his, they still had significant influence in the communications field. They were also the main partner of the Fujiwara group this time. Ishikawa Kataru hoped that Fujiwara Kyosuke would attend the wedding mainly to let those high society figures get acquainted with the young master of the Fujiwara family. "Oh, got it. You can arrange it," Fujiwara Kyosuke replied nonchalantly. Having been cooped up at home for a while, it would be nice to go out for a change. "Yes, young master." The two chatted for a while longer, and Fujiwara Kyosuke hung up the phone. 3 days later, Fujiwara Kyosuke and Ishikawa Kataru boarded the private plane of the Fujiwara group. "You mean the wedding is on an island?" Fujiwara Kyosuke was slightly taken aback, feeling a bit apprehensive about islands, villas, and lodges. "Yes, young master, the island is called Hatamoto Island, where the ancestors of the Hatamoto family are worshipped. Although the Hatamoto family is not as powerful as the Fujiwara Motoharu Haika and Tachibana families, it is still an ancient family that has been passed down for hundreds of years. For this wedding of the Hatamoto family was Uncle Muri invited." Fujiwara Kyosuke quickly asked, recalling a case that occurred at the Hatamoto family. No, I heard that the current family head Hatamoto Hosaku dislikes detectives, so they didn't invite Mr. Mori. Ishikawa Kitaru thought that Hatamoto Hosaku had a point. Of course he didn't dislike detectives as a profession, he simply thought that Muri Kaguru was a bit uncanny. Whenever he attended a banquet something was bound to happen. That's good to hear. Fujiwara Kyosuke breathed a sigh of relief. He was there to travel and attend the wedding, not to solve. He was not Conan, especially fascinated by unraveling mysteries and reasoning cases. Given the choice, he would rather take Koizumi Hanko and Sakura Ruriko to Hawaii for vacation. Fujiwara-kun, you can't forget about me. Fujiwara Kyosuke was momentarily stunned. Why did Rika's voice appear in his mind? Thinking about it, if Rika were to go along, that wouldn't be so bad either. Fujiwara Kyosuke imagined the three of them in swimsuits, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Ishikawa Kitaru noticed Fujiwara Kyosuke's silly smile and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He recalled the gossip about Fujiwara Kyosuke. Time flies, the young master has reached the age to marry a young lady. The plane gradually descended after Under the guidance of Ishikawa Kitaru, Fujiwara Kyosuke walked towards the hotel. Along the way, Ishikawa Kitaru shared the history of the Hatamoto family and this island. It is said that during the Edo period, the ancestors of the Hatamoto family were granted the rights to this island by the emperor, which have continued to this day. Most of the island is owned by the Hatamoto family, and they have a rule that all family members must hold their weddings on this island. The wedding will be held tomorrow morning. Fujiwara Kyosuke glanced at the schedule and said, "Then I will take a stroll." Fujiwara Kyosuke made a decision and began to wander around with his secretary. He continued wandering until evening, buying some souvenirs as gifts for the Muri family and Dr. Agasa. The next day, a grand wedding was held on the island. At the wedding, many high society figures from Neon could be seen, along with numerous reporters taking pictures outside. Fujiwara Kyosuke pouted. It was a nice wedding, but it felt more like a press conference. Under the grand introduction of Ishikawa Kitaru, Fujiwara Kyosuke, the young master of the Fujiwara family, finally appeared in everyone's view, and all the high-ranking attendees wished to talk and establish a connection with him. The Fujiwara family, the head of the 5 great families in Neon. Moreover, it is the only family in the underworld among the 5 great families, and the label of being mysterious and powerful has been deeply etched in the minds of these high society people. They would never forget the awe in their parents' eyes when they mentioned the Fujiwara family. That's a family that could rival a nation. This was a saying passed down among various families. At first, these science-believing elite didn't believe it, and even scoffed at it, until 10 years ago. That kind of power, that kind of dominance still made them tremble at the thought. Kyosuke, Ishikawa, you both came too. Suzuki Shiro, the head of the Suzuki family, approached, followed by the eldest daughter of the Suzuki family, Suzuki Ayako. Oh, it's Uncle Suzuki and Sister Ayako. Fujiwara Kyosuke greeted with a smile. It's been a while since we last. Ishikawa Kitaru chuckled. Although only a week has passed since the contract was signed, it feels like an eternity. Suzuki Shiro laughed heartily. Maybe it's because I'm getting older and my mind isn't as sharp as it used to be. Fujiwara Kyosuke shrugged. It wasn't that he was getting old, it was just that it had been at least 30 days since they signed a contract. Fujiwara-san, long time no see. Suzuki Ayako, as expected of a noble lady, exhibited impeccable manners. The 4 of them were familiar with each other, and since their families were partners, they naturally formed a small group, eliciting envy from other families. The Suzuki family is really lucky. I heard that the Suzuki family has good relations with that sword saint. Wrong. The one who has a good relationship is Mrs. Suzuki and that magician. Using modern slang, they are best friends. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, the 4 of them took their seats. The wedding lasted until noon, with attendees gradually. Since Fujiwara Kyosuke wanted to enjoy the sea view, he planned to take a cruise ship back. Upon learning this news, the Hatamoto family warmly invited Fujiwara Kyosuke and Ishikawa Kitaru to return to Tokyo on their private cruise. Kyosuke. As soon as Fujiwara Kyosuke boarded the ship, he heard a girl's voice. Ran. Miss Ran. Both Fujiwara Kyosuke and Ishikawa Kitaru's expressions changed simultaneously. The moment Fujiwara Kyosuke saw Muri Ran, he felt unwell. Actually, encountering Muri Ran wasn't a bad thing. With this angel around, he might even gain a stroke of good luck. However, while this angel was present, the Grim Reaper was surely lurking nearby. This was the reason for Fujiwara Kyosuke's sudden change in expression, and Ishikawa Kitaru was no different. His target had simply switched from Conan to the scapegoat Muri Kaguru. Fujiwara Kyosuke's gaze swept past Muri Ran, searching for the Grim Reaper and his father-in-law's figure. Sure enough, Fujiwara Kyosuke saw the big-head doll approaching him along with the sleepy Muri Kaguru. Fujiharani Ishikawa Ajisen, what are you doing here? Conan was somewhat surprised to see Fujiwara Kyosuke here. I came with Ishikawa, invited by the Hatamoto family to attend the wedding of Mr. Hatamoto Takeo and Ms. Hatamoto Natsu. Fujiwara Kyosuke explained briefly, then asked, Ran, weren't you out having fun? How come you're here? This ship belongs to the Hatamoto family, and not just anyone can board it. Especially since the Hatamoto family head Hozo despises detectives, it was impossible for him to invite Muri Kaguru. All thanks to Uncle. Conan rolled his eyes, glancing at the still snoozing Muri Kaguru, and said self-deprecatingly, if he hadn't missed the return ship's time, we wouldn't have had the chance to board such a luxurious cruise ship. Muri Ran, upon hearing this, expressed her relief, saying, fortunately this ship passed by at the last moment, otherwise the 3 of us might have been stranded on a deserted island. Well, it's no wonder Muri Kaguru, Fujiwara Kyosuke, and Ishikawa Kataru were speechless, turning to look at the deeply sleeping Muri Kaguru. How unreliable. Shortly after, Muri Kaguru woke up and greeted Fujiwara Kyosuke and Ishikawa Kataru. At this moment, Muri Ran noticed a girl in the distance gazing at the sea and shedding tears. Possessing angelic attributes, Muri Ran immediately approached her and asked, "Miss, are you all right?" "Oh." The girl, upon hearing this, glanced at Muri Ran, wiped away her tears, and smiled, saying, "I'm fine. I just suddenly remembered my parents who passed away in a car accident last year." The girl looked up at the sky, her tone nostalgic. "I really wish they could see me in this dress today." "In this dress?" Muri Ran looked puzzled. Fujiwara Kyosuke walked over, smiling as he explained, "Because she is the main character of this wedding, Miss Hatamoto Natsu." Mourning for Hatamoto Natsu, who had just married and encountered Conan. "It's young Master Fujiwara. My apologies for the inadequate hospitality." "Not at all." Fujiwara Kyosuke shook his head inwardly, sighing, "It's better to focus on yourselves. With the Grim Reaper around, if you don't harvest 2 or 3 lives, consider yourselves lucky. I wonder what kind of karma the Hatamoto family has created to summon this Grim Reaper onto the ship." "Wow, congratulations." Muri Ran's eyes sparkled with admiration. TCH. Not far behind them, Muri Kaguru noticed this, seeing his expression darkening. "Damn Kudo Shinichi." Regarding Kudo Shinichi and Muri Ran, Ishikawa Kataru knew a thing or two and kindly smiled, patting Muri Kaguru's shoulder, saying, "Muri Ajisen, I actually think they are quite compatible. But Ran is still too young. I want her to have more choices." Muri Kaguru sighed. "To be honest, that Kudo Shinichi kid, aside from reasoning better than me, has a personality almost identical to mine when I was young. I'm really worried. I think, Muri Ajisen, it's better to let the kids make their own choices. That's all we can do." A man approached wearing a red flower on his chest, smiling at Hatamoto Natsu, saying, "What's wrong, Natsu? Oh, young Master Fujiwara is also here. How rude of me. It's all right, today is your big day. Show." Hatamoto Natsu's face brightened upon seeing the newcomer, and she stepped forward to embrace his arm, saying, "You came. Bastard." Just as they were talking, a sudden outburst of curses came from behind. Fujiwara Kyosuke and the others looked over to see an elderly man angrily scolding a middle-aged man beside him. Hatamoto Hozo. Fujiwara Kyosuke recognized the current head of the Hatamoto family. The middle-aged man beside him was his son-in-law, Hatamoto Kitaro. "Isn't this ship owned by our Hatamoto family? How could there be outsiders?" Hatamoto Hozo shouted loudly, pointing at Muri Kaguru. "Do you know this disturbs our esteemed guests? I think they look quite pitiful, so." Hatamoto Kitaro stammered, not daring to breathe in front of Hatamoto Hozo, unsure of how to respond. "You mean to say you took matters into your own hands?" Saying this, Hatamoto Hozo shot a glare at Muri Ran and Conan, making the two feel a bit uneasy. However, when he saw Fujiwara Kyosuke, his face instantly transformed into a warm smile. "Young Master Fujiwara, I wonder if you are satisfied with this cruise trip." "It's a very nice journey, Fujiwara Kyosuke." "That's good. I was worried that these idle people would disturb your enjoyment." Fujiwara Kyosuke paused for a moment, saying, "That hasn't happened to Uncle Muri is a friend of my father and an elder to me, so he doesn't count as an outsider." "He is your father's friend?" Hatamoto Hozo's expression changed drastically, and he immediately scolded Hatamoto Kitaro, saying, "Who allowed you to neglect our esteemed guest like this?" Hatamoto Kitaro's corner of his mouth twitched, unsure of what to say. "We were not neglected," Muri Kaguru said, instinctively feeling a bit at a loss. This sudden change was quite shocking. "That's good." Hatamoto Hozo breathed a sigh of relief, his expression returning to calm. He glanced at the groom, saying, "Sho, come to my room later." Yes." Hatamoto Sho was taken aback for a moment, but quickly agreed. "Young Master Fujiwara, Mr. Ishikawa, Mr. Muri, if there is anything you need, please let them know." "Thank you for your hospitality, Lord Hatamoto," Fujiwara Kyosuke said politely. "Then I shall take my leave first, young Master Fujiwara." Hatamoto Hozo nodded respectfully and turned to leave. Once Hatamoto Hozo left, Hatamoto Natsu apologetically said to Muri Ran, "Please don't mind, my grandfather has been like this since the wedding started. His emotions aren't very stable." Fujiwara Kyosuke watched Conan with interest. His intuition told him that something would surely go wrong on this ship. In the dining room. These are the direct relatives of the Kiki family. Hatamoto Natsu pointed at the framework diagram on the paper with a pen. "Did they all come to your wedding?" Muri Ran asked, sitting opposite Hatamoto Natsu. "That's right," Hatamoto Natsu nodded, saying, "Besides my parents, there are 9 others. Of course, this wedding has many distinguished guests besides family." Speaking of which, Hatamoto Natsu glanced at Fujiwara Kyosuke and Ishikawa Kataru. The two smiled in response. "It's strange, why hasn't Sho come yet?" Muri Ran looked at Hatamoto Natsu. "He was just called over by grandfather." Hatamoto Natsu's eyes flashed with worry, saying, "I wonder what they are discussing." "What are you guys discussing? Something unspeakable." Such a kind-hearted Natsu. A short-haired girl approached the table, speaking. The girl was Hatamoto Natsu's sister, Kikiakio. "Sister," Hatamoto Natsu greeted Kikiakio. Kikiakio completely ignored her, merely snorting lightly, preparing to insult again. "You're so annoying. I just want to enjoy a meal. Is that too much to ask?" Fujiwara Kyosuke's expression turned impatient. He hated being disturbed while enjoying food. He instinctively released a hint of pressure. Kikiakio felt this pressure, her internal organs nearly shifting, her face turning pale, instantly a streak of crimson appearing at the corner of her mouth. "I apologize, young Master Fujiwara. Kikiakio didn't dare offend him, quickly apologizing and hastily leaving. Fujiwara Kyosuke frowned slightly, looking at the Hatamoto family members who had already taken their seats. Many of them harbored obvious hostility towards Hatamoto Natsu. I don't want to interfere with your issues regarding Miss Natsu, as this is your family matter. But if it disturbs my enjoyment of food, my temper isn't very good. I'm sorry, young Master Fujiwara. Everyone quickly apologized. By the way, may I ask who made this food? Fujiwara Kyosuke asked contentedly after finishing his last piece of steak. It was me. A middle-aged man stepped out dressed in a chef's uniform. Unlike the pale-faced onlookers, his face radiated. The steak is delicious. Thank you for your hospitality, Fujiwara Kyosuke said, politely adding, may I ask where your restaurant is? I want to visit often. It's in Ginza, Tokyo, but due to poor management. The middle-aged man Hatamoto Shuji hesitated to speak. That's not it, Ishikawa Kataru said with a smile. Our Fujiwara group will support you, so please focus on improving your culinary skills. Hatamoto Shuji was overjoyed, quickly nodding and saying, I will. After the meal, everyone chatted casually. Only then did they learn why the relatives were targeting Hatamoto Natsu. The Hatamoto family had always been embroiled in disputes over property, yet the heir chosen by Hatamoto Hozo was unexpectedly Hatamoto Natsu. By the way, Ran, Hatamoto Natsu perked up, asking, do you have someone you like? Mori Ran was caught off guard by this question. Meanwhile, Fujiwara Kyosuke glanced at Conan. Ran is still a child, how could she possibly? Mori Kaguru chuckled awkwardly. Mori Ran huffed, saying, Fu says I don't have someone I like. You don't understand me at all. After saying this, Mori Ran smiled at Conan, saying, isn't that right, Conan? Conan's face immediately turned red as he lowered his head, mumbling, Really? What kind of person is he? Hatamoto Natsu became interested. He not only has a good brain, he plays soccer really well, he looks handsome, and he's reliable too. Mori Ran's face was filled with affection. Next to her, Conan blushed, while in stark contrast Mori Kagura's face had turned as dark as charcoal, almost comparable to Hattori Heiji. Damn that Kudo Yusako. Can't you take care of your own pig at home? While a few people were conversing joyfully, Hatamoto Wu walked into the dining room and approached Hatamoto Xiaojiang, his face filled with despair. Xiao, we have been waiting for you for a long time. Seeing Hatamoto Wu, Hatamoto Xiaojiang quickly stood up. Sorry, I was dealing with something in my room, which is why I arrived. Hatamoto Wu forced a smile, but anyone could see the worry etched on his face. Hatamoto Xiaojiang looked concerned and said, you don't look well, is everything all right? Tingyuan Kyosuke suddenly sensed a chill in the dining room. He glanced around and found that the source of the chill clung to a young man named Hatamoto Ichiro, thick and palpable. The source of the chill was none other than the spirit of Hatamoto Hosen. After performing a quick exorcism, Tingyuan Kyosuke cast a sidelong glance at Conan beside him. Truly the Reaper. Hatamoto Xiaojiang glanced at Hatamoto Wu's chest and asked, where is your corsage? Hatamoto Wu was taken aback. He looked down and realized the corsage was indeed missing. Strange, could it have fallen somewhere? A piercing scream drew everyone's attention. What on earth happened? It's the voice of Butler Suzuki. In Father's room. Everyone hurried towards Hatamoto. When they arrived, Butler Suzuki was collapsed on the floor, leaning against the wall, trembling fingers pointing towards the inside of the room. At that moment, Hatamoto Hosen had already died, his body stained red with blood. The old man is gone. Mori Kaguro stepped forward and felt Hatamoto Hosen's carotid artery. There was no pulse, and his expression turned grave. Ishikawa Kataru glanced at Hatamoto Hosen's corpse, then shot a glance at Mori Kaguro, sighing softly. Hatamoto Xiaojiang, upon hearing this, was filled with sorrow and ran towards the old man, but was abruptly pulled back by Conan. You can't go in. Mori Kaguro shouted. No one can enter without my permission. Young Master Tingyuan, what do you think? Hatamoto Beilang hesitated. Uncle is Detective Mori Kaguro, Tingyuan Kyosuke said casually, casting a subtle glance at Hatamoto Ichiro. Indeed, the expression of the other party grew slightly anxious. Hatamoto Xiaojiang threw herself into her husband's embrace, tears streaming down her face, clearly devastated by her grandfather's death. The old man must have been murdered around 4 or 5 minutes ago. After further inspection, Mori Kaguro concluded. Looking at Butler Suzuki, he asked, you were the first to discover the corpse, right, Butler Suzuki? Yes. About 4 or 5 minutes ago. Mori Kaguro checked his watch and said, which means around 8 o'clock. Where were you at that time? Around 8 o'clock, I was preparing dinner in the dining room, Butler Suzuki replied. That's right. I remember that Butler Suzuki was indeed with us at that time, Mori Ran interjected. Butler Suzuki, when you discovered the corpse, this room was locked, right? Mori Kaguro continued to inquire. Yes. How was it locked? Butler Suzuki took out a key and said, once locked from the inside, without this specific key, no one can enter the room. The windows of the room were not opened, and the only entrance was locked. This means it's impossible for anyone to break in from the outside. Mori Kaguro paused and looked at everyone, saying, so this room is completely sealed. Sealed? Could it be a suicide? The Hatamoto family wouldn't be all like Detective Mori, would they? Tingyuan Kyosuke couldn't help but roll his eyes. This was clearly a murder. But if it was a suicide, there should have been something with the corpse. Yet there I sent. Mori Kaguro spoke in a deep voice. Everyone was taken aback, not understanding what Mori Kaguro meant. It's the murder weapon. Tingyuan Kyosuke couldn't watch any longer. Were these people here to entertain? Even Mori uncle was performing extraordinarily, yet they were still acting clueless. Exactly. It's the murder weapon. Muri Kagoro stated the cause of the old man's death was a stab wound to the abdomen leading to excessive blood loss. Perhaps Grandpa was trying to create a mystery. He had long suspected certain people coveted his wealth and used this method to punish everyone. Hatamoto Kyojin crossed her arms, her face still a bit pale. It's suicide. It must be suicide. Hatamoto Kyojin's husband Hatamoto Ryuma exclaimed excitedly. Ishikawa. Yes, young master. Go back and reassess the cooperative value of the Hatamoto family. Tingyuan Kyosuke stepped into the scene and said casually, such obvious signs of murder, and you still can't see it. How can you protect the Hatamoto group? Everyone turned pale at his words, but didn't dare to retort. Tingyuan Kyosuke walked to the threshold and pointed at the blood above, saying, if it was a suicide, why is there blood on the threshold? Indeed. Muri Kagoro nodded, then looked puzzled, and asked, then who locked the door? It should have been locked by… Tingyuan Kyosuke looked at the corpse on the ground and said, the murderer knocked on the door from outside, and when old man Hosen opened the door, he was suddenly stabbed by the attacker, holding the murder weapon. When a person is attacked, their first reaction is to seek urgent safety, which in this scenario means closing the door. Unfortunately, the old man bled too much and died just like that. And at 8 o'clock it can be confirmed that a few of us along with Miss Xiaojiang and Butler Suzuki were together, while the whereabouts of the others are still uncertain. So, Tingyuan Kyosuke looked at the Hatamoto family and said, except for Xiaojiang, the rest of you have motives. Conan nodded nearby. Tingyuan Kyosuke's reasoning aligned with his thoughts. Muri Kagoro's lips twitched. It seemed his spotlight had been stolen. It was Kyosuke who took it. Then it's nothing. As long as it's not that bastard Kudo Shinichi, it's fine. Muri Kagoro pondered for a moment and asked, Butler Suzuki, did you notice anything unusual when you entered? Nothing in particular. Butler Suzuki affirmed at first, but then thought for a moment and took out a flower from his pocket, saying, I remembered something. I found a flower at the entrance. A flower. Muri Kagoro looked at the flower in front of him with confusion. Seeing the flower, Hatamoto Xiaojiang hurriedly stepped forward to confirm, saying, that's the flower I pinned on Xiao Wu. At once everyone's gaze focused on Hatamoto Wu. So it was you. No wonder you entered the dining room so late. Hatamoto Kyojin coldly smiled at Hatamoto Wu. No, you misunderstood. At that time I was in the room thinking about some things, so. Hatamoto Wu's explanation sounded weak. You still haven't given up Xiao Wu. Hatamoto Mariko coldly interrupted his defense. I accidentally overheard outside just now you were arguing with Dad inside the room. I believe you must have been frightened. Hatamoto Wu's face instantly grew grim. Actually, you are the son of Kaiching Yufu. Hatamoto Mariko pointed at Hatamoto Wu and shouted. Instantly everyone in the Hatamoto family turned pale, staring at Hatamoto Wu in terror. Who is Kaiching Yufu that she just mentioned? Muri Kagoro asked aloud. Hatamoto Beilang rubbed his hands together, looking somewhat uneasy. He is the chairman of Kaiching Industries who committed suicide 10 years ago after being swallowed by Dad's company. It's said that a year later his wife also passed away due to excessive grief, and their only son was sent to an orphanage. Later, that child is Xiao Wu. Hatamoto Beilang looked somewhat guilty. Is this true? Xiao Wu. Hatamoto Xiaojiang hurriedly approached Hatamoto Wu and asked loudly. Hatamoto Wu gritted his teeth and said loudly, yes, I am the son of Kaiching Yufu Hatamoto Wahiko. Upon hearing this, Tingyuan Kyosuke raised an eyebrow, preparing to wrap up the case. This melodramatic plot was truly boring. So you killed Grandpa, right? There's no doubt about it. Hatamoto Kyojin looked convinced. No, I didn't. Hatamoto Wu vehemently denied. Hatamoto Xiaojiang, unable to accept reality, ran out in tears, but was stopped by Tingyuan Kyosuke. Wait, Miss Xiaojiang. Tingyuan Kyosuke stopped Hatamoto Xiaojiang and said, Mr. Wu is indeed not the murderer. Xiao Wu isn't the murderer. Chiban Xiaojiang looked at Tingyuan Gongjia with tears in her eyes, a thread of hope gleaming within them. But Mr. Tingyuan, if Xiao Wu is not the killer, then how do you explain the boutonniere found at the scene? Chiban Longnan kept his posture humble, yet his question carried a hidden sting. Exactly. Encouraged by numbers, Chiban Malizi also lost her awe for Tingyuan Gongjia. Tingyuan Gongjia paid little heed to their attitudes and said evenly, this is merely a deception the murderer laid. The most direct piece of evidence is that there is not the slightest trace of blood outside the door. No blood. Everyone turned toward the doorway at Tingyuan Gongji's words. The floor outside truly was spotless without a drop of blood. Conan's eyes brightened as he grasped Tingyuan Gongji's meaning. He cast an appraising glance at those present and frowned slightly, deep in thought. You must understand, the old master Chiban Haozong was stabbed when the door was opened. Inside on the threshold there is blood, yet outside there is none. Do you not find that odd? Tingyuan Gongjia looked at the assembled family. Indeed, but why would it be like that? Chiban Xianger pondered, unable to Can that prove the murderer is not Xiao Wu? Chiban Xiaojiang retorted, eyes burning with unwillingness. If Xiao Wu were the killer, Xiaojiang would lose her right of inheritance. Damn Tingyuan Gongjia, could you just shut up? Idiot. Conan gave the woman a sidelong glance. Most people could read her thoughts at a glance, and even some of the Japanese guests wore looks of contempt. So then who was the murderer in this case? Conan pondered. To him, everything seemed to have stemmed from this wedding. Who could possibly be jealous of Xiao Wu? He turned his gaze toward Chiban Longnan and Chiban Along. Tingyuan Gongjia cast a cool glance at Chiban Xiaojiang and said, there being no blood outside leaves only one possibility. The murderer wiped away the outside blood after closing the door and then left the boutonniere to frame Mr. Xiao Wu. At once the others grasped the import of his words, though Chiban Xiujiang still wore a face of bitter reluctance. Of course, one cannot rule out that this was all staged by Mr. Xiao Wu himself. Tingyuan Gongjie added that unnecessary remark. What murderer would intentionally leave his own item at the scene, especially when surrounded by relatives eager to see him condemned? Would he not fear being accused? After all, the incompetent detectives of the Metropolitan Police could be swayed by a single boutonniere into a verdict of guilt. Then who was the murderer? Chiban Xiujiang shouted. That is easy to determine. Tingyuan Gongjie swept his gaze over them and said, there is no murder weapon at the scene, which implies only one thing. That the weapon is still on the murderer. All we need to do is search everyone's rooms to find the murderer. Yes. The group quickly approved the proposal. Only Chimu Yilong broke into a cold sweat. Tingyuan Gongjie glanced at him with a faint smile. He suspected the murderer was Chiban Yilong, but suspicion alone could not convict. He needed decisive evidence. Mao Lixiao Wulong chimed in agreeably. Indeed, the murderer would not have dared to dispose of the weapon while people were moving about on the ship, a single misstep would expose them. Then what are we waiting for? Chiban Xiang'er said. The search of each room began, yet Conan still noticed something special before he left. This time, he would not tell Tingyuan Gongjie. The other's deduction had stirred his competitive spirit. He would contest him in a duel of wits. I wager my grandfather's name. Sorry, wrong stage. I stake my reputation as a detective. Tingyuan, let us have a contest. Of course, only Conan savored that boast. Had he voiced it aloud, he would likely have been met with a painful bump on the head and stars dancing around him by day. Putting aside Conan's inner theatrics because the Chiban family suspected Chiban Wu, everyone first searched his room. As expected, they found nothing. As the search progressed, Chiban Yilong trembled more and more, consumed by unease. In Chiban Xiang'er's room, they discovered that a kitchen knife was missing from his knife box. Thus, they identified the likely murder weapon. Chiban Xiaojiang's room was simple. On the table lay a conspicuous uncle. Chiban Xiujiang suddenly fell silent. At last the party reached Chiban Yilong's room. As Tingyuan Gongjie stepped inside, he sensed a murderous aura in the corner, and a faint smile tugged at his lips. Elsewhere, Conan made new progress. He was certain of the murderer, but had not yet found the weapon. Confident his clue was sufficient, and eager to win the contest, he would not hesitate further. Gritting his teeth, he decided to break the case first. Tingyuan Gongjie glanced at Conan with helpless amusement. No wonder this fellow and Hattori Heiji became firm friends. Their characters were alike at the core. Seizing a quiet moment while everyone else searched, Conan activated his tranquilizer watch, aimed it at his supposed father-in-law's neck, and slipped him under with a clean movement. All of this unfolded before Tingyuan Gongjie's eyes. A notification tone sounded. Conan steadied Mao Lixiao Wulong's posture, and using his voice announced, "Everyone, I believe I know who the killer is." At those words, the others began to stir. Tingyuan Gongjie stood beside the suspected weapon and smiled without a sound, as if waiting for the performance to begin. "Father," Mao Lilan blinked in surprise. "You know who the murderer is, eh? Who is it?" Chiban Xiujiang asked with curiosity rather than prior hostility. Just as Gongjie surmised the boutonniere was a trap set by the killer, Xiao Wu was merely a scapegoat. And the true murderer is the owner of this room. Conan's glasses caught a flash of light as he said with certainty, "What a..." Everyone stared in shock, scarcely able to believe their eyes as they turned to Chiban Yilong. "Impossible." Chiban Ma Liza's voice shrieked with disbelief. "How could Yilong be the murderer? Where is the evidence?" She pounded the table even though her hand was swollen and red. "This is the evidence." Conan held Mao Lixiao Wulong's left hand up to show a handkerchief upon which lay a tiny, "You can see for yourselves." A breadcrumb. Chiban Ma Lizi began to sweat. As Yilong's mother, she knew her son. Yilong is an art student. Before the old master Haozong was killed, he was always painting. Conan crouched between Mao Lixiao Wulong's legs and continued. When making charcoal sketches, artists often use breadcrumbs as an eraser. They easily stick to one's clothes, and these crumbs were dropped when Yilong killed the old master. They are stuck to the old master's blood and flecked with charcoal, so they must have fallen from Yilong. Other than me, Butler Lingmu, and Gongjie, no one entered that room. So tell me, where else could these crumbs have come from? There is only one explanation. Chimu Yilong is the murderer. But what motive could he have to kill father? Chiban Ma Lizi could not accept it. The idea that her son had murdered his own father was devastating. "I only discovered this after entering his room," Conan said after a moment's hush. "I found something that serves as conclusive evidence that he killed Haozong. His painting." The declaration landed like thunder. Chiban Yilong broke into a cold sweat, as if struck by a painting. The others looked puzzled and fixed their gaze upon the canvas set upon the easel. "No, don't." Chiban Yilong went mad, toppling his painting and clutching it to his chest as he collapsed to his knee. "The person in the painting is..." "Do not say it." Chiban Yilong roared. "Yes, it's me. I am the murderer." The room erupted in tumult. No one knew what to say. "Yilong, you..." Chiban Ma Lizi closed her eyes for a breath, appearing utterly spent. "Yes, I killed grandfather." Chiban Yilong cried. "He always said I was worthless. I nursed that grudge and took this chance to kill him. And you..." He glared with hatred at Chiban Wu and shouted, "I hated you and framed all of this on you." Yilong. Chiban Wu was momentarily bewildered. He could not recall offending the man. "Stop, I am the murderer." Chiban Yilong slid to the ground, voice full of supplication. Conan drew in his breath, slipped away the bow tie that hid his voice, and did not remove Yilong's final shred of dignity. A sigh of weariness outweighed the thrill of the solved case. Still, my Kudo washing machine proved superior after all. The next day the liner docked in Tokyo. After reporting to the police, Mao Li Xiao Wulong left with Mao Li Lan Ku, Nanting Yuan Gongjia, and Sichuan Xing Tailang. What was in that painting after all? On the way back, Mao Li Lan asked. Ting Yuan Gongjia glanced at her and said slowly, it was Qibin Xiajiang. What? Mao Li Lan's face changed. Ting Yuan Gongjia smiled at Conan and said, Yilong loved Xiajiang and even once proposed to old Master Hao Zong, but he was cruelly refused because he was not as accomplished as Mr. Xiaowu. In a fit of fury, he murdered him. But aren't they cousins? Mao Li Lan asked. Ting Yuan Gongjia shrugged and said nothing. In the end, they said no more, sparing the Qibin family a final sliver of face. Consanguineous marriage is not rare among grand families, yet rejected proposals culminating in the murder of an elder is exceptional. If the scandal spread, the Qibin family would become the laughingstock of the clans. Still, you truly are a detective. You wrapped this up in a breath, Ting Yuan Gongjia said, casting a sidelong glance at Conan as he complimented Mao Li Xiao Wulong. Haha, not at all. Mao Li Xiao Wulong laughed with pride. Conan was speechless. His uncle's brazenness knew never mind, I am pleased regardless. Beating Ting Yuan Gongjia by a hair filled Conan with pride. By the way, Mao Li Xiao Wulong said as if remembering, did we find the murder weapon in the end? I found it from the start, Ting Yuan Gongjia replied unhurriedly. But as an elder, how could I steal your limelight, sir? Haha. Hearing that, Mao Li Xiao Wulong beamed as if refreshed after a sauna and cried out, truly the son of Xiong Tai. Better than some people. Conan's face stiffened. So Ting Yuan had been first to break the case. He felt he had both won and lost at once. The key to victory or defeat, it seemed, rested upon that boastful uncle. Conan glanced up at the smug Mao Li Xiao Wulong. How tragic. On that morning, Maori Kagoro was sound asleep amidst a pile of alcohol on his workbench when a figure gently pushed open the door and stealthily walked out. Where are you going, Sister Ran? A childish voice suddenly rang out. The figure halted abruptly, turned around, revealing a charming face. It was Maori Ran. Seeing the owner of the voice, Maori Ran couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Chill, Conan, she whispered, placing a finger on her lips, lowering her voice. Be quiet. Are you going to watch a movie? I want to go too, Conan said, acting cute. No. Maori Ran leaned closer to Conan's ear and whispered, I'm going on a date. A date? Yes. Maori Ran said with a smile, a date with Shinichi. Oh, so you're going on a date with big brother Shinichi. Perhaps due to just waking up, Conan's mind was momentarily foggy and he didn't detect the underlying issue, instead smiling blissfully. If Dad finds out I'm going on a date with Shinichi, he will definitely be very angry. You can't tell him, okay? Be careful on the way. Conan was still waving his hand in place, watching the figure leave, smiling foolishly. Ren looks so beautiful and happy. How it turns out she's going on a date with me. Beside Conan, an ethereal being flickered in and out of visibility, looking exasperated. Has Conan's brain gone haywire? The being remarked. Strangely, the voice it emitted was not quiet at all, yet Conan remained oblivious. Finally, as the being continued its banter, Conan suddenly snapped back to reality. What? Upon regaining his detective intellect, Conan's expression changed dramatically, exclaiming, how could this be happening? I am Kudo Shinichi. Then who is Ran dressing up beautifully for? Under the gaze of the ethereal being, Conan's expression shifted from shock to anxiety, then to calmness akin to the dramatic face changes in Sichuan opera, quite amusing. TCH. Conan's expression changed again as he rested on his arms, lying back on the sofa. The East Asian king of jealousy had logged in. Why should I care who Ran is going on a date with? Though Conan uttered this, his hesitant gaze betrayed him. Under the watchful eye of the ethereal being, he quickly dashed downstairs. Interesting. The ethereal being smiled faintly and vanished within the office. In the room of Fujiwara Kyosuke's private villa. Unlike the modern solar system model room Conan had visited, this room resembled a product of the medieval era, spacious and bright. A massive crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, while the walls, corners, and tabletops were adorned with various golden reliefs and ornaments, giving it a luxurious, exquisite, and extravagant appearance. Fujiwara Kyosuke sat in a luxurious chair holding a black cane, his face expressionless. Suddenly, his expression subtly shifted, fingers moved, and he twisted his neck. Astral projection, what an interesting ability. Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled with satisfaction. With this skill, he could even monitor the entire world. With a flick of his right hand, a basketball-sized crystal ball appeared on the table in front of him. The crystal ball shifted scenes continuously with his thoughts. These scenes were real, unfolding events. Mayano Akemi. Fujiwara Kyosuke saw Mayano Akemi at home, her expression already on the brink of collapse. Snap. Fujiwara Kyosuke snapped his fingers, a fragment of his soul detached, and entered the crystal ball. In a room, Mayano Akemi was on a call, her demeanor extremely agitated. I know I shouldn't make unreasonable requests during the mission, but I haven't seen Shiho in a long time. Is she? That's not a question you should be asking. You remember your position. A cold voice came from the other end of the line. But the organization promised me that if I complete this mission we could reunite, even leave the organization. I have already found suitable companions, and the plan can proceed anytime. You must complete the mission first. I just want to see Shiho. Mayano Akemi insisted. Mayano Akemi stated firmly. After a moment of silence, the cold voice on the other end replied, "All right, she will come to the Rose Cafe to find you shortly. Thank you." Beep, beep, beep. Before Mayano Akemi could finish her words, the call was abruptly ended. "I hope everything goes smoothly." Mayano Akemi encouraged herself. How could it possibly go smoothly? An ethereal, elusive voice appeared in her. "Who is it?" Mayano Akemi said with a hint of caution. Suddenly her head felt fuzzy, her thoughts swirling like boiling water, threatening to burst through the constraints of her mind. In the next moment, she suddenly awakened. Mayano Akemi opened her eyes in confusion and saw a gray-white mist beneath her feet, with an ancient bronze long table in front of her. "Where's this?" She looked around in astonishment, seeing the surrounding stars swirling their lights responding to one another. It was a universe. Then she noticed across from her a handsome young man dressed in a black robe with gold filigree, holding a black staff, his gaze like that of a deity, looking down on mortals, mysterious and lofty. "You are Fujiwara." "Fujiwara," Mayano Akemi said, forcing down her inner fear. Initially, she did consider seeking help from Fujiwara Kyosuke, but after much thought she abandoned that idea. She wasn't sure if Jin would follow the organization's orders and abandon the mission upon encountering anyone with the surname Fujiwara. If he didn't abandon the mission, would it not implicate an innocent person? Having thought they would never meet again, she didn't expect to encounter him once more in this manner. "Please sit down, just call me Fujiwara Kyosuke's consciousness spoke with a smile, and although he smiled, he still appeared imposing in Mayano Akemi's eyes. "Fujiwara-kun, may I ask why you called me here?" Although she had seen Fujiwara Kyosuke before, she still couldn't connect the boy in front of her with the one she had met. While their appearances were identical, their gazes were completely different. The previous Fujiwara Kyosuke was gentle and sunny, while the current one seemed like a god looking down from above. "You are worried about your sister Mayano Shiho, aren't you?" "How does he know?" Mayano Akemi gazed at him in astonishment, dazedly replying yes. Before she could finish, she suddenly remembered something and blurted out, "Are you from that ancient family?" "Miss Akemi, I need a housekeeper. Would you be willing to come and serve?" Fujiwara Kyosuke did not answer directly, but casually made a suggestion. "But my sister. In exchange, I can rescue your sister." "Of course I cannot disrupt the natural order of this world, so the rescued Mayano Shiho will not exceed 7 years old. If you can accept this, then the deal is established." "What a..." Mayano Akemi exclaimed in shock and confusion. "My sister Shiho, 7 years old. Is that... Nothing is impossible in this world." Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled. "Just like who could have thought that our consciousness could communicate through the crystal ball?" "Consciousness? Crystal ball?" Mayano Akemi was taken aback, struggling to muster a smile. After a while, "Your power terrifies me a bit." Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled at her, waiting for her response. "All right, I agree, Fujiwara-kun." Mayano Akemi slumped in her chair, her hair drenched in sweat. "Later we'll meet at the Rose Cafe, and I'll hand you this little toy." Suddenly a paper doll appeared in Fujiwara Kyosuke's hand about the size of a palm. "I told you I cannot alter the grand trends of Mayano Shiho's diminishment, but ensuring your survival is not a problem. Minor trends can be changed, but grand trends cannot be altered. Even if I am a high-level magician possessing powers that nearly resemble divinity in the eyes of ordinary people, I am still a living being, and all living beings must adhere to the natural order." Fujiwara Kyosuke spoke in a calm tone. "The disappearance of Mayano Shiho and the emergence of Hybrid AI is the grand trend which cannot be changed." "Hybrid AI?" Mayano Akemi exclaimed in surprise. Fujiwara Kyosuke lightly pointed, and a projection the size of a television screen suddenly appeared before the two. It showcased future images from the moment Mayano Akemi was killed to the moment Mayano Shiho consumed aptX 4869 and transformed into a child. So all of this was a deception, and the organization never intended to let us go. Although Mayano Akemi realized this, witnessing her own death and her sister's transformation still left her resentful. "Fujiwara-kun, will I really die? What will happen to Shiho? Can you help take care of her? I am willing to pay any price." Mayano Akemi's mind went blank as she looked at Fujiwara Kyosuke, as if grasping at the last straw. "You still don't..." Fujiwara Kyosuke chuckled. "Your death is merely a minor trend, while your sister becoming Hybrid AI is the grand trend. Minor trends can be altered, but grand trends cannot be changed." Mayano Akemi murmured, looking at Fujiwara Kyosuke. "What you mean is that my survival is not important, but Shiho's transformation is the grand trend. Am I right? You are teachable." Fujiwara Kyosuke nodded with a smile. "This is also a capability I gained after breaking through to a high-level magician, known as the ability to probe the heavens and the earth." "So what should I do?" Mayano Akemi asked, choosing to trust Fujiwara Kyosuke and gamble on her luck. "Let's meet at the cafe, we'll talk then." "Okay, how do I leave here?" Mayano Akemi inquired. "Just silently think, leave. I have already bound your soul to the crystal ball, and you can enter this space at any time to communicate with me. Then I'll take my leave, Fujiwara-kun." After saying this, Mayano Akemi silently thought leave and vanished from that. Mayano Akemi. The billion robbery case. Hybrid AI. The wheel of fate is finally beginning to turn. An ethereal voice rang out, fading away, eventually returning to tranquility. Returning to the villa, Fujiwara Kyosuke took out a gold coin skillfully, making it roll and spin on his fingertips. The entire room was shrouded in a mist with a clear radiance rippling outward in circles. This is a powerful magic circle that can convert the power of the stars into spiritual energy for cultivation. Snap! Fujiwara Kyosuke snapped his fingers, and his position shifted, even leaving behind an afterimage. A 6th-tier mage, indeed a high-ranking sorcerer far beyond what a 5th tier could compare to. I wonder how much more powerful the 7th tier, countless times stronger than the 6th, truly is. With a sigh, Fujiwara Kyosuke took out the paper figure he had just created. Snap! He vigorously shook his wrist, causing the paper to make a crisp sound as it rapidly expanded and transformed into a person. The faux figure was of the same height as Mayano Akemi, with identical features and no difference in attire. From a distance, it was indistinguishable from the real thing. Fujiwara Kyosuke once again created 2 paper figures which transformed into the likenesses of gin and vodka. The true and false Monkey King, ha! Fujiwara Kyosuke's laughter echoed through the spacious living room. At the Rose Cafe. Really, didn't I tell you that I had a date today? Why did you still come along, Conan? Mori Ran looked at Conan beside her with a helpless expression. Indeed, as the king of vinegar in East Asia, how could Conan let Mori Ran go on a date alone? Because I really want to see Onaik and Shinichi too. Conan's eyes turned into dead fish eyes. Onaik and Shinichi's movements are so slow, why hasn't he arrived yet? Honestly, Conan, the person I'm supposed to be on a date with today isn't Shinichi. Ran said awkwardly. Then who is it? Why are you lying about meeting him? I knew it. Conan's face wore a grin, but internally he cursed. Don't let me find out which bastard is trying to steal my girl, otherwise I wouldn't mind paying you a visit. After all, Fujiwara always called me the Grim Reaper, so let the Grim Reaper come to punish you. Who is it? Just tell me already. The king of vinegar directly descended, glaring at Mori Ran. She is a very important person to me. Mori Ran spoke up. More important than Onaik and Shinichi. Conan blinked, looking unconvinced. Silly. Mori Ran laughed and scolded. How could they be compared? Conan, can you please go home? Conan leaned against the sofa, his dead fish eyes unyielding. But I don't want to go home yet. Alright, you like cake, right? Mori Ran stood up and spoke in a tone meant to coax a child. They'll go buy you a piece of cake now, and after you get the cake you have to obediently go home, okay? She walked to the door and apologetically said to the waiter, sorry, you'll step out for a moment, and be right back. Yes. The waiter slightly bowed, showing excellent attitude. Left in the cafe, Conan wore a smug expression. Useless, Ran. I will use my observation and insight to find out who you are meeting this time. There is only one truth. Just wait and see. In a cake shop not far from the cafe, Fujiwara Kyosuke sat at a table enjoying a piece of dessert. This shop was recommended to him by Hatamoto Koji. According to the other party, the pastries here could rival those of a Michelin 3-star restaurant. At first, Fujiwara Kyosuke wasn't entirely convinced, but now he could only say one word: impressive. Due to the dimensional food machine not having options for Western cuisine at the moment, the cakes produced by the food napkin were far inferior to those from this shop. Moreover, since Mayano Akemi would take another hour to arrive, even if she rushed over, she would first meet Mayano Shio. Therefore, Fujiwara Kyosuke came to this cake shop to enjoy this leisurely time. Ding! As Fujiwara Kyosuke took another bite of cake, he heard a soft sound at the shop's entrance. Someone had walked in. Hello, ID like a slice of cheesecake to go, please. A familiar voice came from the counter. Fujiwara Kyosuke slightly paused and looked toward the counter. He saw a girl in a dark blue coat and light blue skirt standing in front of the counter. Even from the side, Fujiwara Kyosuke could clearly see the horns on her head. Fujiwara Kyosuke twitched the corner of his mouth. How did he run into Ran again? In his mind, Ran Conan case merit. This equation holds true anywhere outside of school. Merit. If heaven does not take it, it will suffer retribution. In that case, I will reluctantly accept it. With that thought, Fujiwara Kyosuke finished the last piece of cake and walked toward Mori Ran. Ran. Fujiwara Kyosuke greeted her while walking. Mori Ran turned around, and upon seeing Fujiwara Kyosuke, showed a surprised expression. Kyosuke, are you here to buy cake too? Yes, how about you? Me too, Mori Ran replied with a smile. Are you alone? Fujiwara Kyosuke did not see Conan's figure, feeling a bit puzzled. Wait a minute. He vaguely had an impression, based on what he saw in the spiritual body this morning, this case should have happened at the Rose Cafe. It was also the first appearance of Auntie Eri in Conan's storyline. I came to buy a cake for Conan. Mori Ran smiled with her eyes narrowed. Conan, huh? Fujiwara Kyosuke nodded. It should be that case. Mori Ran explained. Actually, here's the thing, I was supposed to meet someone at the Rose Cafe today, but I didn't expect Conan to sneakily follow me. I wanted to buy him a piece of cake to coax him to go back. Coax him to go back. Fujiwara Kyosuke's mouth twitched. If Mori Ran knew that Conan was actually Kudo Shinichi, he wondered how. Why use that excuse? Just say you want to meet Suzuki Sonoko. Now look, how could a deceived and jealous Conan be easily satisfied with just a piece of cake? At the very least, you need to include karate. Miss, I'm very sorry. Your cake is packed, but our cash register is malfunctioning, and we can't process your payment at the moment. Why is it like this? I have urgent business. Mori Ran complained, helplessly asking, can I make a phone call? Of course, the waiter responded, continuously apologizing. We are truly sorry for delaying your time due to our issue. Mori Ran couldn't stand others being like this and quickly said, I don't mind waiting a bit. Thank you so much. Here's the phone. Please take your time. Mori Ran thanked him and dialed a phone number. At the Rose Cafe, Mr. Idagawa, there's a call for you. The waitress asked, holding the phone. Imidagawa. Conan walked over. The waitress smiled. Here's your call, little. Thank you. Conan said, gratefully taking the phone and asking, hello, who is it? Conan. Mori Ran said apologetically, I'm sorry, the cash register here is broken and I have to wait a bit. It's all right, big sister Ran, Conan comforted. By the way, has anyone come to find me? Yes, someone with long hair, right? Conan's face darkened. That bastard who deceived the innocent girl. Yes, that's her. Mori Ran nodded repeatedly but then looked puzzled. But it's really strange as she usually ties her hair up. That's right, as she has it tied up now. Conan rolled his eyes looking at the suited man with disdain. Big sister Ran, do you really want to meet him? It seems the cash register is fixed. We'll see each other soon. The cross-server chat between the two left Fujiwara Kyosuke utterly confused. How did you get that mixed up? In Japanese, he and she do not have the same pronunciation. One is care, and the other is kanojio. How could you not tell the difference? Fujiwara Kyosuke was speechless. Kyosuke, I'm going to pay now. After Mori Ran settled the bill, the two left together, heading toward the Rose Cafe. Are you also meeting someone at the cafe? Yes, a clerk from the Yotsuba Bank. At that moment, Fujiwara Kyosuke saw the area outside the Rose Cafe crowded with people, and several police cars seemed to be parked nearby. Fujiwara Kyosuke wore a helpless expression. The Grim Reaper's achievements really are swift. Fujiwara Kyosuke looked at the scene outside the cafe and sighed softly. While good deeds are commendable, one must not indulge too much. It seems like there's been an incident while going to take a look. Why don't you wait outside? Be careful with Conan. Mori Ran said anxiously. Got it. Fujiwara Kyosuke waved his hand and had just approached the cafe when a police officer stopped him saying, Excuse me, sir, there has just been an incident at the Rose Cafe, so please do not come any closer. Before the officer could finish, another officer approached surprised and said, Mr. Fujiwara, what brings you here? This is wonderful. With your help, today's case will surely be resolved easily. The officer who had stopped Fujiwara Kyosuke was momentarily stunned, then his face filled with excitement and admiration as he rubbed his hands together and said, Mr. Fujiwara, it's truly an honor to meet you. I'm so sorry, that was very rude of me earlier. Please come in. The officer stepped aside to let Fujiwara Kyosuke pass. Thank you. Fujiwara Kyosuke felt a bit at a loss for words with the police officers being so enthusiastic, so he simply complied respectfully. Upon entering the cafe, Fujiwara Kyosuke immediately sensed a thick aura of malevolence. After performing a quick exorcism, he proceeded towards the crime scene. With the help of the officers outside, he gained a preliminary understanding of the situation. The victim was named Himaya Yayoi, who died from a stab wound to her chest. Currently, there are 4 suspects, all in the restroom. When Fujiwara Kyosuke arrived at the restroom, Officer Megure and others were at a loss. Fujiwara Kyosuke quickly spotted 2 familiar faces among the officers, one being a chubby doll-like figure, and the other a stunning beauty with a regal demeanor, Hyoenri. This is strange. Conan stood to the side frowning. The deceased didn't know the location of the restroom, but knew it was shared by both genders. This suggests that the meeting place between the deceased and the murderer was not inside the cafe, but rather in the restroom, which raises a question: who would invite someone to chat in the restroom? And that knife? Conan turned his gaze to the murder weapon in the hands of the forensic officer, muttering, why does the bloodstain disappear at the handle? Report. A rope was found at Mr. Hara's location. An officer came over to report the search results. Instantly, Officer Megure's gaze shifted to Hara Yuichi, a university student, and one of the suspects. Hara Yuichi turned pale. No, that's not it. Hara Yuichi frantically waved his hands in denial, saying, that rope was just for binding books and notebooks. I didn't kill anyone. I am definitely not the murderer. I'm not lying. Conan observed the scene with a cold gaze, deducing that this individual was not the murderer. The detective game is overlooked. A slightly irritated voice rang in Conan's ears as Hyoenri approached him, saying, this is adult work. Children should know their place and better leave here. Hyoenri patted Conan on the shoulder. Conan's complexion turned pale. For some reason, he felt an innate fear towards this woman. Although it was somewhat embarrassing, he truly felt intimidated. However, that was not important right now. He needed to focus on solving it. Conan glanced at Hyoenri's left hand and switched to acute mode, obediently saying, all right, Annie, I understand. Hyoenri nodded, stood up, and left. Conan approached Officer Megure and innocently remarked, the knife's handle doesn't seem to have any blood on it at all. My. Officer Megure looked surprised at the knife in his hand and wondered, it does look like it was used to bind something. Hyoenri, exceptionally clever, resolved the case in an instant, letting out a cold laugh. What a brilliant scheme. What? Officer Megure looked at her. The person who passed over the restroom was not the murderer, but the victim's body. First, the murderer used something like a rope to strangle the victim, tied the other end to the knife, stabbed the victim to death, and then used the rope to transport the body while blocking the door from the outside. Then they just needed to pull the knife out from the victim's body from outside. Hyoenri explained the case in her cool voice. Even Conan couldn't help but admire Hyoenri's reasoning at this moment, and he had a feeling that this lawyer Hyoenri was a queen, with everyone, including himself, as her subjects. Thus, even if it was discovered that it was a customer inside the cafe, anyone who couldn't pass over the restroom would be automatic. Hyoenri smiled slightly, saying, am I right, Mr. Denson? Arrest him. Officer Megure commanded, and several police officers surrounded Hara Yuichi. Wait a minute. Hara Yuichi exclaimed in shock. Why am I being accused of being the murderer? You clearly have no evidence. Evidence? Isn't it right in your hands? Just as Conan was about to speak, a voice suddenly emerged from outside the door. Everyone turned to see Fujiwara Kyosuke, who had been spectating for a while. Fujiwara, brother Fujiwara. Both Conan and Officer Megure were taken aback upon seeing Fujiwara Kyosuke. The lawyer Hyoenri behind him slightly nodded and smiled at the corners of her mouth. Damn it. Realizing he had been exposed, taking advantage of the distraction, Hara Yuichi suddenly surged forward, shaking off several officers and charging towards the exit. Hayao Inri was at the door, fully alert and ready to apprehend him. However, Fujiwara Kyosuke casually walked past. Snap! A loud snap echoed. Hara Yuichi in terror found himself unable to move, and Fujiwara Kyosuke appeared before him, as if teleporting, his index finger lightly pointed. Boom! A loud noise erupted as Hara Yuichi was sent flying, crashing into the wall and leaving several cracks. I knew it. Conan shook his head at the sight of the murderer's miserable state. Why bother? Wouldn't it be easier to just— After doing all this, Fujiwara Kyosuke walked up to Hayao Inri and smiled. It's been 10 years since we last met, Annie. Did Fujiwara Kyosuke know this lawyer, Hayao Inri? Conan was puzzled. Had they met 10 years ago? Hayao Inri smiled back, saying, it's been 10 years. I didn't expect. Kyosuke, you still remember me. That's because Annie. Hayao Inri hasn't changed at all over the years, Fujiwara Kyosuke complimented with a smile. Haha, even after all these years your words are still so sweet. Upon hearing Fujiwara Kyosuke's words, Hayao Inri covered her mouth and smiled, her eyes revealing satisfaction. The case concluded and Hara Yuichi was arrested. Hayao Inri followed the police to retrieve the seized materials, while Fujiwara Kyosuke led Conan out of the cafe first. Hey, Conan Kyosuke, you finally came out. Mori Ran walked over, her face filled with worry. Upon seeing Mori Ran, Conan remembered the main issue and started looking around for Wakaba Shiro, eventually spotting him not far away. A cold smile appeared on Conan's face. Big brother. Wakaba Shiro was looking for a date when suddenly he heard a little kid's voice at his feet asking, what does it mean when a woman can get what she wants just by sweet talking? That's something Big Brother just said. Wakaba Shiro, upon hearing Conan's words, became flustered while those around him looked at him with disdain. This? Wakaba Shiro still tried to explain, but a furious voice rang from behind him. Conan, did you really say that just now? Conan looked over, momentarily dazed. He saw Suzuki Sonoko standing angrily. Sonoko, you're here. Wakaba Shiro still tried to salvage the situation. The furious Suzuki Sonoko slapped him across the face without hesitation and turned to leave. Sonoko. Wakaba Shiro chased after her amid the bewildered gazes of others. That kid is waiting for Sonoko. Who is that girl waiting for? Lawn. Conan was filled with curiosity. Really now? Suddenly, Hayao Inri approached the crowd, scrutinizing Mori Ran, slightly frowning and saying, didn't I tell you not to wear such a short skirt? You'll catch a cold. Ugh. I know, stop treating me like a child, Mom. Mori Ran tilted her head and smiled slightly. Mom. Upon hearing their conversation, Conan felt as if struck by lightning. He finally remembered who this woman was. The painful memories from his childhood resurfaced, along with that glossy, shiny big bag. In a secluded corner of the Shinzu Cafe, Fujiwara Kyosuke sat across from Mayano Akemi. Fujiwara-kun, this piece of paper is truly remarkable. Mayano Akemi's face revealed a look of astonishment. That's right, Miss Akemi, you can come work with me tomorrow, and I'll leave the rest to this piece of paper. In Mayano Akemi's eyes, Fujiwara Kyosuke looked just as he did when they first met, his smile still warm, like a beam of sunlight breaking into her gloomy heart. Alright, then I'll rely on you, Fujiwara-kun. Mayano Akemi had little resistance to such sunshine and unconscious. After a moment she added, as for Shiho, she can only be temporarily inconvenienced. Of course I will send a puppet to protect her until she escapes the organization. That's good, thank you, Fujiwara-kun. Mayano Akemi let out a long sigh of relief. As for the salary, Fujiwara Kyosuke pondered for a moment. I really have no concept of money. Since you are my housekeeper, I will entrust all my money to you along with some technological products and my private treasures. Actually, I have no issue without a salary. Mayano Akemi smiled and said, you saved us, sisters. If I were to ask for a salary, that would be too ungrateful. Suit yourself. Fujiwara Kyosuke shrugged. You will find that money holds little meaning for us in the future. Next, with her burdens lifted, Mayano Akemi began discussing some amusing stories with Fujiwara Kyosuke. Just as they were enjoying their conversation, a cold, youthful voice suddenly rang out. Sister, Shiho. Mayano Akemi looked up in surprise at the girl, thinking she might not come after all. Fujiwara Kyosuke also examined the girl for a moment. She was under 20, wearing a loose white coat. Her shoulder-length brown hair seemed out of place for an Asian, and her expression conveyed a coldness that kept strangers at bay. Sorry, sister, there were some issues on the way. Mayano Shiho explained, looking at Fujiwara Kyosuke with a slight frown. Sister, who is this person? Mayano Shiho studied the handsome young man before her, feeling he was like a sun, constantly radiating a gentle glow. Even she couldn't help but feel a strong fondness for him. This is Mr. Fujiwara Kyosuke, a friend of mine whom I happened to meet. Mayano Akemi introduced. Mr. Fujiwara, this is Hiroda Shiho, my younger sister. Hello, Miss Hiroda Shiho. I am Fujiwara Kyosuke, your sister's friend. I look forward to working with you. Fujiwara, the name of that taboo family. Mayano Shiho's expression froze, a hint of curiosity and investigation glimmering in her eyes. What is it, Miss Shiho? Fujiwara Kyosuke noticed her continued scrutiny and felt puzzled. Sorry, I was just a bit curious about Mr. Fujiwara. It's my first time meeting my sister's friend. Except for that detestable Subaru. Mayano Shiho added silently in her mind. I haven't known Mr. Fujiwara for long and haven't had the chance to introduce you yet. Mayano Akemi wore a gentle smile. Afterward, the sisters walked aside to have a quiet conversation. Sister, is that Fujiwara really from that family? I don't know, but making a friend can't be a bad thing. Mayano Akemi recounted how the two met and exchanged contact information with Mayano Shiho, omitting the bizarre telepathic exchange. I see he does look like a medieval nobleman, so he must be someone exceptional. Mayano Shiho nodded, slightly casting a sideways glance at Fujiwara Kyosuke, who was sipping coffee. Shiho, I've had trouble getting in touch with you lately. Has something happened? Mayano Akemi looked at her sister with a hint of concern in her eyes, though this worry was feigned. The moment she saw the paper transform, she understood why the organization feared the surname Fujiwara so much. She clearly saw that Fujiwara Kyosuke had a stack of such paper in his hand, and once transformed, the paper possessed the same abilities as the person it embodied. Imagine if Fujiwara Kyosuke had 1,000 bottles of gin, the organization might as well disband. Recently, the experiments have hit a bottleneck, and Jin has become stricter in monitoring me. By the way, did you receive any tasks from the organization? Mayano Shiho asked. Not at all. Mayano Akemi denied it and reassured her, as long as you're alright and relieved. You should head back quickly. We'll soon be able to meet openly. Her tone carried a hint of suppressed excitement. Mayano Shiho sensed that her sister's words held deeper meaning, but she lost the chance to inquire further. After Mayano Akemi finished speaking, she pulled her sister back to their seats. Sorry, Fujiwara-kun, I haven't seen Shiho for a long time, and we got a bit carried away, please forgive us. Fujiwara Kyosuke waved his hand dismissively. It's human nature. After chatting for a few more moments, he decided to take his leave. I will take my leave now, Miss Akemi. Please feel free to contact me if anything arises. Okay, goodbye, Fujiwara-kun. After Fujiwara Kyosuke departed, Mayano Shiho's expression changed, and she contemplated for a moment. Sister, how much do you know about that person? Mayano Akemi thought for a moment and shared everything she could say. Fujiwara-kun is a genius magician who returned from England and also a renowned detective rivaling Kudo Shinichi. He is kind-hearted, down-to-earth, has a sunny disposition, and is truly exceptional. What? Mayano Akemi teased. Is our Shiho smitten with him? Should I help you deliver a love letter? Mayano Shiho's mouth twitched slightly at her sister's jest. Sister, I need to head back. There are matters at the Research Institute. Take care of yourself, and I will visit you when I have time. Shiho, you be careful too. Mayano Akemi watched her sister's retreating figure, murmuring, don't worry, we will soon be able to leave the organization. In a narrow alley, Fujiwara Kyosuke strolled leisurely, seemingly unhurried. Wait a moment. A cold voice called. Fujiwara Kyosuke turned around, meeting the gaze of the approaching Mayano Shiho. She had run all the way to his side, looking somewhat breathless. Miss Shiho, is there something you need from me? Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled, sending a surge of spiritual energy to her. Mayano Shiho's complexion visibly reddened, and even the cervical issues from years of research seemed to vanish. She was incredulous as she felt the changes within her, slightly dazed. Indeed, there are such people in this world after all. Miss Shiho, did you catch up to me because you have something to say? Fujiwara Kyosuke asked again. I am just curious about the surname that makes the organization tremble in fear. What kind of magic does it hold? Mayano Shiho curiously observed Fujiwara Kyosuke, even feeling an impulse to dissect him. So Miss Shiho, are you satisfied now? Fujiwara Kyosuke shook his head with a smile, not expecting the cold Mayano Shiho to have such a side to her. Mayano Shiho remained silent, and then asked, I heard you are a friend of Kudo Shinichi. Has he really died? Miss Shiho, allow me to share a phrase with you. Fujiwara Kyosuke, like a mystic, produced a black staff out of nowhere and said softly, when the rain night falls, a miracle reappears, what was lost is found again, and the truth is revealed. After saying this, Fujiwara Kyosuke added, if you need anything, please feel free to contact me. After finishing this sentence, he vanished without a trace. How do I contact you? You didn't leave a single phone number. Mayano Shiho felt like she was about to break down from Fujiwara Kyosuke's actions. At that moment, a puppet suddenly appeared in her hand. As the puppet's lips moved, it spoke a line. Miss Shiho, keep the puppet. Dick can save your life at a critical moment. Mayano Shiho looked around, finding the empty street devoid of figures. Special ability users really do exist. She tucked the puppet away, her expression complex. Sakura residence. Father, it seems there aren't many shooting stars this year. The graceful Sakura Ririko said to her father Sakura Yuya while sitting in the yard. As she spoke, she began to count. Heh. Sakura Yuya glanced at his daughter and smiled, saying, don't be impatient, it's not time yet. You know, once the meteor shower erupts, it will be overwhelming. Shooting stars raining down is no idle talk. Father, I've heard people say that when a star falls from the sky, someone dies on the ground. Huh? Sakura Ririko's mother Sakura Keiko walked over and chuckled softly, saying, don't listen to nonsense. If it were a rain of shooting stars, that would be something else. Sakura Ririko tugged at Sakura Keiko's arm, grinning widely, completely unfazed by the authority of the reasoning club president. Constellation divination is merely an ancient legend, Sakura Yuya said, shaking his head with a smile. As the director of the Mihua Town Central Hospital, he was a staunch materialist. By the way, Father, I remember that my sister loves meteor showers the most. I wonder if she is watching the meteor shower at this time. That's for sure. Perhaps at this moment Mommy is making a wish. Sakura Keiko's face was beaming with a happy smile. In her life, she had a loving husband, a dutiful eldest daughter, a son-in-law, and a lovely younger daughter. She felt that her life was perfect. The meteor shower is happening. Sakura Ririko jumped up, looking very excited. It would be great if Fujiwara-kun were here, she thought to herself with a hint of regret. So beautiful. Sakura Keiko also looked astonished. Ring ring, the phone rang. It's my sister. Sakura Ririko quickly answered the call, saying, Sister, did you make a wish? A weak woman's voice came from the other end, breathing heavily. You all come quickly, quickly. Sister, what happened? Sakura Ruriko's expression changed dramatically. Sakura Yuya quickly snatched the phone, urgently asking, Mommy, what happened, Mommy? Dad, I feel unwell. Watanabe Mama's voice dropped even lower. Take me to the hospital. Mihua Town Central Hospital. The deputy director of the thoracic surgery department, Toyama Yusuke, looked anxious as he rushed towards the operating room. Purple lips and body swelling are signs of heart failure. As he reached the entrance of the operating room, he heard the nurse say this. His face changed drastically, almost stumbling to the ground. Mommy. Toyama Yusuke rushed forward and anxiously asked, Ruriko, what happened? What happened to Mommy? I don't know either. Sakura Ruriko choked out. Where's the doctor? Toyama Yusuke continued asking. Preparing for surgery. He glanced around, a hint of anger in his eyes. Where's your brother-in-law? It seems he's in surgery. That bastard. Toyama Yusuke punched the wall. Yusuke, come in and help. Sakura Yuya, dressed in surgical scrubs, hurriedly ran to the operating room door. All right, sensei. Toyama Yusuke, already in scrubs, immediately followed him into the operating room upon hearing Sakura Yuya's command. Vasodilators. What's the blood pressure? 30, 40, 30. Director. The nurse hurriedly said, the patient's vital signs are fading. Cardiac stimulants. Sakura Yuya maintained a calm expression, concealing his inner anxiety. We've already administered 2 doses. The nurse frowned slightly. Administer more. Sakura Yuya shouted angrily. Mommy, it's Yusuke. Can you hear me? Watanabe Mommy showed no reaction. Is the anesthetist in place? Toyama Yusuke shouted. In place. A sweating anesthetist rushed in. Quickly administer anesthesia. Seeing the anesthetist, Toyama Yusuke felt a little calmer. As long as the surgery could proceed, he believed that with his top 3 skills in the country, he would definitely save Mommy. Sensei, assist me shortly. Open the chest and perform cardiac massage. Okay. Emergency room. I'm sorry, we did our best. Watanabe Ichiro looked guilty and sighed, but as a doctor, especially an emergency doctor, although he was accustomed to life and death, it still felt somewhat painful. Wasn't it said that spleen surgery is not dangerous? A man sat on the ground, his face pale. I'm sorry, I don't have the ability to bring the dead back to life. Watanabe Ichiro's mood was low as he prepared to return to the break room. Dr. Watanabe, your relative just called saying your wife is critically ill. A nurse hurriedly ran over. What? Watanabe Ichiro's pupils dilated in disbelief as he questioned, you said my wife is critically ill? Yes, she is undergoing surgery in the thoracic department on the 6th floor. Watanabe Ichiro didn't even change his clothes and directly ran towards the elevator, tripping along the way, drawing the attention of many. In front of the thoracic department, Sakura Yuya and Toyama Yusuke leaned against the wall, silent. Sakura Ruriko was hugging Sakura Keiko, crying uncontrollably. When Watanabe Ichiro arrived, he saw such a scene. Father. Watanabe Ichiro approached Sakura Yuya asking, how is Mommy? She. Sakura Yuya was in tears, unable to say a word. Why did you come now? Toyama Yusuke punched Watanabe Ichiro in the face, his face twisted in rage. Watanabe Ichiro took the punch without retaliating, unable to believe, saying, how could you let Mommy leave me with so many experts here? I hadn't even opened the chest, and Mommy was gone. Toyama Yusuke slapped his own face, tears streaming down his cheeks. I'm useless, I'm really useless. Watanabe Ichiro looked indifferent, as if he had not processed it, murmuring, Mommy, my Mommy. His voice grew louder, tears welling in his eyes as he began to cry. Sakura residence. It has been 2 days since Watanabe Mommy passed away. The police determined that Watanabe Mommy died of heart failure, but Sakura Ruriko firmly did not believe it, arguing that Mommy had a very healthy body and had even won the county long-distance running championship. But the police had no choice. After all, heart failure was too specialized. Sakura Ruriko hesitated for a moment, picked up the phone, and dialed a haunting number. Half a minute later, the call connected. Sakura-san, what happened? Fujiwara Kyosuke's gentle tone made Sakura Ruriko. Sakura-san, where are you? I'm coming over now. Upon hearing the girl's cries, Fujiwara Kyosuke's heart sank. My sister. Sakura Ruriko said haltingly, my sister is dead, and the police concluded it was heart failure. Fujiwara Kyosuke frowned slightly, asking, was your sister in poor health? Not at all. Sakura Ruriko asserted, my sister is a long-distance running champion and her health is far better than mine. Sakura-san, do you want me to help you investigate this case? Yes. All right, I'm in. Fujiwara Kyosuke said, tomorrow I'll come to find you. Today you should rest well. Don't worry, I will definitely get to the bottom of this case. Fujiwara-san. Sakura Ruriko choked, thank you. Fujiwara Kyosuke hung up the phone, took out a gold coin, and let it spin between his fingers. It seems I still need to rely on the police's strength. Fujiwara Kyosuke gently tossed the coin into the air, picked up the receiver, and dialed Akechi Kengo's number. Fujiwara-san, it's rare for you to call me. Akechi-san, I have a case here. I don't know if you're interested. Oh. Akechi Kengo on the other end of the phone was clearly taken aback, saying, is there a case you can't solve? This was not a mockery, but a genuine thought from Akechi Kengo. Tomorrow in Fudo City. Fujiwara Kyosuke mentioned the location before hanging up the phone. If I want to know whether it was heart failure, then I can only. His eyes turned from blue to purple, a peculiar light shooting out. The next day at the Sakurazaka residence. Indeed, there is something suspicious. After listening to the account of Sakurazuka Ruriko, Akechi Kenwa sighed. Fujiwara-kun, what do you think? Sakurazuka Ruriko asked. Let's go meet Uncle, Fujiwara Kyosuke said, saying nothing more, but harboring some vague suspicions. That's reasonable. After all, Mr. Sakurazuka is a renowned surgeon, it is proper to hear his opinion. Akechi Kenwa nodded repeatedly. This elegant and confident inspector only acknowledged the capable and despised the incompetent. A renowned surgeon. Sakurazuka Ruriko sighed, her expression filled with sorrow. A renowned surgeon who couldn't save his own daughter. I imagine he must be extremely heartbroken. What does Uncle think about this matter? Fujiwara Kyosuke suddenly asked. He believes my sister died under unclear circumstances, which is why I called you. Fujiwara Kyosuke nodded. It is indeed unclear, and there are many doubts. He glanced at Akechi Kenwa. Do you know why I brought you here? Akechi Kenwa with a serious expression nodded. He could see at a glance that this case was suspicious, yet the police department concluded it was an accident. This was blatant incompetence. When Sakurazuka Ruriko led Fujiwara Kyosuke and Akechi Kenwa to the reception room, Sakurazuka Yuya and Sakurazuka Keiko happened to arrive as well. Uncle and hello. I am Fujiwara Kyosuke here at the invitation of Sakurazuka-san to investigate. This gentleman beside me is Inspector Akechi from the police department. He also finds this case quite suspicious. You are that prince of magic, the star inspector. Sakurazuka Keiko, who often watched television, recognized the two of them at a glance, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I know you both too. Sakurazuka Yuya's eyes also lit up. He was well aware of their names, especially Fujiwara Kyosuke, who his younger sister mentioned every day, praising how impressive he was. It's just media hype, Fujiwara Kyosuke humbly said, glancing at Sakurazuka Yuya, and tentatively asked, Uncle, may I ask what your thoughts are on the death of Miss Watanabe Mami? Since you are an expert in this area, we hope to receive your advice. Sigh. Sakurazuka Yuya sighed heavily. To send off a white-haired person with a black-haired one, how sorrowful this is. Nothing could be worse. Kyosuke, may I call you that? Sakurazuka Keiko interjected. Of course, Aunt. Sakurazuka Keiko forced a smile. Kyosuke, I am also a doctor. I will answer this question for you. Please, Mommy was only 28, always healthy, yet suffered from acute heart failure, and it wasn't left atrial or right atrial failure, but total heart failure. How could this be possible? That is also our question. Akechi Kenwa's gaze held a hint of inquiry. There is a saying in our country, where there is water, there is a source. Where there is a source, there is rain. But Mama's failure has no roots or basis. Are you suggesting that Miss Mama's death was not natural? Suspicious, very suspicious. I have treated patients for over 30 years and have never encountered such a case. Suspicious. Akechi Kenwa fell silent for a moment and said, I understand that doctors speak with precision. To use the word suspicious, I believe you must think that Miss Mama's death is indeed unusual. However, I still hope you both can provide us with some professional advice. You need clues. Sakurazuka Yuya, holding back his grief, sighed and gritted his teeth. Then there is only one way. What way? Fujiwara Kyosuke's eyes sparkled. Autopsy. Sakurazuka Yuya declared decisively. As long as there's an autopsy, there will be no hiding. What about Aunt? Fujiwara Kyosuke glanced at Sakurazuka Keiko again. Sighed. Sakurazuka Keiko shook her head. What a sin. At this point there is no choice but to autopsy. You two are the deceased's closest relatives and have the right to request an autopsy. Akechi Kenwa said, probing again. Sakurazuka Keiko said helplessly. We want to, but Mommy is married. It's not something we can decide, and Ikaru does not want an autopsy. Does not want an autopsy. Fujiwara Kyosuke's eyes shone with fervor. It's not that, it's just. They had a good relationship, and an autopsy would cause too much damage to the body. He finds it hard to bear. Sakurazuka-san, Fujiwara Kyosuke stood up. Let's go find that Watanabe, Ikaru. Okay. On the car, Akechi Kenwa drove while Fujiwara Kyosuke and Sakurazuka Ruriko sat in the back. It seems Uncle and Aunt are trustworthy, leaving only Sakurazuka-san, Watanabe Ikaru, and the deceased's admirer Toyama Yusuke as suspects. Fujiwara Kyosuke pondered. Sakurazuka-san has no motive or opportunity to commit the crime. Thus we need to investigate Watanabe Ikaru and Toyama Yusuke. While the two were talking, the vehicle had already arrived at the deceased's apartment building. Outside room 4001. As Fujiwara Kyosuke and the others stood outside the door, they heard a man's voice ringing out. Mommy, my mommy. That morning I was still planning to celebrate your birthday, and unexpectedly, just a few hours later, we are separated forever. I can't bear to part with you. Fujiwara Kyosuke frowned slightly and said, it seems they had a good relationship. Sakurazuka Ruriko didn't know what to say, as she felt something was strange. It seemed a bit forced. Ding dong. Fujiwara Kyosuke pressed the doorbell. Before long, a short-haired man opened the door. The group entered the living room. Brother-in-law. Sakurazuka Ruriko said, this is Fujiwara Kyosuke, and this is Inspector Akechi from the police department. They are here to investigate the cause of my sister's death. The cause of death. Watanabe Ikaru fell silent for a moment, picked up a document from the table, and handed it over. This is Mama's medical history. Please take a look. Fujiwara Kyosuke took the medical history and began to read it, with Sakurazuka Ruriko and Akechi Kenwa. The three of them looked increasingly serious. Dr. Watanabe, is this real? Fujiwara Kyosuke furrowed his brows and asked, in the past year your wife went to the hospital 4 times, and her symptoms were always difficulty breathing and lower limb edema. The doctors diagnosed heart failure. Did you have no idea at all? Sigh, I really didn't know. Watanabe Ikaru said, filled with regret. Mommy was always so cheerful, how could I have thought she would suffer from heart failure? Dr. Watanabe, have you seen this medical history before? Akechi Kenwu inquired. No. Watanabe Ikaru shook his head. I just saw it while sorting through her belongings. Sister-in-law, don't you think it's strange that sister died? Sakurazaka Ruriko said excitedly. I believe we should conduct a forensic autopsy. Autopsy. Watanabe Ikaru frowned slightly. Illness strikes like a mountain falling, and recovery is like pulling silk. From the medical history, Mama's condition has been ongoing for some time, we overlooked it. He looked extremely remorseful. So, does that mean you disagree with the autopsy? Fujiwara Kyosuke narrowed his eyes slightly, instinctively raising an eyebrow. It's not that I disagree. Watanabe Ikaru emphasized, I just can't bear it. Let her go in peace. But you are a doctor, don't you want to understand the cause of your wife's heart failure? Akechi Kenwu adjusted his glasses, his eyes revealing a hint of inquiry. Doctors are human too. Watanabe Ikaru became agitated. I truly cannot bear to lay a hand on my wife. You have no idea what my feelings for mommy are. As soon as he said this, everyone fell silent. Just then the doorbell rang. When the door opened, it was surprisingly Sakurazuka Yuya, along with a tall, somewhat dull-looking young man. Kyosuke Inspector Akechi. Sakurazuka Yuya greeted them, and said to Watanabe Ikaru, Ikaru, I brought Yusuke with me. I want you to hear all our opinions. Oh. Fujiwara Kyosuke glanced at the man and asked, Are you the Dr. Toyama? Yes, that's me. Hello. So what is Dr. Toyama's suggestion? Fujiwara Kyosuke asked. I share the same opinion as my teacher. Toyama Yusuke said decisively, an autopsy is necessary. I want to know how mommy met her misfortune. Uncle feels the same way, right? Fujiwara Kyosuke realized that this was Sakurazaka Yuya bringing reinforcements. That's right, it was a father. I want to know the cause of my daughter's heart failure. As a doctor, I want to know the pathology of Mama's death. Ikaru, you wouldn't object, would you? Of course not. I will listen to you. Sakurazaka Yuya nodded, and turned to Akechi Kenwu politely saying, I apologize for the trouble, Inspector Akechi. This is what we should do, Akechi Kenwu said seriously. The next morning, Fujiwara Kyosuke arrived at Akechi Kenwu's office. How is it? Akechi Kenwu scoffed. It really is a blatant murder. He threw the autopsy report at Fujiwara Kyosuke. Type 3 anesthetic. It seems that the victim died from a large dose of anesthetic, indicating a highly professional method. Tingyuan Kyosuke stroked his chin thoughtfully. Have you investigated the source of the anesthetic? My subordinates inquired at the Mihua Central Hospital, and they have not procured any type 3 anesthetic. Tingyuan Kyosuke frowned slightly. It makes no sense. All signs indicate that it must have been someone familiar. If it wasn't someone familiar, how could the victim have ingested a large dose of anesthetic? Moreover, the quantity of anesthetic is strictly regulated. How could it have leaked out? Kyosuke, do you know why ingesting a large amount of type 3 anesthetic causes heart failure? Mitsuzuki Kenwo showed a puzzled expression as this touched on his blind spot. Tingyuan Kyosuke shrugged. He didn't know either. But he had an outside helper. Let me think for a moment. I seem to remember. Tingyuan Kyosuke pretended to ponder, while Mitsuzuki Kenwo nodded and continued to review the documents. Tingyuan Kyosuke connected a fragment of consciousness stored in the crystal ball, simultaneously summoning Mayano Shiho. In an instant, the two appeared at a long table. Tingyuan Kyosuke. Mayano Shiho looked at the young man opposite her, a slight smile gracing her lips. Sorry, Miss Shiho, I have something I want to consult you about. Is this your attitude when consulting? Mayano Shiho curiously examined the space, completely unfazed, unlike Mayano Akemi back then. Consider it a favor I owe you. Tingyuan Kyosuke said helplessly. All matters. All matters. Tingyuan Kyosuke frowned, slightly unsure of her meaning. Mayano Shiho raised her voice slightly. You, my sister Kudo, Shinichi, and Jin, everything about them. If I don't mention this, you will find out soon enough. Oh, do you really want to waste a favor? My favors are quite precious, you know. Mayano Shiho fell silent for a moment, crossing her legs. I don't have much time. Oh, Jin has been sending people to monitor me. You can rest assured. You must understand, human thought is imprisoned within the body, while you have now broken free from this constraint. Disregarding time and space. Mayano Shiho, being a scientist, grasped the concept immediately. Tingyuan Kyosuke nodded. Here a day passes, but outside only a second has gone by. Interesting. The abilities of you special individuals are truly remarkable. Mayano Shiho's expression noticeably relaxed as she said, go ahead. What is it that can trouble you, the omnipotent magician? Why does ingesting a large amount of type 3 anesthetic lead to heart failure? Tingyuan Kyosuke ignored her teasing and type 3 anesthetic. Mayano Shiho frowned slightly. You should know that anesthetics can be used in 2 ways, injection or inhalation. Yes, but all anesthetics involve a dosage issue. If too little is used, it won't work, and if too much is taken, the burden on the body increases, possibly leading to irreversible damage. Could anyone use type 3 anesthetic to commit suicide? Tingyuan Kyosuke asked. My magician. Mayano Shiho smiled. Do you know that the main ingredient of type 3 anesthetic is tetrachloroethylene? The pain before death is something that ordinary people cannot endure. Moreover, a large dose of anesthetic. Do you think an ordinary person could compare to a large organization? This type 3 anesthetic is even scarce within organizations. Using a large dose of anesthetic for suicide. Too extravagant. Tingyuan Kyosuke fell silent for a moment before continuing. So, in a hospital, who is qualified to receive anesthetics? Naturally, only deputy ministers and higher are qualified. Tingyuan Kyosuke nodded, smiling. Thank you for your insights. You've worked hard. Remember, you owe me a favor. After saying this, Mayano Shiho vanished from this space. Tut tut, being able to guess the way out of here, Mayano Shiho, is truly remarkable. Outside, Tingyuan Kyusuke relayed the information he obtained to Mitsuzuki Kenwo. Although the control over anesthetics is very strict, someone still managed to bring it out, and even used it to kill Miss Asami. Mitsuzuki Kenwo squinted, affirming, I believe the one who killed the victim is her husband. Tingyuan Kyusuke nodded, their thoughts were in sync. But, what about the motive? There's no reason. Clearly Mitsuzuki Kenwo also thought of this, and fell into contemplation. Knock knock. A knock sounded, and a police officer pushed the door open. Inspector Mitsuzuki, Mr. Tingyuan, a doctor claiming to be Toyama Yusuke, is looking for you. Toyama Yusuke. Tingyuan Kyusuke and Mitsuzuki Kenwo exchanged glances. Please let him in. Understood. The officer saluted and exited. A minute later, Toyama Yusuke walked in holding an album. Dr. Toyama, what do you have? Toyama Yusuke sighed and placed the album on the table, saying, I have a few photos that I believe will assist you in solving the case. Photos. Tingyuan Kyusuke opened the album and found that the pictures were all of a meteor shower. A meteor shower. Mitsuzuki Kenwo looked at Toyama Yusuke with confusion, somewhat unclear. It shouldn't have been taken yesterday, right? This was taken 5 years ago during the Perseid meteor shower. Toyama Yusuke's eyes held a hint of nostalgia as he said this was taken at Watanabe Ikaru's hometown by the seaside. At 5 o'clock 4 days ago, I suddenly received a call from Asami. She invited me to her home. At that time I thought it was her. I should clarify that Asami and I once dated. So I went. You celebrated her birthday together? Mitsuzuki Kenwo inquired. Toyama Yusuke shook his head, not at all. Her husband Watanabe Ikaru was busy in the emergency department, and she was home alone. It was quite desolate with no birthday atmosphere at all. I called to order a bouquet of lilies and asked a nurse to order a birthday cake for me, then drove to her house after work. Then why did she call you over? Photos, as she returned these meteor shower photos to me. I have liked photography since childhood and have decent skills. These photos were taken on a summer night 5 years ago when I was at the seaside with my teacher and Asami Ruriko and Watanabe. Speaking of which, a hint of pain flashed in his eyes. I gave the photos as a wedding gift when Asami married Watanabe Ikaru, because they became a couple during that meteor shower. So I am quite puzzled as to why she returned the photos to me. Tingyuan Kyusuke nodded. It seemed these photos represented some kind of contemplation and emotion from the deceased. It might also signify the deceased's denial of past feelings, a sense of regret. Perhaps the deceased believes that their choice. Tingyuan Kyusuke glanced at Toyama Yusuke and asked, Dr. Toyama, did you ask Miss Asami why she returned the photos to you at this time? After all, this was your wedding gift to them and carries a different significance. I did. Toyama Yusuke replied. She said this is your masterpiece, it's better to be kept by you. After saying this, she pulled me to go bowling just like usual, full of spirit and joy. I lost a lot of rounds, but I was very— So when did you leave the bowling alley? Mitsuzuki Kenwo interjected. Toyama Yusuke thought for a moment. About 8:30 and— So precise. Asami wanted to watch the 9 o'clock show of Idlebirth, so she set an alarm on her mobile phone. Did you not? No, we each drove ourselves. Dr. Toyama, I have one last question. Tingyuan Kyusuke asked, what do you think about Miss Asami's death due to a large dose of anesthetic? It is both unexpected yet reasonable. Asami was in great health, even better than I am. I honestly do not believe she would suffer heart failure. Alright, I understand. Tingyuan Kyusuke nodded. Secretly, this person should have no suspicion. As for love, turning, Toyama Yusuke is too dull, otherwise he wouldn't have let someone take his girlfriend. Besides, if he wanted to kill, he would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? Wait. Now. Tingyuan Kyusuke suddenly thought of a possibility. Could something unexpected have happened that led this murderer to take a desperate gamble? After Toyama Yusuke left, Tingyuan Kyusuke relayed this thought to Mitsuzuki Kenwo. We need to investigate the two suspects and find out what has happened to them over the past 5 years. This incident could very well be the motive behind the murder. Ms. Mingji, I will first go to Ms. Yingshu's to learn about Ms. Meimai's relationship situation. Tingyuan Gongjia said to Mingji Jianwu, then turned and left the police headquarters. At the Yingshu residence, Tingyuan Gongjia stood beside Yingshu Lalizi and asked Ms. Yingshu, I would like to know about the emotional entanglement between your sister, your brother-in-law, and Dr. Yuanshan. Brother Yuanshan. Yingshu Lalizi rested her chin on her hand and recalled, he was my father's student and often came to our home to study. Through those visits, they naturally became familiar with one another. I was only 12 then, but I always felt he was more suited to my sister. At that time, it was not only my thought. Everyone believed they would become a couple. Tingyuan Gongjia considered and said, so their feelings developed naturally. They grew fond of one another and, barring surprises, would likely have ended up together. But Dr. Dubian's appearance disrupted that arrangement. Is that correct? Yes. Yingshu Lalizi nodded. My brother-in-law was not my father's pupil. After university, he worked at a general hospital, but found few opportunities to flourish there, so he resigned and went to a community hospital in Numura Town, Hokkaido. Coincidentally, my father's hometown is Numura Town in Hokkaido. When my brother-in-law learned this, he invited my father to come and hold seminars and guide them, and it was then that we met him. Did he start visiting frequently afterward? Yes. Yingshu Lalizi nodded. Whenever there was an opportunity, our family would go and stay for a few days. He must have treated your sister well. Indeed. His kindness to my sister was never concealed. Once my sister saw a pheasant spring from the fields and casually remarked, pheasant soup is so tasty, oh she and mother love it. That very evening pheasant soup appeared on our table. After he learned our family loved fruit, our home never lacked fruit again. Tingyue and Gongjia mused, was that when he began to... Not exactly. He only began pursuing my sister after he joined Mihua General Hospital. Mihua General Hospital. Tingyue and Gongjia was curious. The medical system, there was extremely strict. Dubian along, was merely a community doctor. How could he have advanced a rank so readily? He applied to my father to come study here, and my father agreed. At first my father introduced him to an old classmate, Uncle Rixiang, the director of Mihua General Hospital. He was indeed fortunate. Tingyue and Gongjia said with meaning, for only a small price, he had secured an opportunity to go to Tokyo, a chance many doctors long for. He often said so himself. Ingshu Lalizi smiled. Thereafter he began to pursue my sister. Whenever he had a spare moment, he came to our home, studied medicine under my father, helped my mother with chores, and even took pleasure in rough tasks like sweeping the courtyard. Did he know that Ms. Mame and Dr. Yuanshan were seeing each other? He knew, but he called it fair competition, openly trying to steal her love. Ingshu Lalizi hesitated before saying this. Tingyue and Gongjia raised an eyebrow. How did Dr. Yuanshan react? Brother Yuanshan. Ingshu Lalizi said, vexed. He is like a block of wood. He believes love grows like a slow stream, not achieved in an instant. If two people truly love each other, outsiders cannot intervene. So you side with Dr. Yuanshan in your sister's marriage? Tingyue and Gongjia smiled. Yes. Ingshu Lalizi nodded. I have always felt Brother Yuanshan was more reliable. He was my father's student, his character and ability can stand any test. I see. Tingyue and Gongjia nodded inwardly. Yuanshan Yojia had given him the same impression. It was the meteor shower, wasn't it? The meteor shower 5 years ago that decided this marriage. I want to know why. You actually know about the meteor shower. Ingshu Lalizi was taken aback for a moment, then continued. It was the height of summer 5 years ago. My brother-in-law invited us to go away for the heat. Our whole family, and Brother Yuanshan went. That night it happened to be the Perseid meteor shower. As the shower erupted, my sister knelt on the beach, closed her eyes, and made a wish. When she opened her eyes, whoever stood before her she chose. She entrusted her future happiness to that meteor shower. Tingyue and Gongjia sighed slightly. So when she opened her eyes, she saw Dr. Wuan. Yes. My brother-in-law knelt before him holding a bouquet and proposed to her. At that a rare flash of anger crossed Ingshu Lalizi's usually serene face. And Brother Yuanshan, that block of wood, was still holding a camera snapping the meteor shower from every angle. Utterly unaware his girlfriend was about to marry another man. After the marriage was decided, my brother-in-law, through my father's connections, transferred to Mihua General Hospital. In only 3 short years, by virtue of his exquisite skill, he became a senior physician at the deputy director level. Was your sister happy after marriage? Tingyue and Gongjia scratched his head. He found the case truly difficult. Though he suspected who the killer was, he still had to ask questions in every direction and could not find a decisive clue. Although he could directly hypnotize someone, without clear evidence the person could claim a temporary madness or a mental episode. In short, it was not easy. Sigh. Although I think my brother-in-law does not measure up to Brother Yuanshan, I must admit my sister's married life was... Just last month my brother-in-law bought my sister a diamond ring of no small value. Very well. Tingyue and Gongjia nodded, and as he prepared to leave, a woman's voice suddenly sounded at the door. Uncle Aunt Lalizi, are you at home? It's Sister Yoxiang. She must be looking for my sister. Ingshu Lalizi explained. She and my sister run a fashion design company together. Perhaps she could not reach my sister. What is her relationship with your sister? Tingyue and Gongjia brightened. They are close confidants, friends who share everything. Ingshu Lalizi asked curiously, is there some matter? Invite her in. Since she is both your sister's confidant and business partner, she will surely know secrets you do not. Why? My mother once said that once a woman marries, she will present only the happy side of herself to her family, so they need not worry. It is only to a few very close friends that she will truly open her heart. A glimmer came into Tingyue and Gongjie's eyes. I think Miss Yuxiang's words may not align with what you believe you know. All right, I will receive Miss Yoxiang. You go call your uncle and aunt. And do not forget Miss Mingji. She must not. Tingyue and Gongjia took out his phone and dialed Mingji Jianwu's number, asking him to hurry over. He'll be outside at once. I have 2 new leads to tell you. Mingji Jianwu finished speaking and hung up. New leads. Tingyue and Gongjia narrowed his eyes slightly and put. Tingyue and Gongjia opened the door and was met by a tall, well-proportioned woman of about 27 or 28. Who are you? Ryu and Yoxiang frowned, stepped back, and glanced at the nameplate, Ingshu residence. Right. Tingyue and Gongjia, a sort of detective invited by Lalizi to investigate her sister Meimai's death. Tingyue and Gongjia gave a brief introduction of himself. Wait. Ryu and Yoxiang widened her eyes in shock and stammered. You said Meimai is dead. She almost lost her footing and nearly fell, but Mingji Jianwu, who had just arrived, caught her to steady her. Mr. Yuo, I am fine. Ryu and Yuxiang's eyes welled with tears. How could she? This is impossible. Sakura Tree residence. In the living room. Among the 6 people, Fujiwara Kyosuke and Sakura Tree Ruriko sat together. The Sakura couple sat together, while Hinohara Yuka directly took a seat beside Akechi Kingo. This is the entire course of events. Akechi Kingo took out his identification from his suit pocket and handed it over. This is my police certificate. Hinohara Yuka took the certificate, glanced at it a few times, then returned it, sighing, Uncle Aunt Mommy is too kind and too hesitant. I have advised her several times, but it has not worked. What's going on? Sakura Tree Keiko pressed on. Mommy told me just a few days ago that she was very happy, and Ikaru even gave her a diamond ring. What happiness? What happiness? Hinohara Yuka interrupted Sakura Tree Keiko abruptly, tears in her eyes. Behind Mama's sunshine lies a darkness her angelic laughter conceals endless pain. Father doesn't know, mother doesn't know, sister doesn't know. She sighed and shot a glare at the three members of the Sakura family. Mommy has such family members as you, it's truly a sin. Saying this, she began to cry again. Poor mommy. Hearing Hinohara Yuka's words, the Sakura family was struck as if by lightning, unable to believe. Fujiwara Kyosuke and Akechi Kengo exchanged glances and nodded in tacit agreement. You don't know, but I do. Hinohara Yuka let out a breath, took out a diamond ring box from her bag, and said slowly, look, this is the diamond ring that Watanabe Ikaru gave to mommy, said to be quite valuable, along with a professional certificate from the jewelry store. Akechi Kengo took the diamond ring and asked, how did this diamond ring end up in your hands? Huh. Hinohara Yuka snorted coldly, I just can't believe that bastard Watanabe would buy such an expensive diamond ring for mommy. I asked mommy to have it appraised, but she refused to go, saying that even if it was fake she would accept it. It's truly infuriating. As a result, I took it for appraisal, and indeed it was fake. Hinohara Yuka said indignantly, it's only worth 10,000 yen. Oh. The Sakura family was dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that in Watanabe Ikaru's eyes their daughter sister was worth only 10,000 yen. Alas. Hinohara Yuka sighed, Mama's happy life is just like this diamond ring, all fake. Miss Yuka, can you elaborate a bit more? Akechi Kengo adjusted his glasses. Sure. Hinohara Yuka organized her thoughts and said, on the surface Watanabe Ikaru treats mommy very well, but in reality mommy has been living alone for a whole year. That makes sense. Akechi Kengo interjected, this morning Dr. Toyama came to the police department and mentioned that even on Miss Mama's birthday her home was still cold and empty. What? Why is this happening? Sakura Tree Keiko was somewhat on the verge of collapse, unable to imagine what kind of life her daughter was living in the Watanabe household. Watanabe Ikaru often doesn't come home, and even when he does, he doesn't say a word. He has completely different personas in front of people and behind their backs. Mommy is also proud she has kept it from everyone. I vaguely remember that it was last year's Valentine's Day. Watanabe Ikaru was on a business trip. He ordered a bouquet of roses, but didn't have them delivered to home. Instead, they were sent to the company. Of course, later I found out that he was doing it for us to see. At that time, I was really envious of mommy, though I was not young anymore. Who wouldn't want to marry a considerate man? As she spoke, her face turned slightly red. Mommy received the roses with a bright smile and then shut herself in the door. I inadvertently pushed open the door and suddenly saw Mei crouching in the corner, covering her face, tears flowing through her fingers, and the petals of the roses scattered on the ground one by one. Hearing this, the three members of the Sakura family turned ashen. I was extremely shocked at the time and quickly asked mommy if something had happened at home. She suddenly hugged me and cried out loud. To be honest, I have known her for 20 years, and it's the first time I saw her cry, so at that time I was terrified and quickly pressed for details. Only then did I learn the whole story. Hinohara Yuka's face showed an angry expression. I was extremely furious at that time and advised mommy to divorce him immediately. Later I also spoke with Watanabe Ikaru. Do you know what he said? How did he respond? Sakura Tree was extremely angry, wanting to stab Watanabe Ikaru. I cannot divorce, I will not divorce. Without Mama's family there would be no today for me. I still need to establish myself in the medical field and cannot let people say I am ungrateful. Hinohara Yuka mimicked Watanabe Ikaru's tone and recited this passage. At that time I questioned him, why was he only thinking of himself, and he sidestepped the issue. In short, he said he would change. But what was the result? It only got worse. While mommy is also proud, I don't even know how to help her. After Hinohara Yuka finished, everyone in the room fell silent. It's me, it's my fault. Sakura Tree Keiko wept, choking on her words. I thought Watanabe Ikaru was reliable and diligent, and that he would care for my daughter. Marrying her off to him was better than marrying that Yuya kid. I was wrong. Mommy, I'm sorry for you. It catches in, you said you have clues, what are they? Fujiwara Kyosuke asked. The delivery man found that Watanabe Ikaru poured a transparent liquid into the milk bottle at his doorstep. Just 2 hours ago, Watanabe Ikaru delivered a cake to me, which upon testing contained a type 3 anesthetic. Although this cake was given to Miss Mommy by Dr. Toyama, it was ordered by a nurse and the two of them went to pick it up together. Because this nurse lives just above Miss Mama's home, she went in to sit for a few minutes, and finally the three left together. I have confirmed this with the nurse, and it is indeed true. In other words, Dr. Toyama had no chance to poison her. Sakura Tree Yuya cursed angrily. He killed mommy and still tried to frame Yuya. I wish I could poke my own eyes out for having supported such a scum. Dingling. Fujiwara Kyosuke's action phone rang. The call was from Ishikawa Katru. Sir, after investigation, Watanabe Ikaru treated a woman named Nishimaru now a year ago. Everyone held their breath and listened carefully. She is the daughter of Nishimura Tsugu, the director of the Kyoto University Medical School Hospital. A year ago, she had just gotten married, but unfortunately suffered a car accident and her husband died on the spot. Due to the principle of nearby treatment, she was sent to the Central Hospital in Mikihara Town. Fujiwara Kyosuke looked up at Sakura Tree Yuya, who nodded, and asked what happened next. Watanabe Ikaru is an excellent doctor. He persuaded Nishimura Tsugu to agree to treat her at the Central Hospital. That surgery was very successful and Nishimura Tsugu was deeply grateful. Because he was her lifesaver, Miss Nishimura developed a good impression of Watanabe Ikaru. They often dined together, and just a few days ago, she even gave him a valuable diamond ring. Fujiwara Kyosuke put down the phone. The last motive was also complete. Alas, Why do human desires seem... Fujiwara Kyosuke sighed. At this moment, all the puzzles were solved. Turns out that diamond ring really exists, it's just that my daughter isn't worthy of it. She doesn't have a top hospital director as a father. Sakura Tree Keiko gave a bitter smile, her spirit seemingly drained, slumping on the sofa. Hearing this, Toyama Yuya, who had just arrived, also fell silent. Uncle, call Watanabe Aikiro and tell him you agree to cremate the body. Let him come over. Fujiwara Kyosuke said calmly it's time for him to pay the price. 10 minutes later, Watanabe Aikiro hurriedly arrived looking distressed. Father, Mother Ruriko, Fujiwara Sensei Akichikiji, Dr. Toyama, and Yukini are here too. Watanabe Aikira's face was filled with grief as if he would cry at any moment. Stop acting. Sakura Tree Yuya glared at him enraged and threw a fruit plate directly at him. Smash! The fruit plate shattered and a cut appeared on Watanabe Aikira's forehead. For a moment Watanabe Aikiro was somewhat confused. He finally understood that this was a banquet of fate, but he didn't know which part of his plan had gone wrong. How could such a flawless layout be seen through? Your plan is indeed interesting, but lacks sophistication. You are merely taking advantage of the police's lack of medical knowledge. Fujiwara Kyosuke thought to himself that the forensic experts in this world were really weak. Even the pharmacology of type 3 anesthetics was unclear, needing him to seek outside help. Weaklings. Fujiwara Kyosuke waved a hand, throwing him into a trance. Now that the evidence chain was complete, all that was lacking was his confession. Fujiwara Kyosuke could finally be straightforward. I hypnotized him, you can ask him any questions. The Sakura couple finally understood why their daughter admired this person so much. With just this skill, Fujiwara Kyosuke was no ordinary person. Akechi Kingo knew a bit about the Fujiwara family and nodded, asking, so why did you kill Miss Mommy? Watanabe Aikiro looked dazed and recounted everything in detail. It was roughly similar to what Hinohara Yuka had said. He never loved Sakura Tree Mommy. Marrying her was merely a means to climb higher, and now with a better choice, he naturally sought to rise. And Sakura Tree Mommy became his stumbling block, and handling her this way allowed him to retain the connection with the Sakura family while climbing to the Nishimaru family's higher branches. Last question. Akechi Kingo asked, how did you obtain the type 3 anesthetic? It was given to me by an organization. Even the car accident involving the Nishimaru family was orchestrated by the organization with the aim of helping me attain a high position. Similarly, after I achieve a high position, they will assist in controlling the entire medical institution. An organization. Akechi Kingo frowned slightly. What kind of organization? It is. Just as Watanabe Aikiro was about to speak, a mouthful of black blood gushed from his mouth, and after struggling for a moment, he lost consciousness. Fujiwara Kyosuke frowned slightly. What a cautious organization. With Watanabe Aikira's death, the case turned into a headless mystery, and the trail to the behind-the-scenes organization was cut off. But no matter what, for the Sakura family, the truth of the case had been revealed. The deceased could finally rest in peace. Sakura Tree Ruriko said. Fujiwara Kyosuke shook his head. I didn't do anything. No, you arrived at the first moment and solved this case. She gently hugged Fujiwara Kyosuke, their figures stretching long shadows on the ground in the setting sun. In the Fujiwara residence, Mayano Akemi, dressed in a butler's outfit, was watering the flowers in the garden, a serene smile on her face. Yesterday, Fujiwara Kyosuke had executed a swap, exchanging Mayano Akemi with a paper puppet, allowing her to remain at ease as the butler. Today is the day Mayano Akemi has a transaction with Jin. Meanwhile, the paper puppet, bolstered several times over by Fujiwara Kyosuke, possesses strength that far exceeds that of Jin. Imagine just as Jin and his driver Vodka are reveling in their triumph. The seemingly fragile Mayano Akemi suddenly unleashes her power, delivering a thorough beating to both men before departing. TSK, TSK, TSK. This damned sense of imagery. Fujiwara Kyosuke felt a surge of superiority at the thought, reflecting on other protagonists who, upon arriving in the world of Conan, could at most bully the little Shinigami. While bullying the Shinigami may be amusing, what kind of skill is that? If you have the ability, go bully the creator of the Shinigami, Jin. Fellow seniors, don't mind me. Fujiwara Kyosuke gleefully toyed with the gold coin in his hand. Akemi, he called out, excitement evident on his face as he waved to Mayano Akemi, who was still watering the flowers. What is it, Fujiwara-kun? Mayano Akemi asked gently as she walked over to him. You really resemble a larger version of Ran, or rather, considering age, it's Ran who resembles you. Really? Then I really want to meet this Ran you speak of, she said with curiosity before adding, so my young master, what do you need me for? Oh right, almost forgot. Fujiwara Kyosuke slapped his forehead, laughing. Come, let me show you the spectacular scene of Akemi giving Jin and his driver a good beating. Driver? Mayano Akemi's mouth twitched. You mean Vodka, right? That's him. I always feel like he got into the distillery through the back door, so I usually refer to him as Jin's driver. The two entered the study, where Fujiwara Kyosuke took out a crystal ball and recited an incantation. It was Mayano Akemi's first encounter with such mysticism, and she stared intently at the crystal ball, exuding an unexpectedly charming contrast. Life is but a fleeting moment, akin to the brief cycle of grass and trees. The most famous of all is the three great illusions: TA likes me, I can solo kill, and someone is calling me. Previously, Jin had experienced the second feeling. Unfortunately, his golden hair was now covered in dust, and his black coat was nearly gray. Just moments ago, he had been brimming with confidence, believing that capturing Mayano Akemi would be a piece of cake. I can solo kill. Little did he know that the instant they collided, reality would slap him harshly. As Jin raised his gun, the Mayano Akemi opposite him suddenly stood up, moving like lightning, darting past him. In an instant, the gun in his hand was embedded into the floor. It was truly embedded, the kind that couldn't be pulled out. Inside the warehouse, the battle between Jin and Mayano Akemi had escalated into a fierce confrontation, or rather Jin was being soundly beaten while his driver cowered in a corner trembling. Vodka covered his wrist, cursing inwardly. Damn Mayano Akemi. Are you out of your mind? Why pretend to be weak? If I had known you were this powerful, the organization would have put in more effort to recruit you. Who dares to disrespect your sister? On the other side, Jin narrowly dodged a flying kick from Mayano Akemi. Her foot landed on the wall behind him. Boom. A crack appeared in the wall, and after a breath the crack multiplied into several, and another breath later into boom. The rubble shattered, and a large hole was broken in the wall. The entire warehouse began to tremble. Thud. Looking at the large hole before him, Jin's eyes widened, his mouth moved slightly as he swallowed hard. Mayano Akemi merely watched him with a calm expression, showing no intent to attack. The disdain she displayed was palpable. 10 seconds later, Jin finally regained his composure. The scorn from Mayano Akemi felt like an insult to him, a seasoned assassin. Damn it. Jin stared at the Mayano Akemi before him. His prized combat skills felt like those of a snail in the face of her extraordinary speed, and his strength paled in comparison, even more feeble than that of an infant. In the study, Fujiwara Kyosuke exclaimed, Akemi, look. Jin's expression of doubting life is just too amusing. Fujiwara Kyosuke exclaimed excitedly, like a child who had just received a new toy. Mayano Akemi couldn't help but laugh as well. She never expected that the cold, merciless, and arrogant Jin would end up in this state, and for a moment, she felt a pang of pity for him. This paper puppet is really strong. Mayano Akemi sighed, glancing at the swaying Jin, then at the excited Fujiwara Kyosuke, feeling her resentment diminish slightly. Poor child, he doesn't even know who he's fighting against. Fujiwara Kyosuke grinned, explaining, this paper puppet has simulated 1/10th of Uncle Ishikawa's power. Don't even mention one Jin, even 100 Jins would only end up taking a beating. This is also because the paper puppet lacks weapons. If it were equipped with a sharp blade, it could instantly slice through Jin and his driver's throats. And after the paper puppet finishes off its foes, it could calmly say, just eliminated some boring stuff. Fujiwara Kyosuke lamented, wishing he could keep such a fun toy instead of letting it be handled by Conan. Especially while watching Jin fall, get up and fall again, his interest grew even more. This scene reminded Fujiwara Kyosuke of his past life, when he played StarCraft, encountering a Protoss that would never quit. At that time, he happily built 30 bases at the opponent's doorstep, while simultaneously upgrading 2 tech levels. In the end, the opponent could no longer endure the humiliation and quit the game. Sigh. The past is hard to look back on. Go for it, Jin. Believe in yourself, you can do it. Uncle Ishikawa. Mayano Akemi had no idea that Fujiwara Kyosuke was having such perverse thoughts. She was merely curious about the name. His name is Ishikawa Gomen, the 13th descendant of the righteous thief, Ishikawa Gomen. Armed with a sword that can cut through anything, he can even slice satellites from the atmosphere. An organization of the caliber of the distillery wouldn't be enough for him to handle alone. As they conversed, the warehouse had already been dismantled by Mayano Akemi. Boom. The warehouse collapsed, dust flying everywhere. Jin, under Vodka's brave protection, finally escaped the encirclement of Mayano Akemi. This paper puppet only has 1/10th of his power. Mayano Akemi found it hard to believe. If that were the real Ishikawa Gomen, how terrifying would that be? Uncle Gomen is unafraid of bullets, unafraid of missiles. He can cut down anything. He is incredibly strong, at least at level 7, or even higher. Fujiwara Kyosuke shrugged, noting that the destructive power displayed by the opponent in this world far surpassed that in the Lupin 3 animation. Jin has run away. Fujiwara Kyosuke felt a hint of regret. Snap. With a snap of his fingers, Mayano Akemi transformed into a piece of paper, passing through the spatial barrier and landing in Mayano Akemi's hand. With this Akemi protecting you, I can rest easy, Fujiwara Kyosuke said with a smile. By the way, Akemi, given the situation, can we talk about your thoughts? Mayano Akemi put the piece of paper into a fourth-dimensional pocket, her expression complex. After a long pause, she finally said, I feel a bit sorry for Jin, but it's really too tragic. It does seem somewhat tragic. Fujiwara Kyosuke was momentarily taken aback. The two exchanged smiles, their melodious laughter filling the entire room. On the other side, Jin's driver Vodka was driving with one hand, rushing with Jin in tow, fearing that Mayano Akemi would appear again. Damn it. Jin spat out a mouthful of blood, cursing. He exuded a beastly aura, causing Vodka to tremble involuntarily. Mayano Akemi. I know that person. Just a little mouse. How did she suddenly turn into a tiger? The image of the warehouse's destruction was vividly imprinted in his mind, leaving him blank. A sudden question arose. What about Mayano Shio? Should I let her go? It's not that I'm weak, but I really can't fight against Mayano Akemi. Even if all of us senior executives charged together, the outcome wouldn't be. After resolving the issue with the wine, Mayano Akemi devoted herself to her role as a housekeeper. In fact, this job was quite leisurely. When she needed to go out, the driver Cole would take her. Cleaning the rooms was handled by a cleaning robot. For cooking, there was a dimensional food machine and gourmet napkins. Although she did not understand the principles behind them, the food produced was irresistible, especially from the dimensional food machine. The food was simply a delight. Afterwards, she experienced the solar system during the dinosaur era, filled with magical elements in a medieval room, talking paintings, and various magical pets. When she entered Fujiwara Kyosuke's private treasure trove, Mayano Akemi finally understood just how wealthy Fujiwara Kyosuke truly was. You know the Mona Lisa, right? The one exhibited at the Louvre in France. It's a fake. The real one is in Fujiwara Kyosuke's private treasure trove. The Last Supper is also here, and the one in the Church of Santa Maria del Grazie in Milan is a fake as well. Additionally, the genuine manuscript of Lantinghi Su from the Celestial Empire left Mayano Akemi dumbfounded when she saw it. Shouldn't this genuine manuscript be in the tomb of Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty? There were all kinds of antiques, collectibles, and treasures. Fujiwara Kyosuke's assets alone were worth more than a small country. Actually, aside from the two famous Da Vinci paintings, the rest were exchanged by Fujiwara Kyosuke from the system. Treasures and antiques were priced extremely cheaply in the system, ranging from 100 to 10,000. A treasure worth $100 million equated to merely 10,000 shock points. There was a limitation: physical items exchanged from the system could not provide shock points to the host. For instance, if Fujiwara Kyosuke exchanged for a two-dimensional foil, it would indeed shock and even frighten everyone. But even if he turned the sun into 2 dimensions, he would not receive a single point of shock value. However, books were different. For instance, if he published The Exchange, The Devotion of Suspect X, he could still earn shock points. So I would say money has no significance in my eyes. Fujiwara Kyosuke shrugged, appearing rather nonchalant. Mayano Akemi twitched her eye, indicating that she did not wish to engage with him. The next morning, a light rain fell from the sky. Akemi, I'm heading out, Fujiwara Kyosuke said to Mayano Akemi, who was learning flower arrangement. So early. Akemi glanced at the clock. It was only 7, knowing that classes in Neon began at 8. I'm just going to the club for a bit. I heard they'll distribute fantasy magic troupe tickets to each member, which is a club benefit. Fujiwara Kyosuke shrugged, smiling helplessly. Oh, Fujiwara still needs to see magic. Do they really qualify to perform in front of you? Mayano Akemi was slightly taken aback. Those magicians were indeed impressive, and there were some tricks she would have to ponder for a long time to solve, while some tricks she could not decipher at all. Even so, it still belonged to the realm of magic. Having Fujiwara Kyosuke appreciate magic was more absurd than a university professor doing elementary school mathematics. That's not it. I just have a friend I haven't seen in a long time to meet. Oh, Mayano Akemi nodded and walked over to Fujiwara Kyosuke, carefully adjusting his tie. Then she took out an umbrella from her 4-dimensional pocket. Although I know you won't need it, it's still an excuse. Saying this, she handed. The weather forecast said it would rain heavily today. Thanks, Akemi. Fujiwara Kyosuke felt warmth in his heart. Indeed, Akemi had an angelic attribute. Though the umbrella was optional, he still felt Mayano Akemi's concern. After Fujiwara Kyosuke left, Mayano Akemi sat down again to study flower arrangement. For a moment, tranquility enveloped the villa. Fujiwara Kyosuke arrived at school by car, collected the tickets from the club, and returned to class. Kyosuke, Suzuki Sonoko exclaimed nervously, is there a magic trick that can see through things? Hurry and teach me. See through? Magic? Fujiwara Kyosuke expressed, are you out of your mind? I can indeed see through things, but that's magic, not a trick. Besides, you're a girl learning to see through. What do you want to do? Fujiwara Kyosuke quickly protected himself, looking wary. I want to see through, not for that. For an exam. Today is the exam. Didn't you know? A test I'm going to fail again. Failing is great. You should learn to give others a chance. Think about it, you are the second daughter of the Suzuki Consortium. If your grades are too good, will others even survive? So just enough is fine. With the Suzuki Consortium's influence, you can choose any university you want. Fujiwara Kyosuke said nonchalantly. You make it sound quite reasonable. Suzuki Sonoko rested her chin on her hand, pondering, and no longer pressed Fujiwara Kyosuke for props. In the afternoon, heavy rain poured down. Fujiwara Kyosuke gazed out the window, feeling something. According to the original fate, Mayano Akemi should be dead now, and Mayano Shiho should have escaped the organization. In order to retrieve this legal lowly, Fujiwara Kyosuke hurried home right after school. Due to the heavy rain, it became very dark, and it was not even 7 yet. Night had fallen. Along the sides of the road, aside from the streetlights and passing vehicles, no one could be seen. Could it be that it wasn't today? But what was the purpose of this heavy rain? Just a simple rain. Just as Fujiwara Kyosuke was puzzled, his phone rang. Fujiwara, why haven't you come back yet? Mayano Akemi's worried voice came through the phone. I'm almost there. According to my calculations, your sister Shiho will appear today. Fujiwara Kyosuke still conveyed that. Really? Mayano Akemi raised her voice, her tone filled with excitement. Fujiwara Kyosuke replied, I'm currently keeping watch at Professor Agasa's door. I heard you gave Shiho a puppet. You should be able to sense its location, right? Mayano Akemi's words awakened Fujiwara Kyosuke. That's right, how could I forget the puppet? He quickly concentrated his mental power to sense the puppet's position. It seems to be nearby. Fujiwara Kyosuke felt a slight joy. It seemed his intuition was correct. Today was indeed the day the legal loli would make her appearance. 3 minutes later, behind the Fujiwara family wall, Fujiwara Kyosuke along with Mayano Akemi finally found Mayano Shiho. No mistake. A figure wrapped in white cloth. Shiho. The bond between sisters was strong. Even though she only saw a figure, Mayano Akemi could feel that it was her sister. The two ran over and Fujiwara Kyosuke released a magical shield blocking the rain from entering. Mayano Akemi lifted the white coat, revealing the silhouette of a little girl. Aside from the location, everything else is correct. Mayano Akemi had a somewhat complicated expression. Fujiwara, will Shiho really not get into any trouble in the future? Don't worry. Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled reassuringly. If something were to happen, she wouldn't be alive right now. Besides, I'm here, so there's nothing to fear. That's good. Mayano Akemi picked up the little girl, examined her for a while, and suddenly laughed. She really does look Fujiwara-kun, why do you think Murasan didn't recognize Conan as Kudo Shinichi? Perhaps he didn't notice at first, and later on, even when he realized there was nothing he could do. His daughter had already bathed with him. What else could the uncle do but cover for this kid? Fujiwara Kyosuke speculated, having learned from his father that Muri Kagoro was definitely not incompetent, while the reason for Hayu's departure was as ridiculous as a joke. Moreover, the Kudo family had moved overseas. All of this hinted at something strange. Forget it, no need to think about it now. The boat will naturally straighten when it reaches the bridge. Fujiwara Kyosuke glanced at the short-haired, delicate-looking little loli. Akemi, tomorrow I must ask her why her hair shortens as her body shrinks. Fujiwara Kyosuke was extremely curious whether it was Kudo Shinichi or Mayano Shiho, or even Akai Mary, their hair all shrank when they transformed. What a fascinating concept. Inside the villa, Fujiwara-kun, I will take Shiho back to her room first. As soon as they returned home, Mayano Akemi eagerly carried her wet younger sister upstairs. After she freshens up, come down and call me. I will help her eliminate the side effects of the medication. Fujiwara Kyosuke's hands shimmered with blue magical energy, casting several beams of light that instantly created an invisible protective barrier around the villa. Okay. Mayano Akemi nodded and quickly ascended the stairs. Arriving at the room that had been prepared for Mayano Shiho yesterday, she filled the bathtub with warm water while taking out a princess dress. If I had known, I would have bought a few more sets. This one doesn't seem to look good on Shiho. Mayano Akemi frowned as she bathed her unconscious sister and dressed her in new clothes, her gaze filled with an indescribable softness. Before meeting Fujiwara Kyosuke, she would never have dared to imagine such a scene. More importantly, she was not living in hiding after a fake death, but openly living as Mayano Akemi. As for the organization's retaliation, notify them. Mayano Akemi, the Fujiwara family will protect her. If those unsavory crows are unconvinced, they can come find me. As long as they dare to come, I will welcome them anytime. Yes, young master. Fujiwara Kyosuke hung up the phone and boredly flipped through the latest magazine. As for Mayano Shiho, she merely had a slight cold and mental fatigue. A good sleep would suffice. Shocking. Phantom Thief Kid has once again graced the Vatican Museum, inciting the Pope's fury. Now the entire Europe has issued a complaint against Phantom Thief Kid. Seeing this news, Fujiwara Kyosuke's mouth twitched. Has this guy gone mad, provoking that group of fanatical believers? Thankfully, the True Church of Light has some connections with the Kuroba thief and won't send any capable people to punish him. Fujiwara-kun, it's ready. Just as Fujiwara Kyosuke was complaining, Mayano Akemi appeared on the stairs. Alright. With a flicker, Fujiwara Kyosuke appeared beside Mayano Akemi, and another flicker brought her into Mayano Shiho's room. What a convenient ability. Mayano Akemi exclaimed. Don't you have a door to anywhere? It's equally convenient to go anywhere. Fujiwara Kyosuke chuckled, green spiritual energy converging in his hand shaped like a ping-pong ball. He gently pushed it, transforming the ping-pong ball from a three-dimensional sphere into a two-dimensional plane, which slowly descended and merged into Mayano Shiho's body. Under Fujiwara Kyosuke's spiritual energy, the side effects of APTX and the cold within Mayano Shiho were instantly dispelled. Of course, this also resulted in her gaining an additional decade of life. Even if she developed an antidote and returned to her original state, the extended lifespan would remain. However, according to the strange timeline of the Conan world, this extra lifespan doesn't seem to matter much. After doing all this, Fujiwara Kyosuke returned downstairs, waiting for the two to have dinner. Another hour passed. The Mayano sisters finally came downstairs, and Fujiwara Kyosuke sat at the dining table staring at them intently, causing a sense of unease to rise within them. Sorry, Fujiwara-kun. Mayano Akemi suddenly remembered that Fujiwara Kyosuke seemed to be waiting for them to eat. It's fine, let's eat quickly. With a slight movement of his fingers, a plate of potato noodles appeared in front of the three. This potato noodle was the top-tier dish made by genius chef A Fei in the finals of the Super Chef competition in Chinese Little Chef. Then a bowl of rainbow porridge appeared in the center of the table. In the evening, let's have something light, especially since Shiho has just recovered. Neither of them responded to Fujiwara Kyosuke's words. The potato noodles were fine, just glowing with golden light. What surprised them the most was that the rainbow porridge actually had a rainbow on top. Mayano Akemi had eaten food made by the dimensional food machine before, but she was still a bit surprised to see the rainbow. If she was surprised, there was no need to mention the little loli beside her who was questioning her life. I am a scientist. Mayano Shiho screamed crazily in her heart. But the aroma is really enticing. Is this thing really edible? Mayano Shiho trembled at the corner of her eyes, glancing at the glowing potato noodles and the rainbow glowing porridge. A dish that doesn't glow isn't a good dish. Fujiwara Kyosuke squinted and smiled. Mayano Shiho looked at him and blinked. Who said that? Her adorable expression struck a chord with Mayano Akemi. Shiho is so cute. She gently hugged Mayano Shiho and patted her little head. Of course, it's what the top chef, Master Lu Onxing, said. Fujiwara Kyosuke replied seriously. Lu Onxing. Mayano Shiho said she had never heard of this name. Alright, let's eat. Fujiwara Kyosuke introduced. This potato noodle has no trace of noodles at all, but is made from potatoes, small soy chicken slices, eggs, scallions, and pumpkin cold soup, making it refreshing and suitable to eat after porridge. As for the rainbow porridge, it is made from red vegetables, mung beans, pumpkin pine nuts, and longan, which helps detoxify and nourish the internal organs. Following Fujiwara Kyosuke's instructions, the Mayano sisters began to enjoy the delicacies. Half an hour later. So delicious. Mayano Shiho exclaimed softly, her face brimming with a happy expression, making her look much sunnier. After they were, Fujiwara Kyosuke took the two to the living room. Fujiwara. Mayano Shiho hesitated for a moment, thinking that calling him Fujiwara-kun would seem strange to outsiders, but calling him Onaya-kun would feel strange to her. In short, it felt very strange. You can call me by my name Fujiwara or Kyosuke, whichever you prefer, but in front of outsiders it's best to call me Kyosuke. I will also declare to outsiders that you are my distant cousin, while Akemi is my distant older cousin. Kyosuke. Brother. Mayano Shiho opened her mouth. This boy, who was obviously younger than her, was taking advantage of her. That's right. Mayano Akemi flashed a teasing smile, saying, Shiho is still a child. If you directly call Fujiwara-kun's name in front of outsiders, it will be considered uncultured. She pinched Mayano Shiho's little face casually. Sister. Mayano Shiho's once aloof expression collapsed. No matter what, thank you for saving both of us. Mayano Shiho's expression was particularly serious. Being sensitive, she could clearly sense Fujiwara Kyosuke's kindness towards them. Not at all. Fujiwara Kyosuke waved his hand and smiled. I have conditions as well. I happen to need a housekeeper, and I happen to have taken a liking to your sister. By the way, Shiho, how did you leave the organization? Mayano Akemi looked on with curiosity. The predetermined fate had been completely altered by Paperman Akemi, but Shiho still became younger. At this moment, she understood why Fujiwara Kyosuke was so wary of fate. Well, about that. Mayano Shiho's eyes sparkled with confusion. Rarely she scratched her head and said, Yesterday morning Jin suddenly came to the laboratory and locked me in a secret room on the grounds of my suspected betrayal of the organization. Yesterday afternoon, I heard hurried footsteps moving back and forth in the medical room next to the secret room, occasionally hearing the sound of instruments clashing, which continued until I fell asleep, yet the noise persisted. This morning the base suddenly became eerily quiet. I swallowed that APTX pill and discovered my body had shrunk. I managed to break free from the handcuffs and escape successfully. But the strange thing was that I didn't see a single person along the way, not even those who were chasing me. Her little face bore a look of confusion, misunderstanding, and perplexity. Mayano Akemi listened to her sister's words, her shoulders shaking continuously. When she saw Mayano Shiho's bewildered expression, she finally couldn't hold back. Fujiwara Kyosuke also laughed, glancing at Mayano Akemi. It seems Jin was quite scared. And he was badly beat, Mayano Akemi added. Fujiwara sister, what are you talking about? Mayano Shiho was confused. She couldn't quite grasp what they were discussing. As a genius scientist with super high intelligence, I actually can't understand what you were saying. She secretly glanced at Fujiwara Kyosuke. Did you really eliminate the side effects? The powerful magician Fujiwara Kyosuke. The magic system is shrouded in mystery. After witnessing Mayano Akemi brutally beating Jin in the crystal ball, Mayano Shiho finally understood why no one came to investigate her. However, all of this was utterly world-shattering for her as a scientist. What happened to the promised scientific world? Initially, she had some doubts, but ever since Fujiwara Kyosuke pulled her consciousness into the crystal ball, Mayano Shiho began to believe. But what do they mean by external declaration? She had a bad feeling about it. As a genius scientist in terms of observation and reasoning, Mayano Shiho was completely on par with Kuta Shinichi. Although in the anime, it seems that Conan is the more capable one. But one must know every field has its own expertise. Even if Mayano Shiho could detect some clues through her observation and reasoning, she was ultimately not a detective and could not connect the dots to the methods of the perpetrator. Similarly, Conan accumulated various drug knowledge while at the Hawaiian Technical School, but let alone developing an antidote, he would be bewildered just looking at experimental data. However, even if Mayano Shiho sensed something, there was nothing she could do about it now. Let's discuss Shiho's issue next, Fujiwara Kyosuke said. Sure enough. Mayano Shiho's brow twitched. She knew her instincts were not wrong. What is the matter with Shiho? Mayano Akemi tilted her head, looking puzzled. Her identity. Fujiwara Kyosuke took a sip of tea and said slowly, as I mentioned earlier, I will publicly declare her to be my distant cousin. But now there's a tricky problem. What problem? Mayano Akemi asked nervously. School. Fujiwara Kyosuke's lips curled into a smile. After all, she is just a child. It's not suitable for her to stay home all the time. My idea is to send her to school, and she can make some good friends there. School. Mayano Shiho's eyes widened in shock as she glared at Fujiwara Kyosuke. I knew it. This guy is all dark inside. Sister, you definitely won't agree, right? Mayano Shiho cast a hopeful glance at Mayano Akemi. Little did she know. Mayano Akemi's face brightened. What a great idea. How come I didn't think of that? Oh no. Mayano Shiho panicked inside. Oh, she felt she could still salvage this. Sister, Just as she was about to speak, she was lightly interrupted by Mayano Akemi. Shiho, we had no choice before. Seeing you alone in that cold laboratory every day made my heart ache. Now it's good you can finally have a wonderful childhood. Mayano Shiho. What else can I say? No. I don't want to go to elementary school. Am I the one who teaches my teacher, or is it the other way around? Sister, have you forgotten that even when I was 7 my knowledge surpassed that of a high school student? Let alone now. She cast a pleading look at Fujiwara Kyosuke. Give me a laboratory. Just one. I will work in the lab. Ooh, I'm familiar with that. Shiho. Don't you want to go to school? Mayano Akemi saw the look in her sister's eyes instantly fading into a somber expression, choked up as she said, "It's all my fault, I didn't give you a wonderful childhood when you were little. Keeping you locked up in the organization for study was my mistake." Fujiwara Kyosuke cleared his throat, lightly signaling that Mayano Akemi's acting was a bit exaggerated. Mayano Akemi realized instantly and made her performance more natural. Mayano Shiho looked at the two, opened her mouth, and thought to herself, even if you were trying to coax me, could you please take it a bit more seriously? However, she also knew they meant well and didn't have the heart to refuse. I understand, I will go to school. Mayano Shiho shot a glare at Fujiwara Kyosuke, knowing this was definitely his Fujiwara Kyosuke returned her a sunny smile. TCH. Annoying. Mayano Shiho's face flushed as I knew it. Shiho is the most obedient. Mayano Akemi's gloominess instantly dissipated upon her sister's agreement. The performance was slightly exaggerated, but much better than some actors. Fujiwara Kyosuke evaluated in his heart, casually saying, regarding school, I already have a plan. Is it just? Mayano Shiho glanced at Fujiwara Kyosuke sideways. Really? That's great. Mayano Akemi seemed very happy. Silly sweet. This term suddenly popped into Mayano Shiho's mind. Although impolite, it was quite accurate. Fujiwara Kyosuke said earnestly, Teton Elementary School is quite good. It is only 10 minutes away from our home, and we can go to and from school together. I'm not a child. Mayano Shiho prepared to reclaim her last shred of dignity. A while ago, Conan also declared him not a death god. Do you know what happened afterward? Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled mysteriously. What? Mayano Shiho's bad premonition grew stronger. Mayano Akemi also looked over, curious about the embarrassing incident of that Heisei Homes. Then the bride teacher Matsumoto almost died at the hands of the groom. If I hadn't intervened in time, who knows whether that day would have turned into a happy occasion or a funeral. In fact, every time Conan shouts I'm not a death god, someone ends up getting killed. Shiho, are you sure you want to set that flag? Fujiwara Kyosuke's words made the Mayano sisters feel uneasy. This was too eerie. Find him a child, they'll go to school. Mayano Shiho shrugged her shoulders. She was truly afraid she would never turn back and would have to remain a child forever. Good. Fujiwara Kyosuke skillfully ruffled Mayano Shiho's hair. Not bad, the touch feels better than Conan's. You bastard. Mayano Shiho glared at Fujiwara Kyosuke like an angry plush cat. Mayano Akemi watched the interaction between the two and couldn't help but smile. This is the life she wanted. Sorry. Fujiwara Kyosuke retracted his hand, glanced at the little loli, and pretended nothing happened, saying, I summarized 2 corollaries of the Conan theory. You? Scientific theory. Mayano Shiho didn't believe it at all. If you said you organized a magic spell or created a new magic, I might reluctantly believe it. But if you talk about scientific theories, then I'm not interested. Conan theory 1. Wherever Conan and Muri Kaguru are, if there's no external interference, a case will definitely occur. Conan theory 2. Whenever Conan, Muri Ran, and Suzuki Sonoko attend a gathering, a case will inevitably. By the way, there's one more. Fujiwara Kyosuke suddenly thought of the 3 fools from Titan and added, Conan theory 3. Whenever Conan, Yumi, Kuchi, and Jinna are together, as long as they are not at school, a case will definitely be triggered. Remember these 3 points, because as long as one of them is triggered, you must be on high alert. Fujiwara Kyosuke's expression became serious. He wasn't joking with the Mayano sisters. The 2 sisters listened dumbfounded. Mayano Shiho was stunned for a while. Are you sure this is science and not metaphysics? This is the absolute truth of the Conan theory. Fujiwara Kyosuke shrugged. He understood their thoughts. If he hadn't traveled here, he wouldn't believe such absurd things either. By the way, hold on to the puppet. Fujiwara Kyosuke instructed. What use does this puppet have? Mayano Shiho took out the puppet, looking puzzled. Didn't I mention it the last time I left? Fujiwara Kyosuke said uncertainly. What do you think? Mayano Shiho rolled her eyes. You were too busy showing off. I seem to have forgotten. Fujiwara Kyosuke said, a bit embarrassedly, explaining. This puppet will activate when you are mortally wounded, helping you withstand the damage. Of course, if you actively activate the puppet, it will instantly transform into your likeness to assist you in battle. The puppet is already bound to your soul. You just silently think to activate it, and it can transform into any shape you imagine, but the initial form is still yourself. See, just like Akemi's paper doll. Mayano Shiho's eyes lit up. But what about its power? It's about the same as Akemi's paper doll. Anyway, if you measure it by Jin, it's 100 times Jin. Fujiwara Kyosuke shrugged, explaining some details to the Mayano sisters. So in your eyes, Jin has become a unit? Mayano Shiho's mouth twitched wildly. Who said that? Fujiwara Kyosuke retorted, old Jin is still this kid is hopeless. The Mayano sisters simultaneously thought. You don't need to feel bad, I'll arrange for you to join Class 1B at Teton Elementary School. There will be a ready-made subject for. Fujiwara Kyosuke's comforting words carried a hint of temptation. For scientists, a mature experimental subject is something they can never let go of. Indeed, upon hearing the words subject for observation, Mayano Shiho's eyes flickered, showing a hint of interest. I need a laboratory. Mayano Shiho stated her requirement. No problem, I will prepare a laboratory with infinite space in my private. Infinite space. Spatial expansion magic. Once cast, it only needs to be fixed once a year. Fujiwara Kyosuke explained while leading them into the villa. It's so big here. Mayano Shiho's eyes widened as she stared at the vast living room, dazed for a while. What is this? Your laboratory will be this large too. Fujiwara Kyosuke pointed to one of the rooms and said, That will be your laboratory. It should be well equipped inside. If you need anything, just ask your sister for money to buy it. Sister? Mayano Shiho blinked, wondering if her sister had. She is my housekeeper. All my money is managed by her. Fujiwara Kyosuke nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on a painting. That painting, your sister insisted on hanging it up, but I don't really like it. The Mona Lisa? Mayano Shiho was stunned, looking up at Mayano Akemi. Is this the real one? Yes, the one in the Louvre is a fake. And this is just a tiny fraction of Fujiwara-kun's assets. Mayano Akemi said honestly. When Mayano Shiho returned to the reality of the villa's living room, she was completely bewildered. That solar system. It really exists. The room permissions have been granted to you. Fujiwara Kyosuke sat on the sofa, glancing at Mayano Shiho's clothes. I'm off tomorrow. Let's go shopping for a while. Shiho's clothes. We should buy a few sets for each season. Also, do you want to change your name? Fujiwara Kyosuke pondered, but decided to leave the decision to Mayano Shiho. Change my name. That sounds good. After all, the name Mayano Shiho is quite famous in the biological community. If someone compares photos and notices she has shrunk, explaining it would be too troublesome. As for the name, let's call it Hybra AI. Mayano Shiho paused for a moment before saying the name that Fujiwara Kyosuke and Mayano Akemi had anticipated. That's a beautiful name. From now on, I'll call you Little AI. Mayano Akemi said with a smile. All right, time to sleep. Fujiwara Kyosuke waved his hand, his figure fading away until he disappeared. Let's go, Shiho. We're going to sleep too. Mayano Akemi was already accustomed to Fujiwara Kyosuke's way of leaving. She took her sister's hand and went upstairs. That night, Hybra AI slept very peacefully. So peaceful that she didn't wake up until noon the next day, coming downstairs with messy hair. As soon as she smelled the aroma of walnut sauce duck, she was instantly awakened. Little AI, come over for dinner. Mayano Akemi waved at her with a bright smile. Coming. Hybra AI approached the table and Mayano Akemi helped her adjust her pajamas before lifting her onto the chair. Where's Fujiwara? Hybra AI looked around, but couldn't find any trace of Fujiwara Kyosuke. This morning, the Illusion Magic Troupe is performing a tour in Baika Town, and all the members of their magic club are going to visit. Does he need to observe magic? Hybra AI rolled her eyes. No, he said he was going to meet a friend. Mayano Akemi looked at the time. He should be back soon. Just then, Fujiwara Kyosuke pushed open the door. Walnut sauce duck? Not bad. Fujiwara Kyosuke nodded, washed his hands, and sat down to eat. After lunch, Fujiwara Kyosuke called Ishikawa Kataru and easily handled Hybra AI's identity. He returned from England just like him. Strictly speaking, Neon is not like the Celestial Empire. There is no unified identification here. Moving houses is also rare, and many people may never go far in their entire lives. Therefore, neighbors are very familiar with each other, serving as an alternative form of identification. When they do need identification, they usually present a driver's license, passport, insurance card, or citizen's voting card. Due to age restrictions, Ishikawa Kataru processed Hybra AI's insurance card and passport. Then he made a call to the principal of Teton Elementary School. And that was done. Young master, tomorrow morning Miss Hybra can go directly to report. Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, he shared the news with the Mayano sisters. Mayano Akemi was naturally overjoyed while Hybra AI appeared indifferent. Like a department store. On the second floor, children's clothing section. Women regardless of age are the easiest to sell to. So looking around, various styles of children's clothing were displayed in the windows. Fujiwara-kun, what do you think of little AI wearing this outfit? Mayano Akemi held up a red outfit and gestured a few times to Hybra AI. Not bad. Fujiwara Kyosuke nodded and waved his hand by it. Mayano Akemi selected a few more outfits and had Hybra AI go to the fitting room to try them on. Strangely, Hybra AI showed no resistance and was extremely obedient. Mayano Akemi began to doubt whether her sister had been replaced by a puppet. However, in reality, Fujiwara Kyosuke had promised Hybra AI that as long as she cooperated after buying the clothes, he would take her to browse the bag section of the mall. She could randomly pick 5 bags she liked. With this condition, Hybra AI completely lost any thought of resistance. Bags can cure all ailments, it's not just talk. Wow, whose child is this? So cute. When Hybra AI walked out of the fitting room, there was a wave of exclamation. Even quite a few women looked at Hybra AI with sparkling eyes. I must find out whose child this is. She would be a perfect match. Fujiwara Kyosuke glanced at the hefty woman weighing 200 pounds with a hint of disdain appearing at the corner of his mouth. Would your family dare to marry her? Not to mention Fujiwara Kyosuke, even that old lady who shouts, "Au pair," every day wouldn't let you off. After picking out nearly 20 sets of clothes, everyone looked at Fujiwara Kyosuke with changed expressions. Who are this man and woman? A woman whispered. I don't know, but they are definitely very wealthy. Each outfit here costs over $1 million, and they bought so many without even changing their expressions. Wait. A wealthy woman frowned, thought for a moment, and said, I think I've seen this man at the Hatamoto family's wedding. Exiting the children's clothing section, they also bought 20 pairs of shoes and several hats in the shoe and hat section. After all, this is the scientific world. Dozens of pairs of shoes a year might not be enough unless they are custom versions from Professor Agasa. After purchasing stationary backpacks and other necessities, Hybra AI finally arrived at the bag section. When she got her hands on 3 brand new Prada bags and 2 Furla wallets, Hybra AI walked out of the mall feeling satisfied, realizing that the entire afternoon was worth it. At Dedan Elementary School, Class 1B. Hey, have you all heard? Starting today, we have a new transfer student in our class. As Conan stepped into the classroom, he heard Yoshida Ayumi sharing this news with Tsuruga Kosuke and Kojima Jinta. Really? Tsuruga Kosuke said. Ever since Conan came, another transfer student arrived so quickly. I heard they just returned. Yoshida Ayumi said excitedly. I wonder what kind of person the new classmate will be. England. Conan glanced at Speaking of which, isn't that guy's hometown England? I hope she's a cute girl, Kojima Jinta thought whimsically. No. Tsuruga Kosuke raised his index finger and said seriously, regardless of whether it's a boy or a girl, personality is the most important thing. Conan. Yoshida Ayumi walked over to Conan, her face full of curiosity. What kind of person do you think the new Maybe she's a bookworm who only studies hard, Conan said as he packed his bag, resting his left hand on his cheek, appearing leisurely on the surface. Inside, he complained silently, thinking it would be another boring day. I heard the new classmate's last name is Hibara. Hibara? That's a rather strange surname, just like Conan's name. Although there are many surnames in Neon, Hibara is quite rare. At least these kids have never heard of it. After a while, the classroom door was pushed open and the smiling teacher Kobayashi Sumiko walked in. Beside her was a new classmate. With chestnut curls, blue eyes, and a delicate, cute expression on her face, she wore a red sleeveless turtleneck and carried a small backpack. So cute. It's a girl. A wave of exclamations filled the classroom. The attitude towards female classmates was quite evident. At least when Conan transferred, he did not have such popularity. Seeing everyone excited, Conan felt secretly displeased, squinting as he thought, she's just a girl, what's so special about that? People fear comparison. Teacher Kobayashi picked up a piece of chalk and wrote 3 big characters on the blackboard. Hibara AI. This is Hibara AI, who will study with you from today onwards. I hope everyone can get along with her, Teacher Kobayashi said with a smile. Hibara AI raised her head, surveying the classroom, and her gaze lingered on Conan for a moment. Kudo Shinichi. A target for experimentation. Quite interesting. All right. The students echoed in unison. Very good, everyone answered energetically. Now where should Hibara AI sit? Teacher. Kojima Jinta waved his arm excitedly. Over here. There's no one next to me. Conan glanced disdainfully at Kojima Jinta. Unfortunately, Hibara AI ignored the enthusiastic Kojima Jinta and walked directly to the empty seat behind Conan. She wasn't here to attend school, but to observe the experimental subject and develop the ATPX antidote. She didn't want to remain a child forever. Kojima Jinta chuckled awkwardly, but was not angry, just feeling a bit displeased. Yoshida Ayumi was better. Kojima Jinta secretly added in his mind. He glanced at Yoshida Ayumi in front of him, and his expression brightened. All right, let's start class. Kobayashi Sumiko's voice was energetic, somewhat similar to Yoshida Ayumi's. The bell rang. The school bell signaled the end of the day. Hibara AI walked alone among the crowd. Yoshida Ayumi saw Hibara AI by herself and hurried over, enthusiastically saying, Hibara-san, let's go home together. Hibara AI turned around in surprise and glanced at the girl. This naivety really reminded her of her sister. Had Mayano Akemi died, as in the original story, she might not have interacted with her. However, thanks to the appearance of Fujiwara Kyosuke, Hibara A's personality had become significantly more cheerful than her predetermined fate. Is there something? Hibara AI looked at Yoshida Ayumi, her eyes softening. Excuse me, where do you live? Tsuruga Kosuke asked, leaning forward. But Hibara AI didn't even look at him, only staring at Yoshida Ayumi. You don't have to be polite, we can take you home. Yoshida Ayumi said, her face beaming with a pure smile. Such a smile was truly irresistible. Hibara AI felt helpless. She had no resistance against people like this with smiles like that. Tuchome 23. Hibara AI subtly glanced at Conan. That's my home address. When she mentioned home, her expression was noticeably less cold. Even if there was a scheming big boss at home, he was still quite nice to her, at least generous when buying snacks. Huh. Conan paused upon hearing this. If he remembered correctly, that address should be near his own house. But in Conan's memory, there shouldn't be any family with the surname Hibara around his home. Conan felt perplexed. Hibara AI watched Conan's confused expression, a slight smile tugging at her lips. The group walked and chatted. The Boy Detective Club. At the entrance where Neon students changed their shoes. Upon hearing this name, Hibara AI paused, her hand reaching for her locker, and asked, You mean you guys? That's right. Tsuruga Kosuke said proudly. At school, everyone asks us to investigate various cases. Sometimes we have to work day and night. Hibara AI instantly understood. This was the boy group Fujiwara Kyosuke mentioned, or rather the boy group that seeks death. These 3 are indeed the targets of the Kagaku Theorem 3. Hibara-san, you should join us too. Yoshida Ayumi invited with a smile. With her sister not having passed away, she indeed had no immunity against such smiles. You'll join then. Hibara AI said, the corners of her mouth subtly lifting. Yage. Yoshida Ayumi was so excited she nearly jumped up. Then the group really found a letter of commission. In a corner. They'll be home late tonight, I'll remember to tell my sister. Hibara AI said into her phone. Fujiwara Kyosuke asked in confusion. Can't you just call Akemi directly? What if my sister disagrees? Hibara AI retorted. Fujiwara Kyosuke was taken aback. It indeed seemed that even if he returned late, Mayano Akemi would call to inquire, not to mention her precious younger sister. So you plan to make me take the blame? Why say it so harshly? Just tell me whether you agree or not. Hibara AI pouted. If you hadn't made it sound so serious, I really wouldn't want to play detective games with them. I absolutely do not believe in the 3 theorems of Kagaku. I will prove you wrong with my actions. Hibara, the true scientist, vows here. Betting my Can Daichi please choose some? Betting my title as a true scientist, I absolutely do not believe in such metaphysics. That night, after having dinner, Fujiwara Kyosuke went out to look for Hybera AI at Mayano Akemi's request. ATPX 4869. But when Fujiwara Kyosuke arrived, a notable scene was unfolding. Huh. Conan turned back in confusion. Do you know what this is, eh? Hybera A's cold voice rang out as she stood under the streetlight, half her body shadowed, making it hard to see her expression. Don't know. It's the kind of drug you took. Conan turned and looked at Hybera AI, chuckling nervously. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Is that so? Hybera AI turned her back to Conan and said, I absolutely won't mistake this drug's name. Because the organization ordered me. Hybera A's pupils gleamed with a cold light as she turned to look at Conan, her voice suddenly changing. The drug I personally formulated. Beneath the dim glow of a street lamp in a narrow alley. The organization. Conan's expression shifted subtly. Instinctively he murmured, pharmaceuticals. Surely not. Cold sweat trickled down Conan's cheek. He felt as though he had stepped unawares into a meticulously laid trap. Unlike the previous exercise, this time felt chillingly real. What could a child possibly accomplish? Conan remained unconvinced. I'm just like you. A faint sardonic smile flickered across AI Hybera's face. I too ingested that drug. Due to a rare spontaneous activation of its cellular self-destruction protocol. Every tissue except neural matter, bones, muscles, internal organs, even hair, and all somatic cells, regressed to the developmental stage of early childhood. This is after all an enigmatic poison. AI Hybera closed her eyes. The icy smirk vanished, replaced by an air of serene composure. Hybera, could it be that you're... Conan's pupils contracted into needle-thin slits. Within his mind, I am not Hybera. With her left hand, AI Hybera swept aside a strand of hair and spoke coolly. Shirei, that is my code name. Did you truly never suspected? Kuda Shinichi. Then, stunned, Conan pressed further. So you were once an associate of those men in black. There's no time for your astonishment now, you bumbling detective. AI Hybera lightly kicked a pebble from the ground, folded her hands behind her back, and replied with languid ease. I currently reside at 223 Imahamacho. Wait. Conan paused, his expression suddenly shifting. Not to alarm, but to bewildered incredulity. You mean, you're living with the Fujiwara family? Precisely. AI Hybera's voice was detached. That magician, and the old man next door, Dr. Agasa, they are both gone from this world. Ah, I see. For a moment you nearly startled me. Conan exhaled in relief, casting AI Hybera a reproachful glance. Madam, fright is fatal. Don't toy with lives so lightly. Could the organization possibly subdue Fujiwara? Preposterous. Had my father not divulged certain truths, I might have... A colossal question mark hovered above her head. Was this young man so thoroughly unhinged that his mind had fractured? She had stated it plainly. Fujiwara Kyosuke and Dr. Agasa were dead. According to her exhaustive investigation into Kuda Shinichi, such news should have shaken him to his core, yet he remained utterly unmoved. You cannot frighten me. Confidence rekindled in Conan's gaze as he smiled. So let me clarify. You claim your faction killed Fujiwara and the doctor, then moved into their homes. Indeed. What of it? AI Hybera paused thoughtfully. She saw no flaw in her logic. You killed Fujiwara? Conan nearly laughed aloud. I guarantee they're both perfectly safe right now. How can you be so certain? AI Hybera was genuinely curious. How could he place such unwavering faith in Fujiwara Kyosuke? Because he understands me, and knows at least in part the extent of my capabilities. Fujiwara Kyosuke emerged from the shadows, his expression warm and gentle. Oh really? AI Hybera muttered under her breath. How utterly dull. Have you quite finished playing? Fujiwara Kyosuke cast AI Hybera a wry, resigned glance. Akemi sent me to fetch you. Sister. AI Hybera halted mid-step and replied quietly, understood. Let's return. By the way, you're welcome to join us. There's truth in what AI has said. The drug was her creation, though not hers alone. Fujiwara Kyosuke addressed Conan directly. She. Conan stared astounded. How old was she when she first... 1. Before Fujiwara Kyosuke could finish, a cool, measured voice cut in. Disclosing a young woman's age is hardly the act of a gentleman. Fujiwara Kyosuke shrugged helplessly at Conan, offering a wry, apologetic smile. Though the final digit remained unheard, the implication was unmistakable. She was barely in her teens. And yet that very fact struck Conan with profound awe. A teenager, developing an elixir of immortality, and already achieving tangible results. In that instant Conan felt his title, the Heisei Sherlock Holmes, suddenly seem rather hollow. Inside the Fujiwara residence, Mayano Akemi served 4 cups of black tea and seated herself beside Fujiwara Kyosuke. So this is Konankin. Hello, I'm Mayano Akemi. Mayano Akemi greeted Conan with a gentle smile. You're Hirota Masami. Conan's eyes widened in disbelief. Aren't you the vanished Hirota Masami? Yes, it's me. Mayano Akemi smiled warmly. My birth name is Mayano Akemi. Mayano. Conan fell silent for a moment, then spoke gravely. Ever since Fujiwara told me the organization was researching longevity drugs, I've kept watch. On Dr. Agasa's computer, I once found a classified file stating that a physician named Mayano Kosher had developed a highly specialized compound for a pharmaceutical corporation. Correct. Mayano Kosher was our father, and also Shirei's. Conan nodded slowly, comprehension dawning. I see. Did you enjoy yourselves today, eh? Fujiwara Kyosuke gazed at AI Hybra with playful amusement. Mph, you win. AI Hybra shot Conan a sharp, exasperated look. He really is a walking curse. I am not a curse. Conan protested indignantly. Haha. AI Hybra offered a flat, expressionless chuckle. Well, how useful were the 3 kudu theorems then? Fujiwara Kyosuke's expression gleamed with quiet triumph. AI Hybra. I choose silence. I reserve the right to remain mute. 10 minutes later. So, you've successfully severed ties with the Raven organization thanks to Fujiwara's assistance. Conan's understanding crystallized. Now he knew why they could dwell here so securely. Still, you're truly extraordinary to have engineered a genuine longevity drug. Unlike the original timeline, Conan now fully grasped APTX's true significance and understood the organization's staggering scale. Its decisions lay far beyond any single scientist's influence, thus righteous fury had long since dissolved from his heart. It would be akin to blaming the firearms engineer for a murder committed with his weapon, futile, irrational, and born of, by the way, did you know? AI Hybra broke in suddenly. The organization dispatched 2 separate teams to investigate your residence, because among all who ingested the drug you alone remained unconfirmed dead. Of course, I've officially logged your status as deceased. During my preliminary trials on lab mice, I observed the phenomenon of rejuvenation. So I hypothesized Kuda Shinichi must have regressed into a child. If not, the organization would already be in grave disarray. Hey. AI Hybra glanced at Conan, her expression layered with complexity. Is your household financially strained? And no, not at all. Conan blinked momentarily, stunned by the question. I only wish to live quietly as a low-key heir to wealth. Why must I be forced to flaunt it? Just as Conan began to preen, preparing to boast. Then why wear outdated clothes you'd long discarded instead of purchasing new ones? Do you honestly believe the organization consists of fools? A look of genuine bewilderment crossed AI Hybra's face as she scrutinized Conan from head to toe. Her suspicion deepening. Perhaps APTX's side effects ought to include one more entry, cognitive impairment. Conan stood frozen for a long moment, mouth slightly agape, suddenly realizing with quiet dismay just how foolish his behavior had been. At the Fujiwara residence. Stay for a late-night snack, Fujiwara Kyosuke suggested as he noticed the night was getting late. He'll call Rana, otherwise she will worry again. He picked up the receiver and dialed the office of Muri. Upon learning that Conan was at the Fujiwara's house, Ran only reminded him to come home early. After all, Conan often went over to mooch meals, and she had long since become accustomed to it. I almost forgot. Conan hung up the phone, letting out a sigh. He could imagine how terrible it would have been for him if Ran had discovered he was still out so late without this call. Thank you so much, Fujiwara. Looking at Conan, who was pretending to be well-behaved, Fujiwara Kyosuke shook his head. Hybra AI, seeing such a Conan, felt a bit speechless. She had investigated Kudo Shinichi, so she knew he had a childhood friend named Muri Ran who seemed to be in a romantic relationship with him. So, this is what it means to be henpecked. She gained new insight. After a while, the portly Professor Agasa, Fujiwara Kyosuke introduced the Miyano sisters to the professor. So you are the daughters of Atsushi. Professor Agasa sighed nostalgically. I met him at an invention conference, and we later became good friends, but I never expected. Son, never mind, let's not talk about it. Professor Agasa regained his boyish smile. Please take care of me from now on, Akemi. We will also take care of you. Akemi Miyano and Hybra AI said in unison, naturally showing respect towards their father's friend. By the way, Akemi, Fujiwara Kyosuke said with a mischievous smile, what do you think of the professor's physique? He is older and has a pot-bellied physique, making him a high-risk group for cardiovascular diseases. He should follow a low-salt and low-fat diet. The little lowly Hybra A's cold voice carried a hint of playfulness. Conan looked at Professor Agasa with sympathy. Upon hearing this, Professor Agasa's expression changed dramatically as he looked longingly at the dining table, asking, Kyosuke, the rainbow porridge, black-bone chicken, rice, winter melon soup, noodles, and boiled cabbage should be fine, right? Fujiwara Kyosuke scratched his head, feeling a bit of regret, it seems. Not really. Hybra AI glanced at Fujiwara Kyosuke with a smile in her eyes. Great. Professor Agasa once again displayed his innocent smile like a boy. Then Akemi, please keep an eye on the professor, and don't let him eat junk food. Fujiwara Kyosuke made a reminder. Although he had a mischievous intention, it was more for the professor's health. No problem. Akemi Miyano was full of enthusiasm. At the dining table. Professor, have you been out these past few days? Fujiwara Kyosuke asked curiously, as it seemed there had been no sound from the professor's house these days, not even for meals, which was very unlike his style. Of course not. Conan, holding his slightly overstuffed belly, said, the professor rarely goes out. Professor Agasa enjoyed the last sip of rainbow porridge and said energetically, I've been immersed in online chatting lately, so. At this point, the old boy Agasa laughed shyly. Fujiwara Kyosuke twitched at the corners of his mouth, truly keeping up with the times. I wonder if you are GG or MM online. From your shy look, I have reason to suspect you have faked your gender. After the meal. By the way, just as Conan was about to leave, Hybra AI caught a glimpse of the floppy disk in front of the computer and suddenly said, I remember a few years ago you sent me 2 or 3 travel floppy disks, sister. Yes, that did happen. Akemi Miyano nodded, puzzled, and asked, what's wrong, AIs? Conan also paused and looked at Hybra AI. At that time, I used the computer at the research institute to check it out and then sent it back. After that, my drug research floppy disk suddenly disappeared. I remember searching for a long time, but couldn't find it. I see. Conan smiled. So you mean the information about aptX 4869 is likely on that lost floppy disk? Akemi, Professor Agasa asked, do you still have that floppy disk? No Ace address was filled out with Professor Hirota's address, so that floppy disk is still with Professor Hirota now. Akemi Mayano paused and introduced, Professor Hirota is a professor at Nanyang University, Hirota Masami. How do you want to continue researching aptX? As far as I'm concerned, it's understandable for Conan to want to turn back, especially since someone is waiting for him at home, but as for you. Fujiwara Kyosuke rubbed his chin. Having a good growth experience once is not a bad thing. What are you joking about? Hybera AI glared at Fujiwara Kyosuke like an agitated cat. I am already 18. I don't want to grow up all over again. Moreover, the organization has photos of me from when I was a child. If discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. Conan's mouth twitched. Your words are indeed hard to imagine, but... He pointed at Fujiwara Kyosuke, and the implication was clear. We have backup. Hybera Ace eyes turned into tiny dots upon hearing Conan's words. Professor Agasa and Akemi Mayano, Hybera AI also felt a bit dazed as Conan's words seemed quite reasonable. A mere piece of paper could reduce even Jin, a top-notch expert, to that state. While she admitted she was being a bit overly worried. By the way, can the other members of your organization also produce aptX? Conan inquired. Hybera AI pondered for a moment. Although aptX is primarily my project, there are detailed records in the laboratory's computer, so it wouldn't be difficult for others to produce it. Regarding this, Fujiwara Kyosuke said, after we found you, we ordered Cole to destroy everything. Since Jin and the others left in a hurry, it's possible that it was his driver Vodka who led the retreat. In any case, the data couldn't be migrated in time. So what about the data? Conan quickly pressed for an answer. Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled sheepishly. Kudo, you should know that although Cole is very intelligent and capable. Get to the point. Conan rolled his eyes, sensing a bad omen. But his judgment of the situation is somewhat lacking. I ordered him to destroy any traces of Ace existence, including fingerprints. I understand. Conan sighed. So he smashed the computer too, right? And set it on fire as well, Fujiwara Kyosuke added. That was quite clean and efficient. Conan rolled his eyes. As expected, technological products are the most unreliable. We still have to rely on Conan's knowledge. If that's the case, it would be extremely difficult for the organization to develop the drug. Hybera AI wore a confident smile. As for cloud backup, sorry, the organization doesn't have that technology yet. Even so, they still have dozens of doses on hand. Dozens? That's quite a lot. Conan frowned slightly. Let's visit Professor Hirota. Hybera AI said, looking at Conan again. You shouldn't go. Although I don't believe much in the supernatural, your presence does seem a little ominous. We'll call the professor first. Akemi Mayano dialed Professor Hirota's number, exchanged a few pleasantries, and got to the main point. That floppy disk was indeed in Professor Hirota's possession and could be picked up at any time. The two set a time to meet and exchanged a few more pleasantries before hanging up. We can go now, Akemi Mayano said, looking at Conan again, wanting to say something but hesitating. Let me reiterate. Conan said solemnly as he walked in front of everyone, knocking on the table. I am not the Grim Reaper, nor am I a plague god. Oh, got it. The others waved their hands dismissively. Even Professor Agasa vaguely sensed Conan's Grim Reaper attributes. You all, Conan said indignantly, I have to go. I must prove myself. I am not the Grim Reaper. 3 hours later, Shizuoka Prefecture, the Hirota residence. As Fujiwara Kyosuke kicked open the study door, everyone saw an elderly man pinned beneath a bookshelf, blood streaming from his head. More alarmingly, he was already dead. Off. Upon witnessing the scene, Mrs. Hirota collapsed to the floor. So this is your proof. Fujiwara Kyosuke sighed, gently guiding the departed soul onward, then fixed Kanon with an inscrutable gaze. AI Hybera watched Kanon, as well, her expression one of quiet confirmation. You win. She turned to Fujiwara Kyosuke and declared. Science. It truly pales before mysticism. Dr. Agasa's lips twitched. He pulled out his phone, and Akemi Mayano's initial reaction was one of quiet dismay. But then her gaze shifted to Kanon, clouded with complex emotion. It was an accident. Kanon's explanation sounded hollow, utterly devoid of conviction. Oomph. The others shot him a look of unmistakable disdain. Death god. Even Dr. Agasa's mind flashed that very term. Akemi Mayano silently resolved henceforth Kanon would be barred from every Fujiwara family banquet. Apparently the drug had awakened some esoteric constitution. AI Hybera recalled the investigative dossier on Kudo Shinichi before he became Kanon. Back then, most cases were discovered by Inspector Muri, who would call the great detective as Shinichi would arrive, unravel truth from tangled threads, solve the crime flawlessly, and land on the front page. But now the pattern had subtly shifted. Kanon discovered the crime himself, then reported it. Police arrived. Kanon, what was this? In-house production and distribution. Had he truly been touched by the death god? 10 minutes later, the police arrived. Leading the team was Inspector Yakamizo, an old friend of both Fujiwara Kyosuke and Kanon. Mr. Fujiwara. Kanon. Long time no see. Inspector Yakamizo greeted them warmly, not only because Fujiwara was his personal idol, but also because in his mind, Fujiwara Kyosuke solved case career advancement. Inspector Yakamizo. Fujiwara Kyosuke responded with uncharacteristic warmth, his peripheral vision lingering for a moment on AI Hybera seated before the computer, deeply immersed in research. Since entering the room, she had conducted a thorough forensic examination of the device. Yet not a single officer stepped. Fujiwara Kyosuke wondered, was this deference to him? Or had the Japanese police force truly reached its nadir? Either way, AI Hybra remained at the keyboard undisturbed. Inspector Yakamizo, cause of death appears to be this ornament. A young forensic specialist held up a golden trophy. An accident then. Inspector Yakamizo stroked his chin, murmuring to himself. Both Fujiwara Kyosuke and Conan covered their faces in exasperation. Where precisely did he see accident? Was it merely the locked room setup? In truth, that sealed chamber was the sole basis for his conclusion. All doors and windows were locked from within. The only key lies buried beneath this book, so an outsider could not have entered. The only plausible explanation: the victim climbed onto the bookshelf to retrieve something from its top shelf, lost his balance, toppled the shelf, and struck his head squarely against this trophy. Inspector Yakamizo muttered aloud, delivering a deduction worthy of Detective Mori. Inspector Yakamizo, this was no accident. It was murder. Fujiwara Kyosuke intervened, pointing to the cordless telephone lying on the floor. This phone clearly fell when the bookshelf collapsed. Notice how it landed upside down. Though a book covers it, doesn't that strike you as odd, Inspector? Odd. Inspector Yakamizo blinked, bewildered. The receiver. Fujiwara Kyosuke sighed, incredulous. If it truly tumbled from the shelf, how could the receiver still be perfectly seated on the cradle? Odd. Inspector Yakamizo finally grasped it. He clapped his hands together. Indeed, highly irregular. As Mr. Fujiwara says, it must be homicide. Wait. Then this is a locked room murder. His expression hardened into grim seriousness. Mrs. Hirota mentioned that besides ourselves 2 or 3 other guests were expected tonight. Inspector Yakamizo, perhaps begin by summoning them. Fujiwara Kyosuke suggested. Yes. Inspector Yakamizo nodded vigorously, gesturing to his subordinates. Understood, sir. At that moment, AI Hybra approached. Any findings? Conan asked, unable to contain his urgency. AI Hybra shook her head impassively. All magnetic disks, normally stored in the computer's drawer, are missing. Moreover, every file on the hard drive has been irretrievably erased. Could it be the organization? Conan's face darkened. They killed Professor Hirota and stole the disks. The organization has no use for locked rooms. Even if they murdered openly, law enforcement could never apprehend them. Why bother with such theatrics? AI Hybra shrugged lightly. Precisely. So it must be mere coincidence. Conan murmured softly. Coincidence. Fujiwara Kyosuke, Akemi Mayano, AI Hybra, and Dr. Agasa all turned toward Conan, as if silently asking, don't you know better than anyone what coincidence really means? Conan's lips twitched. He realized, no matter what he said, it rang hollow. I am not the death god. Damn it. Which wretched fool chose tonight to commit murder? Just wait. I'll find you. This is giving me a headache. After hearing his subordinate's report, Inspector Yakamizo scratched his head, nearly tearing his hair out. Mrs. Hirota only recalls one guest's name. How on earth are we supposed to track down the rest? Inspector Yakamizo, please remain calm. Fujiwara Kyosuke offered a gentle, reassuring smile. Examine the telephone on the floor. Its answering machine may hold messages from visitors. Brilliant. Of course, Mr. Fujiwara, you're unmatched. Inspector Yakamizo instantly understood. He knelt, righted the phone, and sure enough, the answering machine's indicator light blinked steadily. He pressed play. 13 messages received. Beep. Hello, Professor Hirota. This is Shirakura. We confirmed our meeting for tonight, correct? A stretch of silence followed. Who is Mr. Shirakura? Inspector Yakamizo turned to Mrs. Hirota. I've met Mr. Shirakura before. He was my husband's student. Quite young. Beep. This is Morio. What time would suit you best tonight? And who is this one? Inspector Yakamizo asked. Mr. Morio was among my husband's earliest students. He often visits our home. Mrs. Hirota explained. Do you have addresses and contact numbers for both Mr. Shirakura and Mr. Morio? Yes. She nodded, preparing to relay their details to the police. Actually, a voice came from the doorway. Everyone turned. A refined-looking young man stood there. He addressed Inspector Yakamizo directly. I'm Shirakura. You know Shirakura, you. May I ask, what Professor Hirota? Inspector Yakamizo replied gravely. He was murdered, right here inside this locked room. Shirakura, you appeared utterly stunned. Beep. Professor, this is Shirakura. Professor, this is Shirakura. Professor, this is Shirakura. Since something urgent came up tomorrow, I'll come over to see you right away. Inspector Yakamizo glanced at the phone. Mr. Shirakura, 10 calls in total. Mr. Shirakura. His gaze sharpened, piercing, incisive, as he confronted Shirakura. You. Don't you think 10 voicemails is rather excessive? Baitsongyang felt extremely displeased after hearing Officer Hengist's doubts and retorted loudly, because no matter how many times I called, the professor did not answer. I had no choice but to keep calling, yet he still did not pick up, so I came directly here. Officer Hungo nodded, not fully trusting him. Fujiwara Kyosuke suddenly asked, Mr. Baitsong, how long has it been since your last visit? It has been about 3 months, Baitsongyang thought for a moment and replied. Fujiwara Kyosuke nodded, seeming thoughtful, and quietly inquired a few words from Madame Hirota. This is the 13th call, and the last one. He continued to press the phone. I am from the insurance company, and I would like to explain our new insurance to you. Would it be convenient for you tonight? I will call back later. This voice. Conan's expression changed. He remembered this voice. Vodka. Hibara AI gently uttered the name. The driver of Old Chin. Fujiwara Kyosuke suddenly realized no wonder Conan's expression changed drastically. It was him who was calling. So the organization still remembered the matter of the disc from back then, Conan whispered. Hibara AI shrugged. I think they recalled the leaked disc because the information was lost. Isn't that the same? Dr. Agasa was puzzled. Not the same. Hibara AI shook her head saying, they cannot afford to offend this master magician and can only find another way to approach him. Have you ever seen the organization act so timidly? Indeed, according to the organization's habits, they would have invaded the Fujiwara family long ago. Mayano Akemi nodded in agreement. So there's no danger, oh just pretend they don't exist. Fujiwara Kyosuke concluded, glancing at the scene. It's getting late, we should go back and get some sleep. But we can't leave now. Conan asked in confusion. Could it be that you know who the murderer is? Conan was a bit dumbfounded. He had just gotten a clue when the other party surprisingly knew who the murderer was. That's unscientific. But we still need to trick him. Fujiwara Kyosuke stood up and said to Officer Hungo, Officer Hungo, I already know who the murderer is. Really? Officer Hungo looked pleasantly surprised and asked Mr. Fujiwara, who is it? I will go arrest right in front of us. Fujiwara Kyosuke looked at Bite Songyang and smiled, saying, Isn't the murderer just walking right into the trap? The murderer? Bai Kangyang's expression changed, looking around in confusion and asking, Where is the murderer? The performance has already come to an end. I have heard it said that when a magician is seen through by the audience, he must quickly pull. I find this saying quite applicable to criminals as well. Does Mr. Fujiwara mean that Mr. Bite Song? Officer Hungo looked at Bite Songyang incredulously. This guy was really bold, killing someone and daring to return to the scene. What? Are you joking? Bai Kangyang's face turned pale. Why would I kill the professor? I just arrived and don't even know what happened. Are you sure you just arrived? Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled, his expression unreadable. If your fingerprints are on the phone, how would you explain that? Bai Kangyang's face changed dramatically. He looked at Fujiwara Kyosuke, opened his mouth, but could not say anything. Are you trying to say you have been here several times before, and it's normal for your fingerprints to be on the phone? Fujiwara Kyosuke spoke eloquently. Is that what you mean? Yes. Yes. Bite Songyang. But what about the recording tape of the phone? Fujiwara Kyosuke's eyes flashed with brilliance, revealing the truth. I asked Madame Hirota. The recording tape was replaced the day before yesterday, and you just said that your last visit was 3 months ago. So, if your fingerprints are on the tape, what will you say? Bite Songyang was speechless, unsure of what to say. Additionally, all the data on the study's computer has been deleted and the discs in the drawer are completely missing. I believe they were also taken by Mr. Bite Song. This should be easy to verify, though I believe he hasn't had the time to dispose of those discs yet. Now the police can proceed from 2 angles. First, extract Mr. Bite Song's fingerprints and compare them to the recording tape. Second, search Mr. Bite Song's home and car to find those discs. I think your motive for murder lies within those discs. Fujiwara Kyosuke's words struck like a hammer against Bai Kangyang. Bai Kangyang's face was filled with despair as he knelt on the ground. He could not believe he had lost so easily and so thoroughly. Seeing Bai Kangyang's expression, Officer Hungo immediately confirmed he was the murderer and said seriously, Then Mr. Bite Song, may I take your fingerprints? No need, I am the murderer. Bite Songyang knelt on the ground, his tone somber, saying, I killed the professor. As for the stolen discs, they are in the trunk of my car. As for the car, I parked it nearby. Mr. Fujiwara is correct. Although I wanted to destroy the discs, there wasn't enough time, and I didn't dare to casually throw them away since that photo is still inside. That photo? Officer Hungo asked with a puzzled expression. There was a magazine project that wanted to do a report on the unexpected side of the model. I sighed and asked Professor Hirota to send me the photo of me dressing as a woman during the university anniversary celebration. But I never expected that the package the professor sent me included a note that said, Your appearance is nothing special, and a photo of me from my university days. What does this mean? Officer Hungo did not understand. I once underwent plastic surgery and even changed my name. I thought this opportunity to be on the magazine was rare. That photo from the university anniversary celebration, I wore makeup and a wig. Ordinary people wouldn't recognize me. It should be quite eye-catching. So I came to find the professor to get that photo back, but he said he forgot where it was, yet he clearly remembered the photo before my surgery and even asked if I wanted him to send that photo to the magazine. Bite Songyang showed a look of regret. In a moment of rage, I grabbed the trophy and smashed it down. And when I came to my senses, the professor had already. You killed the professor just for a photo. Mayano Akemi questioned in disbelief. You are the professor's student, don't you understand his character? Do you really think he would send a package just to mock you? I think his intention was to hope you could take off the disguise and live more confidently, which is why he sent you the old photo as a piece of advice. If that's the case, Bite Songyang said, I wish the professor could have told me that himself. Unfortunately, after Bite Songyang was taken away, Officer Hungo hurriedly thanked him. I really appreciate it, Mr. Fujiwara. You are welcome, Officer Hungo. Let's go collect the evidence, Fujiwara Kyosuke suggested. All right. Next time I will definitely not lose to you. Conan vowed silently on the way back to Tokyo. It's a pity that disc was treated as evidence. Conan said regretfully, Fujiwara, doctor, please pay more attention. Pay attention to what? Fujiwara Kyosuke opened his right hand, revealing a disc quietly lying in his palm. You? Conan exclaimed, surprised he hadn't noticed when the other had taken the disc. As a magician, how could I be seen through by you? Haha. Fujiwara Kyosuke chuckled, playing with the disc in his hand. But this disc should be encrypted, right? Indeed, and the password book has already been destroyed by your robot. Hybera AI took the disc from Fujiwara Kyosuke's hand, her tone somber. Not far from the Guangtian residence, a black Porsche 365A sat by the roadside. A figure in black sunglasses on Fu Te Jia returned to the car. Big brother, the old man was killed. I saw Tung Yuan Gong Jie and Gong Yiming Mei at the scene. Qin Zhou, wrapped head to toe in bandages, trembled and said coldly, let's go. What about the files? Hand them to our man inside the police, he'll retrieve them. Qin Zhou looked out of the window, a frosty gleam in his eyes. He could only hope Gong Yiji Bao was still alive. If Gong Yiming Mei fixed her sights on her, the organization would suffer. Big brother, should we cooperate with that organization? Fu Teijia hesitated. I've heard that organization harbors many talented and unusual people. Using them against the Tung Yuan family might be useful. Qin Zhou snorted. That organization was half destroyed by someone called Ci Yuan Dijia. What right do they have to cooperate with us? Besides, I don't believe they have the means to stand against the Tung Yuan family. 1,000-year lineage is not so simple, you know. Qin Zhou said coldly. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not make enemies of the Tung Yuan family. Is that so? Understood, big brother. Fu Teijia finished and started the car. It was a winter afternoon. Sunlight lay lazily on the ground. Yes, winter. Barely a month after Valentine's Day, and it had turned cold. Tung Yuan Gong Jie had nothing left to complain. Under the influence of a Jie Bashi, Tung Yuan Gong Jie had lately taken to wandering through online circles. Now he sat before his computer. The screen displayed the chatroom of the Magic Enthusiasts Alliance. A year ago, he had joined at the invitation of Heiyu Kuaido. Though he spoke little, he fit in quietly with the others. Hongsa Feiyu messaged, are you there? A message from Heiyu Kuaido arrived. Chuasia Dizzy de Xiaoyan replied, not here. Tung Yuan Gong Jie smiled at the screen. Hongsa Feiyu teased, if you're not here, why reply like that? Chuasia Dizzy de Xiaoyan auto-replied. Hongsa Feiyu, it can even answer automatically. Chuasia Dizzy de Xiaoyan, alright then, what do you want? Hongsa Feiyu, do you want to come to this weekend's gathering? Chuasia Dizzy de Xiaoyan, a gathering. You have the heart for a... Do you know the Vatican is hunting you? Hongsa Feiyu, so what, are you going or not? Chuasia Dizzy de Xiaoyan, since when are you interested in parties? Hongsa Feiyu, I wouldn't go to an ordinary party, but this one is odd. Chuasia Dizzy de Xiaoyan, odd. Hongsa Feiyu, do you remember Chipian Tongzi? Chuasia Dizzy de Xiaoyan, of course I remember. Last month, I even emailed him telling him not to perform such dangerous tricks, but he ignored my advice. Hongsa Feiyu, so that's why you haven't logged into the chatroom for a month. Chuasia Dizzy de Xiaoyan, yes. My favorite magicians as a child were him and Jingong Lingzi. Alas, both have passed away. Hongsa Feiyu, a few days ago he logged in again. Tung Yuan Gong Jie stared at Heiyu Kuaido's message and felt momentarily perplexed. Chuasia Dizzy de Xiaoyan, a soul. A ghost. Tung Yuan Gong Jie guessed. Hongsa Feiyu. Hongsa Feiyu. I say, Tung Yuan, can't you be more signed? Chuasia Dizzy de Xiaoyan, have you talked to him? Hongsa Feiyu. Not really, I just saw his online notification. Chuasia Dizzy de Xiaoyan, sounds interesting. Though we haven't seen each other in a long time. Hongsa Feiyu, it's settled then. Soon Hongsa Feiyu's avatar dimmed. Tung Yuan Gong Jie snapped his fingers and a gold coin floated in midair. He watched it silently for a long while. The door opened abruptly. Hui Yuan AI and Gong Yiming Mei walked in. Dinner's ready, Tung Yuan. Gong Yiming Mei said with a gentle smile. All right. Tung Yuan Gong Jie rose without attending to the still floating coin. On another computer screen, a headline. A famous magician, Chunjing Feng Chuan, had died unexpectedly during a performance. I didn't expect so illustrious a magician to join a magic chatroom. Hui Yuan AI glanced at the screen and pursed her lips. Only children chase after chatroom banter. Aren't you having a grand time in the science monster chatroom yourself? Tung Yuan Gong Jie shot her a look and retorted. I'm doing it for scientific research, Hui Yuan AI replied. Tung Yuan Gong Jie grinned. I'm seeking inspiration for new tricks through magic. Alright, both of you stop bickering. Gong Yiming Mei, nominally the housekeeper, but truly the eldest sister of the household, tended to her siblings with meticulous care and often mediated their quarrels. After lunch, Hui Yuan AI sat on the sofa swinging her leg and leafing through a fashion magazine. Tung Yuan Gong Jie crept over slyly. Hey, our magic club is meeting this weekend. Wanna come? A gathering. Hui Yuan AI looked intrigued and closed the magazine. Are they all strangers? There's someone I know. The one who private messaged you, Hongsa Feiyu. His name is Heiyu Kuaido. At that moment, Gong Yiming Mei approached and asked curiously, Heiyu. Could he be related to the master magician Heiyu Dao Yi? Kuaido is Dao Yi uncle's son. Tung Yuan Gong Jie explained and looked to Gong Yiming Mei. By the way, Ming Mei, will you come? No, I have a flower arranging class this weekend. Oh, I can't make it. Gong Yiming Mei had recently become enamored with Ikebana and learned quickly in a few years she would likely be a master. I see. Shall you and I will go then. Tung Yuan Gong Jie continued his invitation. As for Gong Yiming Mei's safety, he had no worries. Without nuclear level force, nothing could breach that protective barrier. That barrier had been set up for him personally by Liang Nan, 9th rank archmage. Ahem. Hui Yuan AI cleared her throat. Since you ask so earnestly, I will reluctantly agree. The weekend found them in the outskirts of Dongjing. After days of heavy snow, the rolling mountains wore a thick, white mantle. A Porsche eased to a stop before a suspension bridge. The car door opened. Tung Yuan Gong Jie stepped out cross to the other side and opened the door. Hui Yuan AI climbed down. Where you can go back. Unless I notify you, there's no need to pick us up, he instructed. He watched the car drive away. The air was bitterly cold. The little girl was bundled in a burgundy down coat wrapped tightly from head to toe, her feet snug in purple leather boots. Tung Yuan Gong Jie wore an English-style overcoat and a deerstalker hat in the home's fashion. The outfit was hard. To Tung Yuan Gong Jie, however, warmth mattered less than style. What mattered most was looking dashing. Are you sure you want to wear that? Hui Yuan A's mouth twitched. Tung Yuan Gong Jie rubbed his chin. I see by my dresses like this, and it seems quite tasteful. What's the problem? No, it just feels so pretentious. Hui Yuan AI shook her head, baffled by him. He's a magician. Why play Holmes instead of channeling Merlin? Ridiculous. In front of the suspension bridge, Fujiwara Kyosuke immediately noticed the bridge ahead, feeling no desire to walk towards it. He held the small hand of Fujiwara AI, using his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings, and after confirming there was no one around, the two flashed into view outside the villa. Is this the villa you mentioned? Fujiwara AI frowned, feeling as if something bad was about to happen. That's right, let's go. Fujiwara Kyosuke shrugged, holding Fujiwara A's hand as they stepped up the stairs. Knock knock. After a few knocks, the door opened from the inside, revealing a middle-aged man. Hello. The middle-aged man smiled and said, I am a silent ventriloquist named Araki Yoshitaka, and I am also the owner of this vacation cottage. I didn't expect you to arrive so early. The boy playing the flute, Fujiwara Kyosuke. Oh. Araki Yoshitaka's eyes brightened. You are that newly emerging genius magician, Fujiwara Kyosuke. Hello. Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled slightly, appearing very polite. Could you give me an autograph? Araki Yoshitaka took out a notebook, his heart filled with joy. No problem. Fujiwara Kyosuke stylishly signed his name. Araki Yoshitaka happily accepted the notebook, a beaming smile on his face. By the way, who is this? Araki Yoshitaka glanced down at Fujiwara AI. His sister Fujiwara AI. Fujiwara A's voice was as cold as the snow outside. I see. Welcome to you both. Araki Yoshitaka said warmly. Look at me, I got so excited that I forgot everything. Come in quickly, it's cold outside. All right. Fujiwara Kyosuke nodded and led Fujiwara AI into the villa. At this moment, there was no one in the living room. Let's go to the second floor to rest. You are in room 202. Fujiwara Kyosuke thanked him and took Fujiwara AI to their room. This place looks good. Fujiwara AI looked outside at the snowy scenery through the window. Fujiwara Kyosuke laid back on the bed with his arms behind his head. If you like snow, next time I'll take you to the ski resort to have some fun. Fujiwara AI didn't reply, but a hint of anticipation flashed in her eyes. Knock. A knock sounded at the door. Fujiwara, long time no see. A chubby man stood at the door wearing a simple smile. He glanced at Fujiwara AI by the window and asked, Who is this? Her real name is Mayano Shiho, now called Fujiwara AI. Fujiwara Kyosuke briefly introduced her. Oh, she's that Miss Akemi's sister, right? Fujiwara Kyosuke nodded without saying anything. Disguise technique. Fujiwara A's cold voice carried a hint of curiosity. Yes, little sister. Kaido Kuroba's disguise as Doi Takamaru wore a friendly smile on his chubby face. Fujiwara AI shot a cold glance at Kaido Kuroba, making him shiver. Fujiwara Kyosuke looked at Kaido Kuroba with sympathy. You're in trouble. Unbeknownst to you, you've provoked this scheming loli. By the way, she also has a puppet. Fujiwara Kyosuke recalled how Kaido Kuroba was ruthlessly beaten by Kayagaka Makoto in the Phantom of the Blue. In the mountains. On the highway, I met a rare guy online named Doi Takamaru who is 21 years old. Inside the moving car, Suzuki Sonoko had a love-struck expression as she said to Muri Ran, not only is he witty and humorous, but he's also wise and sometimes shows exceptional literary cultivation. He must be a handsome man with both talent and looks. Achoo. Kaido Kuroba, who was chatting with Fujiwara Kyosuke, suddenly sneezed. Inside the car, Suzuki Sonoko had just performed a wonderful magic trick. Conan. Even though Conan was running a fever, he still cast a disdainful glance at this love-struck young lady. Yes, Conan had a fever again. According to your words, you all use pen names, so how do you know each other's real names? I asked directly via email. Suzuki Sonoko couldn't help but praise her own operation. Today is our first meeting, so I want to perform the previous magic trick to surprise them. Suzuki Sonoko laughed loudly, resembling Muri Kagoro. Conan, I can teach Jinta a magic trick that he could learn in a minute. How could it possibly surprise anyone? Muri Ran, not wanting to dampen her friend's confidence, forced a smile. As for the handsome guy she mentioned, Muri Ran had no interest at all. She was busy chatting with Shinichi all day, leaving the handsome guys for Sonoko. She didn't know what Shinichi was doing now, and did he put on an extra coat with the snow? Achoo. Conan sneezed again. He was unaware that Muri Ran was thinking of him. Conan was pondering yesterday's events. It seemed Fujiwara planned to attend some magic gathering. I wonder if it's the same one. Meanwhile, are you really okay with this? I'm an uninvited guest, you know. Muri Ran asked with some concern. It's fine, I told them I would bring my girlfriend along. Suzuki Sonoko laughed somewhat mysteriously. Girlfriend? Muri Ran looked at Suzuki Sonoko's smile and took a step back. That's right, online I'm a 30-year-old man, and it would be more interesting this way. Suzuki Sonoko said enthusiastically. In front of the suspension bridge. Is there something strange in the air? Muri Kagoro sniffed for a long time while carrying his luggage, looking bewildered. Achoo. Achoo. Conan sneezed twice in a row, unable to smell anything. Hello. I'm here to attend the Suzuki Sonoko knocked on the villa's big door. Welcome. Araki Yoshitaka opened the door, looked at Suzuki Sonoko, and smiled. You must be the magician's apprentice. We've been waiting for you. How did you recognize me so quickly? Suzuki Sonoko rarely showed a cute side. I read your chat logs. Araki Yoshitaka explained with a smile. It's obvious that this girl is pretending to be a man in the conversation. Isn't that right? He glanced at Hamano Rika and Kuroda Naoko behind him. That's right. Kuroda Naoko teased. I often secretly laugh at this side of the screen. Exactly. Hamano Rika nodded with a smile, looking at a beautiful woman walking over, and said, speaking of pretending to be a man, you should learn more from Miss Tanaka. Tanaka Kakaho had a beauty mark at the corner of her mouth, smiling. Actually, I didn't intentionally pretend to be a man while communicating online. I always thought the vanished bunny was a girl. I did intentionally obscure it. Hamano Rika waved his hand. What do you mean by intentionally obscuring? Kuroda Naoko, who had been silent, blushed slightly and said, I did the same thing, thinking of him as a girl and even discussed lingerie with him in online emails. Right, I almost bled out from laughing then. Hamano Rika joked lightly. Oomph. Kuroda Naoko turned her head, her face reddening even more. Suzuki Sonoko watched all this, blinking her eyes. So you all knew I was a girl. What does this mean? Everyone is sober, yet I am drunk. In front of the villa. I almost forgot to introduce. The villa owner Huang Iza smiled and said, this is Su Liang Kingri Lu, who was hired to help out. Hello. Su Liang Kingri Lu with a stiff expression greeted flatly. You? Hello. Suzuki Sonoko looked at the rigid face opposite her, feeling somewhat nervous. By the way, may I ask? Suzuki Sonoko directed her gaze towards Huang Iza with some anticipation. Has Kexue? No red herring arrived yet? No. Huang Iza laughed, pointing upstairs with his thumb. He is upstairs, and the boy playing the flute is also here. That's great. Suzuki Sonoko's heart fluttered as she grabbed Maori Ran's arm, her face filled with excitement. Ah, he's coming down. Kuroda Naoko caught a glimpse of a figure coming down the stairs. Moi. Suzuki Sonoko quickly looked over. A handsome guy. He must be a handsome guy. Thud. A person appeared on the staircase. Could it be that you are the magician's disciple? I am Doi Takamatsu, we have talked before. Doi Takamatsu. Suzuki Sonoko Maori Ran. Conan silently laughed. As they say, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. At this moment, Suzuki Sonoko felt this way. She looked at the person opposite her. Her beautiful big eyes instantly turned into two small dots. Despair surged from her feet to her head, spreading throughout her body. It's shattered. My fantasy has shattered. Suzuki Sonoko stared at Doi Takamatsu before her, momentarily losing her ability to speak. With a round body, chubby face, and round eyes. Just like the three laws of Conan can't be separated from Conan, Doi Takamatsu's appearance is also inseparable from the word round. No way. Suzuki Sonoko's mouth fell open. This man is indeed quite cute, but he is definitely not the ideal prince in my heart. She felt the world around her shatter into pieces, as if she had been abandoned by the entire world. That's great, I knew you. So wonderful. Doi Takamatsu's reaction was unusually enthusiastic. Seeing this enthusiasm, Suzuki Sonoko took a step back, her eyes and mouth twitching. Hey, where's the boy playing the flute? Tanaka Kikuhei looked around and asked, is he still in the room? He should be taking care of his younger sister. Huang Iza smiled mysteriously. When you see him later, don't be too surprised, he is quite a famous person. A famous person? Tanaka Kikuhei said, could it be that he is a real magician? Now that you mention it, it is possible. His understanding of magic techniques is extremely profound, even to an esoteric level. Indeed, although he is very young, he is indeed a magician. Huang Iza said with a smile. I think they should be coming down. Then let them come down. It's none of my business. Suzuki Sonoko looked disinterested. Wait, a young magician, and he has a younger sister. Younger sister? Suzuki Sonoko was taken aback, saying it instinctively. According to Rand, there is a lovely, distant cousin visiting the Kyagaku family, and she is in the same class as that annoying Conan. Yes, she is a mixed-race little girl with brown hair. By the way, who are you all? Huang Iza looked at the three people outside the door. I came with her. My name is Maori Ran. Maori Ran smiled and gave a slight bow. Maori Kagoro opened his eyes, half moon-shaped, listlessly, saying, I am her father bringing them over. I truly apologize, please come in. Huang Iza stepped down the stairs, ready to take their luggage. Let me handle it. Suddenly, Maori Kagoro grabbed his collar, threatening. You better understand this. Don't get any ideas about the dad. Maori Ran felt a bit embarrassed. Who threatens people on arrival? You can rest assured. Huang Iza was a bit confused, but understood Maori Kagoro's behavior well. You are truly a good father. Not at all. Maori Kagoro also felt that his reaction was a bit excessive, awkwardly scratching his head. Taking advantage of the gap, while everyone was chatting, Conan sneaked up the stairs. Unfortunately, his little scheme could not escape Maori Kagoro's notice. Where are you going? Maori Kagoro grabbed Conan and snorted, going home. Conan pulled down his mask, trying to resist. I want to stay here too. What nonsense are you talking? Maori Kagoro frowned, putting the mask back on Conan. You have a cold, what are you still doing? He held Conan, looking at Huang Iza. Then I'll leave these two girls in your care. All right. Huang Iza nodded. Truly an interesting family. In the living room, Tanaka Kikuhei held a list, checking the attendees. Those who haven't arrived yet. Only the chatroom leader, Escape King, and the Shadow Mage are left. The Shadow Mage is also coming. Suzuki Sonoko's expression was somewhat strange, looking a bit resistant. Maori Ran looked at her best friend in confusion. Suzuki Sonoko frowned and said, because this person always writes things like I'm going to fly away or I can disappear at any time. Every time I see these statements, they make me feel a bit scary. Tanaka Kikuhei ignored Suzuki Sonoko's complaints, looking at the list, biting her nails, and muttering, what should we do since the organizer hasn't arrived yet? So does anyone have the Escape King's phone number? Kuroda Naoko stood up, looking at the people present. I know his number, and as Huang Iza spoke, he pressed the number. Everyone leaned in closer. Hello, I am Nishiyama. I am not at home right now. Please leave a message after hearing beep. I will contact you as soon as possible. Huang Iza was taken aback, putting down the phone. It was forwarded to the answering machine. In that case, let's play by ourselves until he gets here. I am going to prepare dinner with Su Lianqing. You all can go to your rooms and tidy up for now. As the host, Huang Iza made a ring. Okay. Room 202. Fujiwara, look over there. Isn't that Uncle Maori and Conan? Hybera AI pointed at the two figures downstairs. Indeed, it is them. Could it be that Ran is among the attendees for this gathering? Fujiwara Kyosuke frowned slightly, but recalling that Conan was not present, he felt relieved again. As long as Conan is not here, it's fine. On the balcony of room 206. So beautiful. We really came at the right time. Indeed. Suzuki Sonoko rested her chin on her hand, looking disappointed. If Doi Takamatsu is like I imagined, then I really wouldn't have any complaints at all. Alright, don't say that. Maori Ran smiled and comforted. Just then, Maori Ran felt someone poke her shoulder as she turned around to see Su Lianqing's zombie-like pale face, and her heart suddenly panicked. Suzuki Sonoko clung to Maori Ran's arm, her face showing a scared expression. We have already prepared dinner. Su Lianqing's voice was like a robot, speaking neither fast nor slow. Okay. Maori Ran nodded instinctively. Su Lianqing seemed to be used to such situations, said nothing, and turned to leave. Maori Ran breathed a sigh of relief, covering her chest. You scared me. What the heck, there's not a single good man. Suzuki Sonoko rolled her eyes, annoyed. Meanwhile, on the mountain road, Conan looked displeased as he asked, Uncle, what about my dinner today? It's all Uncle's fault. I don't want to be separated from Ran. Achoo. Don't worry, I'll make you a bowl of thin porridge to drink. Muri Kagoro turned on the car radio and said, just sleep for a while, we'll be home soon. Alright. Conan had no choice but to comply. Just then a news bulletin came through the radio. In a certain apartment in Beihu Town, 41-year-old Nishiyama Wataru was found dead at home, with his body discovered this morning. The person who discovered the body was his mother, who had come to clean his room this morning. The two people in the car, accustomed to life and death, remained unfazed and showed no signs of concern. According to her, there was still a message on the personal computer screen next to the body. One down, the shadow mage remains. This segment of text is unclear. Listening to the report, Conan felt a bit drowsy, his eyes fluttering shut. According to reports, Mr. Nishiyama was currently keen on online dating. Conan perked up, suddenly feeling an ominous premonition. Today was supposed to be a gathering for the chat room he was in charge of, called Magic Enthusiasts Alliance. The moment these words were spoken, Muri Kagoro's indifferent expression turned grave. Shadow Mage. Magic Enthusiasts Alliance. These two keywords deeply startled the father and son duo. Hey, this wouldn't be the event that Ran is attending today, would it? Muri Kagoro felt a cold sweat break out. Uncle, turn around. Conan shouted loudly. The car suddenly stopped and made a sharp turn, heading back the way they came. Villa. In the dining room. So you are the boy playing the flute. Suzuki Sonoko looked at Fujiwara Kyosuke, her face showing a helpless expression. How did you come to have such a name? I haven't met any handsome guys at this gathering. Although Fujiwara Kyosuke is very handsome, he just isn't my type. That's how Suzuki Sonoko is. She would boldly approach any handsome guy, but once she found out the person's character didn't match her expectations, she would quickly back off to minimize losses. The Boy Playing the Flute is a painting by the French artist Edouard Manet. I really like this painting, so I chose it as my own, Fujiwara Kyosuke explained with a smile. Although he was somewhat surprised by the appearance of Suzuki Sonoko and Muri Ran, the absence of the case's driving force Kananken relieved him quite a bit. Is this your sister? What a lovely child. Muri Ran took one look at Hybera AI and instantly liked this delicate. She revealed a gentle smile, bent down, and asked, Hello, I'm Muri Ran. What's your name? You? Hybera AI looked at the same smile as Mayano Akami's, appearing somewhat taken aback. In Mayano. Hybera AI. Your name is beautiful. Muri Ran chatted cheerfully with her. After Fujiwara Kyosuke and Hybera AI went downstairs, everyone attending the gathering except for the room leader Nishiyama Wataru gathered in the dining room. Everyone helped set the table and chatted about interesting stories related to magic. I wonder which neon magician everyone admires the most. Arashir Yashitake set down forks and knives at each place and said with a smile, I admire Kaido Kuroba the most. His stage performances are nothing short of mesmerizing. Right. Doi Takatoshi's eyes lit up and he quickly added, I also admire Kaido Kuroba the most. No kidding. Fujiwara Kyosuke rolled his eyes. It's your own dad, how could you not admire him? I admire Kazunari Tsukumo. The genius magician is the master of Yoshikawa Kitaro. Hamano Toshi also chimed in. As for me. Tanaka Kikuho smiled and glanced at Fujiwara Kyosuke. I guess it should be you, Fujiwara-kun, who gained international recognition at such a young age. By the way, I haven't had the chance to congratulate you. Last month the International Magic Federation ranked you as the second best magician in the world among active magicians. Is that so? Fujiwara Kyosuke was slightly taken aback. How come he didn't know about this himself? At that time you seemed to be on vacation in Hokkaido. Tanaka Kikuho explained briefly. I see. Fujiwara Kyosuke suddenly understood and smiled. That really is surprising. Hibara AI shot a glance at Fujiwara Kyosuke. Shameless. A magician bullying a magician. After everyone congratulated him, they returned to the previous topic. Fujiwara, which magician do you admire? As for me, Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled. I have two favorite magicians, Master Harushi Kazutake and Master Chikami Reiko. They are both part of my childhood. Fujiwara, how come all the magicians you like are deceased? Kuroda Naoko said, though I feel a bit guilty toward you, I admire Mr. Sanada Kazuma the most. It's nothing, I'm good friends with Sonoko, but do you see her expression? Does she look like someone who admires me? Fujiwara Kyosuke pointed at Suzuki Sonoko with a wry smile. At least you have some self-awareness, although you are quite good, we're too familiar with each other. Suzuki Sonoko paused, her actions revealing an infatuated look. I admire Phantom Thief, kid the most. See, Fujiwara Kyosuke wore an expression that seemed to say I told you so. Also, I wonder if Uncle Jiraichi will be so angry when he hears this news that he'll have a heart attack. Bring honor to the daughter. Everyone paused for a moment. Fujiwara Kyosuke discreetly glanced at a certain though it was a bit embarrassing to be admired, the fat guy felt quite pleased, especially since this fan was stolen from Fujiwara. But he is a thief. Arisher Yashitake murmured quietly. No one can compare to Phantom Thief Kid. Suzuki Sonoko retorted. Your Prince Charming wouldn't be. Muri Ran whispered in Suzuki Sonoko's ear. That's right, what's wrong with that? Suzuki Sonoko replied calmly. Fujiwara Kyosuke glanced at her memories of Nakayoshi Aoko, who looked just like Muri Ran, flashed through his mind, and he displayed a sympathetic expression. Suddenly, Fujiwara Kyosuke's brow suddenly furrowed as he sensed a faint presence nearby. His expression changed, and he hurriedly looked out the window. Kyosuke, what's wrong? Muri Ran and Suzuki Sonoko asked him. Something might have happened outside. Fujiwara Kyosuke's face turned grim as he quickly walked towards the door. Everyone paused for a moment and quickly followed. Fujiwara Kyosuke pushed open the door. Everyone was stunned. They saw Conan lying in the snow. Conan! Muri Ran's face showed urgency as she rushed down the steps, cradling Conan and feeling his forehead. Muri Ran's expression changed dramatically. Run. Ran. Conan forced out a few words. Running isn't necessary, but it's just that your condition is a bit dire. Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled and infused a hint of spiritual energy into Conan's body. Instantly Conan's complexion softened, followed by a wave of drowsiness. Kyosuke, you're here. Then I can relax. Conan mumbled before drifting off to sleep. Conan. Muri Ran looked at the unconscious Conan, flustered. Let's carry him inside first. Fujiwara Kyosuke said. Hibara AI fell behind quietly, saying to Fujiwara Kyosuke, you should be cautious. According to your second metaphysical theory, a murder might occur tonight. I know my spiritual energy now envelopes the entire mountain range. As soon as an unexpected event occurs, I will teleport over immediately. Room 206. Bin Yili also wondered, why is this little brother lying at the door? Aoyoshi then looked at Conan, who was alone, and murmured, how could he have come back by himself? I think he must want to stay here for the night. Kuroda Naoko recalled the scene earlier when Conan was reluctant to leave. I don't think that's it. Muri Ran covered Conan with a blanket and said, before Conan fainted, his last words were, run. The expressions of everyone in the room changed upon hearing this. Run. These two words lingered in everyone's hearts, refusing to dissipate. What does this mean? Bin Yili, I don't know either. Muri Ran shook her head. After that he saw Kyosuke and said, now that you're here I can relax. Everyone's gazes turned to Fujiwara Kyosuke. Don't look at me, I have no idea what this kid is talking about. Fujiwara Kyosuke shrugged, though he had some speculation in his heart. The head of the chat room must have already died. After hearing this news, Conan, worried about Muri Ran's safety, rushed over without knowing he was here, disregarding the wind and snow. Of course this is just his guess. The specifics will have to wait until Conan wakes up. Conan is fine now, Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled. I just gave him some fever-reducing medicine. I believe he will recover soon. Once he wakes up we will naturally know everything. Then I can relax. Aoyoshi nodded and said, he'll go contact in the living room. Strange. Aoyoshi frowned tightly. Why can't I get through? Could it be that the phone line is... Kuroda Naoko frowned slightly. The suspension bridge, the villa, the wind, and snow, the phone line cut. It's the Blizzard Mansion mode again. Fujiwara Kyosuke sighed. The Blizzard Mansion mode created by Quinn and the old lady really appears everywhere in Conan and Kandaiki's series. Based on his experience, something is bound to happen this time. Such a natural killing environment, something has to happen. Unfortunately, he currently has no clues. This is troublesome. Tonight's program is entirely up to him to take charge. Aoyoshi scratched his head, looking somewhat helpless. Then let's find a deputy head first, Tanaka Kikuho proposed. That's reasonable. Aoyoshi immediately agreed. Kuroda Naoko shook her head repeatedly. I don't want to be the head. Then let's decide by rock, paper, scissors. That's the fairest. Doi Takashi made his suggestion. Hey, you all wait a moment. Bin Yili also smiled and said, we have a professional magician and several magic enthusiasts here, but it's better to decide with magic. Magic decision. Kuroda Naoko looked at Bin Yili also with some confusion. Now please Yoko to assist me. Bin Yili also looked at the magic novice, Suzuki Sonoko. You want me to help? Suzuki Sonoko seemed a bit surprised. She knew her own magic level was not worth mentioning. Yes. Bin Yili also took out a handkerchief, First, I will cover the beautiful Miss Sanoko's eyes with this white. Oh, by the way, as a magician Fujiwara-can, you must not spoil the trick. Fujiwara Kyosuke shrugged, making a zipper motion with his mouth. That's good. Bin Yili also covered Suzuki Sanoko's eyes. Everyone does. Anyone have paper and a pen? Tanaka Kikuho turned her head and saw paper and a pen by the phone. She picked it up and said, "Is this okay, Bin Yi magician?" Of course. Bin Yili also did not take the pen and paper, but said to Tanaka Kikuho, "Now please write everyone's name on each piece of paper." Okay. Tanaka Kikuho nodded, walked aside, and wrote everyone's names in front of them. After writing, hand the paper to Sonoko. Bin Yili also spoke again. Finished, Sonoko. Suzuki Sonoko took the paper that Tanaka Kikuho handed over. The pen should also be given to her. Bin Yili also added. Okay. Now everyone please take a step back. Bin Yili also directed, allowing Suzuki Sonoko to select 3 pieces of paper from these, drawing circles, triangles, and crosses on the backs of them. Each mark represents a task. A circle is for the deputy head, a cross is for the one in charge of tonight's entertainment program, and the triangle is for the one responsible for boiling water. After Sonoko drew the codes, Tanaka Kikuho took the papers from her hand and laid them out on the table. Next, let me predict the names written on the backs of these papers. Bin Yili also pretended to be mysterious, placing his finger on his forehead and extending his right hand towards Kuroda Naoko. If my sixth sense is still accurate, the name behind the circle, Miss Kuroda, is you. Oh no way. Kuroda Naoko reached out to flip over the paper with a circle, gasping in surprise. She unexpectedly got the job she least wanted. Next, the one responsible for boiling water, it's you, Miss Tanaka. Bin Yili also said confidently. Tanaka Kikuho's expression collapsed as she also did not want to take on this job. Why is it me? At the same time, the paper with the triangle was revealed by Suzuki Sonoko, showing the words, Tanaka. Could it be that you swapped it somewhere? Tanaka Kikuho questioned. That's not the case. You saw it. I didn't touch these papers at all. And as for the markings, that was done by Sonoko, who had her eyes covered. Suzuki Sonoko smiled shyly. I got it'll go boil water now. Tanaka Kikuho sighed reluctantly and left the living room. Guessing right for the first time might be a coincidence, but the second time clearly was not. This seemingly exciting magic did indeed create a warming effect. Hibara AI watched for a moment and tugged at Fujiwara Kyosuke's sleeve. What's wrong, AI? Fujiwara Kyosuke bent down and asked quietly. Did he secretly swap the papers? A hint of curiosity appeared on Hibara A's small face. No. Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled and said softly. AI, you must understand, in magic performances there is a type of assistant called a stooge. Stooge. Hibara AI suddenly understood that Miss Tanaka is indeed a born actress. Exactly. Fujiwara Kyosuke watched Tanaka Kikuho's departing figure, his expression inscrutable. At that moment, he sensed a murderous intent emanating from Tanaka Kikuho, and the target of that intent was Bin Yili, also who was performing the magic. At the same time, Bin Yili also said, the person in charge of tonight's entertainment performance, Doi Takashi. It's you. Aoyoshi eagerly flipped over the paper with the cross on the back. It clearly says you, Mr. Bin Yi. Aoyoshi looked puzzled. Oh, was this a performance accident? That's strange. Bin Yili also scratched his head awkwardly. Fujiwara Kyosuke furrowed his brows slightly. He noticed that Doi Takashi, also known as Kid the Phantom Thief, did not intervene. Guessing one wrong among 3 seemed fine. However, from a magician's perspective, his performance was a failure. This was quite unreasonable. The only explanation was that something had gone wrong with the stooge. It seems my earlier feeling was correct. Miss Tanaka really wants to kill Bin Yili also. Alright, hurry back and prepare the program. Suzuki Sonoko smiled. This time don't make any mistakes. Doi Takashi added with a hint of malice. This is really troublesome. Bin Yili also scratched his head as he walked up the stairs. I'm in trouble. How can I be the leader? Kuroda Naoko looked like she had no confidence at all. Don't worry, you're just the deputy, Aoyoshi comforted. Now I'll go find a good bottle of wine in the cellar. Su Lien, you go to the kitchen and make some snacks. Yes. Su Lien Qingri replied and left through another door. Then I'll leave it to you, head, Aoyoshi teased Kuroda. On the eaves of the second floor. How did you find me? Tanaka Yashikyu looked at Fujiwara Kyosuke across from her, feeling increasingly anxious. Because that magic trick shouldn't have failed. Fujiwara Kyosuke said, that trick was a trap set up in collaboration with Mr. Hinano. Am I not correct, Miss Tanaka? Indeed, Fujiwara-kun. Tanaka Yashikyu sighed and said, the pen I handed to the garden couldn't write anything. The marks on it were left by me before the magic began. When Mr. Hinano's magic failed, his face showed astonishment, clearly indicating that he did not expect the trick to fail. In other words, as a trap, you must have executed another plan. Moreover, most importantly, you were not deceiving the child of deception at all. Tanaka Yashikyu said with a bitter smile. Actually, before I came here, I was most afraid of you. You are the only one here who knows the identity of the child of deception. Of course, there's also Duji Takamaru. I have a vague feeling that he knows as well. Naturally, as magicians, we should know about the old predecessors, especially since Master Harui is my childhood idol. Fujiwara Kyosuke sighed and said the child of deception was the name used by Master Harui during his initial performance. I recognized you as her granddaughter at first glance, but didn't think much of it, assuming. As her granddaughter, you were helping your grandfather fulfill his last wish by coming to our gathering. More importantly, I did not see Conan or Kendaichi. Fujiwara Kyosuke added in his heart. It was only later that I sensed killing intent from you, coupled with Mr. Hinano's magic failing that I began to have some conjecture. When I arrived here and discovered you, that conjecture became reality. So, what do you intend to do? Tanaka Yashikyu exhaled, looking at Fujiwara Kyosuke. While they are still unaware, just give up. After a struggle, Fujiwara Kyosuke decided to let her off the hook, saying, your grandfather wouldn't want to see you kill for him, would he? Tanaka Yashikyu shook her head, throwing away the thin rope she had hidden in her clothes, and looked up at the night sky. Since you have discovered everything, what else can be done? The Magician Prince. You killed Nishiyama Wataru, didn't you? Fujiwara Kyosuke asked suddenly. Yes, I did, Tanaka Yashikyu nodded. Fujiwara Kyosuke fell silent for a moment before asking, was it clean? Off. Tanaka Yashikyu looked at Fujiwara Kyosuke in disbelief. I'm a person too, you know. I can't bring myself to send the granddaughter of my childhood idol into prison. Fujiwara Kyosuke also looked at the night sky, where the stars sparkled. Of course, I still advise you to let go of your hatred. Ew, I can clearly sense that you are not a born criminal. With a slight sigh, Fujiwara Kyosuke continued, I know of a natural-born criminal. If you do not let go of this hatred, it is likely that one day he will come for you. Come for me. Tanaka Yashikyu was puzzled. The puppeteer of hell, a natural-born criminal planner, treats crime as art. But if you fail to complete this piece of art, he will not hesitate to destroy everything, including taking your life. You are still young, do not let him find you or else. Fujiwara Kyosuke shook his head. You are not a natural-born criminal and cannot perfectly execute his plans. I understand. Tanaka Yashikyu fell silent for a moment and agreed. All right, let's go back. Fujiwara Kyosuke once again wore a smile, saying, to be honest, your luck is quite unfortunate. What do you mean? Do you know who is among this group? Fujiwara Kyosuke shook his head, secretly lamenting the other's bad. Duji Takamaru, that's a hiragana name. If you adjust the name a bit, you will find a hidden meaning. Tanaka Yashikyu thought for a moment, her expression changing as she blurted out, Kaido Kuroba. That's right. And that unconscious little brother, don't underestimate him. Fujiwara Kyosuke glanced at Tanaka Yashikyu. You know about Mori Kagoro, right? Although he is slightly inferior to Uncle Mori, he has at least learned 90% of his skills. Do you really think you can escape after committing a crime? Tanaka Yashikyu. I must not have checked the calendar before going out. What kind of divine lineup is this? The Magician Prince. Kaido Kuroba. 90% of Mori Kagoro's strength. By the way, Sanoko's karate is impressive. She can easily break a tree with a punch. Fujiwara Kyosuke added with a sly smile. Tanaka Yashikyu expressed that she did not want to talk. She wanted to be quiet. When the two returned to the villa. He won't come. Conan's voice came from the stairs. What's going on, Conan? Seeing Conan, Muri ran hurriedly, approached her face, filled with worry. He has been killed right in his apartment. Conan's words caused the faces of everyone present to change drastically. After a moment of silence, everyone stood frozen, their faces displaying horror. Killed. That person's name is Nishiyama Wataru, isn't it? Conan glanced at Arege's. Yes. While I was in the car with Uncle Mori listening to the radio, a message broke in stating that Nishiyama Wataru was murdered at home, and on his computer screen were the words, one solved, Shadow Mage. This should be a murder signal left by the killer. Conan's face was serious. Suddenly Conan felt his vision gradually becoming clearer. Not clearer, but it seemed like he was being lifted again. He looked up and met Fujiwara Kyosuke's eyes, which held a smile that was neither here nor there. It is also possible that someone else killed the room leader and used the chat room to divert the police's attention. Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled slightly and glanced at the crowd. Although the Shadow Mage always says strange things, he should have no grudge against Nishiyama, nor against any of you, right? That's true. Arege's nodded. The Shadow Mage has never had any altercations with anyone. How could he kill the room? Enough. Fujiwara Kyosuke tossed Conan into Muri-ran's arms and smiled. Kid, the detective game ends. You bastard. Conan glared at Fujiwara Kyosuke. It's not that I can't beat you, I just don't want to stoop to your level. My dad told me to take care of you, Bim, just following his orders. Conan maximized the spirit of victory in his mind. However, he also had a point. If someone familiar with Nishiyama Wataru used the name of the chatroom members to commit murder, it was quite possible. But why does it feel so strange? Actually proving whether the chatroom members committed murder is quite simple. Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled and said, let's play all night in the living room tonight. If no one minds, I can perform a few of my best magic tricks for everyone. As long as everyone stays here, even if there is a murderer, he won't be able to act. The rest can be left to the police to handle tomorrow. Fujiwara Kyosuke shrugged and suggested. All right. Everyone responded eagerly. After all, they had come to have fun, so what was the harm in staying up all night? Wait. Conan jumped down from Muri-ran's arms. Even if you make a valid point, there is still a problematic character here. Who? Kaido Kuroba. Conan looked at Duji Takamaru. Isn't that right? If you reverse your name Duji Takamaru, it becomes Kaido Kuroba. Everyone looked at Duji Takamaru in disbelief, especially Sonoko, who gasped in shock. Little brother, your analytical skills are not like those of a child. Duji Takamaru's gaze held profound meaning, causing Conan to feel anxious inside. Hibara Ace's lips curled slightly as she silently watched the play unfold. Hearing this, Muri-ran couldn't help but frown. Fujiwara Kyosuke glanced at Conan, his eyes resembling those that express care for the mentally challenged, making Conan feel like he understood something. I must be wrong, or I shouldn't expose him now. After all, he definitely isn't the murderer. Bang! A soft sound was heard as Duji Takamaru's round figure disappeared, replaced by the tall and slender figure of Kaido Kuroba in a white suit. He suddenly appeared before everyone. It's Kuroba. Sonoko exclaimed excitedly, shaking Muri Ran's arm inside the villa. With the self-exposure of the Tokatake tree, the infamous phantom thief kid finally made his appearance. Suzuki Sonoko exclaimed excitedly, startling everyone around. Ahem, miss, are you alright? Phantom thief kid coughed lightly, the corner of his eye twitching slightly behind his glasses. Am I being too much? Is it really wrong to steal from my own fangirl's house? But that old man Jiroki is just too despicable. If it weren't for his constant provocation, I wouldn't even bother with him. Just because of a newspaper headline, is it really necessary? Phantom thief kid was inwardly ranting about Suzuki Jiroki. Suzuki Sonoko's eyes turned into heart shapes, realizing that the Tokatake tree was indeed the great kid. I knew it. My eyes never deceive me. At that moment, the shattered illusion of Suzuki Sonoko gathered once more. Kitsuma, did you come here for something? Suzuki Sonoko asked dreamily. Yes, I do have some matters to attend to here. Phantom thief kid was taken aback by her enthusiasm. But thinking about how I could lose my cool phantom thief kid quickly composed himself. Handsome. Just one word, I could say it 1,000,000,000 times. What matters? Conan pressed on. I just wanted to confirm something, but it seems to have been resolved satisfactorily. Phantom thief kid glanced at Tanaka Kiku, not bothering to investigate whether the other party had committed murder. This esteemed detective, please remain calm. Phantom thief kid said with an inexplicable smile, secretly setting Conan up. What kind of detective is he? Suzuki Sonoko disdainfully shot a glance at Conan, instinctively throwing a jab. Just like that arrogant reasoning maniac. The speaker was oblivious, but the listener caught on. Muri Ran's expression changed as she looked at Conan. Conan's mouth twitched. I guess I'm in a bit of a bind here. How could that be? I'm just a child. Conan laughed awkwardly. But it seemed Phantom thief kid wasn't going to let him off easily. What you just said is quite hurtful, little brother. None of these people have figured out the mystery in my name. Only you did. If you're a child, then what does that make them? This guy, isn't it just exposing you? If Phantom thief kid knew what Conan was thinking, he would definitely spray him in the face. It's winter now. It just snowed outside, and everything is covered in silver. Are you serious about making me fly to Igoto? If I don't play tricks on you, who should I? Anyway, I already knew about your identity, as Kudo Shinichi Fujiwara told me ages ago. But indeed, there's no point in dragging this out. It's better to make a swift exit. Alright, I think I have the answer I wanted to. I should take my leave now. Phantom thief kid, full of confidence, and with a broad smile, didn't forget to set Conan up one last time before departing. Well then, I shall take my leave, dear detective. When the bells of the apocalypse ring, we shall meet again. After saying this, kid leaped into the air, unfurling his glider, and swiftly vanished into the night sky. Conan glanced at the retreating Phantom thief kid, and shot a glare at Fujiwara Kyosuke. He could guarantee that these two definitely knew each other. Otherwise, how could Fujiwara Kyosuke allow him to leave so easily? Mind your own business. You should just wish for your own good fortune, dear detective. Fujiwara Kyosuke's voice suddenly echoed in Conan's mind. Although this wasn't the first time something like this happened, Conan still found it quite miraculous. However, this wasn't the time to think about that. Comforting Ran was more important, or else my disguise might really be exposed. Conan pretended to be a good boy and moved closer to Muri Ran. Sister Ran, it was brother Shinichi who told me. Conan's brain was racing. Shinichi. Muri Ran's eyes narrowed. Yeah. Conan said cutely he couldn't reach you, so he called me. Then how did he manage to contact you? Muri Ran clearly wasn't so easily fooled. Of course it's this. Conan took out the earring-style mobile phone that Dr. Agasa had equipped him with a few days ago. Brother Shinichi got the guest list from Officer Megure and told me to hurry and tell you that something might happen here. Also, the Tokatake tree is Phantom thief kid. Conan finally finished his fabricated story and let out a sigh of relief. Although this lie had a loophole, he had been with his uncle all this time, so if Ran asked his uncle, it would be exposed in an instant. Fortunately, his uncle was somewhat absent-minded. If all else fails, it'll just give him a shot. So that's how it is. Muri Ran examined the earring-style mobile phone and nodded, seemingly convinced by Conan's words. Meanwhile, Kaido Kuroba flew a circle in the night sky before returning to the villa room. Damn, Kudo Shinichi, I'm freezing to death. If I had known, I should have listened to Grandpa Terai and worn an extra layer of clothing. So Phantom thief kid truly lives up to his name. Even freezing to death, he still has to soar through the sky. Sleep. Kaido Kuroba lay back on the bed and fell asleep. In the living room, after Fujiwara Kyosuke performed several mind-boggling magic tricks, everyone was left in shock. That was truly amazing. How did you do it? Suzuki Sonoko was a bit hyper tonight, having first met her idol and then witnessed a magical performance akin to sorcery. She felt her life was complete. Even Tanaka Kiku, who came from a family of magicians, felt it was unbelievable. No wonder you're the second-ranked magician in the world. Arai Yoshihiro sighed, his tone filled with admiration. Shameless. Hibara AI watched coldly from the sidelines, observing Fujiwara Kyosuke basking in the admiration of the crowd, secretly complaining. After the magic performance concluded, Suzuki Sonoko for some reason suggested playing blackjack. As a result, after 10 rounds, Fujiwara Kyosuke and Muri Ran were kicked out of the game by everyone. Fujiwara Kyosuke could change cards while Muri Ran had unbeatable luck, so the two always ended up with blackjack. Fujiwara Kyosuke discovered that playing cards with Muri Ran meant unless you could change every one of her cards, you'd lose the game if you weren't careful. Lucky charm, unstoppable. He even felt that even if the gambling god came in without using any tricks, he might still not win against Muri Ran. However, thinking about how the gambling god never had to resort to tricks, the outcome was self-evident. After all, who could stand against a royal flush every time? The next morning, nothing significant happened overnight. After a simple breakfast, the sound of a helicopter suddenly echoed. Ran. Muri Kagoro pushed open the villa door and almost cried out in joy upon seeing Muri Ran unharmed. Dad. Muri Ran pushed away the chair and ran towards the door. The reunion between father and daughter should have been an extremely touching scene. However, when Muri Kagoro saw Fujiwara Kyosuke, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. So, what was I on edge at the police station for a whole night? Are you all alright? Officer Megure asked. On this particular morning, the Fujiwara family was enjoying breakfast with the television in the living room broadcasting the morning. Last night, a fire suddenly broke out at Mr. Hekawa's house in Mihinoko 4 Chome, reducing the entire building to ruins. Fortunately, the Hekawa family had gone to Hokkaido the day before, so there were no casualties. Another fire. It seems there have been quite a few fires lately. Akemi Miyano pointed to the entrance and said, Fujiwara-kun, the mailman delivered a letter for you this morning. Oh, it's the first time someone has written to me since the Moonshadow Island incident. A hint of interest appeared on Kosuke Fujiwara's face as the white envelope floated in front of him. The wax seal automatically fell away and the letter unfolded, hovering in the air. I apologize for the suddenness of this letter. To be honest, I only thought of writing it after hearing about you from a friend. If possible, I hope to meet you and ask you a few questions. By the way, I will be hosting a garden tea party at my home on Tuesday, April 29th at 3:30 p.m., inviting various distinguished guests. I hope you can come and offer your guidance if you're free. TCH. Even common folks dare to send me letters. Kosuke Fujiwara pouted, finding it quite rude that there was no honorific you. Wait, Moriya Taichi. That name sounds familiar, right? It must be related to the explosion in the future involving Conan. What a pity. After all these years, I don't remember much about the films. Most of what I recall are various famous scenes I saw on Bilibili. Only 4 films remain etched in my memory. The top choice is naturally The Dead of Baker Street. The concept was simply brilliant. Next is Countdown to Heaven. Initially, Kosuke Fujiwara disliked Genta Kojima, but his moment of tossing Shiho up into the car made that character soar from low ratings to the spotlight. Then there's The Suppressor in the Eye, where the eternal bond between Shinran needs no explanation. Finally, there's the controversial The Shuddering Score, but Sister Izumi is forever a goddess. Enough about that. I can't be bothered to go. Kosuke Fujiwara pouted and took the night charging device to Professor Agasa's house. Professor, I have arranged what you needed through someone. Upon entering, Kosuke Fujiwara saw Conan there with the table cluttered with letters. Oh, our busy person is also here. I thought I could only find you at your uncle's place, Kosuke Fujiwara teased. Enough. Conan rolled his eyes at him and curiously asked, what are you holding? It's the night charging device specifically for your solar skateboard. As the name suggests, it allows the skateboard to charge automatically at night, and the energy used is also from solar radiation. You don't think the moon glows, do you? Thanks for your hard work, Kosuke. Professor Agasa took the device, nodding in satisfaction. This is fantastic. I see, thank you. Conan expressed his gratitude, feeling dejected as he said, Fujiwara, do you think I have been forgotten by this world? With so many letters, not a single one is addressed to me. According to rumors, you are already missing. Kosuke Fujiwara shrugged, picked up a letter from the table, and smiled. How about I have someone write a few letters for you to soothe your wounded little heart? It's fine, the Fujiwara Foundation has thousands of employees, sending 1 letter a day won't tire them out. Are you crazy? Conan's mindset was once again shattered by Kosuke Fujiwara. Just as he was about to toss the envelope aside, he suddenly paused when he glanced at the recipient's column, his tone filled with confusion. Kudo Shinichi personally opened it. There really is one for me. You actually received a letter? Kosuke Fujiwara also felt it was unbelievable, but when he saw the signature, his brow involuntarily furrowed. Again, it's Moriya Taichi. Kosuke Fujiwara fell into thought as he seemed to be the criminal in this film. But what crime did he commit again? Again, it's Moriya Taichi. Conan repeated Kosuke Fujiwara's words and asked, could it be that you also received a letter? Of course, he invited me to his house for a garden tea party on Tuesday at 3:30 p.m. Kosuke Fujiwara shrugged, a hint of intrigue in his expression. I received one too. After Conan finished reading the letter, he handed it to Kosuke Fujiwara. Turning to Professor Agasa, Conan asked, do you know this person? He is a professor in the architecture department at the Eastern Metropolitan University and one of the top architects in the country. Professor Agasa took off his experimental goggles and approached, recounting with familiarity. Conan glanced at Kosuke Fujiwara and muttered to himself, such a famous architect, why would he invite us? Professor Agasa stroked his chin and thought for a moment. Since he is an architect, he can also be considered an artist. I believe he needs constant new stimulation. Moreover, like me, he is a person of exceptional talent. Ha ha. At this point, Professor Agasa placed his hands on his hips, laughing heartily, as Kosuke Fujiwara and Conan exchanged looks of exasperation. Kosuke Fujiwara shrugged, glancing at the mantis model behind Professor Agasa. Can anyone really buy such a pitch-black mantis? You should sell those earring-style action phones, you'd have become a billionaire by now. Kosuke Fujiwara and Conan were speechless. At the Muri Detective Agency, afternoon tea. Holding the phone, Ran Muri repeated. Yes. Conan replied helplessly. I happen to have a case to investigate, so I really can't attend. You're saying you want me to attend in your place? Ran Muri confirmed. Yes, the invitation says you can bring a friend along. You can go with your father and the one who's staying at your place. What's his name again? Conan pretended to be serious. Conan, Ran Muri reminded. Right, you three can go together. By the way, that Fujiwara guy also received an invitation. You can go together. Conan added, I've already dropped the invitation into your mailbox at home. Don't worry about it. Let me think. Okay, I agree. But I have a condition. Otherwise it's off the table. A condition. A sudden ominous premonition arose in Conan's heart. That's right. Ran Muri nodded. I want you to promise me to go watch a midnight movie with me next weekend. Conan exclaimed in shock. How am I supposed to go with you? What does it matter? Although we often talk, we haven't seen each other in a long time. At 10 o'clock in the evening we meet in the lobby of the Mihinoko cinema. Ran Muri crossed her arms, making a decision before Conan could protest. Wait a minute. You have to wait. Conan was sweating coldly. But next Sunday is not very convenient. How about in a few? No, it has to be on May 3rd. Ran Muri's tone suddenly softened, her voice gentle. Shinichi, which do you prefer, red or blue? Why are you asking that? Conan asked, puzzled. Don't worry about it, just say it quickly. Ran Muri's tone became urgent. Then, red. After thinking for a moment, Conan replied. Red. Ran Muri laughed happily. I knew you would choose red. Conan's mouth twitched slightly because red is your favorite color. Is dinner ready yet? Mori Kagoro could no longer hold back. Kudo Yusaku, just you wait. I can't find your pig, yet I can't find you either. Alright, I'll get to it right away. Mori Ran nonchalantly replied to Mori Kagoro, then turned to the phone, instantly changing to a gentle tone laced with a hint of playfulness. So it's agreed then, Shinichi, 10 o'clock on the night of the 3rd. Don't forget. After Mori Ran finished speaking, she hung up the phone before the other side could respond. At the Fujiwara residence. Hey. Conan urgently called out, but all he heard was the busy signal on the line. Honestly, if I had known I was going to the movies with her, I wouldn't have called her to join the tea party. Conan muttered, putting the phone down. Go on, she hasn't seen you in a long time. Fujiwara Kyosuke shook his head with a smile. If it were only a short time to bring Conan back to Kudo Shinichi, he had countless methods, whether through magic or technology. However, for a longer duration, one would need the strength to counter the world's will. I wish I could, but you saw it. Conan pointed at his short stature, looking helpless. By the way, Fujiwara, do you know what day May 3rd is? Conan frowned. May 3rd is Constitution Memorial Day, but for Ran it shouldn't mean that. Fujiwara Kyosuke frowned. Ran wasn't a public servant and her father had long since retired from the police department, so she shouldn't have any expectations for that day. As for May 4th, it's the day Sherlock Holmes and Professor Moriarty fell into the Reichenbach Falls, and May 5th is Children's Day. Conan counted down on his fingers. Fujiwara Kyosuke scratched his head. It shouldn't be that simple. I remember that Ran doesn't really like Sherlock Holmes, right? After all, from a certain perspective, Mori Ran and Sherlock Holmes were rivals in love. Your birthday? Hibara A's cold voice came through as she could no longer bear it. These two are quite foolish. Detective Heisei Holmes, Prince of Magic, a genius of magic from the underworld. TSK. Two big idiots. Such matters between couples can be guessed even without knowing. It's nothing more than their respective birthdays and various. With Fujiwara Kyosuke's support, Kudo Shinichi and Mori Ran merely expressed their feelings, but had not yet established a romantic relationship. Therefore, anniversaries were out of the question. Then it was self-evident. Birthdays. I've seen your file, but recorded your date of birth. May 4th. Hibara AI glanced disdainfully at Conan and Fujiwara Kyosuke. Is that it? Especially Kudo Shinichi, your guest. Conan finally remembered. So it's my birthday. It seems you have no choice but to go this time. Fujiwara Kyosuke shrugged and took out the time wrap skin from thin air. Under Conan's astonished gaze, he spoke eloquently. This thing is called time wrap skin. It's a technological product from the future. You don't need to ask me where it came from. I wouldn't tell you anyway. In short, it allows you to revert back to Kudo Shinichi. But the time is limited to 1 day, and the interval for use is, as Fujiwara Kyosuke explained. Conan's mouth fell open. This is unscientific, and not even about Conan's theories. Come find me at noon on May 3rd, and enjoy this date well. Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled, and gently placed the time wrap skin over Hibara AI. A miraculous scene on Hibara A's figure gradually grew taller, and Fujiwara Kyosuke snapped his fingers. Her clothes also grew larger. 3 seconds later, in the astonished eyes of Mayano Akemi and Conan, a tall, cool beauty stood before the three of them. Though she had walked into the wrong scene, if Jin were here, he would definitely recognize her at first glance. Got it. Fujiwara Kyosuke glanced at Conan and reached out to close his dropped jaw. I didn't feel a bit of pain. Mayano Shiho spoke with a hint of astonishment, looking at Fujiwara Kyosuke and asking, are there any side effects? None. Fujiwara Kyosuke shook his head. This is the power of time, far beyond any half-baked immortality elixir. The restoration lasts for 1 day with an interval of 2 weeks. Did I get that right? Mayano Shiho took a small notebook from the table and noted it down. Yes, Fujiwara Kyosuke nodded. Of course not. Fujiwara Kyosuke opened a little theater in his mind. If you knew I could make you permanently revert, how could I raise a little lowly? This is the time wrap skin. Second only to the bug level item of causality rate, how could it possibly have restrictions? Moreover, the one in Fujiwara Kyosuke's hands is an upgraded version. It can adjust the time points for restoration and choose how long the restored state lasts. It can be 1 minute, 1 hour, 1 day, 1 year, or even forever. However, to prevent the world's consciousness from sealing my title, it's best to use it rationally. Actually, magic can also restore Conan, but Fujiwara Kyosuke is not yet capable of doing it effortlessly. If he accidentally made Conan even smaller, it would be a loss. In that case, sister, let's go shopping. Mayano Shiho smiled gently and suggested to Mayano Akemi. Alright. Mayano Akemi nodded and looked at Fujiwara Kyosuke again. Is it okay, Fujiwara-kun? Yes. Fujiwara Kyosuke waved his hand at the two sisters while retracting the time wrap skin. Then we'll head out first. After the sisters left, Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled. Are you at ease now? I'm definitely more at ease. Since that's the case, why did I ask Rand to do anything? Conan retorted, thinking it would be fine for him to go with the invitation himself. What are you saying? Fujiwara Kyosuke glared at him. The item is for emergency use, not for you to squander at will. For instance, this time if I hadn't brought out the item, it could have easily turned into one of two endings. What two endings? First, you would be exposed. Second, Kudo Shinichi wouldn't go. Fujiwara Kyosuke held up two fingers. Which ending do you want? I don't want either. Conan retorted. But if you help me turn back into Kudo Shinichi, I wouldn't have to ask Rand to attend Moritani Teiji's tea party for me, and then there would be no date. Kudo May 4th is your birthday, and do you think you can escape? Do you think Rand won't invite you? If your careless use leads to an inability to use the item for restoration, you'll be in a real mess. In short, I won't let you use the time wrap skin unless it's a dire situation. After Fujiwara Kyosuke said this, Conan fell silent for a moment and nodded. I admit you have a point. I have to go. Conan glanced at his watch, his expression changed, and he hurriedly ran out. Wait, Kudo, I divined the stars last night and got a message. The line of fate accompanied by red is indispensable, lacking it brings loss. Fujiwara Kyosuke said with a frowner. In fact, he didn't understand what it meant. What is that so cryptic? Fujiwara Kyosuke didn't understand, let alone Conan, especially since he was a staunch supporter of Conan's theories and could hardly hold any awe for metaphysics. Conan waved his hand and quickly left the Fujiwara residence. If he didn't hurry home, he would be scolded. In the end, Fujiwara Kyosuke did not attend Moriya Taika's tea party. As he put it, not everyone is qualified to invite him. Brother Huaqiang's quote, you invited me, which is giving me face, am I coming, is giving you enough face. But I'm sorry. Moriya Taichi has no face in front of Fujiwara Kyosuke. Fujihara residence. Mamaturo. So he sent the invitation to have us solve a riddle for him. Confusion and anger surfaced in Fujiwara Kyosuke's eyes. Yes, he even lamented that neither you nor I attended. Conan shrugged. Fujiwara Kyosuke squinted his expression. The purpose of Moriya Taichi sending the invitation was actually to have him come and solve a riddle. Such humiliation for the Fujiwara family. What does he think he is? Fujiwara Kyosuke glanced at Conan and did not intend to avoid him. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. Young master. A calm voice came from the other end. Inform everyone to demolish all buildings designed by Moriya Taichi. Also have to do university dismiss him, and it's best to find some dirt on him to ruin his career in the construction field. The person on the other end clearly paused and asked, Young master, is it all of them? Including the offices still in use? Do you not understand my words? Fujiwara Kyosuke's voice turned slightly cold. Upon hearing the displeasure in his tone, the person on the other end quickly said, Please, young master, calm down. I will instruct them immediately. Humph. Fujiwara Kyosuke hung up the phone coldly, stating, The Fujiwara family does not seek trouble, but those who wish to trample on me shouldn't expect to fare well. Next, he dialed a number for Europe. Conan's lips twitched. As expected of a young master from a prominent family, he was indeed quite headstrong. Amen. Conan mentally drew a cross for Moriya Taichi. He learned a part of Fujiwara Kyosuke's influence from, even if it was just the tip of the iceberg, it was far beyond what Moriya Taichi could compare with. On the weekend, Fujiwara Kyosuke was awakened by a phone call early in the morning. Hello. Fujiwara Kyosuke groggily answered the phone. Fujiwara, little brother, this is Megura. Chu, could you come to help me out? The anxious voice of Officer Megura came through the line. Officer Megura. Don't worry, you'll be there right away. Thank you, I'm waiting for you at the police station. From Officer Megura's tone, it seemed this matter was significant. Alright. Fujiwara Kyosuke hung up the phone, and like Clark Kent finished his morning routine and changed clothes in mere seconds. He took a car to the police station. Police station office. The Oriental Gunpowder Depot was stolen. Fujiwara Kyosuke sat on the sofa looking at Officer Megura in surprise. Such an important place was actually invaded by thieves. Does your police department want everyone to resign? Officer Megura sighed wearily. Exactly, I don't know how that happened. What are the specific circumstances? We investigated the scene and found no clues. According to the traces on the electronic lock, the perpetrator did not break in, but directly entered the password, yet all three people who knew the password have alibis. Have you confirmed the authenticity of their alibis? Fujiwara Kyosuke raised an eyebrow. Officer Takagi nodded and said, We've confirmed it. They are not lying, and there is more than one witness. I see. Fujiwara Kyosuke stroked his chin and decisively said, There must be a fourth person who knows the password. Yes, we think so too, but we currently have no leads. Officer Takagi looked helpless. Ding-ling. The urgent phone rang. This is the first investigation division of the police station. Officer Takagi picked up the phone. That kid is Conan. And a plastic bomb. Officer Takagi's words immediately attracted everyone's attention in the office. Fujiwara Kyosuke snatched the phone and asked, Can you confirm that the bomb came from the Oriental Gunpowder Depot? The officer on the other end was clearly taken aback by Fujiwara Kyosuke's voice. Hurry up and answer. Fujiwara Kyosuke said impatiently. Just as Officer Takagi mentioned Conan, a spark of inspiration flashed through his mind. Yes. I see, sorry for my earlier attitude. Fujiwara Kyosuke apologized and returned the phone to So Fujiwara little brother. Officer Magura quickly asked. I have a bit of a guess, but we should hurry over now. Fujiwara Kyosuke suggested. Exactly. Let's go quickly. Ding-ling. The phone rang again. Officer Takagi exclaimed again. Conan, you said there's another bomb that will explode at 1 o'clock. The location is the square in front of Mihua Station. Officer Takagi put down the phone and said to everyone Conan just called. Let's go. To Mihua Station. Fujiwara Kyosuke waved his hand, taking over for the still-dazed Officer Magura. Oh yes. The police recognized Fujiwara Kyosuke and quickly responded. However, before they could arrive, Officer Magura's phone rang again. What? Conan was injured and is now at the police hospital. Officer Magura's voice rose. Officer Magura, go to the Mid-Eye Police Hospital. Fujiwara Kyosuke's gentle voice calmed Officer Magura's anxiety. Fujiwara little brother, do you have a suspect? Yes. Fujiwara Kyosuke nodded and said, over 90%, but I need to see Conan to confirm some things. Hurry. Turn on the siren and head to the Mid-Eye Police Hospital. Officer Magura shouted loudly. Mid-Eye Police Hospital. When Fujiwara Kyosuke and the others arrived at the hospital room door, they heard Muri Kagoro's voice. Conan, what happened? If something goes wrong, your little life is at stake. Muri Kagoro's voice carried a hint of concern. I'm sorry. Conan admitted his fault. Muri Kagoro seemed to remember something and asked, where is that brat? Wasn't the other end of the call supposed to be looking for him? That's because Shinichi had an urgent matter to attend to, so he asked Conan to handle it. Dr. Agasa explained weakly. Muri Kagoro snorted coldly. What kind of person is that? They'll definitely give him a hard time when we meet next time. Conan twitched his lips while lying on the hospital bed. Although I'm touched that you care so much about me, I am Shinichi. At that moment, Uncle Doctor, what did the doctor say? Fujiwara Kyosuke pushed the door open and looked at Dr. Agasa and Muri Kagoro in the room. Kyosuke. Officer Magura. Brother Fujiwara. Officer Magura. The appearance of this duo alerted everyone to something unusual. Conan is fine, the doctor said he should rest more and can be discharged tomorrow. Yoshida Ayumi replied. That's Fujiwara Kyosuke rubbed Ayumi's little head and walked to Conan's bedside, casually channeling a bit of spiritual energy to him, then continued. Although it's a bit out of place, I still want to ask. Conan, can you repeat the riddle you told me on Wednesday? The riddle. Conan was clearly taken aback, then nodded and said, the riddle is about 3 people's information. Yamamoto Riki, born in October of Showa 31, blood type A, enjoys bathing in hot springs. Kongfei Sasuke, born in June of Showa 32, blood type B, enjoys watching movies. Kuzukuri Ni, born in January of Showa 33, blood type O, enjoys walking. I see the monkey, rooster, and dog of the zodiac. Fujiwara Kyosuke rested his chin on his hand, saying, as expected, it's Momotaro. Fujiwara little brother, what Momotaro? Officer Magura expressed that his brain capacity was a bit insufficient. Officer Magura, don't worry about that for now. Fujiwara Kyosuke, with no time to explain, instructed, go ask those 3 staff members who know the password to the Oriental Gunpowder Depot, if the password is Momotaro. I understand, Fujiwara little brother. Officer Magura nodded, took out his phone, and quickly dialed the number. Yes, that's right, what is the password? Are you sure it's Momotaro? Officer Magura's expression changed. Oh, at that moment, he understood everything. After Officer Magura hung up the phone, Fujiwara Kyosuke smiled and said, Officer Magura, it seems the 4th person who knows the password, Moriya Taichi, has finally come to light.